Chapter 526, A horrifyingly thick bolt of lightning. When various powerful cultivators received the news, they all swarmed towards the area of the gods. A figure appeared in the chaos with a notebook in hand. An elder stood next to him with respect. The figure flipped the notebook. He had a flickering gaze. He scoffed, "The legendary demon sect, the saintly kingdom, the white cloud sect, the dustfall mountain sect. There are 8 sects here from the 12 chaos sects. These annoying cultivators, I'll kill them eventually. The heavenly palace, the underworld, the demons, and the human sovereign. Are these the original forces in the area of the gods? They seem so non-threatening." He continued to flip the page. Then, he closed the book. He asked, "Do you know how the 3 senior members died?" "My lord, I went to a world that one of them created. It's called the Yun Huang world. I found out that the 3 senior members went to capture a dog." "A realm cultivator dog?" The elder nodded. He said sternly, "And the dog seems to be very powerful." The figure groaned for a moment. He frowned and said, "The ministry can't do things in public at this point." He meant that the ministry would send out more experts to capture the dog, but there were too many powerful forces to worry about. "We have to keep an eye on the area of the gods. There will be a lot of extraordinary demons. Capture them. Also, if we run into anyone from the legendary demon sect, try to capture them alive." "Don't worry, my lord. I'll do my best. I won't let you down." There were a lot of small worlds in the chaos. Forces, clans, and sects were complicated and diverse. They all swarmed towards the area of the gods to look for opportunities. However, they had an unspoken bond between them. They were all cultivators. So, unless there were some issues, they would refrain from fighting. They seemed to be peaceful at the moment. The underworld? Reincarnation? How ridiculous. I can't believe that the ghost realm would have such lowly ways. The ghosts are in desperate need of my help. The ghastly Ghost King stood on top of a hill with his eyes shut. Creepy ghost aura surrounded him like dreadful cloud rings. Then, he turned to smoke and moved. Gray aura was emitted wherever he passed by. It was a unique kind of deadly gas. The deadly gas was filled with rage, contempt, hatred, desperation, pain, and destruction. Meanwhile, at a small village, a woman was struggling in the water. Gradually, she could no longer move her limbs. Her eyes were filled with despair. She gradually stopped struggling as her life faded away. Her hatred and rage gradually died down as she died. However, an undetected gray aura slowly floated towards her. The soul of the woman floated out from her body. She turned around. She dazedly looked at her body. There was confusion in her eyes. "Am I dead?" "That's right, you're dead. You were murdered by an evil couple. Your husband cheated on you and abandoned you. Then, he and his lover pushed you into the river to drown. You want revenge." "I want revenge?" "That's right. You want revenge. You want them to die in the most painful way. But I should go reincarnate." "Reincarnate? That's nothing but tricks. All your life experiences and trauma will be gone with a bowl of menpo soup. Will you still be you? Who will avenge you? Do you want to watch that cheating couple live happily ever after? They killed you, but they'll be happier than ever. Nobody cares about your death. Nobody will blame them. Everyone will congratulate them. You don't deserve this. You're the only person who can stand up for yourself." The woman's ghost had red teary eyes. Her long hair flowed with the wind. She said with a hint of hatred, "You're right, I have to avenge myself." "That's the spirit. The best revenge is the one you serve yourself. Go, avenge yourself." In another forest, a few gardeners were carrying a dead body to the middle of nowhere. They did not look surprised at all. Another woman was killed by their young master. A gentle gray aura came over. The ghost that stood next to the body instantly had a twisted expression. Endless hatred turned to creepy winds. The trees and leaves shook with the wind. The gardeners instantly felt a chill go down their spines. They shivered. "How can you treat me like this? I want revenge." And to those who stood by and watched, those who ignored my screams for help, they're accomplices, too. They also need to die. Ha, that's right. That's humanity for you. Kill them. Destroy them. Make them pay, make them regret it. Let the whole world feel your pain. The ghastly Ghost King passed by like a master manipulator. He enjoyed the hatred of the dead. The appearance of the area of the gods was naturally a good thing for the Eldritch world. The humans were stronger. They had a higher chance of becoming immortals. It was also very beneficial for the cultivators. However, They were more pressured because there were powerful beings everywhere. They were initially pleased to have breakthroughs. However, they became more afraid. They had to admit a painful fact. I see that having a breakthrough doesn't mean I'm stronger. The world's stronger. I didn't quite catch up to the improvement of the world. In other words, they were weak losers. The Heavenly Palace deservingly became the main spotlight. A lot of newcomers chose to be in contact with the Heavenly Palace first. Of course, the Jade Emperor and the Empress were against it. However, they had to open the gates and welcome them with a smile, no matter how unwilling they were. They were not as powerful as the outsiders. So, they could only allow them to do so. Clang. Suddenly, a muscular and buff cultivator crushed the cup in his hand. The buff cultivator had a long whip for a nose and he had a black face. He spat out his beverage. He demanded with a cold voice, "Do you think I'm a beggar? I'm a ruler in the chaos. How can you welcome me with this nonsense? How dare you?" Yang Jing and Juling Shen menacingly surrounded him with a bunch of heavenly soldiers. However, the buff elephant cultivator squinted. He yelled, "Scram!" The single word was terrifyingly powerful. The power was irresistible. The heavenly soldiers were instantly knocked backward. The buff cultivator laughed and said, "Ha, so weak. Don't embarrass yourselves. Calm down, cultivator." Cultivator Junjun gently waved. He disengaged the power of the buff cultivator. He said, "This wine's the best wine of the Heavenly Palace. I'm truly sorry about that." The buff cultivator sneered, "This is the area of the gods. There are opportunities and treasures everywhere. Right? Is this the best wine you can get? You must be bluffing." Cultivator Junjun said calmly, "Cultivator, you know that the area of the gods just appeared. To be honest with you, this land was previously flawed." The Jade Emperor and the Empress quietly stood behind him. They were naturally very angry. However, they forced themselves to endure it. A lot of cultivators would love to cause havoc if they lost control. As for the food and wine, they knew what they were doing. Unless they had brain damage, they would never serve the fruits and wine of the expert. They did not even want to mention the expert. That was something they all agreed on. It was like a golden touch. No one would brag about that to the public. "Do you want to drink beautiful wine? Do you deserve it?" Nonsense. The buff cultivator stared with wide eyes. He yelled, "Tell me then. How did a flawed world become the area of the gods? Are you telling me that there were no rare treasures in the transformation process? I suggest you bring them out." The other cultivators simultaneously put down their wine glasses. They stared at the Jade Emperor and the others with glaring eyes. They naturally wished that someone would start trouble. In that case, they could figure out the Heavenly Palace. If the Heavenly Palace hid treasures, they could gain benefits without the fight. It was a worthy deal and they were happy to take it. Cultivator Junjun looked sincere. He said innocently, "We're not as powerful. As for rare treasures, we haven't found anything yet." The buff cultivator squinted. He stared at Cultivator Junjun. Then, he looked at the Heavenly Palace. He sneered, "This is a nice place you got here. I just arrived. Don't you think you should give me a palace?" Cultivator Junjun shook his head and said, "That's not appropriate, Cultivator. Only Heavenly Palace immortals can stay at the Heavenly Palace. You have no right to reject me. If you don't have enough rooms, that's an easy fix. I'll kill until I have a room." The buff cultivator laughed coldly. He stepped out and started to pick his palace. Then, he laid eyes on the palace of the Deluxe Merit Saint. "This palace is facing the stars and it's pretty high up. It's nice. Where's the owner of this palace? Tell him to meet me." The Jade Emperor and the others blocked the buff cultivator. They said with seriousness, "Cultivator, this is the Deluxe Merit Saint of our Eldritch world. He won't come out to see you." "Deluxe Merit Saint? He's nothing to me. How arrogant." The buff cultivator sneered and scoffed, "I see that you're all so nervous. Perhaps there's a hidden secret? Open the door. I want to go inside." Cultivator Junjun did not look happy at all. "Cultivator, enough. Conflict won't be good for anybody here." Goddess Nu and Yunshu activated their powers at the side. They could discard their pride and allow them to enter the Heavenly Palace. However, the palace of the expert was extremely sacred. They had to defend it. The other outsider cultivators simultaneously activated their powers. They were pressuring everyone from the Heavenly Palace. "It's only a palace. Open the doors and show us." "What? You don't dare to? Perhaps there's a hidden secret? This is troublesome for us." Goddess Nu and the others felt their hearts sink. They felt pressured but they did not want to back off. Suddenly, the long nose of the buff cultivator stiffened without a warning. His soft nose suddenly became as hard as a baton. A strong water pillar was also ejaculated in an instant. The target was the door of the palace of the deluxe merit saint. Then, there was an attack from a Chaos Aluo Golden Immortal. He attacked within a second to be fast but it was still very powerful. Also, it was too quick to stop it. Everyone watched the water pillar hit the door. The Jade Emperor and the others were nervous. The others were excited. However, the strong attack did not push the door open. Not only was the door not opened, but it also remained untouched. It was not affected at all. Everyone went silent. They had odd looks. Seriously? You were so incompetent. The buff cultivator blushed. He looked at the door. The knocker was still dangling. It proved that he was there. He was instantly humiliated. He felt made fun of. Before he could be angry, a huge sense of danger overcame him. His body went cold as his hair stood on ends. He was oddly nervous and he could not breathe. Danger. My life's in danger. I'm going to die. He was blinded by a bright light the moment he had those thoughts. A blinding white light shone upon him and covered him entirely. The light beam was a horrifyingly thick bolt of lightning. Chapter 527, The Lucky Li Nianfan. Ruthless Hongjin. Kaboom! The deafening thunder made their ears buzz, ringing loudly. They were dumbfounded, shocked by the outrageously thick lightning bolt. There was a saying, swift and skinny like a lightning bolt. The saying was false because apparently, lightning bolts could be thick, too. The lightning bolt drowned the buff man like a tidal wave. Everyone could only see white, plus a small shadow of the buff man. They literally felt thunderstruck. So thick. This is too much. I can't handle this. Arg. Then, they heard a painful scream. Chaos. Chaos thunderbolt? The others felt the hint of the aura and they were petrified. They backed off. They could not believe their eyes. The area of the gods was created by the Chaos Thunderbolt. But how is it possible that we just witnessed another Chaos Thunderbolt? That's a Chaos Thunderbolt. If natural punishment was the highest form of punishment, then being punished by the Chaos Thunderbolt was a Chaos Natural punishment. It was terrifying. After all, it was something that could split the Chaos apart. It could easily kill a Chaos Aluo Golden Immortal. It was something that even realm cultivators were afraid of. They all seemed frozen in place. The powerful rumbling of the thunder kept going. Gradually, they smelled something burned. Everyone slowly recovered from being blinded as the lightning bolt faded away. The strong buff cultivator was no longer there. The replacement was a huge black elephant that laid peacefully on the floor. His body was smoking with charred flesh. He looked burnt. Yikes! The outsiders gasped at the same time and backed away again. They were petrified. The buff cultivator was reckless and arrogant for a reason. He was not a weak cultivator amongst Chaos Aluo Golden Immortals. He could even be a leader, too. The outsiders were not his allies, but in a way, they were with him. They were all there to diminish the power of the Heavenly Palace. They were there to figure out the truth. However, the buff cultivator probably did not expect that his ejaculation on the door would turn him into barbecued meat. It was too out of the blue. He died too unexpectedly. This. They had to look at the Jade Emperor and the others. The Jade Emperor and the others looked calm, as if they already saw it coming. They kind of looked mysterious, too. It was like they were saying, he deserved it. Truthfully, they were also shocked. They did not expect that the expert upgraded again. The Palace of the Deluxe Merit Saint upgraded its natural punishment to Chaos Thunderbolt. Awesome. However, they were used to it. They were able to adapt in a short time. The Jade Emperor sighed. He looked at them with pity and said, "We told you so. You cannot trespass the Palace of the Deluxe Merit Saint, but you wouldn't listen. Can't you try to stay alive?" Somebody asked with uneasiness, "What happened? Why did it attract the Chaos Thunderbolt?" Goddess Nuwa smiled and said, "We told you. Right? The Deluxe Merit Saint. Try to process that title, everyone." Somebody gasped. They asked with a trembling voice, "Does the Deluxe Merit Saint own the area of the gods? Is it possible to have a Deluxe Merit Saint in the area of the gods?" It's not entirely impossible. But there are no previous records of this. Somebody frowned and said, "I can't believe that the Deluxe Merit Saint from the area of the gods can use a Chaos Thunderbolt as natural punishment. We can't mess with him." We can't mess with him at all. More importantly, that buff elephant cultivator hit the door. Right? Hitting the door counts as trespassing, too? It's probably a special case in the area of the gods. We just can't mess with him. Everyone was petrified. They looked at the palace of the deluxe merit saint and shuddered. They felt a chill go down their spines. It was too scary. At that moment, they were no longer powerful cultivators. They became a bunch of ordinary cultivators that were scared of sudden thunderbolts that would fall from the sky. They were scared of being electrocuted. The Jade Emperor genuinely said, "To be honest, we were trying to protect you just now. Why can't you understand our kindness? Who else wants to forcefully enter the place? Feel free to try for yourselves." "Fine. Since it's the palace of the deluxe merit saint, we shall obey the rules. We came here to get familiar with you locals. From today onward, our Tianluo sect will be in the area of the gods." "That's right. We already drank the wine. From now on, let's do things based on our capabilities. Let's look after one another. Farewell." The Jade Emperor and the others waved them farewell. "Safe travels, everyone. Come again next time." The Empress went serious after sending off the unwelcome guests. She looked at the dead body of the elephant and said, "Hurry up. Don't delay. Send this meat to the expert." Soon, the presence of the deluxe merit saint in the area of the gods caused a huge buzz. What? The area of the gods was not created by the chaos? How did someone get the deluxe merit flesh? Not sure, but according to reliable sources and accurate theories, the area of the gods is a new world created by the Eldritch world, and the deluxe merit saint belongs to the Eldritch world. So, the deluxe merit saint of the Eldritch world's also the deluxe merit saint of the area of the gods? That's right. It's the most sound theory. Gosh! That guy's so freaking lucky. If that's the case, is he protected by the Chaos Thunderbolt? Who would dare mess with him? Sigh. Anything's possible in the chaos. No one truly understands the area of the gods. All I can say is, he's a lucky one chosen by the chaos. He straight up hit the jackpot. So lucky. I'm so envious that I'm going to cry. Boo-hoo. Damn, luck beats hard work? I'm going to have a freaking breakdown. Most were jealous and envious. However, a lot of them were extremely horrified. Hitting a door activates the deluxe merit flesh, too? Is that even possible? Is that fair? He's a curse. A bad omen. Avoid him as much as you can. Be careful from now on, everyone. If you offend the deluxe merit saint, don't blame me for banishing you from our sect. Meanwhile, the Jade Emperor and Cultivator Junjun carried that huge black elephant to the fallen immortal mountain. Cultivator Junjun was nervous about his first visit. They arrived at the door of the four-part architecture. He hurriedly adjusted his clothes. Then, he looked at the Jade Emperor and said, "Jade Emperor, go and knock on the door. You must be tired from carrying the elephant. Leave it to me." Then, he snatched the black elephant from the shoulders of the Jade Emperor without a second thought. He placed it on his shoulders. He looked like he was travel-worn in the blink of an eye. The Jade Emperor was dumbfounded. Knock knock. Is the deluxe merit saint at home? Li Nianfan could be heard from within. Yes. Push the door open and come in. Creak. The Jade Emperor and Cultivator Junjun carefully stepped into the room. Chaos spiritual chi washed over Cultivator Junjun. He instantly shut his eyes and enjoyed the moment. Is this the scent of a Bigshot? Yo, just come and visit. Why did you bring a gift for me? Li Nianfan immediately saw the huge black elephant. Then, he saw a scrawny old man with a white beard underneath the elephant. It was very visually impactful because of the ratio contrast. However, the elder looked strong. He smiled at Li Nianfan. "I wonder, you're?" "Lord Saint, I'm Cultivator Junjun. Sorry for the uninvited visit." Cultivator Junjun said, "This elephant tried to start a fight at the Heavenly Palace. We can't let good meat go to waste, so we came here to give it to you, Lord Saint." "Ha, thanks." Li Nianfan laughed. He complimented, "Such a buff elephant. The meat must be rare and delicious. You're right, it would have been such a waste. You made the right choice to bring it here. Place it on an empty spot." "Oh, all right." Cultivator Junjun nodded. Then, he took out a jade piece and passed it to Li Nianfan. He smiled and said, "I didn't make it to your wedding, Lord Saint. I truly am sorry about that. Please, don't reject my belated wedding gift." The knowledgeable Jade Emperor looked at the jade piece and had to stop breathing. His face froze up. The Fortune Jade piece. That's the Fortune Jade piece. This is Hongjin's personal treasure. It's also his origin treasure as a cultivator. It was a chaos spiritual treasure. It was a flawed chaos spiritual treasure. However, it was one of the best treasures of the Eldritch world for sure. Most importantly, the 3000 wisdom was recorded there. It was like a cheat item for cultivators. It was more valuable than any treasure. Of course, at the four-part architecture of the expert, he was not shocked at how valuable the jade piece was. He was more shocked at cultivator Junjun. He just gave away his personal treasure without blinking. Truly the master. So ruthless. No wonder this ruthless cultivator is so successful. Li Nianfan curiously looked at the Fortune Jade piece. He instantly had a weird look. He said in a surprised tone, "Is this a disc?" Chapter 528, Wisdom Evolution. Honeymoon Plan. "Good eye, Lord Saint." Cultivator Junjun looked normal. He also kissed up to the expert. He said, "I think this item's kind of rare, so I came here to give it to you, Lord Saint." "It's indeed rare. I can't believe that I can see this thing here." Li Nianfan nodded. He took the disc and inspected it. The disc was the same as discs in his past realm, but it was slightly larger. It was a flat, round disc with a round hole at the center. The color was jade white. It reflected the sunlight with a holographic sheen. Huh? Li Nianfan noticed something. He gently glided his fingers across the disc's surface. He felt patterns on it. He looked closer and saw subtle engraved patterns on the disc. It seemed to be a mountain, and it seemed to be scenery with people in it. He had to take out the television. He asked curiously, "Cultivator Junjun, is this disc related to the television?" This. Cultivator Junjun instantly froze up. He stopped breathing as his mind ran in circles. He panicked at the sudden question. Should I answer yes, or should I answer no? This is such a deep question. Is the expert testing me? I am not prepared at all. If I answer incorrectly, will the expert be disappointed? He did not dare let Li Nianfan wait for the answer. He forced himself to say, maybe. I thought so, too. Li Nianfan nodded. Then, he placed the disc on the table. He placed the television in the round hole of the disc. It was a perfect fit. Buzz. The Jade Emperor and Cultivator Junjun felt a slight buzz in the air. It was not only sounds, it was more like the rhythm of wisdom. They instantly went blank the moment they heard it. Then, they looked at the television again. They widened their eyes in disbelief at the same time. Something happened. At that moment, the television shined. Then, the light projection was projected into the air. Li Nianfan was very familiar with it. The opening of a 3D movie. However, he did not need to imagine the scenes. The television was playing on its own. Awesome. The disc works. Li Nianfan was pleasantly surprised. He hurriedly called Daji and the Fire Phoenix. Daji, Fire Phoenix, I discovered a treasure. Come over here and watch. Cultivator Junjun and the Jade Emperor held their breaths. They stared at it without blinking. Every cell in their bodies were leaping with excitement. They had goosebumps. This is the fortune disc that contains the 3000 wisdom. What will the television play? They had a feeling that they were about to witness a godly miracle. They were about to witness a life-changing opportunity. Finally, the visuals slowly appeared. Everything was jet black. This is. The darkness grew and covered everything. It became the endless chaos. Stars swirled and the galaxy moved. Time was non-existent in a place like that. It was as if a moment had passed, or perhaps several billion years had passed. They sensed a hint of aura from the silent universe. They thought they would see life from the movement of the aura. However, it was not. It was the aura of wisdom. The aura was weak at first. It drifted in the chaos with nowhere to go. Suddenly, the aura grew larger and expanded. A sound was born. Drip drop. Drip drop. It was the sound of water. A single drop of water contained the possibility of every living being ever. The aura of wisdom was extremely intense. Then, there were thunderstorms, flames, and frost. The aura of wisdom swirled in the chaos. It gave birth, destroyed, annihilated. Everything repeated itself. Wisdom kept improving itself. The Jade Emperor and Cultivator Junjun were mesmerized. They had forgotten everything. They were immersed in the universe. They felt the power of the world wash over them like a baptism. However, they were too puny. They felt like a drop of water amidst a huge sea. Any wave could drown them, forcing them to return to the sea. Just when they were mesmerized, the feeling suddenly stopped out of nowhere. They snapped back to reality. Their backs were drenched with cold sweat. Thank God, I almost lost myself in the endless wisdom. I almost merged into wisdom. The Jade Emperor and Cultivator Junjun sighed in relief. Their hair stood on ends and they were still terrified. Did the expert save us from the verge of death? Come on. Isn't this the evolution of the universe? This is so boring. Li Nianfan held the disc. He shook his head. It's a shame. I was quite curious. I got excited for nothing. Boring? Cultivator Junjun and the Jade Emperor had to twitch their mouths. They could not describe how they felt at the moment. That's the 3000 wisdom, man. The expert projected the 3000 wisdom with the fortune disc in the television. He thought it was boring? Any hint of wisdom in there would make cultivators go nuts. Is this the difference between me and a Bigshot? Cultivator Junjun was irrecoverably shocked. He was mentally prepared to visit the expert but he still could not handle it. The expert was too powerful beyond his understanding. He spent all his years of effort on the fortune disc but could only achieve a tiny bit of wisdom. He was also pleased with every hint of wisdom he achieved. In recollection, he was so ashamed that he wanted to dig a hole and bury himself in it. They called the fortune disc a cheating item for cultivators. However, it was not only a cheating item when it was used by the expert. It became an invincible hacking item. For example, Cultivator Junjun wanted wisdom like a thirsty person wanted water. However, he spent a whole lot of time squeezing out a drop of water. Li Nianfan casually tossed out an entire sea. It was not the issue of quenching his thirst. It was simply too much to handle. He almost drowned in the intensity. Cultivator Junjun looked at Li Nianfan with gratitude. He heavily sighed and thought to himself, the expert immersed me in a sea of wisdom, then pulled me out at a crucial moment. This had surpassed my gratefulness for resurrection. I can't repay his kindness at all. The Jade Emperor was more than confused. He blinked. Did I just have a breakthrough? He looked at the disc. Am I a certified Chaos Daluo Golden Immortal? It was an once-in-a-lifetime blessing. It was unimaginable. The Empress will cry from envious regret if she knows about this when I get back. Oh yeah. I haven't served tea for you guys yet. Li Nianfan told Daji, serve some tea and fruit platters. Daji softly nodded. Yes. Cultivator Junjun hurriedly said, Lord Saint, no need to be so courteous. He meant it. They were already blessed by the expert with one visit. Even his shameless self was too embarrassed to gain more benefits. He gave him the fortune disc. However, the expert gave him something more. It was overloaded. The expert was so generous that they were ashamed. The Jade Emperor asked curiously, Lord Saint, what's Xiao Bei doing? From the moment they entered the four-part architecture, Xiao Bei had been busy. There was a lot of rare and weird equipment in the yard. The oil pot was bubbling away, too. Xiao Bei was distractingly busy making some snacks and candy. Li Nianfan smiled. Then, he casually said, actually, we're planning a trip. We're going to bring some snacks for the road. Li Nianfan had been planning for a honeymoon trip after the wedding. However, it was postponed because of bad timing. He planned to continue with the honeymoon trip when he felt like things were more under control. As for the snacks and candy, it was purely made for Daji and Fire Phoenix. He did not have high standards for snacks. So, he was too lazy to make it himself. However, he started to make snacks for Daji and the Fire Phoenix. He wanted to let them taste something new and different. After all, he was the type to spoil his wives. The Jade Emperor asked, Lord Saint, you're going out? Li Nianfan nodded. He smiled and said, you guys came at the right time. I was just about to ask about the situation outside. The Eldritch world changed drastically. There are a lot of powerful cultivators coming in from the chaos. The Eldritch world is now known as the area of the gods. The Jade Emperor groaned for a moment. He continued to say, now, a lot of forces are rooting in the area of the gods. They had set up cultivation sects and clans. At the same time, there are a lot of troubles. Lord Saint, if you want to know more about that, I'll order someone to gather all related information in the shortest time possible. Li Nianfan did not try to be courteous. He saluted and said, thanks for the help then, Emperor. The Jade Emperor hurriedly waved it off, you're too kind, Lord Saint. It's nothing much. Li Nianfan said, "Oh yeah. I have another question. I hope you can answer me honestly, Emperor." The Jade Emperor instantly straightened up. "Feel free to ask, Lord Saint. I want to confirm something. Now that the world has shifted, is my deluxe merit flesh getting stronger, too? I wonder if I still have my self-defense powers?" Li Nianfan cared about that a lot. After all, it was one of his most important powers. He would be more at ease during the trip if he could confirm it. Self-defense? The Jade Emperor and Cultivator Junjun had to look at the half-charred black elephant at the same time. "Are you serious? You even have a Chaos Thunderbolt. The Chaos Daluo Golden Immortal that was electrocuted to death is still peacefully lying there. Isn't your self-defense powers too over the top?" The Jade Emperor and Cultivator Junjun finally knew why the black elephant existed. The elephant existed just so they could answer that question of the expert. Chapter 529, Some people are still at the starting line, but I had reached the finishing line. Half a month had passed in the blink of an eye. The Jade Emperor used the entire workforce of the Heavenly Palace and finally listed out a descriptive area of the gods' situation. A map was also attached, but it was very messy. Big forces and cities were marked, along with information on the cities. With the information, Li Nianfan had a clearer understanding of the area of the gods. It was quite helpful. At the same time, he was sentimental about the changes of the Eldritch world. "I can't believe so many forces joined us. It's getting crowded. The legendary demon sect that cultivates with the demons. The witchcraft sect in the South Hill Maze. The empaths that cultivate human emotions, and all sorts of demons and magical beasts. Of course, there was a lot of havoc, too. As the old saying went, there's little common ground between people with different principles. There was also another saying, hundreds of flowers that bloom together, die together. Whether the battles were between good and evil, or battles between their own kind, battles were bound to happen at any given moment in the area of the gods. It would definitely be interesting." Li Nianfan smiled and said, "Good. Everything's ready. We're good to go." The Jade Emperor said, "Lord Saint, if you run into any trouble, just say the word. Someone from the Heavenly Palace will get there as soon as possible." "All right. I won't be courteous then," Li Nianfan laughed and casually said. Deep down, he knew that he would not run into any trouble. Daji and Fire Phoenix were with him. No one would dare get close to them. Also, he had the Defense Immortal item on. His life was ensured. Moreover, he could activate his deluxe merit flesh. He did not think he was invincible, but no one would dare mess with him. He had to check out the bustling area of the gods. When he arrived at the Eldritch world, he wanted to check out the different world. The Eldritch world once again shifted and changed. He had also improved. It was a waste not to travel and experience different cultures. The Jade Emperor followed Li Nianfan to the door of the four-part architecture. As they almost said their farewells, Li Nianfan suddenly asked with curiosity, "Oh yeah. Emperor, you guys must be busy lately?" Sigh. "Don't even mention it." The Jade Emperor looked troubled and worried. They were not only busy, they were busier than ever. Various forces had risen in the realms. They had ghost troubles, demon troubles, and evil forces. In a short amount of time, havoc rained down on them and peaked like crazy. Various powerful forces were dying to make a move. Some were also scheming in secrecy. Most importantly, no powerful sects cared about the Heavenly Palace. The Jade Emperor felt like it was déjà vu. It was just like when the Heavenly Palace first started. The religious sects, humans, dragons, demons, and all the others ignored the Heavenly Palace. Of course, things were much more complex than before because there were too many sects and orthodoxies. The Heavenly Palace was responsible for managing the three realms. Even the Jade Emperor wanted to laugh at how ridiculous it was. They could never manage the area of the gods with their capabilities. It was the area of the gods. They could only try to do their best. The Jade Emperor thought of something. He said, "To be honest, Lord Saint. The Heavenly Palace set up a new orthodoxy, called the White Jade Capital. Lady Luo Shia suggested the name. She was inspired by one of your poems, Lord Saint. Majestic White Jade Capital. 12 towers and 5 city gates. I'm not ordinary. I leadeth an immortal life." It was an old poem. I can't believe that Luo Shia still remembers that. Li Nianfan had to chuckle. He sounded like he missed the old times. Back then, Nanan insisted on cultivating. He gave her a poem to encourage her. The girl was an extraordinary cultivator. She was probably exploring in the area of the gods. The Jade Emperor spoke from the heart. The poem's fantastic. Only you can recite it well, Lord Saint. It's unforgettable. I was just following the artistic culture. All right. It's time to say farewell. Li Nianfan saluted the Jade Emperor and said, Emperor, this is our farewell. If you don't mind, you can tell Xiao Bei to hand you some candy. We have a lot of candy at home. Think of it as my wedding candy. I hope everyone can try it. The Jade Emperor was overjoyed. He hurriedly said with excitement, Hey, of course, I don't mind. I don't mind at all. Thanks, Lord Saint. It was super nice to work for the expert. Every visit and occasional help would end up with huge rewards. It was unimaginable. The powerful forces in the area of the gods would fight. They fought hard for the occasional opportunities. The Jade Emperor wanted to laugh. You guys are at the starting line, but I'm already at the finish line. Why aren't we the same? It's because the big shots we bootlick aren't the same. The Jade Emperor merrily went off to take some candy from Xiao Bei. Li Nianfan walked down the mountain with Daji and Fire Phoenix. Just like usual, Fire Phoenix turned into a little red bird and rested on his shoulder. The trip truly felt convenient. The mountains were much higher. The nearby fallen town was far away from the fallen immortal mountain. He wondered where it was. Li Nianfan picked an estimated direction for fallen town and rode on clouds. They were flying fast, but they still flew for an hour. There was no sight of any cities. They saw a passageway at the bottom of their feet. So, they landed on the passageway and walked. It was clear that they went off in the wrong direction. They flew to a further area. However, the three of them were out for a trip. They did not have a goal, so they did not mind it that much. Since there was a passageway, it meant that there was a village or a town nearby. There would at least be some residents. Li Nianfan was about to ask someone for directions. Clop. Clop. Soon, they heard horses galloping. Then, they saw a leisure horse carriage. The horse rider was an old man. He had a horsewhip in hand, occasionally whipping the two horses that pulled the carriage. They stumbled forward on the uneven passageway. He did not expect to see people on the passageway, so he naturally looked at Li Nianfan with curiosity. His eyes almost popped out from his skull as he stared. He almost fell from the horse carriage. The old man hurriedly shook his head and looked away. He did not dare to look anymore. She's too pretty. Is she a goddess from heaven? The horse carriage got closer. Li Nianfan saluted and asked, Sir, can you stop the horse carriage for a moment? Nay. The old man tugged on the ropes, but he had his head down. He asked, Young man, are you trying to hitchhike? Sir, what are you? The old man hurriedly said, Young man, your lady's too pretty to look at. I can't live peacefully anymore if I keep looking at her. Li Nianfan had to laugh awkwardly. Truthfully, he already tried to tone it down. He told Fire Phoenix to transform into a little red bird, and he told Daji to dress more plainly. She also used makeup to look more approachable, but she was still intimidatingly gorgeous. It could not be helped. Li Nianfan asked, Sir, I wanted to ask. How do we get to Fallen Town? Fallen Town? That's so far away. The old man was taken aback. He said, I've been to Fallen Town multiple times before, the area of the gods. But now, a lot of the locations have shifted. The distance between places has also become further. You can't reach there without spending half a month. I see. Li Nianfan mumbled to himself. Then, he said in an indifferent tone, Can you give us a ride to the nearest town? Money isn't a problem. The old man smiled earnestly, Of course. Hop in, young man. Li Nianfan and Daji got on the carriage. The horses kept going. This young man's so lucky. He married a lady as beautiful as a goddess, the old man thought to himself as he steered the carriage. He was incredibly envious. He thought about his own wife and felt bitter. But, ordinary people can't handle such a pretty wife. He comforted himself. He felt internally stirred on the way. The horses kept going until they reached an intersection. The elder used his whip. He was familiar with the place. His instinct was to head into one of the roads. Suddenly, he tugged on the ropes. He stopped the carriage on a whim. After a short moment, he made some sort of decision. He pulled the ropes and steered the carriage onto the other road. Chapter 530, Am I the prettiest lady in the village? The road he chose has ghost energy. Daji gave Li Nianfan a shoulder massage in the horse carriage. She said, He seems to be struggling and frightened. Ghost energy? Li Nianfan slightly arched his eyebrow. He asked curiously, is the rider going to hurt us? Can you girls defeat this ghost energy? Daji replied, it's a puny ghost. Don't worry, Sister Fire Phoenix and I are here. No one can put you in danger. Li Nianfan smiled with relief. He thought it was interesting. Whatever then. Let's see it as an adventure. He was not ashamed of being protected by his wives at all. Only youngsters don't understand the benefits of having dominant wives. Moreover, his dominant wives were truly beautiful. It was all around beneficial. Clop. Clop. The horses kept going. There were no other sounds on the way. Soon, they reached a milestone. The milestone was engraved with 2 words, Qingshan Village. There were always towns near villages. A city would always be built in the center, while villages were built around the city. Most of the immortal realm was constructed like that. It was popularized by the Shia kingdom. After all, humans were social beings. They lived in a community, especially in the immortal realm. There were not a lot of villages that were on their own. The horse carriage stopped in front of the milestone. The old man was a bit dazed. He fell into some sort of hesitation. He shouted at the horse carriage, young man, Qingshan Village is up front. Shall we head inside? Li Nianfan replied, continue onward. All right. The old man instantly looked less troubled. He sighed in relief and felt less guilty. You are the one who said we should head in. Don't blame me if anything happens. The horse carriage moved past the milestone. Li Nianfan opened the curtains and looked outside. He saw a lively river with green mossy grass along the way. There were a lot of trees, too. The environment looked quite nice. They could see rows of houses in the direction that they were moving. There were a lot of shadowy figures, too. It looked like a cursed village. Li Nianfan thought something was creepy. There were a lot of people gathering in front of the village gates. Moreover, they were mostly ladies. They all looked beautiful. The ladies all looked up like they were searching for their husbands. Someone was guarding the village gates, too, but the guards ignored the passers-by. Li Nianfan wondered what they were there for. The old man had a slightly trembling voice as he said, young man, we're here. Li Nianfan got off the carriage with Daji. He casually said, thanks, how much? Ah. So pretty. The crowd at the village gates suddenly squealed and screamed, especially the ladies. Previously, they looked troubled and worried. However, they were suddenly cheerful. They were flushed with excitement. They stared at Daji without blinking as if they were obsessed. If the ladies were reacting like that toward Li Nianfan, he would be very pleased. However, they were reacting like that toward Daji. It was very odd. Li Nianfan had to frown. He silently hid Daji behind him. Compliment me instead. No need to pay. The old man still had his head down. This time, it was because he did not dare to look at Li Nianfan. He went to the guards at the gates and was mysteriously rewarded with an expensive sack of silver. Farewell, young man. The old man hurriedly left on the horse carriage before Li Nianfan could ask him anything. Li Nianfan and Daji walked to the guards. He asked curiously, did that old man just accept a sack of rewards? The leader of the guards was a middle-aged man. He looked at the two of them with mixed emotions. He nodded and replied, that's right. It's the reward for bringing you guys here. The nearby ladies looked at Daji with excitement, but the nearby guys looked at Daji with sympathy. A man came up to them and said, pal, bring your wife to our village for a good meal. Feel free to eat. It's free. Li Nianfan frowned. He thought it was out of the blue. Suddenly, he heard a lady's voice coming from behind. I heard that there's a reward of 10 silvers if we bring a beautiful woman here, and we can eat for free. Is it true? He turned around. He saw a lady in a pastel green chiffon dress. She had shoulder-length hair. There was a huajian on her forehead which made her more attractive. She had very few clothes on. A breeze went by and blew her chiffon dress up. Her long, snow-white legs were revealed. She also had a red silk belt tied on her skinny waist. A young man stood behind the lady. He was troubled and disturbed by what the lady said. The siblings walked to the guards. The lady said, give me the silver then. The guard was kind of dumbfounded. He gave her the sack of silver. Here. The lady took the sack of silver and inspected it. She satisfyingly chuckled. Li Nianfan was weirded out. Free money for beautiful ladies? Really? That was discrimination in looks and discrimination in gender. What? This is life risking money. The lady pouted. The ordinary Li Nianfan was not as attractive as Daji. The lady was instantly distracted by Daji. She smirked and mysteriously said, "I don't mind telling you this. In Qingshan village, the most beautiful woman in the village will die every 3 days." Li Nianfan was slightly taken aback. The most beautiful woman will die? Yikes. Scary, right? The lady shook her head. She smiled and said, "That bunch of women all felt like they were beautiful. So, they were worried that they'd be the next one to die. But, when they saw this lady over here, they naturally sighed in relief. They were cheering because at least someone's more beautiful than them." "I see." Li Nianfan nodded. No wonder the ladies were so excited, but the men looked sympathetic. As long as beautiful women keep coming into the village, the women villagers don't have to die. No wonder they'd rather give out free money. In other words, Daji and I have been swindled by the old man? How treacherous. The lady continued, "But it's fine now because I'm here. Her curse naturally transferred to me." The young man said without a second thought, "Sis, I don't think the curse transferred at all." Bam. The young man instantly had a swollen head. He felt dizzy from the bruises. The lady stopped. She said calmly, "Excuse me, my little brother likes to talk nonsense. Please, forgive him." "Is that nonsense?" "It's clearly the truth." Everyone looked at her fists and swallowed their words. "Forget it. The truth is in our hearts. There's no use saying it out loud. Guys, let's have a meal together. I'm buying." The lady laughed. She acted generously, but in reality, it was a free meal anyway. The four of them went to eat at a restaurant. The villagers knew what would happen to Daji, so they were very friendly and polite toward her. They served her the best wine and food. It was a promise of the entire village, together with the sympathy and guilt toward the dead. Through conversation, Li Nianfan found out the names of the siblings, Qin Shuyue and Qin Yun. He also found out some information on Qingshan village. It used to be an ordinary village until a month ago. They had ghosts after the death of one lady. Qin Yun looked serious. He said, "According to what we know, this dead lady was naturally ugly, which was why she was rejected and bullied by everyone. No man would like her. She had a lot of loneliness, pain, grief, and hatred in her heart. She committed suicide a month ago. According to someone who saw the body, the lady died horrifically. She used a knife to carve her chin into a V-shaped face while she was alive. She also sliced her eyes and nose. It was a horrifying sight." Li Nianfan sighed heavily. "So, she turned into a ghost to seek revenge?" Qin Yun nodded. "Apparently. Otherwise, she wouldn't target the pretty ones." Qin Shuyue smiled and said, "She'll strike tonight. I carefully compared our looks. This lady and I are equally as beautiful. For safety measures, you guys should stay close to me. I'll fight this ghost. Leave it to me." Li Nianfan and Daji looked at each other. They smiled and said, "No problem." The night was dead silent. The villagers generously let them stay at a spacious and luxurious villa. Li Nianfan and the others did not sleep. They all waited in the living room with the candles on. Qin Shuyue was the only one who was busy. She had a buy disc and a bell. She also stuck stickers of ritual runes everywhere. From the looks of it, she seemed to be a professional. Li Nianfan felt that it was very interesting to see something that looked like it was from a horror movie. He had never seen anything like that before in the immortal realm. Perhaps the siblings are outsiders? The night gradually turned dark. Whoosh! The wind blew. Candlelight started to sway with the wind. Lights flickered like they could go out at any moment. The yard door that was shut suddenly shook. Then, there was a loud creak sound. The door was wide open. It was pitch black outside. Nothing was there. A sudden strong wind blew out the candlelight. The room was fully dark. The moonlight could not reach them. "Being ugly is a sin. I'll kill you. Your eyes are mine. Your nose is mine. Your whole face is mine." The voice was as chilling as the cold wind. It echoed and sent shivers down their spines. Qin Shuyue cast a spell. Flames instantly appeared. She ignited the rune papers and cast away the darkness. A white shadowy figure suddenly appeared outside the yard door. She slowly floated inside. "She came to look for me." Qin Shuyue looked serious. She instantly ran out. However, the white shadowy figure did not look at her at all. She floated right past her. Qin Shuyue blocked her again. Tell me now. Am I the prettiest lady in the village? The white shadowy figure steered away from her. She coldly said, clearly not. Chapter 531, Be brave to be yourself, Ruwa. Qinshu Yue did not look happy at all. She continued to block her path. I'll give you another chance. Look closely again. Do you want me to kill you? I came here to kill the prettiest lady today. For those who don't want to die, scram. The white shadowy figure was impatient. She looked at Qinshu Yue and said coldly, You, back of the line. Qinshu Yue's hair stood on end from being pissed. She was trembling from anger. I'll kill you. She raised her hand. Her fingers were entangled with invisible strands. She pulled. Ring. The surrounding bells rang. Then, the strands were pulled in like a spider's web. The white shadowy figure was wrapped in a cocoon. Humph, Qinshu Yue softly sneered. She smiled victoriously, say it. Who's the prettiest now? The white shadowy figure looked at her. She struggled as she said, You're not. Sis, she's such an honest ghost. So rare nowadays. Qinyun burst out laughing. He walked out from the living room with Li Nianfan and Daji. He focused on something as soon as he saw it. It was stunning. Yikes, such a big weapon. Her breasts were pushed up because her body was wrapped by strands. Her clothes might rip if her breasts were slightly bigger. Qinshu Yue slightly frowned. She had to look down. She easily saw her own feet without any obstructions. She was instantly jealous. She released the strands on the chest of the ghost. However, her breasts were still plump. Li Nianfan finally saw what the ghost looked like. She had a long white dress that covered her arms and legs. Her body looked boneless. Her long hair was messy. Her face was not as ugly as he expected. She had big eyes, skinny brows, a small button nose, and small cherry lips. Her facial features were very delicate and refined. She was a beauty for sure. However, her face was generally creepy. It was as if her facial features were put together. The female ghost saw Daji. She instantly shivered like she saw the best scenery. She was obsessed. She was drunk on her beauty like a drunkard looking at the most beautiful wine. She stared at Daji without moving or blinking. Her powers were activated and visibly growing. Ring. Ring. The bells shook like crazy. The strands became tighter but it was quite useless. Such a pretty face. Too pretty. I can't believe there's a face that pretty. The ghost was deranged from excitement. Perfect. It's mine. It's mine. Once I have this face, no man can endure my charm. I'll rise, I'll be reborn. Ha ha. Beauty, here I come. Oh no, she saw her deepest desire. Back up. Qinshu Yue reached into her sack. She took out some silver and tossed it into the Bai disc. Silver for fire. Fume. The disc instantly shined. She pointed it at the female ghost. The strands on the ghost ignited in flames. Fire engulfed her in the blink of an eye. My face. My face. The female ghost finally moved amidst the flames. She was indifferent to the flames. She tore off the strands that tied her up. Black energy appeared around her and extinguished the flames. The ghost energy was more intense than ever. Her ghost body seemed to grow more opaque. She stared at Daji with greed and obsession. Her eyes were livelier than ever. Damn, is that girl so pretty? This ghost is fully obsessed. She improved so much. Qinshu Yue clenched her jaw and pointed at the disc. She looked pained. Wasting money again. What a waste. Then, she took out 5 silvers from her sack. 5 silvers for lightning. Click-clack. The torn strands instantly sparked with electricity at the female ghost. Electricity danced like crazy in an instant. There were lightning bolts and thunder in the yard. The yard lit up as the lightning attacked the ghost. She found it hard to move. Money, for spells? Li Nianfan was utterly surprised. He could not believe how interesting it was. Lost, tricked, ran into ghost, and magical spells. What an experience. This trip's so worth it. Qinyun smiled and said, my sister's a little money fanatic. She uses silver as cultivation. But, she's still as stingy as ever. She only used 5 silvers to buy lightning, but it's far from enough. Li Nianfan looked at Daji. He wanted Daji to help them. Suddenly, Qinyun had a foldable fan in his hand. He suddenly had the vibe of an invincible handsome warrior. He said slowly, an emotionally wounded girl needs to be tamed with my romance. After all, I'm the famous guide for lost girls. Sis, back down. He yelled with confidence. He stepped forward and asked with a deep voice, Ruwa, is that you? Ruwa. The female ghost slightly jolted. She turned to look at Qin with confusion. She asked, do you know me? No, but I heard about your story. Qin stared into her eyes. He flapped the fan open in a cool way. Why are you obsessed with other girls' faces? Are you still you with another face? What about the people who love you? Ruwa had a stronger resentment. She said in a tragic tone, nobody loves me. No one will ever love me. I'm too ugly. Silly girl, I'm here for you. Right? Qin smiled gracefully. He slowly walked toward Ruwa. Beauty and ugliness are subjective. You're the prettiest in my eyes. Every smile of yours is mesmerizing. No one talked to Ruwa while she was alive, much less flirted with her. She instantly blushed as her heart started beating faster. Her resentment stopped. She backed away like a little girl when she saw the incoming Qin. She was back to the wall. Qin lifted his hand and pressed her against it. He perfectly pinned her against the wall. He said in a bossy yet soft voice, listen to me, you're the prettiest. Be brave to be yourself, Ruwa. Li Nianfen stood there like a fool. He saw the entire thing. Awesome. But I really am ugly. I don't want to disappoint you. Ruwa was hesitant. Qin shook his head. No, don't say that. Let me see what you look like without makeup, sweetie. Ruwa was touched. She nodded with tears in her eyes. All right, here I go. Then, she buried her head. Her long hair covered her face. She lifted her head after a while. Her long hair slowly moved aside and revealed her face. Qin froze up like a statue. Ruwa moaned, Humph, why are you staring at me like that? I'm shy, you know. Even her voice changed. Blurg. Qin gagged. His face went green and he almost cried. He covered his mouth and backed off frantically. Oh. Ruwa instantly looked pissed. Her ghost energy started to roll out like a tsunami. She stared at Qin with crazy red eyes. What do you mean by that? Excuse me, Blurg. I wasn't trying to insult you or anything. Qin frantically backed away. What I'm trying to say is, you should look at your positive attributes. You aren't pretty, but you're busty. It's not mine either. Ruwa shrieked, you scum. I'll kill you. Qin Shuya instantly bent over from laughing. Yo, my dearest brother. The guide for lost girls. This is your sweetie now. Why are you running? No, I was wrong. I can't guide this one. Chapter 532, Do you know how hard money has to work? Don't go. Ruwa was clearly deranged. She was full of resentful energy. Her black ghost energy had turned to tentacles. Qin was grabbed by the ankle. It started to drag him toward her. You let me down, but I still choose to forgive you. After all, you're the first man to make my heart beat. Come on, baby. Come into my arms. No, no. Let go of me, you ugly resentful ghost. Qin had overflowing tears. It looked like waves. He held onto a nearby tree for dear life. However, Ruwa pulled so hard that the tree was uprooted from the ground. Qin was slowly dragged toward her. Ha! You called me sweetie, but now you call me a resentful ghost once I take off my makeup. Men. Qin yelled tragically, Sis, my own sister, save me. Help. Yikes, so noisy. I got it. Qin Shuya waved. She looked serious. She tossed out another 10 pieces of silver. Her powers were activated. She swiped out a long sword out of thin air. 10 silver for a sword. The long sword had a white halo's shine. The aura of the sword was similar to cultivation powers, but not quite. It contained a hint of insights. Chop. The sword soared and slashed through the horizon. It chopped through the intense ghost energy. It looked like the sword was about to behead Ruwa. However, Ruwa gently raised her hand and blocked the attack. Sister. Qin cried like a helpless child. He panicked, can you stop saving money at this point? I'm your little brother. Can't you spend more money? No. Qin Shuya had the longsword in her hand. She scolded him, who asked you to flirt with her? You made the ghost more resentful. Do you know that? I lost 6 silvers this time. If I have to keep spending money because of your foolishness, I don't want you as a brother anymore. Qin Shuya felt hurt. She came to the village to defeat a ghost and for the free silver. She thought it was a fantastic deal. However, she did expect to run into the gorgeous jade. The female ghost became much more powerful. Then, her brother made things worse by being a flirt. The ghost was more resentful than ever. She did not earn money and she lost an extra 6 silvers. Her eyes were teary from her losses. My money. Fire Phoenix watched the show from Li Nianfan's shoulder. She lifted her claw and scratched her feathers. One golden feather trembled with her body. She said, "The siblings have wisdom veins in them." Daji nodded, "I felt that, too. But it's weird. The girl's only a cultivator from the Yuanying realm while the guy isn't a cultivator at all. However, they can manipulate insights. It's either a rare miracle or they downgraded. Perhaps they have the cultivation but lost their powers. Cultivators trained their powers before they trained their wisdom. It was an unchanging rule. Wisdom would be feigned if the cultivators were weak. They could not gain wisdom overnight. Therefore, weak cultivators usually have poor wisdom. There were a lot of new outsider cultivators, but the basic rule would not change. Li Nianfan spoke up. "Daji, hurry up and help them." "Yes." Daji nodded and slowly walked toward the battlefield. Qin Yun was horrified. He was less than a meter away from the female ghost. Qin Shuyue tried her best to interfere. She struggled and hesitated. She was unsure whether she should spend more money. The three of them suddenly noticed the incoming Daji. They were all surprised. My beautiful face is walking toward me." Ruwa was interested and excited. She cast Qin Yun aside. Her creepy ghost energy started to slither toward Daji. "Lady Daji, watch out, you." Qin Shuyue choked on her words as her eyes widened at the incredible sight. The ghost energy started to freeze as it got close to Daji. Finally, it froze completely. Then, the ice started to spread toward the ghost. It easily froze Ruwa without a warning. "How's this possible?" Ruwa shuddered and looked at Daji with horror. She could not accept it. More so, she was jealous. "You're already so beautiful, so why are you also powerful? Why? Why? This is so unfair." Her resentment poured out, but it was no use. She could not stop the ice at all. All her resentment, anger, and hatred were meaningless. It was cold. A stinging cold started to wrap around her body. She recalled a moment from many years ago when she was still young. Someone poured a bucket of cold water on her. Her clothes were drenched. She felt so cold. Nobody pitied her. Some would not even look at her. She was forever accompanied by mockery and contempt. Her resentment was through the roof. One day, a voice whispered in her ear. The voice told her that she could start over if she died. She could be the most beautiful woman in the world. She did it. She could not believe that it was true. The first thing she did as a resentful spirit was to kill the girl who kept making fun of her. The girl was always proud of her beautiful eyes, so she took them and put them on herself. Then, she changed her nose. She also changed her mouth. Soon, everybody knew her story. Humanity was indeed corrupted. They would invite all the beautiful girls to their village to avoid death. They tricked them, stole from them, abducted them, and bought them. They used all sorts of ways. Haha, but isn't that better? This will make me beautiful soon. I finally found the most beautiful face in the world. This face is perfect, but this face is toxic. That pretty face won't be mine. In the yard. The ghost energy froze. Ruwa was at the center of the ice statue. It looked like a frozen lotus flower. Clang. The lotus flower shattered into ice crystals. It shimmered under the moonlight. All was peaceful in the silent night. The moonlight stayed the same, as if it was only an ordinary night. The siblings looked at Daji with slightly hanging jaws. They said tremblingly, You're a cultivator." They were completely shocked. Li Nianfan and the others were too like ordinary people. Cultivators were somewhat different from ordinary people. Even if cultivators hid their auras, other people could still sense their extraordinary manner. The siblings did doubt her identity because she was too beautiful. However, after close observations, they knew she was not a cultivator. They were wrong. She was not only a cultivator, she was a super powerful expert. Phew. Qin Shuyue sighed in relief. Good riddance. I saved a lot of unnecessary expenses. Qin Yun looked at Li Nianfan. He questioned him, Mr. Li, are you really an ordinary man? In the flesh. Qin Yun widened his eyes. And you married a super beautiful goddess as your wife? Daji cuddled his arm. She said softly, "My master's indeed an ordinary man." "No. I'm not an ordinary man. I'm a master of romance." Qin was in awe. "Master of romance, please take me in as your student." Li Nianfan felt proud of his beautiful wife. He shook his head. He smiled and said, "I just got lucky." He did not want to acknowledge the playboy. He yawned and said, "Daji, it's getting late. Let's go rest." Master of romance. The real-life master of romance. Qin watched as they left. He sighed and said, "I had studied and practiced hard on flirting. I can't believe Mr. Li's 100 times better than me at romance." "Ha! You aren't too shabby yourself. After all, you're the man who dared to guide Ruwa. I salute you, brave man." Qin exclaimed with anger, "Sis, you're too mean. Blood's thicker than water. Is your own brother not worth the money? I can't spend more than 10 silvers." The next day, there were a lot of people gathering outside the yard. They all peeked inside. Creak. Li Nianfan and the others walked out from the yard. The crowd instantly became noisy when they saw that Li Nianfan and the others were fine. Daji said, "We took care of the female ghost. You can relax, everyone. She won't come up to hurt anyone again." Really? They could not believe it, but it was probably true since Daji was fine. They instantly cheered. They all knelt to the floor and thanked them. Qin Yue scoffed. She said, "You should thank all those poor girls that died before you." They walked out from Qingshan village. Qin Yue asked curiously, "Mr. Li, where are you heading next?" "Where am I heading next?" Li Nianfan thought about it. He shook his head and said, "I don't have a clear goal. I just married Daji, so we came out for a short sightseeing trip." "Wow, so romantic." Qin Yue looked envious. "A trip after the wedding. That's an excellent idea. Well, since you don't have a goal, how about you come with us to defeat ghosts?" Qin Yue looked excited. Li Nianfan asked curiously, "Sure, I don't see why not. Where are you going to defeat ghosts?" "The Xia Kingdom, of course." Qin Yue smiled and said, "According to my knowledge, the emperor of the Xia Kingdom fell into a deep slumber. He cannot wake up. I think it must be the work of a resentful spirit." Li Nianfan was slightly taken aback. He asked in a weird tone, "Emperor of the Xia Kingdom? Zhou Yunwu?" Qin Yue kept nodding, yes, that's him." Li Nianfan asked, "How do you know it's the work of a resentful spirit?" "It's just a guess, but it's probably true." Qin Yue analyzed, "The Xia Kingdom's blessed with luck. Ghosts don't dare to get close to them. However, there has been a surge of resentful spirits. That means that the luck of the Xia Kingdom has weakened. Plus, the emperor fell into a coma. It can't be a coincidence." Li Nianfan nodded. He asked curiously, "You aren't from the area of the gods, why do you care about the Xia Kingdom?" "Duh. Since the beginning of time, heroes and villains don't see eye to eye. If I let resentful spirits take over the Xia Kingdom, they'll take over the area of the gods sooner or later. How can I claim to be righteous by then?" Qin Yue looked prideful. She paused, then she exclaimed, "Moreover, the rewards are great." Qin pouted. "Sis, you purely want to earn money." "Shut up, stinky brother. I won't let you insult money." Qin Yue slapped Qin on the back of his head. She said angrily, "Silver money defines the value of items. Everything makes sense because of money. Money carries the emotions of living beings. It relates to the life and death of living beings. It allows me to buy whatever I want. Do you know how it is to earn money?" Chapter 533, Empath Sect. The Water of the Suffering Sea's Blessing. Qin said, "All that can't change the fact that you're money-obsessed." Qin Yue said out of the blue, "Give me your money." "Impossible. No way. Over my dead body." "Ha." Li Nianfan was ashamed to say he did not know the directions as a local in the area of the gods. He needed Qin Yue to lead the way. Inside an abandoned temple, the campfire slowly burned. Delicious, so delicious. Qin chewed on a huge piece of donkey meat as he watched Daji serve Li Nianfan. He cried, "So delicious that I'm crying." Qin Yue asked, "How delicious is it? What does it taste like?" "Tastes like jealousy." Qin bit on the donkey meat and instantly cried harder. It was truly delicious, but it also tasted like jealousy. He cried from envy. He thought Li Nianfan was already a successful man because he had a beautiful wife like Daji, but that was not all. He had another wife as beautiful as Daji. More importantly, they cooked for Li Nianfan and would feed him. Moreover, the meal was delicious. He had never eaten anything that delicious in his life. Such amazing wives. How can any man deserve them? Daji picked up the best donkey meat with chopsticks. She fed Li Nianfan and asked, "How's the taste?" "Yeah, it's good. It's a huge improvement." Li Nianfan nodded. Then, he said, "But it's clear that the donkey meat wasn't evenly heated. Don't overlook this detail as it affects the quality of the meat. Take note of this in the future." Daji and the Fire Phoenix nodded at the same time. "Yeah, we understand." Qin Yun instantly felt like the meat was not delicious. He felt full watching Li Nianfan show off. Such beautiful and caring goddesses are your wives, and they made you such delicious food. How can you still be picky? This is too much. Is he trying to hurt my feelings? Boo-hoo. What's your cheat code for life? Li Nianfan looked at Chen Shuyue as he ate. He asked, "Oh yeah, what cultivation sect are you guys from?" Chen Shuyue smiled and replied, "We're from the Empath sect." Path sect? Li Nianfan arched his eyebrow. There's a sect like that? Or maybe it's only a title? Yeah, our cultivation's related to emotions, so we're the Empath sect. Qin Yun nodded and said, "Humans have various emotions in life. We're bound to have emotions. Like my sister, she can actualize her cultivation through common people's emotions for silver." "Yeah," Chen Shuyue nodded. She said proudly, "Money can buy anything. Do you think my powers are awesome? If I can't buy it, it means I can't afford it." Li Nianfan nodded. "It's awesome." Fire Phoenix smiled and asked, "But why call it the Empath sect?" Qin Yun smiled and said, "There's a lot of suffering in emotions. Emotional cultivation can only be completed through suffering and empathy." Then, he lowered his head. He had a subtle pain flash in his eye. "Oh yeah, Mr. Li, I have something from the Empath sect." Chen Shuyue suddenly spoke up. She flicked her wrist and out came a wooden wash basin. Inside the wash basin was clear water. The water was slightly greenish. The water's surface was oddly calm. "There's a special sea in the Empath sect, named the Suffering Sea. This is the water of the Suffering Sea." Chen Shuyue smiled. She introduced it to them. "This water's slightly bitter, but there's an effect if you drink it." "What effect?" "If you drink this water with your lover of the opposite sex, the Suffering Sea will bless your relationship." Yo, so magical? The world's indeed big and wondrous. Li Nianfan thought it was marvelous. Chen Shuyue looked at Li Nianfan and the others. She suddenly changed her statement, "Of course, sometimes it's not accurate." Li Nianfan instantly liked Chen Shuyue. She said that to help Li Nianfan. If any accidents happened, he could backtrack. After all, if Li Nianfan and the others drank the water but were not blessed by the Suffering Sea, it would be awkward. That would affect their relationship. If only one girl got the blessing, it would be even more awkward. He said, "Let's try it." He had 2 wives but he liked them both. He found like he had no biases. Li Nianfan and the 2 wives drank a bit of the Suffering Sea water. It was slightly bitter to the taste as if it was bitter tea. Perhaps it was a conditioned response, but he instantly thought of the word emotion in his mind. Then, the faces of Li Nianfan, Daji, and Fire Phoenix were reflected in the water in the wash basin. Ding dong. The calm water of the Suffering Sea rippled when the 3 faces appeared. Then, the clear seawater started to glimmer. Qin Yun was slightly taken aback. A reaction so soon? Then, there was a shine that came out from the wash basin. It was a neon rainbow that was blinding. The siblings felt pain in their eyes. The rainbow finally formed a rainbow heart figure in thin air. It flew toward Li Nianfan and the others. Then, it popped like rainbow fireworks. It exploded around the 3 of them. Qin Yun twitched his mouth. "Sis, what's going on? What's the Suffering Sea doing? Why do I feel like it's trying to perform?" "I don't know why but the ever-calm and subtle Suffering Sea seems to be very excited right now." Chen Shuyue looked at the merry Li Nianfan. She mumbled, "Even lovers who went through romantic struggles won't get a reaction like that. Right?" "Ha, awesome. Awesome." Li Nianfan laughed. "Lady Qin, the Suffering Sea's indeed magical. I can't believe we got a magical moment like that. This is the best and most meaningful wedding gift we've received." It was the ultimate symbol for the lovers. It would be very wonderful for couples in the past realm. Li Nianfan suddenly suggested, Lady Qin, don't you like money? I think you can make a business out of the suffering sea. I believe a lot of couples will want to try it. You can earn until your wash basin's full of money. Qin Shuyue smiled awkwardly. She would indeed earn a lot of money, but she would probably be beaten to death. She did not know about other couples, but the couples who came to the empath sect to be blessed all broke up. Moreover, some of them started to split their property on the spot. They even calculated how many sips of water they had. They even tore each other's pants. They came holding hands but left trying to fight each other. The empath sect almost became a divorce center. Because of that, the suffering sea unknowingly became a forbidden land. It was crowned with the title of being cruel and merciless. It would tear love apart. Qin Shuyue smiled awkwardly and said, Mr. Li, to be honest, your magical moment is 1 in a million. I'm instantly happier now that you said that. Li Nianfan laughed. Then, he said, you let us try your water of the suffering sea. There's sweetness where there's bitterness. We have something nice, too. It's called a lollipop. It's very sweet. Qin Yun and Qin Shuyue were both curious. Lol. Lollipop? Li Nianfan flicked his wrist. Several colorful lollipops appeared in his hand. It seemed delicious. Meanwhile, somewhere in the world, on the calm sea surface, the sea was beautifully blue. The seawater did not seem to be moving. There were no waves or ripples, not even wind. An elder with an Asian conical hat sat on a wooden raft. He was covered with a mino. He was still on the sea's surface. He was fishing at that moment. His eyes were shut. He had wrinkles all over his face like a dried old man. He was unmoving like a statue. People without knowing the context would probably think that was a scene from a painting. It was forever still. Suddenly, the still scene moved without a warning. Waves appeared. A subtle light slowly shined through the horizon in the color of a rainbow. The elder had to open his eyes. He was shocked. This is Chapter 534, Life is so boring and dull. The Empath Sect. Also known as a Cultivation Sect. The Cultivation Sect was too ancient, but it was still successful. It existed for generations. It was because of one important factor, the suffering sea. The world of the Empath Sect was probably birthed by the chaos, or maybe some realm cultivator created it. There were no clear records of its history. However, it was without a doubt a powerful world. At least, the suffering sea was full of unflawed emotional wisdom. It was terrifying. Once cultivators understood emotional wisdom, they could become realm cultivators. Once they enter the suffering sea, their cultivation of emotional wisdom would greatly improve. However, there was a huge con. What's love? One asked. Love made people say till death do us part. Any honorable legends or invincible heroes faced the hardest battles, in love. It was how the Empath Sect came to be. The suffering sea was a magical existence. It was a sea made from emotional wisdom. It was prideful, calm, and broad. Somebody once tried to attack the suffering sea. The powerful attack hit the water, but it could not cause a single ripple. The water of the suffering sea was always calm. It did not move at all. It was like a mirror. Unless it could resonate with emotion, it would not move for anyone. However, the suffering sea moved that day. Is this a blessing? The elder widened his eyes. He looked at the restless suffering sea in disbelief. He was unbelievably shocked. He watched as the suffering sea grew restless. Who could it be? Why did the suffering sea bless them? The rainbow light shone as the sea waves tumbled. The usually calm suffering sea was unrecognizable. It was too different. I remember back when I went through romantic troubles. I caused the suffering sea to flow and spiral. The sky had a sunset halo back then. It was such a majestic sight. People say that was a sincere blessing from the suffering sea. Nonsense. Compared to this blessing, my blessing was nothing more but a pastime. The elder was always pleased with his blessing. It instantly fell apart. He became insecure. Is it because of a touching true love? Or is it because of someone special? The elder gulped. He shut his eyes and started to sense it. However, something weirder happened. He did not sense anything from the Empath Sect. Which meant that person was not even at the Empath Sect yet. Seriously? Are you this excited before he shows up? What is the meaning of this? It appears the suffering sea can move, but it won't move without the right person. It automatically moves when it meets the right person. And it moves fast. If this person cultivates emotional wisdom, I'm afraid he'll be a prodigy. He might be a realm cultivator someday. The elder mumbled to himself. But what exactly caused the suffering sea to move? Perhaps it resonates with the water of the suffering sea? Boom. The explosion made the elder jump. He snapped out of it. Waves, huge waves. The waves of the suffering sea rose like a huge curtain in the sky. The elder stood on his bamboo raft. He looked up at the side and shivered. This, he said with a trembling voice. His eyes suddenly dilated. He raised his palms out at the side and emitted an aura. He resonated with the suffering sea. Then, two shadows slowly appeared in the huge waves. They were also sitting on bamboo rafts. They were like projections from an endless time. They were only figures. However, the two shadowy figures made the elder tear up. How many years has it been? He walked the path of emotional wisdom. His emotions were as calm as the suffering sea. However, he was too shocked and surprised. His emotions were through the roof like the huge waves. Shia, Yun. The elder yelled at the two figures. He was utterly excited. I found you. I finally found your tracks. He called on the two figures. Come back. Return from the suffering sea, my children. On the other side of the suffering sea. Everyone gathered at the empath sect. They also saw the changes of the suffering sea. They were shocked. They even thought that they were hallucinating. The leader was a middle-aged man. He had a full blue robe on. He looked very approachable and soft. He had a pair of sentimental eyes. Sect master. The water of the suffering sea, it. One of the disciples suddenly spoke up with shock. His voice was trembling as he said, it's sweet. Everyone gasped and exclaimed when he said that. They were in disbelief. The suffering sea was forever bitter. It could never be sweet. What happened exactly? Suddenly, the elder stepped on water and walked toward them. He looked serious. He did not look like he was going fast, but he was extremely fast. His first sentence was, where's Shu Yue and Yun? No one could handle his question. An elder hesitated and replied, they followed Elder Shia to the area of the gods. What? Exclaimed the middle-aged leader. His face sank. Nonsense. This is reckless. The elder awkwardly said, Elder Shia wants to go to the area of the gods to revive the young master and the lady. The middle-aged man was about to rage, but he was shocked by what the elder said. He felt thunderstruck. I'm afraid they met someone who helped them. They found the way to reverse the irreversible curse. They can be saved. So sweet. This is so sweet. Qin Yun sucked on the lollipop. The tip of his tongue flicked and wagged along with the stick. Yeah, it's so delicious, Qin Shu Yue nodded. She squinted from enjoying the wonderful sweetness. She was much more polite than Qin Yun. She carefully licked the lollipop and occasionally put it in her mouth. She placed it halfway in and bit with her red lips. She held the stick and turned the lollipop inside her mouth. The siblings felt like it was dreamy when they ran into Li Nianfan and his wives. Are the men in the area of the gods living so lavishly? He has beautiful goddesses around him that are willing to serve him. The food's unimaginably delicious, too. To be honest, they were knowledgeable people, too. However, they never had anything so delicious before. They instantly felt like their lives were too lowly. Qin Shu Yue had to ask curiously, Mr. Li, how did you think of making this lollipop? I was bored. Li Nianfan casually laughed and said, I'm just an ordinary man. I'm always bored. Life's so dull and boring. I naturally wanted to make something special. You cultivators have a much more interesting life. I'm so envious. You crossed the line. This has been a nice chat. Why did you suddenly attack us with words? Come again? Who's envious of who? You have beautiful women that want to accompany you, delicious food that you can eat anytime and anywhere, your life's free and harmonious. What else do you want? Do you want to rule the world, too? Qin Yun said with jealousy, Mr. Li, I'm not a cultivator either, but I'm not envious of cultivators. I'm envious of you. Ha, alright. Li Nianfan snickered proudly. He said, let's continue with the topic just now. You said cultivators can plant the emotional seed in their hearts once they enter the suffering sea. It's beneficial to cultivate emotional wisdom. So, what are the cons? Qin Yun exhaled. He sighed and said, they'll suffer. They'll go through emotional tribulations. Unavoidable emotional tribulations. Human emotions are complex and fragile. It's easy to enter emotional wisdom, but it's hard to get out. You'll be damned if you slip up. Lin and Fan nodded in agreement. However, it proved that everything in life had pros and cons. If you want to gain the emotional seed, you have to go through the test of emotional tribulations. There's no turning back. The sky gradually went dark. They did not rush anywhere. They chose to rest at the abandoned temple instead. Time passed. It was soon midnight. The moon hung high in the sky. Qin Shuyue was a cultivator, so she did not need to sleep. However, perhaps she was delusional, she had a strange feeling tumbling inside her ever since she ate the lollipop. She felt warm. She unintentionally fell into a deep sleep. She had a dream. In her dream, she was sitting on a wooden raft, floating on the suffering sea. She was very familiar with the scenario. That was when she decided to cultivate emotional wisdom. She was floating on the suffering sea. However, she felt like it was unfamiliar too because there were a lot of things that did not belong in her memory. She was doing the namaste gesture on the raft. There was a penny in the middle of her palms. She told the endless suffering sea, money contains the emotions of all living beings. Can money buy feelings, too? I'll give you a penny to buy my one true love. Is that okay? She tossed the penny. The penny gently dropped into the suffering sea. There was no ripple or sound. It slowly sank into the suffering sea. Then, a painful heartache overwhelmed her. It almost broke her. A hand pierced through her chest. A cold and indifferent voice echoed near her ear. You stupid woman. Your emotional seed's mine. Chapter 535, A Talented Demon King. Shia Kingdom. This was the kingdom that materialized many things in the Eldritch world. It gathered the luck of humans. It was facing its impending danger now. It was a nice morning. A court lady was waking up Zhou Yunwu from his bedroom as usual. However, she waited for a long while without him getting up to get changed. Seeing that it was getting late, the court lady could only pass this on to Meng Junliang. In the main hall, when many ministers heard about this, they did not blame him. In fact, they smiled understandingly. Lord's finally sleeping in. He's been working hard for so long. He relies on medications to keep up his health, this shouldn't be the way. Sigh, the world's changing, Lord must be under pressure. Let him sleep more. We'll wait for him here. The atmosphere inside the palace was peaceful and relaxed. And yet, as time passed, this peacefulness started to turn into doubt and heaviness. This did not make sense. The crowd did not waste any time and rushed into his bedroom. They made a quick decision and called for a doctor. They realized that their lord did not wake up. And yet, his body showed no changes. He was very peaceful. His breathing was normal, he had no wounds. It just looked as if he was sleeping. The doctor was clueless, even the cultivators could do nothing. Luckily, he was in a stable state, so the crowd had time to think. However, this became worse. The second person who could not wake up was Meng Junliang. The third was Huoda the general, the fourth, the fifth. All the key figures fell asleep. The originally prosperous formation of the kingdom body instantly lost control. They were at a dead end. Everyone felt heavy. They could feel that this was not going well. With a small mistake, the kingdom might collapse. Dong. Inside the palace, nonchalant music was heard. The music went from gentle to a peak, as if a mother was calling. It was coming from further away to Closeby, very awakening. Inside the room, with Zhou Yunwu leading, there was a row of fainted ministers. They were peacefully baptized by the sound of music. The music was played by the Lingxian Palace's disciples. Yao Mengji and Qin Manyun were taking the lead. They all looked heavy. They were trying to wake the crowd up with the sound of music. They had run out of ways. This matter was too strange, they even thought of waking them up by force. Among the fainted ministers, some had been used as specimens. Their heads were beaten up like pigs and yet they were still sleeping. Crack. Suddenly, a sharp sound was heard. Everyone's strings broke with a loud sound and they spat out a mouthful of blood. Their chi was weakening and becoming unstable. Qin Manyun had a look of fear in her eyes. She said weakly, a powerful ritual. This group of men must have been trapped in the same dream. Ha! How ignorant. A bunch of nobodies trying to ruin my dream? I didn't even bother fighting you, if not, you would have all died. From a nameless mountain's peak, a resentful ghost in black robes gradually landed. Although he was standing there, He looked as if he was formless. He looked unreal. He looked down at the dell with a satisfactory smile. This place is beautiful, the Chi is full of good spirits. This is a good hiding place. I'll choose this place to enter my dreams. With that said, in a flash, he appeared within the dell. Now was the key time to enter the dream. To prevent any accident, he chose to hide. He did not want his core body to be discovered, so nobody could pull him out of the dream. Not even a Chaos Daluo Golden Immortal. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, his eyes jolted and he scoffed, Who's here? Get out. Immortal, don't get excited, we're harmless. Demon King led the worn-out army of demons, slowly walking out of the dell. Their faces were bitter and twisted. They followed the Lord Demon, and the Lord Demon mysteriously died. Then, the God Demon finally came back, but he woke up for less than 2 days and was gone. Now that the world was changing with everything moving, King Demon felt the world was scary. He did not want to think of anything. Staying alive was already a blessing. And yet, damn! He was ready to start hiding and found a suitable dell. They moved in for a few days and this stranger suddenly showed up? Were they under attack? No, it should not be. The resentful ghost said with an evil tone, Demons? What are you all doing here? Immortal, to be honest with you, we were quite powerful but somehow we kept going downhill. We don't have a place in this world anymore, so we simply found a place to start hiding away from the scary world outside. Demon King said sincerely with tears in his eyes, since you like this dell, we'll leave. We're harmless. You're scared, just like that? The resentful ghost smiled. You're all too weak. Demon King smiled, Immortal, we're not weak, this world's too dangerous. Ha, dangerous? You can hide from the danger? I tell you what, bootlicking the right person's the best way to hide. The resentful ghost said proudly, whatever, since we're on a similar path, I'll lead you. You all follow me from now on, you won't be scared anymore. Demon King was clever. He knew there was no other choice. He bowed and said, Demon King greets our lord. Ha ha ha, wise choice, with you joining us, we'll achieve great things. The resentful ghost curled his lips and said, My name's Yansu, I'm an assistant of the Ghastly Ghost King. The Ghastly Ghost King's ready to reach the realm cultivator. Becoming the emperor of this world's just a small matter. Demon King was shocked and excited. Was this the turning point of his life? As expected, a demon with potential like himself was valuable wherever he went. Alright, you'll all guard this dell. Don't let anyone disturb me unless it's super urgent. Demon King said and patted his chest, Don't worry, I guarantee that even a fly won't get in. Good. Yansu nodded and said, Following this, what I'm about to do will turn this area of gods upside down. Just open your eyes and watch. Ha ha ha. On the road, Li Nianfan and the group rushed toward the Shia kingdom. On the way there were many resentful spirits but they were easily sorted out. These strange incidents were new to Li Nianfan. Qinshu Yue looked at Li Nianfan blankly. She said with an embarrassed tone, Mr. Li, do you still have the lollipop? I want some. Li Nianfan said, Yes, have more. Do eat fewer lollipops, control yourself. Qinshu Yue nodded. Yeah, I'll try not to bite, just lick. She received Li Nianfan's lollipop and treated it like a treasure. Since that night, she realized she had some strange memories in her head from time to time. These memories were either forgotten by her or fake. However, she could feel that these memories were very important to her. Furthermore, as her memories appeared, her cultivation grew in a very terrifyingly shocking way. When she woke up, she did not have to cultivate and already went from Yuanying realm to out of aperture. Mr. Li's lollipop. She looked at the lollipop in hand. She had too many thoughts. Too many questions and doubts. However, she kept them all to herself. How magical. Wah! As the four of them were walking, a wailing was heard coming from the front. The sound went from far away to close by as if countless people were crying like zombies. They were all anxious. A gust of eerie wind blew by. Suddenly, a group of people appeared at the flat land ahead. They were all dressed in white robes, their faces pale like papers. The person in front lifted a white flag that flew in the wind. It was during the day but there was a chill. The group did not feel safe, they looked very suspicious. On two sides of the army, someone was playing suonas. In the middle was a coffin, moving forward. Under the sunlight, the space in front of them seemed twisted and blurry. It looked as if they were traveling very slowly, but somehow, they were already right in front of the group. Qinshu Yue's face sank. She took in a deep breath and said in a serious tone, "What a thick ghost she. The day's bright and they walk with coffins. We shouldn't attack them." Meanwhile, a flash of light suddenly shone down from the sky. A sacred golden circle lit up. "How ignorant of you, resentful ghosts. You're nothing and yet you try to threaten people? Take my dragons." Chapter 536, Definitely a True Love. Chaotic situation. Along with a loud sound, the howling of a dragon was heard from the sky. The dragon had golden scales on its body and it looked powerful. The golden dragon had golden eyes and had a golden glow. It came out from the clouds and arrived from the sky. With a look, there were 3 dragons in the sky. With yet another look, they reflected light on their bodies very brightly. They turned out to be bald. They had a golden Buddha glow, looking very majestic. The gigantic dragons arrived from the sky like tigers entering the herd. Chaos followed. The dragons were already big and thick. With 3 of them appearing all at once, there was no warm-up. They instantly messed up the originally delicate and orderly army, causing chaos as ghost chi leaked. Who could have stopped them? If they were ruined. In the blink of an eye, the queue was engulfed by the Buddha glow and everything vanished. The wailing abruptly stopped. Amitabha. The 3 monks did not let down their guards. They chanted Buddha at the same time while standing in the formation of a triangle to surround the coffin. They had a cautious look on their faces. Although they were wearing shawls, they did not look at the coffin directly. They looked at it sideways with half of their bodies naked. They were tall and muscular. They had full chi, they were the martial monks. TSK, TSK, TSK. Suddenly, a burst of mocking laughter was heard. The only source it could be coming from was the coffin. A gust of red chi started to ooze out from the coffin. It was an eerie sight. Resentful ghosts are dangerous. Please, everyone, don't move. Watch us as we demolish these ghosts. The leading monk said to Li Nianfan and the other 3 seriously. He lifted his hand and smacked the coffin in the air. "How daring of you! Show yourself!" Vroom. The lid of the coffin was instantly smacked open. Instantly, a thick bloody light rushed to the sky. The crowd watched the coffin as if looking at a wall of blood. The blood was everywhere. It was very scary. In the next instance, a black iron chain shot out abruptly from the coffin. It rushed toward the leading monk. The monk's face straightened up. With a loud scoff, he said, "Buddha shine." The Buddha glow enlarged into a shield and crashed against the iron chain to absorb the blow. "Stupid monk! Are you here for trouble?" From the coffin, a black armored soldier suddenly stood up. It had a green face with fangs. It looked as scary as a ghost mask. And yet, this was not a mask, this was his real face. He was a zombie. He was tied up by chains, held down by them. There was an eerie chill coming from his hand. "Buddha has no limits, weigh him down." The 3 monks scoffed out loud at the same time. Their surrounding Buddha glow rushed toward the sky as they clapped together. Instantly, above the head of the zombie, a gigantic golden symbol arrived from the sky and crashed right into his head. The zombie widened his eyes and growled. He then put down the chains in hand. He lifted his bare hands to block the Buddha symbol. Bam! The symbol and his hands crashed into one another. Instantly, ripples of golden light dispersed into the surrounding. The thick golden light was like a cage, locking up the zombie. Under the light, the chi burned on the zombie's skin and his scary zombie face was now covered in a layer of gold. His long red-haired hands started to give out green smoke as if he could vanish anytime. The leading monk said coldly, "Ghosts are stupid. How dare he touch our Buddha symbol directly?" The 3 monks intensified the power. They were determined to succeed. And yet, suddenly, things changed. Whoosh! From within the coffin, the chains rose again. This time, there were 3 of them and they formed the shape of a dragon. In the blink of an eye, they had tied up the 3 originally arrogant monks. This change was too abrupt, so abrupt that the 3 monks were still confused. TSK, TSK, TSK. Another mocking sound came from within the coffin. The voice scoffed, "Monks are stupid." So it turned out that there was more than one zombie inside the coffin. There was another ghost in red. This was a double coffin. "3 healthy monks, come in and play with me." Even though this was a flirtatious sentence, it came with a chill and softened one's soul. One dared not play with her. The 3 monks were tied up. No matter how hard they struggled, they were still gradually pulled toward the coffin. One did not have to imagine what it would be like inside the coffin. Li Nianfan thought the three monks were going to succeed since they came with an arrogant temperament as if they were already winning. As he was excited to see how the monks would kill the ghost, who would have thought that the situation had abruptly changed and they were now losing. They did not look like they were acting either. Li Nianfan could not help saying, "Three masters, may we move now?" The leading monk's face had already turned green. His mouth widened as he said with difficulty, Save us." Li Nianfan said, "Daji, you might need to step in." "Mr. Li, don't worry. I know." Daji smiled gently and raised her fine hands. On her palms, a crystal appeared with a glow coming from the inside. It was very chilly and beautiful. To her, Li Nianfan's so-called trip was to tour the area of gods. He wanted to watch the exciting fights between the cultivators. Therefore, without Li Nianfan indicating, she would not step in. Seeing that the three monks were about to get inside the coffin, the iced crystal shot out. It went through the chains with a loud crack and went into the coffin. Layers of ice started to appear in the surrounding area. What's this? Inside the coffin, the ghost in red and the zombie felt a terrifying chill. They felt trapped. However, before they could make sense of it, they had been turned into iced sculptures. So powerful. Qin Shuyue and her brother watched it with their eyes. They felt that this was way more shocking than the last time. As for the three monks, they were panting heavily and were very scared. They looked at Daji in shock. Meanwhile, they were complaining. She was so clever, she could have killed the opponents within a second. And yet, she had been enjoying the show from the side. She watched them fight for so long. Whatever, a powerful being like herself must have wanted to train them. She wanted them to know the danger of fighting ghosts. She had good intentions and was not to be blamed. "Thank you, Immortal, for saving us." The leading monk bowed at Daji with both his palms clasped. He said, "I'm a disciple of Buddhism. My name's Ming Hui. These are two of my disciples, Mingle and Ming." The three of them said in unison, "Amitabha." Daji said, "Don't thank me, my husband asked me to help out." "Husband?" Ming Hui halted and looked at Li Nianfan. He said quickly, "Sorry to be rude, thank you senior for helping." "I'm not a senior, I'm just an ordinary man." Li Nianfan smiled and waved it off, "Just call me Li Nianfan." "Ordinary man?" Ming Hui was surprised, but he was smart. He said instantly, "It seems that you've found your true love. How lucky." By the side, Qin Shuyue pouted. Why bother making such a fuss? This man had more than one wife, she was just as amazing. She was now looking at them from his shoulder. This was more than true love. This was not true love, this was a very deep love, a very unscientific love. Ming Hui said, "You're all heading to the Xia Kingdom?" Li Nianfan nodded. "Exactly, do you know what's happening to the Xia Kingdom?" "It's not going well. Not only the Lord, but even the ministers have also fallen asleep," Ming Hui said with a troubled look. He sighed. "This is a bad one. We're led by our Buddhist abbot, we can only hope that we can do something to resolve this catastrophe." Li Nianfan was intrigued. He asked, "May I ask, who's your Buddhist abbot?" Ming Hui answered, "Our Buddhist abbot's Jiki." The young monk. Li Nianfan could not help smiling. He did not find that surprising. Qin Yun asked, "What about the others?" "The resentful ghosts are furious. They have dark forces. When the monks were rushing over, they were blocked by some powerful spirits. This was so the monks could not get to the Xia Kingdom on time." Ming Hui paused for a while. "Not just our Buddhism, other sects were disturbed as well. We left our group to rush over and we got lucky." "This is so serious." Li Nianfan found it weird. Who would have thought that the world would become so chaotic after the changes? "Let's waste no time. We're not far from the Xia Kingdom, let's hurry." Chapter 537, Money-Eyed Girl Qin Shuyue. Knowing how severe the issue was, Li Nianfan and the others increased their speed, heading straight for the Xia Kingdom. They did not allow for any delays, and would quickly eliminate any resentful spirits they met on the way, helping the commoners. Not long later, they arrived inside the Xia Kingdom's imperial city. Compared to how prosperous it was the last time they came, there was a visible atmosphere of panic in the city, everyone had worried looks on their faces. There were resentful spirits everywhere, and all the important figures in Xia Kingdom had fallen into a deep sleep, so the commoners were naturally uneasy. Li Nianfan looked up, looking at the flashes of light that flew by in the sky, saying, "There are quite a few cultivators." That's naturally, the Shia kingdom is still a prosperous land for humans in the end. It's not only for the commoners, they work with a lot of cultivating sects as well. Minghui waved his arms around, an anxious look appearing on his face. If the Shia kingdom falls, the situation will turn very dire. I'm afraid the situation will turn chaotic, and various evil cultivators will run rampant. Li Nianfan nodded. Let's hurry up then. He had watched the Shia kingdom rose, so it had some form of relationship with him. Furthermore, it involved the human race, so there was no way he could ignore the matter. He wondered if Daji would be able to help. Walking past the city streets, with how severe things were, there were not many people who dared to venture out, and there were only a few empty stalls. When they walked past a wooden 3-story building, the dark atmosphere suddenly changed. On each balcony of the building, they saw many young women with their skirts fluttering in the wind, their slender figures a picture of beauty as they casually ate fruits and snacks. Pleasant laughter could be heard from time to time, and they would raise their heads, waving at the limited number of pedestrians, enhancing the scenery. Ladies of the night really had a way of beautifying themselves, enchanting any men. It was a pity, the scene might have looked good, but they had no time to properly indulge in it. Despicable, this is too much. Qin Yun had a look full of sympathy as he angrily said, the resentful spirits are really despicable, they cause so many sisters to have nothing to do, idling their days away. It really causes my heart to ache. Qin Shuyue looked at him scornfully. What could you possibly do for them? Qin Yun said seriously, I might have any cultivation, but as long as they want to, I won't even bat an eye if they want me to turn my yin and yang upside down. Mingle could not stand the boasting, and said, Benefactor, you can't even cultivate, how could you turn your yin and yang upside down? It's best if you don't speak any nonsense. Mingle said, you might not know this, but you just need to give me a crowbar, and I can flip over the whole world. Qin Shuyue said, my brother has cultivated his mind to mush, and regularly speaks nonsense, I hope all of you can forgive him. As they spoke, the Xia Kingdom's palace appeared in front of them, and a woman in a white dress sat on the steps of the palace. She tilted her head, her hand scratching her head and her eyebrows were furrowed slightly, she seemed to be in a predicament. A gust of wind caused her hair to flutter, and blew up her skirt at the same time, revealing rarely seen flesh that was white as snow, a true sight to behold. Li Nianfan paused for a moment, Lady Manyun? Qin Manyun turned around, her eyes brightening when she saw Li Nianfan. She stood up and quickly walked over, politely saying, Manyun greets Li and Lady Daji. She was in a bit of disbelief. Her little heart was beating rapidly, unprepared for the fact that the expert had appeared. She had worked hard in her training, and was already at the Mahayala stage. She was just waiting to reach the immortal stage, also she could do even more for the expert, and get closer to the expert. It would be fine if she could occasionally listen to some of the expert's words. They had not visited the expert in a long time, not because they did not want to, but because they did not have the right to. The expert was like a star in the sky, while she was just a grain of sand in the deep sea. Just being able to meet him once was already an unbelievable privilege, so she did not even dare to wish for it. She could not treat the expert's friendliness casually. She never expected to meet the expert so suddenly again, it was an incredibly happy occasion. It was just like a crazed fangirl suddenly meeting her idol, her head was dizzy, and she was so emotional she could not compose herself. Since the expert was here, this matter would definitely be handled. Qin Yun was dumbfounded as he looked on. He looked at Li Nianfan, a gigantic question mark appearing over Qin Yun's head. Yet another beautiful fangirl? Was he even normal? Qin Yun could not help but ask himself, where do I lose out to him? Li Nianfan asked, Lady Manyun, what's the current situation like? Qin Manyun said, my master and I wanted to use the power of our zithers to wake up the masses, but it was absolutely useless. Currently, the members of the White Cloud sect are in the palace, but I'm not sure if they'll be able to do anything. The White Cloud sect? Li Nianfan had heard of them from the Jade Emperor before, they were a large sect, and were Taoist as well, so he had a deep impression of them. Boom! At that moment, the closed door suddenly exploded, and a few figures flew out from inside. There was a trail of blood in the sky, which splattered on the ground. Li Nianfan and the others did not hesitate, and entered the palace immediately. They saw a grey-robed old Taoist who sported a goatee standing in the middle of the palace, a Taiji diagram printed behind him. His expression was not great. Not far away, a group of unconscious people lay there while the others shrank in a corner, silently looking at the old Taoist with a challenging expression. The old man fell in an awkward silence for a long time, before coldly and arrogantly saying, "What paltry tricks, they only dare to hide in the dreamscape. If I could find their body, I would be able to exterminate them in less than 3 breaths. It's a pity, the resentful spirits are sly, I will still need a bit of time. However, you don't need to worry, the White Cloud sect is very capable." Qin Manyun said, "Master, Mr. Li is here." Yao Menji had been agitated, but when he saw Li Nianfan, his old eyes brightened as he quickly approached with trembling lips. He respectfully said, "Mr. Li, Lady Daji, it's been a long time." Li Nianfan laughed as he waved his hand, "You're still the same as always, bring me to King Zhou." "Mr. Li, follow me." Li Nianfan quickly saw Zhou Yunwu. On the surface, nothing seemed out of the ordinary, but when he checked Zhou Yunwu's pulse, he raised his eyebrow, expressing a look of shock. Daji curiously asked, "Did you find anything?" Li Nianfan nodded his head with a heavy expression, "Yes, King Zhou's pulse might seem like it's normal, but in truth, it's the pulse of an 80-year-old person." Everyone was shocked. 80? Zhou Yunwu was less than 30 years old. To be able to find that out without using any mana, your medical skills must be very impressive. The old man from the White Cloud sect looked at Li Nianfan in shock before continuing, "If I'm not mistaken, they've been trapped by a nightmare. It might have only been a month in the outside world, but it's been decades there. If this group dies of old age in that world, they would really die." Yao Mengji's face fell, "What an impressive dreamscape. It's already something that has been calculated." The old man curled his mustache, continuing, "The nightmares are scary in that they are impossible to find. There's no way to defend against it. For a normal person, they might die in an instant if they were pulled into the dream world. However, King Zhou has the protection of the luck of the human race, so the nightmare would not dare to kill him directly. So it's trying to use growing old to kill King Zhou in his own dreams." The important part was how fast time moved in the dream world. King Zhou was 80 at that moment, so it might not be long until he died of old age. Remarkable, it really is remarkable. If they're using a tactic like this, then we should just give up on locating the actual body of the nightmare, they've definitely kept it well hidden. "Then what can we do?" some of the officers cried out in sorrow. Qin Yun said, "Don't worry, we came to wake them up." "You?" The White Cloud sect's old Taoist paused for a moment, shaking his head, "This nightmare's cultivation is no lower than mine. If you lot want to interfere, you really should evaluate yourselves first, and don't get too cocky. Senior, it's true that we can't deal with the nightmare, but no matter how high one's cultivation is, it's completely different when you're in the dream world. However, I walk the Tao of emotion of the empath sect, and I can enter their dreamscape based on their emotions." Qin Shu Yue smiled slightly, continuing, "As long as we can enter their dreams, waking them up will become much easier." "The empath sect? I can't believe there are actually people who cultivate in the Tao of emotion." The old man was shocked, but could not help but warn them, "Resentful spirits are formed due to hatred, so it's tied to emotions. The Tao of emotion harms yourself as much as others, so you need to make sure to take care of yourself and not to make any mistakes." Qin Shu Yue nodded, "Don't worry, we will be careful." The old Taoist nodded, "That's good, I am cultivator Yang Kuayu, if you can really get me into their dreams, then the White Cloud sect will owe you a favor, let's hurry up and try." Qin Shu Yue did not bother to hold back, and loudly declared, "Let's put aside any favors first, cultivator Yang Kuayu, your cultivation is deep, if you want me to bring you into the dream, you'll need to give me money." Chapter 538, Is the expert about to move personally? Qin Shu Yue quickly finished all her preparations to enter the dream. Li Nianfan was quite happy that Qin Shu Yue had given him a discount, and did not ask for any money. The fact that the money-crazed girl was willing to do something like that meant Qin Shu Yue was quite satisfied with his lollipop. Cultivator Yang Kuayu was sitting upright and still, and he seemed to have lost quite a bit of blood, even his mustache was crooked. The disciples of the White Cloud sect also sat in a similar manner. Qin Manyun and Yao Menqi naturally decided to follow when they saw Li Nianfan entering the dreamscape. There were not many chances to be close to the expert and fight alongside him. "Everyone, get ready. Shut your eyes and sit still." Qin Shu Yue's expression was serious. She then took out 100 taels of silver, reluctantly looking at it before taking a deep breath. 100 taels, buying emotions, enter the dream. At that moment, A torrent of energy appeared, the rhythm of emotion formed a bond with the unconscious men, enveloping everyone else and immediately emptying their minds, like ripples on the water. When they opened their eyes again, they were already in someone else's dream. It was still the same palace, and the objects were the same, but the scenery was completely different. They were like spectators that had barged into someone else's dream, and had no way of entering or interacting with anyone in the dream. "We've been separated." Cultivator Young Kuai-yu sighed as he furrowed his eyebrows. "I knew it would not be so simple. He's afraid that we'll interact with those within the dream and wake them up, so he built a shield." Ming Hui asked, "Senior, do you have any ideas?" "Ah, little monk, is your question asking me to prove myself?" Cultivator Young Kuai-yu smiled proudly. "I was out of ideas in the outside world, but now that we're in the dream, I'll easily be able to wake everyone up." Lin Yanfan looked around, feeling like something was missing. After some thought, he suddenly realized a very important problem. "Hey, Lady Shu Yue, where's my little Daji? Where's Fire Phoenix?" That. Shu Yue paused as well, blinking as she said with some uncertainty, "They seem to have encountered some restriction by the dream world, and have been excluded. It should have been a restriction placed by the secret mastermind. Their cultivations were probably too high to enter the dreamscape. It was probably a way for the Yansu to protect himself, so that was not too strange." However, Qin Shu Yue could not help but glance at Cultivator Young Kuai-yu. If that cultivator managed to follow everyone in, did that mean Lady Daji and Fairy Fire Phoenix had higher cultivation levels than Cultivator Young Kuai-yu? Chaos Daluo Golden Immortals? If that were the case, then who were Mr. Li and the other two? Repelled out? Lin Yanfan's heart sank. He could not help but say, "I suddenly feel like my safety is being threatened." A man needing the protection of women, what's next? Young Kuai-yu coldly sighed before saying, "Furthermore, I'm here, why would you worry about your safety? Do you not trust me? Let's go, we'll find King Zhou." "I naturally don't trust you." Lin Yanfan sighed miserably. "What do I do now? I'll have to take it a step at a time. If the situation is really off, then I'll have to open up my deluxe merit saint and expose my identity. I'll make sure we survive and think about the consequences after." Everyone walked out of the palace, and investigated everywhere. Even after visiting all of the buildings, they still could not find any trace of Zhou Yunwu. They could not even find Meng Junliang or the other officials. None of them were commoners and they immediately felt like something was off. Cultivator Young Kuai-yu's expression sank. He said seriously, "We must have entered a different dream world. I'm afraid things won't be so easy now." "Ha ha ha, you're right, this is my world." A vicious laughter could be heard in the air, and the next thing that happened was the entire dream world changing. The palace immediately disappeared, and those busy palace maids and the commoners around them turned into black smoke, condensing in the air to reveal a black and monstrous face. "You see whatever I want you to see. Everyone avoids my nightmares, and it's been so many years since someone dared to intrude upon my nightmare. I don't know if I should respect your boldness or laugh at your ignorance. Shameless, you think a rat who only dares to hide in dreams can trap me?" Cultivator Young Kuai-yu surged forward, mana condensing around his body. He might seem arrogant, but his skills were extremely strong. He was already at the quasi-saint rank, and his skills were all incredibly effective against demons and monsters. His face was solemn as he raised his hand. A large compass appeared in his hand. As he wiped his hand on the compass, a sudden bolt of lightning fell from the sky, and struck right at the face. The face immediately dispersed. "Oh, how painful, I'm going to die, I'm going to die." The demon's exaggerated laughter could be heard as he mocked, "I was just feeling bored. Let me play along with you, I'll show you what lightning is." Boom! A white light suddenly lit up the sky as terrifying electricity started to condense in the air. Dark clouds started to gather and the weather changed completely. "Set up, 5 elements array." Cultivator Young Kuai-yu shouted and the compass at his hand shot up into the air as a 5-colored light fell from it, enveloping everyone inside, forming a 5-colored barrier. The light flowed around and looked incredibly mystical. "Condense. Spirit array." Young Kuai-yu dashed directly under the compass while the other white cloud sect disciples sat cross-legged on the edges of the array, their eyes closed as their mana flowed like the sea, starting to move the compass. Whoosh! Bright rays of light suddenly shot out of the compass, the fight colors were vibrant, and started to glow in the air like a light tower. The rays of light contained the power of the 5 elements, and each of them had incredibly strong power. Each ray of light was enough to kill a Daluo golden immortal. In a flash, the rays of light became thinner, but the numbers greatly increased. From a distance, the barrier that protected everyone seemed like a five-colored sun, emitting an unlimited light that covered the sky. The strong rays of light were like a hurricane, ravaging through the land and dispersing those thunder clouds in the sky. Not only that, the rays of light were like knives, cutting apart the sky one slash at a time, destroying the nightmare. You stinky white cloud sectists were quite good. If it was in the outside world, I wouldn't be able to do anything to you. However, in the dream world, you're just laughably struggling. Yantsu laughed coldly, let me see how long you can hold on. After those words, the ground started to split apart, slowly disappearing and turning into a sea of flames. It was not just the ground, even the air around them and the skies above had turned to fire. It was a deep red fire, and was hot to the limits. It was truly a sea of flames. Only the little barrier in the middle was not submerged within, and the five-colored lights were still shining vibrantly. However, it seemed helpless. No matter where the light shone, the flames would rise again after being extinguished. It seemed endless and limitless. It was a dreamscape that Yantsu had created himself. In that place, he could not die, and had unlimited power. Instead, it was cultivator Yunchu who was forced to expend his energy without being able to fight back. Bluntly putting it, at the same level of cultivation, there was no way to win when in a nightmare. Young Kuayu's expression was heavy, he seemed to use up more and more of his power. If that continued on, everyone would eventually be swallowed by the flames. He pursed his lips, saying, everyone, put all your mana into this compass. The more power we put into it, the more possibilities we will have. Someone as strong as him putting down his dignity to say those words was enough to show how precarious their situation was. Compared to the power of a quasi-saint, Yao Mengji and the others did not have any noticeable power to speak of. However, everyone knew it was not the time to think of that. Not saying anything else, they threw all their mana into that compass. Ha ha ha, you can't defeat me, I'm just that strong. Yantsu smiled happily as explosions erupted everywhere. The limitless sea of flames formed another face, looking at everyone gleefully as he smiled, controlling the fates of others like this is too wonderful. In this dream, I am God. That's right, that king should be at the end of his life soon, let me see which of you will fall first. When the human king dies, the luck of the human race will disappear in a flash, that would be a glorious profit. The resentful spirits will only grow more and more, ha ha ha. Puff. Cultivator Young Kuayu's face reddened as he spat out a mouthful of blood. He slowly raised a hand, condensing mana into his hand as a glowing silver blade materialized from his chest. Strings of mana condensed around it, just the sharpness that it exuded alone was enough to move everyone. It seemed to be able to pierce space itself. He said seriously, I'll use this blade to cut through a hole in the nightmare. You don't have to care about me, you need to flee. Elder Young Kuayu. The expressions of the White Cloud sect disciples changed suddenly, their eyes full of tears as they said in determination, White Cloud sect disciples don't back down when facing evil. Cultivator Young Kuayu shouted, stop. Don't sacrifice yourselves meaninglessly. I said that I would protect all of you before, are you trying to make me a liar? Sigh. A sigh could be heard at that inappropriate moment. Li Nianfen slowly stood up, having been sitting down and watching the show prior. Naturally, everyone looked toward him. Yao Menji and Chu Manyun's faces reddened, looking at Li Nianfen's back was like looking right at a saint. They trembled with emotion. Was the expert about to make a move himself? At the same time, they felt a deep sense of regret. They were not able to share the expert's burden. His sigh earlier must have been one of disappointment. The others looked at Li Nianfen's back in shock. That commoner was preparing to do something, and none of them could figure out what. Under their gazes, Li Nianfen slowly walked to the edge of the barrier. Stopping at the edge of the barrier, he looked at the intense fire outside before measuring himself. He had a black robe on that day, and his sleeves were embroidered with silver hibiscus flowers. Both the material and craftsmanship were excellent, and were inspired by the heavenly palace, even containing traces of immortal power. He was really reluctant to burn it. Silently cursing, Li Nianfen carefully ripped out a corner. After making sure he would not get injured, he threw the cloth out into the sea of flames. Chapter 539, A Life and Death Challenge for the Demon Lord. He's burning his clothes? Everyone was stunned as they stared at Li Nianfen with dumbfounded expressions. The main thing was that he was just a commoner. The atmosphere that had been tense and hopeless suddenly dispersed, turning unbelievably strange. Chu Yun could not help but say, "Mr. Li, were you burning your clothes to test the temperature of the fire?" Yan Tzu laughed, "Ha ha ha, it seems like my hell-like dreamscape has finally caused someone to go crazy. Don't you feel hopeless? Don't you feel helpless and just want to die earlier?" He merely quietly looked on as the cloth fell into the flames and disappeared into ashes. The White Cloud sect disciples had held on to an unreasonable sliver of hope, thinking that those robes were some immense treasure, and had been hopefully waiting for it to erupt in power, yet, that's it? No. Impossible. Cultivator Young Kuai-Yu's eyes widened. In that brief moment, he seemed to see a sliver of golden light. That man was just a commoner, how could his body emit golden light? That golden light did not have any offensive properties, but it caused him to feel a strong wave of power. That is. Young Kuai-Yu's mouth widened as his eyes narrowed to the size of a needle. He felt incredibly agitated, and his face was trembling. Young Kuai-Yu stared as Li Nianfan slowly raised his hand. A golden glow started to appear and condense into his palm, hurting the eyes of everyone as their hearts beated crazily. Finally, a golden lotus was condensed, slowly rotating. Li Nianfan had the lotus in hand, and his entire body emitted a golden glow, rapidly turning into a golden man as he said, "I'm sorry, I forgot to introduce myself, I am the Deluxe Merit Saint." With his clothes burned and the situation settled, Li Nianfan did not mind showing off a little and making himself feel better. The Deluxe Merit Saint? Other than Qin Manyun and Yao Mengji, everyone else widened their jaws, as if they had heard something unbelievable, their faces freezing in shock. As for Yan Tzu that had turned into a body of flames, he started to tremble anxiously, his pupils widening as an immense amount of terror could be felt on his entire body, causing his body to freeze and shiver. "I just burnt the Deluxe Merit Saint's clothes?" His voice trembled, looking at his hands as his mind thumped. At that moment, all the hairs on his body stood straight, and he was completely submerged in a horrifying power. That was the power of a Chaos Thunderbolt. Everyone in the area of the gods knew of the Deluxe Merit Saint's name. Just the name was enough to cause countless people to shiver, and they did not even dare to speak ill of him behind his back. He was a legend. He was a taboo. Yet, without a sliver of preparations, Yan Tzu had put himself right in the firing line. It's my fault, I didn't mean to." Boom. A streak of lightning came down from the sky, it seemed to cover half the sky as it fell like a waterfall. The glow was beautiful, and it turned both the sky and the earth blue. It had been a world of flames, but they were extinguished by the lightning in a flash. That flaming figure seemed to disappear on the spot, leaving nothing behind. Qin Yun stared wide-eyed at the lightning, saying, "Oh my, he said he wanted to show us what lightning was, he definitely did it." Qin Shuyue nodded, sacrificing himself to enlighten us, he was a great man. At the same time, at a concealed valley, the Demon Lord was leading a group of demons and surveying the area. Their expressions were heavy, and were extremely respectful. At that moment, a demon hastily flew in from afar, his face full of excitement, saying, "Great Demon Lord, I received some news, Yan Tzu is really impressive. We can finally end our struggles." The Demon Lord's eyes brightened. "Oh? What do you mean?" That disciple said, "Yan Tzu's ability is controlling the dreams of others. He's practically unbeatable in the dream world. The most important thing is, he doesn't need to physically be present at all. Even if he meets an opponent that is hard to deal with, his physical body won't be harmed, he practically can't lose." The Demon Lord smiled, "It's no wonder he can still stir up so much trouble while he's hiding here. Ha ha ha, it seems like we're in a really good position this time." Not only that, the ghastly Ghost King seems to be behind Yan Tzu, and he's the real boss. He's a tyrant in the area of the gods that no one dares to provoke. Ha ha ha, good, very good. It'll be easy for us to move in the future, the path to our rise is right in front of us. Everyone, be careful, don't let anyone disturb Yan Tzu. The Demon Lord laughed wildly, with God's favor, he had finally found a pillar to support him, it was a happy matter. Living without a master was a lonely life. Yet, at that moment, an intense white light shot out from the temple in the valley. The light was brilliant, and it formed into a horrible whirlpool, causing a sense of awe. It was like God's eyes had opened by a sliver, and it caused them to go numb, even feeling the urge to worship it. Huh? What is that? Boom. Before the Demon Lord and the others could even snap back to reality, a terrifying lightning broke through, and fell from the sky with absolute accuracy in a Z shape. The intense light dispersed throughout, causing the entire valley to disappear in a flash, turning into black ash. The intense light had stunned everyone, blinding their eyes and forcing them shut. Then, the light dissipated, and silence returned. The Demon Lord looked at the valley. It was empty, nothing remained. Where is Yansu? Yansu has disappeared. Great Yansu, are you still there? Cry out if you are. Yansu was just sitting there, why was he struck by lightning? The Demon Lord and the others looked at the sight in front of them, and fell into a deep silence. Just like that, another master of his was wiped away, not even able to leave behind any last words. Why? Someone pursed his lips, suggesting, Demon Lord, as Yansu's underlings, I think he can submit to the ghastly Ghost King. You're right. The Demon Lord's expression turned serious, and his voice was even a little raspy as he felt a sense of determination he never had before. At that moment, he felt his heart go up a level. He seemed to have encountered a challenge in his life. It seemed like there was a pair of unseen hands targeting him behind his back. I refuse to submit to my fate in the heavens, I will go against the heavens. I will prove that I am a lord. He was silent for a moment, before he said heavily, the ghastly Ghost King dominates one side, on our end, we have to support him. Tell him all the important information, and ask him to be careful. I refuse to believe that our foes won't make a mistake. In Shia Kingdom. Everyone started to wake up from the nightmare. Cultivator Young Kuai-yu and the others looked at Li Nianfan with a complicated expression, especially Qin Shuyue and her brother, they looked like they had only met Li Nianfan for the first time. Deluxe Merit Saint. He was actually that legendary and unbelievably scary Deluxe Merit Saint. They never would have expected that the Deluxe Merit Saint was just a common person. How did he end up being the Deluxe Merit Saint? They could not figure it out, but they did not question it. They could not afford to, nor did they dare to question him. Young Kuai-yu immediately shouted at his disciples, control your mana, don't let it leak out. Those who can't control it, get lost and seclude yourself. They were all injured, and their mana was unstable, constantly fluctuating. He was terrified that someone would accidentally step on Li Nianfan, the consequences. He did not even dare to think of it. Dojji and Fire Phoenix stood by Li Nianfan's side. When Li Nianfan opened his eyes, they hurriedly rushed over, their gazes full of concern as they tenderly massaged him. Nianfan, how are you? Dojji looked at Li Nianfan, blaming herself, Fire Phoenix and I are too shallow with our cultivation, we were actually blocked by that nightmare. They were a stage higher than Yansu, but because they were, the nightmare would naturally not allow them inside. In the end, they did not know how to enter dreams, and relied on Qin Shuyue to bring them inside. If they could be more like their master, and their cultivation levels could be too high for the nightmare to distinguish their power, they would naturally have been able to enter themselves. Li Nianfan laughed, waving it off, it's fine, there was no danger. It was a very good experience. Fire Phoenix suddenly shouted, her heart aching, oh, your clothes were ripped. How could you say there was no danger? Dojji had tears in her eyes, saying, so it was so serious? It's all Fire Phoenix and my fault, we've burdened you. Chapter 540, Yi Shiangan, killing the wife to prove the Tao. Burp. Qin Yun let out a burp, the corner of his lips twitching, indicating that he's already had his fill of that sickly sight in front of him. The others were not much better, on the surface, they seemed to be immersed in their own world, licking their own rooms. In truth, their hearts were hurting, sustaining many internal injuries. That's enough. Do you need to do that? It's just a sleeve, we are the ones who were actually injured. Don't you see the blood coming out of my mouth? Don't you see my burnt flesh? Boo-hoo. It's fine if you don't console us, you're even rubbing it in our faces. My heart is broken, life is not worth living anymore. Can you do anything you want just because you're the Deluxe Merit Saint? I'm really looking down on you in my heart. On the other side, Zhou Yunwu and the others were slowly waking up. He broke out in cold sweat when he heard of the situation, and felt an intense horror. In his dreams, Zhou Yunwu had managed Xia Kingdom very well, and it prospered greatly. He lived until he was 85, and had been lying on his deathbed, quietly waiting for the end of his life. If he died in his dreams, then he would naturally die in real life. It really was something that could not have been expected. Zhou Yunwu and the other officials walked over, sincerely saying, "Thank you for all your help, everyone. The Xia Kingdom is eternally grateful. Please stay for a few days and allow me to show you my hospitality." Qin Shu Yue did not hold back, smiling as she said, "Sure, please prepare some good food and drinks. Oh, and don't skimp on the reward money." "Fairy, don't worry, I'll do it." Zhou Yunwu smiled and nodded before looking at Li Nianfan, respectfully bowing before he sighed, "It's all due to my lack of willpower, resulting in me being trapped in the nightmare. I even forced you to take action, I'm so ashamed." Li Nianfan raised his hand, casually saying, "It's fine, it only happened because you care too much about the Xia Kingdom and work too hard. You should take care of your fatigue in the future and sleep well. After all, you're carrying the weight of millions of humans, your health is the most important thing." "I will take your teachings to heart." Zhou Yunwu bowed again. He could not help but remark in his heart, the expert was always the expert, just his casual words were enough to send one deep into thought, warming up one's heart. Zhou Yunwu bid everyone farewell before hurrying off to deal with the Xia Kingdom's problems. After being unconscious for so long, many problems accumulated. In order to settle the populace down, he would naturally be very busy. Li Nianfan and the others instead had a much better time. They naturally enjoyed the treatment by the Xia Kingdom. The scope did not need to be explained: sumptuous banquets, song and dance, lakes of wine and meat. With Zhou Yunwu's awakening and many officials recovering, the Xia Kingdom slowly stabilized from their frantic state. The night slowly fell. Those who had not dared to venture out due to the unrest had started to appear on the familiar streets. The houses started to be lit up, and the night market once again returned to its bustling state. Furthermore, since they had just survived a crisis, everyone was naturally more emotional. Commoners could be seen happily singing and playing around, making for a bustling sight. It had naturally been encouraged by the king. After all, it was rare that the expert was there. If they did not celebrate it wildly, then he would be a failure of a king, and would be cast aside by the expert. Li Nianfan and the others were actually browsing the streets. After all, they were here on vacation. They might have experienced quite a bit on the way, but it was nowhere near as bustling and prosperous as the main city of the Xia Kingdom. Furthermore, they were in a hurry before, and never had the chance to calmly shop around. They naturally took the chance to relax and enjoy their lives. It had been completely quiet during the day, but the main gates had been opened now, and carriages entered and exited. A group of enchanting girls with smiles on their faces enthusiastically called out to the passers-by, and many of the men naturally paid a lot of attention to them. Danger had just passed, so they were impatient to get their business going again. Rain after a long drought was always welcomed. Looking at the scene, Qin Yun's face brightened as he walked over with a proud smile, emotional tears in his eyes. "Little sisters, come here quick. It's me, I allowed you to work again. No need to thank me." In an instant, the little ladies from both in and out of the building looked over before they passionately ran over. Even the old ladies made a move. "Really, is that true? Then you really are a hero." Qin Yun said proudly, "Would I lie? It's me. Us, who woke King Zhou up. Then you warriors must be incredibly strong." Thanks to Daji, Li Nianfan easily pulled himself away from the crowd, and looked at the sight. Ming Hui and the monks were a step slow, and had been surrounded. They were then incredibly welcomed. "Masters, I remember a monk also came here last year. He would come to our door every day, claiming he wanted to train his heart. His bald head was too nice to touch. Could you let me touch your head as well?" "Master, don't be shy, I have a skill that will send you straight to a sagely state. Under that state, you'll definitely be able to comprehend the Dharma better." Ming Hui and the others could not even speak, and their heads broke out in cold sweat as they chanted Buddhist scriptures. "Ming Hui, you monks are too boring." Qin Yun had one girl in each hand, turning into a life instructor. "I've been enlightened by the Tao of emotion. Brothers might help you once in the world, but those who would be willing to constantly help you are these ladies." Mingle's eyebrows furrowed. "Qin Yun, your words are incomprehensible. These women have no sense of cultivation, how could they help me?" Qin Yun suddenly laughed. "Then who do you think would help? Asking of yourself is better than asking of others. I naturally would choose to help myself." "Then which hand would you use?" "Why would I need to choose, aren't both hands better?" On the side, Daji furrowed her eyebrows as she looked on, leaning against Li Nianfan as she said curiously, "Sir, what are they saying? I feel they're talking about something, but yet they aren't. I don't understand. Li Nianfan coughed lightly, saying, "This is called a cross-server chat. It's not convenient here, I'll tell you in detail when we get back." Qin Yun's voice could suddenly be heard, "Mr. Li, please tell my sister later that I need to discuss the Tao of Emotion in great detail tonight, so I won't be going back." "Okay." As for Ming Hui and the other monks, they had chosen an empty spot and fled the circle. It was like they had let a heavy burden go. The night was even heavy. In a cave not far away from the Xia Kingdom's central city, a shriveled old man had a green Taoist robe on, his half-white hair fell as he closed his eyes, sitting cross-legged. He had both his hands in front, holding a bug that looked similar to a caterpillar. However, the bug's body was snow-white, and it only had one mouth on its face that was filled with teeth, making for a hideous sight. Waves of golden energy flowed in like water, slowing, coursing in and entering the mouth of the bug. Very quickly, the golden energy no longer appeared, suddenly stopping. The old man opened his eyes suddenly, his eyebrows furrowing. "The luck has stopped flowing?" He hurriedly raised his hand and calculated, and his expression sank. "Yantsu, that piece of trash, his nightmare was actually broken. I was only a sliver away, it affected my grand plan." He stood up, looking toward the Xia Kingdom as his eyes twinkled. Based on his calculations, Zhou Yunwu should not have lived past that night. At that moment, the Xia Kingdom's luck would burst out like a broken dam, and he would be able to have his fill, sucking in all the luck. Yet, he did not even get a sliver of that gigantic feast he had been hoping for. That failure caused his to go furious. Yet, at that moment, his expression shifted as he kept the bug in his hand, looking coldly at a direction. There, a green-robed, middle-aged man dressed like a scribe slowly floated over. The man looked at the old man, his eyes like a clear pool, unmoving and unemotional, yet there was a profound deepness to it. The man clenched his teeth. "I felt a disgusting energy from far away. It really is you, Junior Tianyu." "Ah, Senior Shi, are you well?" Tianyu smiled, saying, "Ah, I almost forgot. The two most talented disciples in the history of the empath sect have been crippled. I guess you haven't been well." The aura around Shi quickly rose and he coldly declared, "Since you're here, the human sovereign falling asleep must have something to do with you. What are you planning on doing?" After that, his eyes closed, his killing intent undisguised. "Oh, from this aura, I don't think your skill has improved at all in this 100 years, Senior. In fact, it's regressed by quite a bit." Tianyu let out a mocking smile, shaking his head and saying, "I told you early on, emotion is just a burden. The first person you will harm is yourself. Forgetting about emotion is the true Tao. Reality proves that I am right. It's still enough to suppress you." Shi's eyes turned serious as he raised his hand, a yellow flame shooting out. It was like a dragon's attack, and immediately enveloped the whole cave. The flames were intense, and were incredibly horrifying, yet they did not seem to damage the surroundings at all. Godly fire of 7 emotions? Tianyu looked at the flames, not dodging or avoiding it as he stood still calmly. The next moment, a huge black sword appeared behind him, slicing through the air and completely extinguishing the flames in a flash. The sword aura contained the power of mana, and surprised the flames completely. A slight footstep was heard coming out from the cave. It was a young man with a cold face holding a large sword on his back. His eyes were large, and the darkness glinted. It should have been incredibly pretty, but it had been filled with coldness and emotionlessness. It did not look like the eyes of a human, but a killing machine. It caused one to shiver just looking at it. Shi's pupils shrunk. He felt more emotional looking at that young man than the old man. His fists clenched as he said, "Yi Shiangan. How is that possible? Senior, you've been trapped by your emotions, and your cultivation is constantly deteriorating. You no longer have the right to face me, so you can only fight my disciple." Tianyu smiled lightly, continuing, "You don't have to be surprised, he's swallowed up Shin Shu Yue's emotional seed completely. Killing his wife to prove his Tao, he devoured my loveless Tao completely. His skills obviously soared." On the other side, Yi Shiangan said emotionlessly and coldly, "No women in my heart, my sword is naturally godly." Chapter 541, Qin Shu Yue regains her memories, noble. The next day. The weather was chilly. The morning fog had yet to completely disperse. Morning dew still sat atop the tree leaves, sparkling. Qin Yun walked out of the building with a satisfied expression. A lady was on each side of him. "Mr. Qin, come again. My sister and I are the best when it comes to the Tao of emotion." Don't worry, I'm not a heartless person, we had such an intimate exchange, I would naturally not forget about it. He was smiling and was about to loudly declare something when his gaze shifted to a figure under a tree not far away. He had a sudden change in emotion as his smile disappeared. The lady consoled, "Mr. Chin, what's wrong?" "Who's Mr. Chin? I don't know who you are." Chin Yun quickly ran off, pulling up his pants with a serious expression. "I'm a serious person, don't come near me, I would advise you to retire earlier." After that, he immediately turned around and left, acting like a proper gentleman. When he arrived at that tree, he exclaimed, "Uncle Shi, what a coincidence, you're here as well." It was Shi Yi, who had just fought the last night. Unmovingly, he said plainly, "Stop pretending, do you think your little tricks can fool you, uncle?" Shi Yi started coughing. Chin Yun's expression changed in a flash as he said with some concern, "Uncle Shi, you're injured?" Shi Yi pat Chin Yun on the head, smiling warmly, "I met Tian Yu and Yi Xiangan last night. We exchanged a few moves, but I can't believe their cultivation improved by so much in just 100 years, I was no match for them." As he spoke, his face turned red, and he spat out another mouthful of blood. Chin Yun quickly supported Shi Yi, his carefree attitude from earlier disappearing as he said tearfully, "Uncle Shi, nothing will happen to you." He knew how Uncle Shi's temperament was, and because of that, he was anxious and uneasy. Uncle Shi's had a fiery temper, even if he lost, he would be shouting about, especially since he had met an enemy. Before, he wouldn't have stopped screaming and shouting. His calm demeanor that day could only mean one thing. His injury was very heavy. It was severe enough that Uncle Shi could lose his life. "It's fine, I've lived for countless years, I've already come to terms with dying. The only thing I can't let go of right now is the two of you." Shi Yi breathed in, saying, "When you meet your father, tell him to be wary of Tian Yu and his disciple, their cultivation has greatly improved. They definitely have some plot in the works if they've appeared at the Shia kingdom." He was already giving his last words. Chin Yun cried like a child who did not know what to do, "Uncle Shi, nothing will happen to you. Let's go back to the empath sect, they will know what to do." "Ha ha ha, my primordial spirit has been extinguished, how could there be a way to treat me?" Shi Yi smiled, waving it off, "I've already notified the empath sect, asking them to send some people over to protect the two of you as soon as possible. Don't cry, it's already enough for me that I get to talk with you siblings before I die. Tell me, how did you awaken the human sovereign with just the two of you?" Chin Yun wiped away his tears, supporting Shi Yi as he said, "Uncle Shi, the situation was like this." The two of them walked and talked, and quickly arrived at the courtyard. Shi Yi was surprised, laughing as he said, "I can't believe the deluxe merit saint really is as imperious as they say, interesting, how interesting." Chin Yun nodded, "I never expected that the man who came with us, a common person at that, was actually the deluxe merit saint, I can't believe it." However, Shi Yi's eyes had a look of doubt, "Those two wives of the deluxe merit saint didn't enter the dream, that's very strange, are they Chaos Daluo Golden Immortals? Only. How is that possible?" Chin Yun lowered his voice, saying, "That's right, Uncle Shi, my sister seems to be a little different. She sleeps very early every night, and her temperament has changed as well. I keep feeling like she seems to have recovered her memories." "How is that possible? Her emotional seed has been stolen, the portion of memories related to love should have disappeared as well. Shi Yi started to cough again, his expression turned more serious as he let out a long sigh, "I couldn't properly protect the two of you. Even in my dreams I wish that the two of you will recover. If that day really comes, I'll die without regrets. All of us are hoping that your sister can recover her memories, only it's too hard. You definitely have the wrong idea." Chin Yun nodded, falling quiet. He obviously understood. "Oh my." At that moment, a door opened and Chen Shuyue emerged from within. She looked at Shi Yi, feeling the injuries on his body as she exclaimed in shock, "Uncle Shi, you." Shi Yi sighed, "I'm afraid I won't be able to protect you anymore." Chen Shuyue pursed her lips, tears falling as she slowly walked to Shi Yi's side, suddenly saying, "It's the aura of the Forgotten Love Sword, was the one who hurt you Yi Xiangan?" "That's right, it was Yi." Shi Yi suddenly looked up in disbelief in the middle of his sentence, staring at Chen Shuyue with his emotions roaring in his heart. "Sister, you. Chin Yun was stunned as well, he pointed at Chen Shuyue as he said in disbelief, "How do you know Yi Xiangan?" Not only do I know Yi Shiangan, I even know of a stupid girl whose lover stole her emotional seed, shattering her Tao and putting her life at risk. It was her brother who transferred his cultivation to his sister, causing the brother to not be able to cultivate anymore. Qin Shuyue looked at Chen Yun, sobbing as she said, "Isn't that you, brat?" "It's me. I just hope that you won't prioritize your money over me anymore." In the courtyard, the three of them were silent as they let the tears flow. Shiyi's body trembled, coughing as he spat out more blood. "Chu. Shuyue, have you really regained your memories?" "That's right, Uncle Shi, I've recovered." Qin Shuyue nodded. Shiyi exclaimed, "Good, good, very good. Ha ha ha. The heavens have blessed you." Qin Yun said curiously, "Sister, how did you do that?" "It was Mr. Li's lollipop." Qin Shuyue said with some surprise, "After I ate Mr. Li's lollipop, I kept on having some strange dreams. Initially, I couldn't tell if it was real, but as I saw more and more dreams, my cultivation increased rapidly. Slowly, I realized that those dreams were the part of me that I was missing. Now that I think about it, the candies contain the power of love. It's not something regular candy can do." "Lolly. Pops?" Shi suddenly breathed in a cold breath, his pupils trembling. "If it recovers your memory, then it's definitely an immortal candy. Could Mr. Li really be the deluxe merit saint? He was absolutely an important person." Qin Shuyue told Shiyi, "Uncle Shi, don't die. Wait and see, I'll definitely take my revenge on Yi Shiangan, and find out what happened back then." "Stupid child, I'm not unbeatable. Do you think I won't die just because I don't want to?" Shiyi shook his head with a wry smile, "I'm already satisfied after seeing you recover. Yi Shiangan has lost all his emotion after cultivating the loveless Tao, even I can't beat him anymore. If you want revenge, you need to be careful." Qin Shuyue and Qin Yun stayed by Shiyi's side, their hearts aching. Shiyi patted their heads lovingly, smiling as he said, "It's all right. Is that deluxe merit saint still around? Being me for a visit, he's your great benefactor. Before I die, I have to win some favor for the two of you." After that, with the help of Qin Shuyue and Qin Yun, the three of them walked towards where Li Nianfan was staying. On the way there, they met cultivator Young Kuaiyu of the White Cloud sect. He had the same goal as them. If the deluxe merit saint had not sacrificed one of his sleeves in the nightmare, then the White Cloud sect's forces would have been wiped out. Furthermore, it was hard to meet a saint of legend, so he naturally needed to pay a visit. For mythical figures like that, being friendly with them might not always be beneficial, but they absolutely could not afford to have a bad relationship. When both sides met, they merely nodded in acknowledgement instead of a greeting. They did not bother with pleasantries, and moved forward together. Chapter 542, Is that what you call poor hospitality? Cultivator Young Kuaiyu and Shi both had thoughts in their minds. When they looked up at the courtyard not far away, both of their hearts started to leap, their hearts started to palpitate. It was as if there was an unrivaled existence within. Cultivator Young Kuaiyu shook his head, feeling strange as he could not help but discard all his unneeded thoughts from his head. Even though the deluxe merit saint was scary, as long as he controlled his mana, hold his breath, maintained the distance, spoke softly and ensured that he did not harm a single hair on the deluxe merit saint's body, he would be fine. What was so scary about that? As for Shi, his thoughts were even more complicated than cultivator Young Kuaiyu's. He had a feeling that he was about to meet a monstrous figure. The deluxe merit saint, with two of his wives that are suspected to be at the Chaos Daluo Golden Immortal stage. The most important thing was, he had completely overturned the memory loss that had before then been incurable. That was something that had already been set in stone, and the entire empath sect could not do anything about it, but a little lollipop had fixed everything. Thinking about that, the door to the courtyard suddenly opened. After that, Daji walked out slowly with a white dress on, her eyebrows were light like water, and her jade skin was accompanied by a light breeze. She looked like a scene from a painting, separate from the outside world. Only, she had a different aura from when she was disguised as a commoner. At that moment, Daji seemed to have a faint glow about her, and no one would dare to underestimate her. The aura caused Shiyi's heart to race, and even breathing was hard. Qin Yun and Qin Shuyue had been prepared to greet her, but were forced to swallow their words. Qin Shuyue composed herself before saying, Lady Daji, we were lucky enough to be saved by Mr. Li yesterday, and came to visit him today." Daji nodded, smiling as she said, "Mr. Qin, Lady Qin, we've known each other for some time, But there's something I never told both of you. Since you're visiting, let me give you a kind reminder. My master is walking the world as a commoner. No matter what you see later, remember to not make a big deal of it, since it would affect the master's commoner's heart." Qinyun paused, saying in surprise, "Master? Aren't you his wife?" Daji said, "That's a status that master gave us because he thinks we're worthy. In my heart, he will always be my master." Cultivator Young Kuai-yu was shaken, feeling the commoner's heart? So Mr. Li is not a commoner? He remembered very clearly, Mr. Li had no mana fluctuations on his body at all, and even cried out for the protection of his wives in the dream world, which was what made his status as the deluxe merit saint even more shocking. On the surface, he should be a complete commoner. It did not seem like an act. Daji's face was cold as she said, "Basically, remember my words. If any of you expose anything to my master, you won't be able to handle the results." After that, her pupils turned blue, and a torrent of energy shot out from her body. Buzz. The surrounding scenery suddenly changed. The house was filled with ice, and even the skies and the earth were covered in a layer of ice. In a flash everyone fell into a world of ice. The energy did not seem threatening at all, only. All of them felt a deep sense of respect in their hearts. It was like a commoner standing on the beach, looking out at the limitless sea. The only feeling that would appear in their hearts would be respect and helplessness. Chaos. Chaos Daluo Golden Immortal. Shia was also a Chaos Daluo Golden Immortal, which was why he was even more shocked. That power exceeded his by way too much. It was even more powerful than Yishangan and Tianyu's from last night. It was already closing in on the peak of that realm. Someone on that level actually had a master. That. Daji showed her power quickly, and took it back quickly as well. Everything returned to normal in a flash, as if nothing had happened. Daji merely tilted her head and entered the building, her figure disappearing. Everyone exchanged glances, and all of them saw a thick sense of surprise in each other's eyes. After all, with Daji's skills, she would stand at the top of each of their sects. Cultivator Young Kuai-yu gulped, saying, "Mr. Li. Just what sort of a saint is he?" At that moment, he looked at the courtyard like he was staring at the head of a beast, and had the urge to run away. Shia had another coughing fit, spitting out a few mouthfuls of blood. His gaze was fixed, and his heart beat rapidly. He had already prepared himself. When he realized the expert was even more powerful than he thought, he was even more determined to seize another chance for Qin Shuyue and her brother. "When you go in later, remember Fairy Faji's words." Qin Shuyue and Qin Yun nodded at the same time, their eyes widened like little chicks asking for food. It was like they just realized they had a huge figure right next to them. Shia used the last amounts of his energy to compose himself before bringing Qin Yun and Qin Shuyue inside. Cultivator Young Kuai-yu saw the situation and clenched his teeth before walking it. "The White Cloud sect is a holy place in this world, and we have a name even in the chaos. With my knowledge, I don't think anything can scare me." At the door, they heard a conversation inside. "Little Daji, do we have guests?" "Yes, Qin Shuyue and the others are here." "So it's them. Why are they here so early in the morning? Hurry up and let them in." The next moment, Daji looked out again. Her eyes curled up in a smile as she greeted everyone with a friendly expression. "Everyone, please come in." All of them felt their hearts jump, feeling like an illusion appeared in front of them. It was hard for them to consolidate the warm and gentle Daji in front of them with the cold and proud one from earlier. She was already so powerful, but she was willing to stay by someone's side in such a humble manner. Why was that? All of them thickened their skins and said, "Thank you, Lady Daji. Sorry for the disturbance." Entering the place, Cultivator Young Kuai-yu appraised the surroundings, and his eyebrows twitched. There was nothing magical about the place at all. Looking at the center, Fire Phoenix was clad in a red dress with a bowl of water in front of Li Nianfan, helping him wash his face. Next to it was a small desk with a few bowls and chopsticks on them, obviously in preparation for breakfast. Everything was a very normal sight meant for normal husbands and wives. What was so cool about it? Li Nianfan greeted, "Everyone, make yourself at home, please sit down." "Ah, sorry for disturbing you." Everyone slowly walked forward. Young Kuai-yu smiled as he greeted, "Mr. Li, I came today because..." As he spoke, his gaze fell on the bowl Li Nianfan was using to wash his face. His first reaction was, "Oh, that water is very clear." His second reaction was, "Wait, the water seems to have spiritual fluctuations." The third reaction was, What? The water is exuding chaos energy. His earlier act turned into a breath of cold air. Young Kuai-Yu's lips started to tremble. Chaos spiritual water. It was absolutely chaos spiritual water. He was using chaos spiritual water to wash his face? Ah, my eyes hurt. Li Nianfan looked at him strangely, and could not help but say, Cultivator Young Kuai-Yu, what is it? He did not understand why Cultivator Young Kuai-Yu was so surprised at the water he used to wash his face. This is. Young Kuai-Yu realized his misdemeanor, and could not help but remember Daji's words from earlier. He immediately felt his head go numb as his heart frantically leapt. At the same time, he felt two unbelievably horrifying energies focusing on him. They were from Daji and Fire Phoenix. It was obvious that, the moment his acting failed, he would be turned to ash immediately, and not even a hair would remain. At that moment, his mind raced, and he suddenly had a flash of inspiration and he clutched his chest, adopting a hurt stance. My heart is suddenly very painful. Young Kuai-Yu's pale face could not be faked, he really was that scared. He raspily said, Mr. Li, don't worry, it's probably my injury from yesterday. At that moment, Shia started coughing from the shock as well, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Li Nianfan looked at Shia and asked curiously, are you injured as well? It's only a light injury, I am Shia, Qin Shuyue and Qin Yun's uncle. Thank you for taking care of them. Shia said that as he politely and respectfully bowed to Li Nianfan before bending down, please accept my bow. Cultivator Young Kuai-Yu was immediately anxious upon seeing that, damn, I can't have my thunder stolen by this sick man. He then bowed as well, Mr. Li, I came to thank you for saving me yesterday, please accept a bow from me as well. Li Nianfan waved it off, smiling, you're too polite. In truth, I was just lucky yesterday, I'm very limited in my strength as a commoner. As he said that, they could not help but glance over at that face-washing water, their hearts trembling. It was chaos spiritual water. Even after drifting in the chaos for a countless amount of them, just a fistful of chaos spiritual water was enough for a very long time of happiness, but he was using such a large bowl of it to wash his face? How well off was he? Yet, they heard Li Nianfan casually saying to Fire Phoenix, I'm done, pour it away. After that, they stared at Fire Phoenix raised her hand, the chaos spiritual water forming a beautiful line in the air, flowing in the sun. With a splash, along with their hearts, the water fell on the ground. The pain. Li Nianfan motioned to Daji, little Daji, bring some fruits over. He said with a sheepish look, I didn't bring that much with me, so please don't blame me for the poor hospitality. Other than bringing some junk food, he really did not bring much. The main reason was that he had spent a lot of food and drink entertaining the guests during the wedding, so he was very frugal this time, and only took out his stuff for special occasions. Cultivator Young Kuai-Yu smiled and said, Mr. Li, it's fine, there's no need to be too polite. They could see how out of the ordinary Li Nianfan was from both Daji's warnings and the chaos spiritual water, and he was even the deluxe merit saint. Even if he were to sweep them out of his home at the moment, they would not dare to make a sound, and would even leave while playing along. Just as they thought that way, Daji brought a plate of fruits out. There were some apples and tangerines on it, but for some reason, they seemed to be glowing, and had faint wisps of immortal energy. That was. As the fruits got closer, their breaths were even more erratic as their eyes widened, almost popping out of their sockets. Chaos spiritual roots? Those actually were chaos spiritual roots. They screamed in their hearts, and almost lost their composure. They had goosebumps all over their bodies as they shuddered. Chaos spiritual water to wash his face and chaos spiritual roots as fruits. Did he own the world? No wonder Daji had warned all of them at the door. No, that was not a warning. That was a kind reminder, she was saving all of them. If it was not for their reminders, all of them would have exploded. If they provoked the expert, the results. Scary, way too scary. That was called poor hospitality? It seemed their qualifications were too low. Chapter 543, Emotionless Yi Shiangan. Gulp. The platter was the focus of everyone, and was slowly placed in front of them. The strong feeling of a rich person almost suffocated them. The shining light almost caused tears to fall from their eyes. Li Nianfan looked at everyone, and smiled as he said, everyone, the fruits might look very ordinary, and can't compare to immortal fruits, but the taste is definitely very good. Even the cultivators in the eldritch world like them. An ordinary-looking chaos spiritual root. I'm sorry for being ignorant, it's the first time I've heard about that. Please give me one of these ordinary-looking fruits. Could the cultivators in the eldritch afford to not like it? Damn, I'm so envious my eyes are turning red. Undergoing a commoner's life, not looking like someone with any cultivation at all. At the same time, using chaos spiritual water as regular water, and chaos spiritual roots as fruits. Everything around him were monstrous existences that were turned to normal. An expert, and absolute expert. Even in all of chaos, he would still be an extraordinary existence. All of them were deeply shaken, their worldviews turned upside down. It was like a commoner that knew nothing about immortals suddenly stumbling upon an immortal one day, realizing that those extraordinary existences were around in the world. Xin Yi's heart beat rapidly. No wonder he could use a lollipop to recover Qin Shu Yue's memory. He was an existence that one would not even dare to dream about. Li Nai and Fan looked on at their stunned expressions, and could not help but raise his hand. What is it? Do you not like it? He could not help but sigh and sighed. Of course, these cultivators would look down on regular fruits most of the time. They all jumped in surprise, and immediately shuddered, thinking that they had offended the expert. Cultivator Young Kuai-yu said, I like it, of course we like it. We were just attracted by the colors of the fruit, it really is pretty. Li Nai and Fan smiled and said, ha ha ha, your eyes are sharp. I've carefully planted all these fruits, no matter the shape or the color, they are all perfect. Quickly give it a try. Oh, alright. Everyone carefully reached out their hands, slowly moving closer to the fruits. They were getting closer, much closer. They were about to touch it. They touched it. It felt so nice to touch, so comfortable and so satisfying. Their hearts were rapidly beating, and their bodies were trembling. They were excited yet uneasy, and full of disbelief. Since I was young, I've never seen chaos spiritual roots before. Now, they're in my hands. Is this the peak of life from Legends? I've done it. After appraising the fruit in their hands, they suppress their nerves and anxiously open their mouths, biting into it. Crunch. With that crisp sound, the juices within the apple exploded out, the sour and sweet flavor spurred their taste buds, completely enveloping their senses with flavor. The juices flowed through their throats, and was not only absorbed into their bodies, but also their souls, causing their entire beings to shudder. Very, very tasty. Qin Shu Yue could not help but exclaim, her eyes full of disbelief. Chaos spiritual roots were hard to find, but fruits that tasted as good as that were just as hard to find. It was so juicy as well, it was definitely an amazing fruit. Li Nai and Fan smiled in self-satisfaction, ha ha ha, I wasn't lying to you, right, you definitely won't be able to find something as good as this. Shia suddenly felt his expended primordial spirit start to recover a little. Even though it did not completely recover, it had at least stabilized, and his life was no longer at risk. It really was an incredible fortune among all his misfortune. The chaos spiritual root was impressive. He sincerely said, thank you for your help, Mr. Li. Li Nai and Fan waved it off, saying, there's nothing to thank, I should be the one thanking all of you. The fact that all of you came from so far to help Xia Kingdom in the name of justice is really admirable. Cultivator Young Kuai-yu said, you're praising us too much, justice can't exist with evil. With the rise of evil, we naturally can't look on. Li Nai and Fan could not help but lament, I saw many evil beings on the way here, and many commoners have died, it's really regrettable. Shia said, evil beings come from hatred, and can't be anticipated. No matter how fast we move, we can only know of anything after the worst has happened. Even if we exterminate the evil beings, it's only after the evil has been done. It really can't be prevented. Li Nai and Fan said curiously, do you know how these resentful spirits are created? He remembered there were also spirits and monsters in the Eldritch world, but they had been managed well by Hell, so there were not that many resentful spirits. Shi answered, Mr. Li, all of this comes from the ghastly Ghost King. He uses his cultivation to pass down his ghosts from the area of the gods, causing this phenomenon. Cultivator Young Kuai-yu said, you might not know this, but if it was just the ghastly Ghost King, even if he's strong, the White Cloud sect can suppress him. However, the White Cloud sect's main focus is still the stupidly moving ministry, otherwise, how could he let him run so rampant? It was obvious that Cultivator Young Kuai-yu had a lot of pride, and whenever he spoke, he acted quite conceited. The ghastly Ghost King? The ministry? just as Lina and Fan wanted to understand more about the area of the gods, in the same cave near the city. Tianyu looked at Xia Kingdom front. He gave, his gaze downcast and sinister. Behind him, Yi Xiangan stood there emotionlessly. He seemed to have truly stepped into the realm of forgotten love, and had no emotions. He would only mumble in his mouth, "No women in my heart, my sword is naturally godly." At that time, a black mist suddenly rose, condensing into a woman in black clothing. On the woman's face was a red demon mask, her figure was slender, and she was voluptuous where it was important. Her legs were long, and even as she stood there, she was a perfect S-shaped figure. When Tianyu saw the woman, he immediately said respectfully, "Tianyu greets the left messenger." The woman's voice was hollow. "I already know of the situation, there's a change in the plans. Yantsu has been attacked by the deluxe merit saint, and his original body has probably disappeared." Yi Hanswang said, "No women in my heart, my sword is naturally godly." Tianyu had a trace of reluctance in his eyes as he said, "Left messenger, what do we do? Are we going to abandon the plan?" "Of course it won't end here." The woman smiled coldly, "Whenever the ministry works, we will naturally leave many fallback plans. One of them will be suited to you." Tianyu was ecstatic, and said impatiently, "Please show me the way. For the next plan, I will give you." Yi Hanswang continued, "No women in my heart, my sword is naturally godly." The woman could no longer hold back, and glared at Yi Hanswang. "What is this thing behind you? Get him to shut up right now." "Woman, you've attracted my attention." Yi Hanswang finally said something else as he looked emotionlessly at the woman, "Because of that, you have to die." After that, his killing intent exploded, but before he could even pull out the sword on his back, a loud bang was heard. Yi Hanswang's body was hit by an unseen pressure, and he slammed into the wall, unable to move. Chapter 544, Is there something wrong with my absorption stance? The demon-masked woman showed a sliver of killing intent, and said, "With just you? You don't know your place. Even if I just stand here, you won't be able to touch me. Left messenger, please have mercy, have mercy." Tianyu quickly stepped up to protect his beloved disciple. "He doesn't really want to kill you. The heart-devouring bugs that I asked you for were all fed to him. I still need to raise him so I can swallow him later on." As he said that, his heart burned. Was that the strength of someone at the heavenly path? A Chaos Daluo golden immortal had no way of fighting back. The left messenger coldly said, "Ask him to get lost." "Don't worry, I will send him away right now." Tianyu hurriedly placed Yi Xiangan deep into the cave, and impatiently returned, saying, "As for what you were talking about just now." The left messenger calmly said, "Take out your chi-swallowing bug." Tianyu hesitated, saying, "That. The left messenger's tone froze. "What? I gave you the heart-devouring bugs, and I gave you the chi-swallowing bugs as well. Do you think I wouldn't be able to take it back by force? I wouldn't dare." Tianyu frantically shook his head, and raised his hand. That little bug that only had a mouth on its face that was full of teeth appeared on his hand. "Not bad, the little bug has grown by so much." The left messenger smiled coldly, "Shut your eyes, I'll teach you a way to perceive it." Tianyu immediately obeyed. As his mana flowed, his body froze, opening a door to a new world. At that time, he felt like he had entered the body of another person. Then, he noticed that everyone in that group of people had a bug on them, and he even seemed to be able to control those bugs, turning up smaller or larger, even making them jump. "Left messenger, this is..." Tianyu looked at the left messenger with his eyes widened. "Those are all children of the chi-devouring bug, they can transfer the chi they gathered to the mother." The left messenger paused, continuing, "According to reliable information, the Xia kingdom has two treasures that preserve their luck. One is a piece of calligraphy, and the other is a sword. Currently, my bugs have controlled the officials of the kingdom. We only need them to get close to those treasures, and you will naturally be able to absorb all the luck." Tianyu's eyes shone. "Thank you, left messenger. In the future, I will be willing to do anything for you, and listen to any order." That concerned him being able to break through to a different realm. He was naturally extremely happy. The chi-swallowing bug swallowed luck, and refined it into the Tao. He first planted the heart-swallowing bug into his own disciple, Yi Xiangan, and the bug would devour Yi Xiangan's Tao for Tianyu's own use. However, it was too imperious, which was why he needed to devour luck to counteract it. If the plan went well, if no accidents happened, he would quickly be able to step into the heavenly path realm that he had dreamed of. Tianyu looked over at Yi Xiang deep in the cave, licking his own lips. "My lovely disciple, wait for me." The left messenger urged, quickly set the plan in motion. She was already impatient, since the human sovereign did not die, so they had to take the luck directly. No matter what, if the luck disappears, the realm would be thrown into chaos, and the ministry would be able to take advantage of it. "Don't worry, left messenger, I will get to absorbing it." Tianyu sat down cross-legged, his mana flowing out as his energy flowed. At the same time, in the Xia kingdom, the morning assembly had just ended, and the ministers were just leaving the place, heading back to their wives. Suddenly, a few of the ministers froze, their eyes going into a daze as their faces showed signs of struggle. Quickly, the struggle disappeared. They could not stop it, and ended up falling flat. Those people were no ordinary ministers, and were very capable. They shouldered quite a bit of the Xia kingdom's fortunes by themselves. At that moment, all of them were no longer heading for their wives, and they all headed towards a secret room at the deepest parts of the Xia kingdom. Since they had been thrown into chaos not long ago, and finally regained some peace, the guards were a little more lax. Thanks to their high positions, and with them coming in as a group, they were naturally unimpeded on their journey. Entering the secret room, they found a basement and headed straight underground. "Ha ha ha, I'm there, I'm almost there." In the cave, Tianyu was elated, and would constantly laugh in a strange manner. His entire body shivered, very obviously impatient. "I see it. Ah, how bright, it hurts my eyes." He shouted in a low voice, he could see through the bugs as well. It was an incredibly big underground location. It was impossible to call it a room anymore, it was an empty plaza. All of it was because there was way too much luck. If there was not enough space, it would leak out. The density had even turned into a golden dragon, and was proudly flying around the plaza. In the middle of the plaza was the calligraphy that Li Nianfan had given before. On it was written, "Man can conquer nature." There was also the sword, it was the first sword that Li Nianfan had made for the Xia kingdom. "Man can conquer nature? Let me see how you do that." A satisfied laugh came from Tianyu's mouth. There was much more luck there than he had expected, he would have a good time absorbing it. "Next, it's time for me to eat my fill." The ministers moved forward, and all of them touched those two treasures. Absorb it now." Tianyu shouted in his heart, he was so focused on it that even his mouth trembled. Yet, after a long while, there was no reaction at all, he could not absorb anything. "What? This force is quite strong." Tianyu was forced to use more strength. "I will absorb it." However, it was a wasted effort again. It was fine if he merely failed, but he seemed to have been completely ignored, he could not feel anything at all. Anyone would feel humiliated in that position. "This is wrong, a situation like this shouldn't be happening with my abilities. Am I doing it with the wrong posture?" He immediately corrected the postures of the officials and continued again. This time, there was finally a reaction. He felt the exhilarating feeling of luck exiting his body, and Tianyu could not help but let out an elated cry. His effort had paid off. "Wait. This is wrong. Why is it exiting my body? This is bad, the luck is poisoned." Tianyu rapidly paled, he never expected that he would not only fail to absorb it, but he would be absorbed himself. His foe was strong, and already set precautions. He opened his eyes, and looked at the bug in his hand shooting out luck. His face went green with worry. He was decisive, and immediately cut off his connection with the smaller bugs, but it was useless, the chi-swallowing bug was still outwardly spitting, and didn't stop at all. "Why is it like this? How could this be happening?" Tianyu trembled, his face pale, and he was even about to cry, "Stop it, stop spitting it out, please stop. You'll cripple yourself, who can stop this?" All that luck, he had tried so hard to accumulate all that luck, and suffered so much for it. He had gone to so many worlds for it, and used so many tricks for it to grow to this degree. It was already about to mature, but who would have expected such an unbelievable twist? His eyes reddened as he frantically looked at the left messenger. "Left messenger, why did this happen?" The left messenger furrowed her eyebrows. "Those two treasures are really strange. You actually couldn't absorb them, this is unexpected." Tianyu urged, "Left messenger, if you delay any more, it will all run dry. Didn't you say there was still a third and fourth plan? Quickly tell me." The left messenger's eyes glinted, coldly saying, Are you trying to teach me what to do? Tianyu was sullen, and could not help but exclaim, I wouldn't dare. Only, left messenger, shouldn't you give me an explanation of this situation? I, the left messenger of the ministry, have always done what I want, why would I need to explain myself to you? The left messenger exploded angrily, unleashing her energy, shaking Tianyu, rendering him unable to speak. Her body started to sway, and she turned into black mist. I still have things to handle, you should take care of matters yourself. Left messenger? Left messenger. Tianyu stood alone in the cave, panicking. In just that short amount of time, the large worm had shrunken a lot. If it continued, it would dry up soon. Tianyu could not help but cry out in anguish, I beg you, stop absorbing it, I can't take it anymore. In Shia Kingdom's courtyard, Li Nianfan sent Shia and the others out. Turning around, and looking at the empty table, he could not help but remark, wow, I never expected that. The higher one cultivated, the more prudent they would be. They even brought away the tangerine skins. Outside the courtyard, Shia quickly caught up to cultivator young Kuayu, his face serious, friend, you should be generous. We all have a part in this, split half of the tangerine skins with me. Young Kuayu continued walking briskly, as if he did not hear anything. Suddenly, he ran his fingers across his mustache, raising his hands and calculating something with his fingers. Suddenly, his expression changed dramatically, exclaiming, not good, there's an emergency summons from the sect, I need to hurry back. Everyone, goodbye, I will take my leave. As he spoke, he had already disappeared into the distance by the time he finished. Chapter 545, The Second Visit from the Empath Sect. The ghost of the Shia dynasty had just passed. Although the fear in people's hearts had gradually faded, a certain coldness still lingered on. Coupled with the blow of the cold wind, the coldness became even more biting. Often at this time, those enthusiastic calls from the red brothel became the only comfort in people's hearts. Some of the people would be involuntarily drawn in just to experience some warmth in this cold, cold world. However, after entering, the patrons would feel hot from the warm welcome, so they had no choice but to take off their clothes. Once their clothes were off, the coldness crept up on their bodies again. In the end, everyone decided to do horizontal exercises to circumvent this tricky situation. Qin Yun massaged his overworked waist with one hand while holding a book in the other hand. Walking out of the red brothel, he felt desireless for the first time. However, he barely walked a few steps before someone lifted him from the nape of his neck as if he was a kitten. He was preparing to struggle when he heard a stern voice from behind. Yun, it's me. A shockwave surged through his body and he swallowed before asking, Father. When did you come? From the moment you made a fuss about the thunderstorm, Qin Zhongshan answered indifferently. The color drained from Qin Yun's face. Father, Shut up. The rain has become lighter. Qin Zhongshan let out a little sigh. His expression showed just how much disregard he had for his son. Suddenly, with a flash of movement, Qin Zhongshan and Qin Yun disappeared from the spot and reappeared at the courtyard that the Xia kingdom had arranged for them. Qin Zhongshan dumped his son on the ground. Shia looked at Qin Zhongshan and then turned to look at his companion. Master, Big Elder, he greeted them. Qin Zhongshan looked at Shia with a complicated feeling. I can sense that your injury is very serious. How are you feeling? He asked. Shia shook his head. I won't die from this. I never expected you to come so fast. I was already on the way when I received your SOS, said Qin Zhongshan faintly. Then, he glanced at Qin Shunyue and Qin Yun vaguely. Taishang Elder said there's a chance for the love affair to turn around. Did something happen? He asked with intention. Shi smiled and said, Master, you don't have to be so oblique in your way of speaking. Shuyue already got all her memories back. Qin Zhongshan's pupils widened, feeling a combination of surprise and happiness. What? Qin Shuyue nodded. I'm all okay now, father. Really? It all felt so surreal to Qin Zhongshan. He pursed his lips and asked, how did it all happen? Shi's voice was full of marvel when he explained. Actually, I nearly died, master. The only reason we're still standing here is thanks to an expert. Oh? Qin Zhongshan was shocked. The expert was probably really amazing to be able to get this kind of praise from Shi. How does he compare to Taishang Elder? Asked Qin Zhongshan. Taishang Elder? Shi shook his head with a bittersweet smile on his face. Shia tirelessly told Qin Zhongshan all that had happened. Following his narration, Qin Zhongshan went from being shocked to being horrified and lastly to disbelief. A miraculous lollipop. Two Chaos Daluo immortals who were at their peaks were willing to serve. Chaos spiritual water washed the face while Chaos spiritual fruits provided all the meals. Was this a fairy tale? A utopia like this could only be found in one's imagination. However, if this was true, the question that was asked before would seem stupid. Taishang Elder was nothing compared to the expert. Hopelessly useless. Are you sure about that? Taishang Elder's voice came from behind. He found it hard to believe but had no choice when he looked at the recovered Qin Shuyue. Shi nodded seriously. I'm sure. Both Qin Zhongshan and Big Elder took a deep breath at the same time to alleviate the shock in their hearts. Can you sense how deep his power goes? Asked Qin Zhongshan somberly. You overestimate me, master. His power's too deep for the likes of me to guess, said Shi with a bitter smile. Qin Zhongshan looked at Qin Yun and Qin Shuyue. How about you two? Qin Yun scratched his head. You're joking, right, father? I thought he was an ordinary man even though I journeyed with him. If even Uncle Shi can't guess, then it'd be more than impossible for me to know. Qin Zhongshan and Big Elder looked at each other and saw the deep concern reflected in both eyes. Qin Dongshang suddenly knitted his brows together. Does this mean you all left without even expressing proper gratitude after eating the miraculous lollipop and chaos spiritual fruit? Qin Shuyue was stunned. That sounds about right. Father, the expert turned all his treasures into ordinary items. We didn't have the chance to say thanks, Qin Yun butted in. Foolish. Stupid. Qin Zhongshan's shout was full of anger. If he can do it, we can do it as well. Isn't it a simple matter of treating the treasures as ordinary gifts? No way. We need to be respectful to him. Qin Zhongshan let out a long sigh. It's a good thing Taishang Elder predicted you'd all meet a noble savior and asked me to prepare a treasure. Come with me and quickly show me the way to the expert. While all this was happening, Li Nianfan was lying on a chair in his courtyard with his eyes closed, enjoying his leisure time. Daji was massaging his upper body while Fire Phoenix was massaging his lower body. It was truly a life fit for an immortal god. Suddenly, Daji said softly, Master, it seems like Qin Shuyue and the group have come. Again? Li Nianfan felt puzzled. He was a very hospitable person but there had been a continuous stream of visitors lately. Yao Mengji and Qin Manyun came before to report on the recent happenings of the Lingxian Palace. After that, Zhou Yunwu and Meng Zhiliang came to discuss future developments with him. At the same time, Li Nianfan discovered that a few ministers fell victim to a plot yesterday and fainted beside the Dragon Vein. However, the weird thing was that the Dragon Vein's chi flow was not only unharmed but increased manifold. It was truly miraculous. In the end, the unknown culprit not only failed his mission, he accidentally did a good deed as well. The local city god came, too. Li Nianfan predicted correctly that the underworld recently grew very busy fighting off the ghosts. In the span of 2 short days, visitors came one after another. They did not come empty-handed at all. They would always bring a gift more or less. Li Nianfan finally understood what it felt like to have a home as busy as a market where he did not have to do anything to earn money. Do you want me to ask them to leave? Asked Daji softly. Li Nianfan shook his head. No. Ask them to come in. Remember to be polite. After a while, a knock could be heard outside the courtyard's door. Is Mr. Li in? Creak. Daji opened the door. Please, come in. Qin Shuyue and the rest of the group respectfully greeted them. Greetings to Goddess Daji, we apologize for our intrusion. They went into the courtyard and paid their respect to Li Nianfan. Greetings, Mr. Li. Hello to you all. Please, take a seat, said Li Nianfan with a smile. Serve the tea, Fire Phoenix. We're sorry to disturb you again and again, Mr. Li. I'd like to apologize on behalf of my immature son. You've saved their lives but they didn't return your kind deed. As their father, I'm very embarrassed. Qin Zhongshan did not beat around the bush. So, I've come here to give you this as a show of our gratitude. As he spoke, he raised his hand and turned it over. There was a red stone in his hand. He smiled and said, This is the double flying stone from our empath sect. I hope you'll like it. Chapter 546, A Tailor-Made Treasure. Double flying stone? Li Nianfan turned his attention to the red stone. The appearance of this stone was indeed extraordinary. It was the size of half a palm, red, oval-shaped, smooth, flat, with an occasional flash of brilliance. It was definitely a strange stone. He could not help but take the stone from Qin Zhongshan's hand. The stone was as smooth as jade, and instead of the usual coolness, there was some warmth emitting from it. It also gave off the illusion of suppleness. Li Nianfan had the sudden urge to rub it between his fingers. "And who may you be?" asked Li Nianfan. "Sorry for not making the introductions first. I'm Qin Zhongshan, father of Qin Shuyue and Qin Yun." So, their father personally came to express his gratitude with gifts. He's definitely a man of the world, thought Li Nianfan. He was a little perturbed by Qin Zhongshan's extreme politeness. Li Nianfan asked Fire Phoenix to serve tea only. He did not ask her to serve any fruits because he wanted to make them last as long as possible, as their journey was long. Besides, this was already Qin Zhongshan's second visit. However, if he were to serve the fruits now, it would be as good as admitting his previous faux pas. As for Shia and the rest of the group, they looked at the double flying stone with inner turmoil. The stone was very special. If the suffering sea was likened to the sea of love, then the stone was its faithful company. The stone had been in the sea for eons, and there were only 4 stones in this world. It did not take much to know just how rare the stone was. It was, after all, the #1 priceless treasure of the empath sect. Although, technically speaking, it was not a spiritual treasure. Its efficacy was extremely special, thus making it more precious than a spiritual treasure. Up until now, the sect had never given away the double flying stone to any outsiders. Qin Zhongshan's original intention of bringing the stone was for it to be a backup. He would give the stone only if Li Nianfan was truly as powerful as his children described. However, he ran into a roadblock of how to assess Li Nianfan's power. It was not until he met Li Nianfan in person that he realized he was overthinking the whole situation. There was no need to assess his true power. The simplest course of action would be to just give him the stone. "What a special stone," said Li Nianfan. "What a pretty stone," said Daji. "Mr. Li, this stone can do other things, too. It is, indeed, quite a useful thing to have," said Qin Dongshang with a smile. "Is that so? Do elaborate." Li Nianfan's curiosity was piqued. As the name implies, the stone can fly. It's actually a stone of true love. He paused for effect. The stone acts as an intermediary between lovers so they can use each other's spells. Li Nianfan's heart skipped a beat and his eyes glowed with the faint feeling of how this stone could be useful to him. "How does it work?" he asked. "It can store the spells of one party and the spells can be unleashed by the other party." "It can do that?" Li Nianfan grasped the stone tightly in his hand. To say he was happy was an understatement. He never expected the empath sect would surprise him with such a gift. Casting spells had always been a sore spot for Li Nianfan. He always felt inferior about his own powers, even though he could finally fly, had the protection of the spirit guardians, and was skilled in other ways. However, he could seriously level himself up with this stone. He could ask Daji and Fire Phoenix to store their spells inside and he could unleash them whenever he wanted. Give and take. Was that not what all relationships were about? This treasure was definitely tailor-made for him. It perfectly remedied his flaws. His confidence was boosted just knowing the stone was in his possession, ready for him to use whenever, wherever. In a blink of an eye, he had already decided all the spells he wanted Fire Phoenix and Daji to store inside the stone. The spells had to be powerful and awe-inducing. Yes. That's the special thing about this stone. It fully maximizes the potential between lovers. Of course, there was a caveat. The couple had to be truly in love to get the stone's approval. However, Qin Zhongshan was not worried about Li Nianfan not getting the stone's approval after how Qin Shuyue and the group had described him. So, he did not say much else. Does it really not need magic powers to unleash the spells? Li Nianfan wanted to confirm. As long as the love is deep, the spells would be unleashed as soon as you think about it, said Qin Zhongshan. Li Nianfan could not bear to part with the gift, so he thanked Qin Zhongshan profusely. Wonderful. Truly wonderful. I must say this would be extremely useful to me. Therefore, I accept this gift with all the gratitude in my heart. Don't be a stranger. Have some tea. Then he turned to Daji and said, Little Daji, go and get some snacks for us. There was a slight change of expression on Qin Yue's face. Mr. Li, forgive me for asking, but do you still have the lollipops? Oh, it nearly slipped my mind that you liked the lollipops. Of course, there are some, said Li Nianfan. Everyone let out a big sigh of relief when they saw Li Nianfan's good mood. They secretly praised their sect master in their heart. They picked up the teacup in front of them and suddenly felt a burst of tea fragrance, which lifted their spirits. Their brain waves, which were originally congested, seemed to be stimulated and they immediately started racing. Pew. 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 One after another. They reached a hyped-up state with the free flow of brain waves causing them to believe they could do anything. Huh? This tea is brewed from chaos spiritual root? Everyone looked at each other, their hearts beating wildly. The hands holding the teacups were trembling faintly. They did not see any fruits being served. They thought it was because the chaos spiritual root was precious and the expert was not willing to serve it again, but they did not expect the tea to be brewed from chaos spiritual roots, too. Logically speaking, this kind of enlightenment tea would be much more precious than ordinary chaos spiritual root. Suddenly, they were moved by mixed feelings. The expert must have wanted us to try the chaos spiritual root differently from the last time. The thought occurred to them. They were certain. If it was not for Li Nianfan's generosity, they would not get the chance to consume chaos spiritual root, in any form, in this lifetime. First, they had the chaos spiritual fruit, and now, they had a taste of the chaos enlightenment tea. They felt like their lives were complete and they could die happy. The expert's really good to us, they thought. Never in their life would they have expected to meet a person who would treat their guests to chaos spiritual root. Gifting the double flying stone was definitely worth it if it meant making the expert happy. Qin Zhongshan came out of his state of shock and licked his dry lips. He hurriedly drank all the tea that he thought he never had the chance to drink in this life. There was an astringent sensation at the first sip of the tea and the fragrance of the tea immediately filled the mouth. As the tea traveled down his throat, it felt like his esophagus was gently massaging his whole body. The rich tea fragrance formed an airwave, which rushed straight to his forehead, shocking his whole body. At this moment, his brain entered a state of clarity, as if he had reached nirvana. The neural pathways in his brain opened up from a single lane to multiple lanes while bursts of electric current shot around nonstop, numbing his scalp and causing his whole body to convulse involuntarily. This feeling was really wonderful. It seemed that life had reached the peak, as if he was the master of the universe. It made people forget themselves and it was addicting. Chapter 547, Please don't be angry, Master. The times have changed. Qin Zhongshan and the rest of the group sipped their tea carefully. They felt deep satisfaction with every sip. This was the closest they had ever come to true enlightenment. In fact, whoever trained in the empath sect were definitely those that had run into problems concerning matters of the heart. There would be celebrations all around if they were able to reach enlightenment through their training. However, more often than not, that was not the case. The suffering sea made them better empaths but correspondingly, once they experienced a failed love affair and lost their hearts, the worst-case scenario would be the death of the body and the best-case scenario was being forever trapped by sentimentalism. Win some, lose some. However, after a cup of enlightenment tea, they suddenly felt a sense of relief. Their emotional injuries were healed and their lost strength was restored a little bit. The little bit could not be underestimated. It made a huge difference for people at their levels. Is the tea to your liking? Asked Li Nianfan with a smile. I'll forever remember this fragrance. It's truly excellent tea, said Qin Zhongshan without missing a beat. You can have as much as you want. Don't be shy to ask for unlimited refills, said Li Nianfan happily. Thank you, Mr. Li, chorused the group in gratitude. You're too kind. It's a small matter, said Li Nianfan with a wave of his hand. By the way, has the empath sect come to the area of the gods for further development? In any case, I'm a local here and could help you smooth things over. He wanted to help them however he can to repay them for giving him the double flying stone. Qin Zhongshan pondered for a moment, then sighed lightly. To be honest, Mr. Li, the empath sect originally didn't intend to come to the area of the gods. But my two children were injured by sentimentalism so I brought them here to find a cure for them. So, that explains the path scar on their bodies which normally won't appear on people with their spiritual cultivation. It must be caused by cultivation backfiring, said Daji thoughtfully. Yes, Shu Yue and Yun were the most talented followers of the empath sect in decades. At that time, even the suffering sea had a feeling they'd be able to transcend the suffering caused by sentimentalism and reach enlightenment. It's a pity. Qin Zhongshan's eyes darkened but he quickly pulled back his emotions and said, they were lucky enough to have met Mr. Li who so ever graciously healed them. He turned to look at Li Nianfan with gratitude while saying that. Li Nianfan believed that a good deed should go unnamed, so he did not acknowledge Chen Zhongshan's words. This in turn raised his character more in the group's eyes. They were injured by sentimentalism? Li Nianfan looked at Qin Shuyue and Chen Yun with undisguised surprise. He never thought these two would fall victim to over-sentimentalism. Especially Chen Yun, who spent his days in the opera theater. Qin Shuyue let out a sudden sigh. Chen Yun wanted to fight poison with poison and decrease the power of sentimentalism. Who would have thought he'd be unable to pass the final level? I blame myself for that. Her tone was filled with sorrow and her eyes became red. It was all because of that playboy's fault, she said with gritted teeth. Li Nianfan took out the television and passed it to Qin Shuyue. Here. Use this to tell your story. He noticed that tears would fall from Qin Shuyue's eyes if she continued telling the story. The group was hanging on to her every word, wanting to know the whole story. So, out of kindness, he lent a helping hand. It would be easier and more fun to watch the story on the television. It would also save Qin Shuyue the effort of telling it verbally. This is. Qin Shuyue looked at the television, slightly dazed. An ultimate chaos treasure? Isn't it blasphemy to use a treasure like this to tell my love story? She asked herself. The rest of the group was surprised as well. No wonder he was the expert, he had a chaos treasure for everything. However, they were mentally prepared this time, so they kept their cool. Besides, they were more interested in Qin Shuyue's love story. Daughter, do as Mr. Li says. Tell your story. As a father, I never showed any concern for your love story, and that was my sin, said Qin Zhongshan compassionately. Chen Yun's eyes shone brightly. Quick, sister. Show us your love story so I can figure out where it went wrong. That way, you can die happily without any regrets. Shuyue, you'll feel better after sharing your story, chorused Shia. What else can Qin Shuyue do under their ardent gazes, especially that of the expert? She bit her lip and nodded determinedly. She accepted the television, and in an instant, the screen displayed the first meeting between her and Yi Xiangan. The opening scene showed Yi Xiangan being chased by somebody, and Qin Shuyue was the one who saved him from being killed. After that, Qin Shuyue allowed him to follow her on the journey because of his adorableness. She would tease him from time to time. The two of them trained and killed demons together, rinse and repeat. Finally, the scene changed. They were taking a boat ride on the lake, flying a kite, stargazing, and entering the woods. Huh? Why did you skip over the woods? Asked someone. Sister, I need to know exactly what happened in the woods? Qin Yun gently reminded her. Qin Shuyue's face became beet red. Nothing happened. I only skipped over a few minutes. I swear nothing important happened. She pretended to be calm while saying that. A few minutes? Qin Yun widened his eyes. His face changed from disbelief to one of schadenfreude, and finally to indescribable happiness. His effort to keep his laugh under wraps caused his shoulders to shake violently. It's understandable if it's the first time, consoled Big Elder. Then, he turned to the sides and his shoulders started to shake as well. I've sparred with him before, but I don't think I can ever look him in the eyes after this. Shia nodded solemnly, then, immediately covered his mouth. The only person who did not laugh was Qin Zhongshan. His face was red with anger and his eyes were as big as cymbals. You'll be the death of me. How could you make me lose face by getting pregnant before marriage? You're using the wrong words, father, corrected Chen Yun. It's tasting the forbidden fruit before marriage. The rest of the group tried to appease Qin Zhongshan. Please, don't be angry, master. Times have changed. Qin Shuyue's face was still red. She did not dare to look anyone in the eyes. The scene on the television continued. The couple who was madly in love delayed their practice, and so, their journey became something to watch. It was a rotation on the lake, kiting, stargazing, and the woods. Kiting, stargazing, and the woods. Stargazing and the woods. The woods. Until one day, when their lives were disrupted. On that fateful day, Yi Xiangan discovered a tattered old book called The Art of Sword, Loveless. The essence of the book: if there was no woman in one's heart, one's swordsmanship would naturally be powerful. The first page of the book read, How to Forget the Woman in Your Heart. Chapter 548, That Good-for-Nothing Tianyu. Yi Xiangan entered sage mode ever since he had discovered the book. He never snapped out of it, so it was no wonder the two lovebirds never went into the woods anymore. The love story playing out on the television entered the final scene in which Yi Xiangan stole Qin Shuyue's emotional seed as proof of his determination to become a sword master. What started out as a love story eventually ended as an age-old tale of hatred and revenge. Qin Yun was surprised. "I never would have taken you for someone who'd go for the cute type." Shia nodded in agreement. "Yeah, he doesn't look very smart." "I'm going to kill him," shouted Qin Zhongshan. Big Elder stroked his beard. "If my analysis is correct, a trap was set for Shu Yue from the very beginning. The scene where Yi Xiangan was chased was probably an act." Shi glanced at Big Elder and said flatly, "It's obvious, isn't it? I knew things would have ended this way ever since Tian Yu came into the picture. I can't believe Yi Xiangan's his follower." "It's just that." He frowned slightly. "I ran into both of them some time ago and felt there was something off about Yi Xiangan. As if he had forgotten all his memories and emotions, only to become Tian Yu's puppet. If this is the price to pay for practicing the loveless Tao, why is Tian Yun immune to it?" Qin Shuyue's flashed for a moment. "Uncle Shi, are you saying that Yi Xiangan is being used by his master?" "This is very common. It's obvious he has become Tian Yu's cauldron pot," said Qin Zhongshan with a professional air. "It's exactly because the price of forgetting love is too big that Tian Yu would make Yi Xiangan into a puppet. He's only waiting for the right time to harvest the greatest result. I'm not sure how he did it, but if all goes to plan, this would be the end result." "We have to go rescue him now, father," said Qin Shuyue. Qin Zhongshan shook his head. "It's too late for him," he said without hesitation. After listening to their analysis, Li Nianfan already had a good understanding of all the going-ons. He never expected the two Chen siblings to have gone through so much. If it was not for the grounding aura of the empath sect, this would have definitely been a tear-jerking story. Qin Shuyue passed the TV back to Li Nianfan and said, "Thank you, Mr. Li, for letting me use this." Li Nianfan was about to accept the TV when he suddenly had a change of heart. He decided to do whatever he could for them since they had given him the double flying stone. He immediately waved her hands away. "Lady Qin, why don't you keep the TV for now? It might not be able to do much, but it might jog Yi Xiangan's memories if you show him the times you spent together if you ever see him again in the future." He suggested the idea because he had seen it worked in TV series. "Oh, wow." Qin Shuyue's face was red with excitement. She stood up and bowed towards him. "Thank you so much, Mr. Li." She could not believe her good luck for getting a chaos spiritual treasure. She was awed and touched by the expert's generosity. Besides, after thinking carefully about it, his idea could work out very well. No wonder he was the expert. Li Nianfan smiled nonchalantly. "There's no need to make a fuss about it. It might not have worked out, but if it did, all the better." Qin Zhongshan put his hands respectfully together. "Don't worry, Mr. Li. We would definitely return the TV back after all things are settled. We'll take our leave now. Goodbye." "Goodbye and safe journey to you all." After sending away the empath sect group, Li Nianfan quickly called for Daji and Fire Phoenix. "Little Daji, Fire Phoenix. Let's quickly go to a place with no people and try out this double flying stone." "Ah, that's right. I've forgotten to ask them for the exact steps in using the double flying stone. I wonder if there's a limit to the type of spell and the quantity that can be stored. Oh well, I'll find out in my own sweet time. All the more fun it would be." The silence ticked by, bringing nightfall with it. Somewhere in the Xia Palace, two shadows could be seen coming out of a dark corner. They were none other than Yi Xiangan and Tian Yu. Tian Yu was holding the chi-swallowing bug. In just 2 days, he seemingly aged 1,000 times over. He stared at the caterpillar in his hand with sunken eyes, almost crying. The caterpillar had shrunk a lot compared to the beginning, and it had also changed from firm to limp. However, even till now, it was still stubbornly pumping out luck. Why on earth is it so out of control? Will it only be satisfied after it has pumped out everything? He asked out loud. Tian Yu wanted to seal up the caterpillar's mouth, but he was afraid of hurting it. He felt the past 2 days had been the darkest 48 hours in his life. And don't get me started about those ministry rats. They only dare to work behind the scenes and not take responsibility for anything. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. So out of spite, he sneaked into the Xia Palace to look for the 2 luck treasures, hoping to turn things around. Generally speaking, he would not have taken the risk without planning for all contingencies. He knew the benefits far outweighed the risks if he ever went head-to-head with anyone in the palace. They could suck away all his luck in the blink of an eye. Then it would really be game over for him. This could be likened to the villain going against the luckiest person in the world. The former would definitely be defeated by bad luck. Of course he had considered it was not worth taking the risk to spite a few worthless people. But he was beyond reasoning, anger driving his every decision. So he had no choice but to bet all his chips on this. With his power, he had no problem sneaking into the palace. However, just as he was about to enter the treasure room, he saw several dark figures appearing from afar. I sensed something was off this morning. I was right to guess the two of you didn't leave the palace at all. Tianyu. Yi Xiangan. The empath sect group looked at them with solemn and cold eyes. Although they did not release their full power, a barrier had already been erected around them. "You're still alive, Brother Xie?" Tianyu was momentarily frozen but soon came out of it when he sensed that Xi Yi was still heavily injured. He turned his gaze toward Qin Zhongshan. It sure didn't take long for the empath sect to appear. Qin Zhongshan's power started to rise in momentum. "Tianyu, I wouldn't have believed you not only quit the empath sect but have turned to loveless Tao if I didn't see it with my own eyes. How ruthless can you be? It is forbidden for the empath sect to practice that." "You're too naive, Qin Zhongshan. The biggest lie in the world is love," said Tianyu with cold eyes. "Haven't you realized after all these years? Love only ever brought pain for everyone. They're also the greatest weakness of a monk. The only way to reach enlightenment is through the removal of all feelings." "I see you've already been possessed by the devil," said Big Elder. "Possessed by the devil? Don't be ridiculous." Tianyu laughed mockingly and his eyes were hard to fathom. "The three of us were so talented before. We wouldn't have ended up this way if we weren't not hurt by love." His eyes started to have a crazy glint to them. "Qin Zhongshan, Xi Yi. I'll forget the day our junior died. I held her quietly in my arms while she called out Xi Yi's name. And yet, Qin Zhongshan, you were the person she married. One of you managed to capture her heart and the other had her body. Only I got nothing. It was then I realized women were put on this world to play with men's hearts. And thus, I've become enlightened. There is no such thing as love." Chapter 549, Bring Me to My Love Side. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Qin Zhongshan and Xi Yi involuntarily exchanged glances with each other, their own embarrassment reflected back in the other's eyes. It was precisely because of what happened with Junior that their heart Tao was damaged, causing them to not only be unable to progress in their training but regress a little day by day. "Brother Tianyu, let's not bring up the past. Life is not a bed of roses, neither it is full of thorns." Xi Yi shook his head and let out a small sigh. "At least Junior is survived by her two kids. Even though they're not yours, how could you still do this to them?" "Brother Tianyu, as long as you're willing, the three of us can raise Yun and Shu Yue together," said Qin Zhongshan. "I would even ask them to call you father." Xi Yi's people-pleasing personality immediately grabbed hold to the suggestion. "Perfect. As long as Junior's the one who gave birth to them, who cares which of us is the father? I've always treated them as my own flesh and blood." Qin Shu Yue and Qin Yun were listening to all the gossip with enjoyment but became puzzled at the turn of the event. "Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Raise them as my own? I refuse," said Tianyu. "Since ancient times, the person who loves the most has always lost out. The more you care the more you'll get taken advantage of. I'm going to be ruthless and unflappable by matters of the heart from now on." Tianyu's eyes were as cold as ice. His face started twitching when he thought back to the past. The ultimate destination for love Tao is loveless Tao. One can only be the strongest when they've become loveless. He kept on looking at the caterpillar on his hand while talking. It was lying in the palm of his hand, spent, only dripping out the little luck it has occasionally. How could this continue on? It was definitely running out of luck. This was too cruel. He had no place to vent out his anger and the air around him cracked manically with a palpable tension. "I have some business to attend to today so I have no time to fight with you all. Get out of my way now." Big Elder had been waiting for his turn to say something so he took a step forward. "You know we can't do that," he said coldly. "If that's the case, you leave me no choice but to kill you all." Tianyu gave out a loud shout and activated a spell without any hesitation. The spell opened up the laws of heaven and earth. It was intangible and unavoidable, like birth, old age, sickness and death. It represented the will of heaven and earth and could only be opposed by the power of law. If Daluo Golden Immortal was the perceiver and user of the laws of heaven and earth, then Chaos Daluo Golden Immortal was the creator of the laws of heaven and earth. The latter would be able to crush countless Daluo Golden Immortals by only lifting up his little pinky. What's more, Tianyu was a veteran Chaos Daluo Gold Immortal infamous for his strong cultivation. "We haven't sparred for a long time, so show me what you got now," said Tianyu. Qin Zhongshan took a step forward and activated a spell too. In an instant, the two attacks were intertwined, but there was no sound of the collision. The spells cancelled each other out. This is truly the fight of the century between each person's Dao. The next moment, they took another step forward at the same time and disappeared from the palace in the blink of an eye. They had gone somewhere else to continue their fight. At the same time, the Big Elder and Yi Shiangan had also begun their own fight. Yi Shiangan's weapon was a big sword, and every cut was enough to kill thousands of laws, split the entire sky, and destroy everything. The sword had already transcended the laws of the universe and imbued with the power of loveless Tao. Generally speaking, the laws of the universe govern the rules of the world. But beyond that, it is Tao, the source of everything in the world. As the saying goes, Tao begets one, one begets two, two begets three, and three begets everything. As long as one completely masters a kind of Tao, one can detach from oneself and arrive in the heavenly realm. The Big Elder's face was solemn. He could feel the power behind the sword's slashes. He raised his hand and immediately summoned a jet-black stone wall. The stone wall acted as a shield to protect his whole body. He raised his hand again, took out a black feather fan, and waved it. Suddenly the godly fire of 7 emotions rushed towards Yi Shiangan. However, Yi Shiangan managed to slash the flame apart with his big sword. He then turned his sword to the jet-black stone shield, making the shield crumble under the attack. His power was just too amazing, aggressive and unstoppable, as if nothing in the world could stop him. He did not display any emotions at all, but kept out chanting under his breath the same sentence over and over again: "If there is no woman in one's heart, one's swordsmanship would naturally be powerful." "Yi Shiangan," shouted Chinchu Yue. She took out the TV and activated her thoughts so it would start showing the scenes of them together. "Wake up! Do you remember how we were before? Do you still remember the vows we took together?" Tianyu was shocked. "Is that an ultimate chaos treasure?" But soon, he relaxed. "It's only a treasure that's good for screening." Tianyu was amused by their naivety. How naive could she be? This is absolutely a joke. Do you think we're playing house right now? Showing him those boring scenes would not change anything at all. Sure enough, Yi Shiangan was not moved at all. His attacks became more vicious instead. At this moment, a very strange sight suddenly appeared in the sky. The 4 Chaos Daluo Golden Immortals were fighting for their lives, and their power was bursting everywhere with its might, causing the sky to fall into disorder. It was indeed a fierce battle. Next to the sight, a romance show was screening. A man and a woman traveling in the mountains and rivers, whispering sweet nothings, swimming in the lake, flying kites, stargazing, entering the woods. All these were played in a loop. Not only that, the scenes were accompanied by dialogues, making it even more cringy. "Even when all the mountains have crumbled into dust, and even when all the rivers have dried up, I will still stay by your side. You sneaky BTCH. Tianyu's face was contorted with anger. "You're not doing this to help Yi Shiangan recover his memories. You're doing it to disgust me so I would lose focus on my heart Tao." "Bullshit. She is clearly indiscriminately attacking everyone, disgusting everyone," retorted Qin Zhongshan. The only person unaffected was Yi Shiangan. His attacks continuously became more and more vicious with no gaps in between. "This is not good," said Shia with a frown. His eyes showed deep concern. Master and Big Elder's Tao path was cut off and their power has regressed, but Tianyu and Yi Shiangan have taken the path of evil, making their power increased by leaps and bounds. I don't think Master and Big Elder can last much longer." Almost at the moment when Shia had finished his sentence, Yi Shiangan dealt out his 11th blow. This blow was unprecedentedly overbearing. It unleashed the full power of cutting off love Tao, making the sky darkened as if the blade had cut through the fabric of space. The sword was originally high up in the sky but came down hard on Big Elder's head in an instant. Crash! The black shield was blasted into smithereens, causing the Big Elder to retreat hastily. He could taste the metallic taste streaming out of the corner of his mouth. He took a deep breath and said in a raspy voice, "Shiyue, turn off the sound now. I don't think I can listen to it much longer." How did things turn out this way? Shiyue's eyes dulled with shock. She found it hard to believe Yi Shiangan could stay unmoved after watching the TV. It's illogical to think that the expert would give something useless to us. Qin Yun considered this for a moment. It could be because the scene is not exciting enough. "Why don't you show him what happened in the woods?" he suggested. Bang! Qin Shuyue landed a punch on Chen Yu's head. Seriously? You still want to tease me in this situation? Her face was as dark as a thunderstorm cloud. Qin Yun rubbed on the spot on his head where a bump was forming. Ow. Thank you, stupid brother, said Qin Shuyue suddenly with a determination she never had before. You are the one who saved my life, I should not gamble it away. But you won't blame me, right? Qin Yun's expression changed. Don't do anything stupid, sister. We can always run away if you can't win the fight. I made a wish to the suffering sea, not knowing whether money can buy love. But now, I would like to find out, said Qin Shuyue. Then, she took a step forward. I give all my worldly possessions in exchange for bringing me to my love side. As her voice fell, an insight circulation flowed down immediately, forming a law, and she disappeared from where she was standing only to appear in front of Yi Shiangan. Yi Shiangan was still unmoved. He raised up his sword and with a thrust, stabbed Qin Shuyue in the chest. However, a lollipop was slowly delivered into his mouth by Qin Shuyue. At this moment, a sudden sparkle returned to Yi Shiangan's emotionless eyes. He kept his sword still. It was as if they were frozen in place. Everyone was surprised by the scene before them. Qin Yu stood motionless and pursed his lips. How could you be so foolish, sister? He asked softly. They could have run away, but he knew that Qin Shuyue would never abandon Yi Shiangan. Blood started to blossom on her clothes. Yi Shiangan, please answer me if you've recovered your memories. Did you ever love me? Fool, laughed Tianyu mockingly. It's just as I've said, love is the biggest weakness, it would only make us weak. Finish her off, Yi Shiangan, my beloved follower. Yi Shiangan kept still on the sword's handle, his expression did not change much. Qin Zhongshan and the rest of the group were seething with anger. They wanted to save Qin Shuyue, but it was impossible as she was too close to Yi Shiangan. They could not risk making any sudden movement. The fight came to an abrupt end at this point, and only the TV was still broadcasting their love story in a loop, which became the backdrop for this pair of young men and women. Finish her off now. The sword whistled through the air. Once again, the sky darkened and the glint of the black blade caused everyone's heart to beat crazily. The sword found its way to Tianyu's chest and a faint reply could be heard. I did. Chapter 550, Tianyu Split Apart. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The sudden attack caught Tianyu off guard. However, he reacted quickly. A shadow fell across his face and he raised a hand to slap the sword away. The two mighty forces collided and exploded in all directions. The shock from the explosion was not the same as water cancelling out fire. They were, after all, a collision of two laws. The shock was enough to cause space distortion and destroy everything in its path. Tianyu let out an involuntary cry while staggering backwards. A whole head appeared in the middle of his palm. This was not surprising as Yi Shiangan was the most powerful out of everyone present. Although he was tricked and fell into loveless Tao, he nevertheless have consumed Qin Shuyue's emotional seed, so it was no wonder he was more powerful than the three elders who got themselves tangled in a love triangle. Coupled with the fact that Tianyu was caught off guard, it was inevitable that he would be injured. Tianyu's eyes narrowed and stared daggers at Yi Shiangan. It must be the lollipop. It was careless of me to think you have no more cards to play, he said in a low voice. Yi Shiangan held on to Qin Shuyue and looked into her pale face. His eyes were red and racked with guilt. I'm sorry, Shuyue. I know you weren't yourself, Shiangan. You don't need to be sorry. She was just happy he had snapped out of whatever spell he was under. Suddenly, Qin Yue coughed. Sorry for cutting short your reunion, but how about we save the sweet nothing for later and defeat the enemies first? Not to mention, my sister is still bleeding, so we should really do something about that. The words achieved the intended effect and the two lovebirds turned their focus back to the urgent matters at hand. Yi Shiangan looked at Tianyu with a steely fierceness. You don't know the true meaning of love, master. What you think is love is only your excuse to cover the ambition and guilt in your heart. True love brings out the best in all of us. It gives us unimaginable power and courage. Just like how Shuyue was willing to give up everything she had to save me. You don't know anything. I don't need you telling me what love is, said Tianyu with a rigid smile barely concealing his anger. Listen to him. He's right, you don't know the true meaning of love, said Qin Zhongshan. They're right. You don't know it all, chorused Shia. I think so too, added Big Elder. Ha ha ha, that's nonsense, laughed Tianyu. His eyes were bright red and it seemed like he had entered into a manic state. Suddenly, his laughter turned into sobs. He felt there was a hidden meaning in their words but he did not know what. The stabbing pain in his heart made him go crazy. Don't for a second even think this is the end of me. Tianyu's aura was chaotic like a torrential rain. His narrowed eyes sparkled manically as if he was very close to having a screw come loose. Today will be the day you all die, he said in a low voice. He took out the caterpillar, opened his mouth, and slowly lowered down into this mouth. He remembered it was only 2 days ago he was worried about how fat the caterpillar was getting and that he would choke on it. Now it was the diameter of an earthworm so he did not have to worry about the risk of choking. I wasn't planning on doing this but you have incurred my wrath so prepare to reap what you sow. He let out an angry roar before giving them a bloodlust smile. My good discipline, it's time for you to repay me for all that I've done for you. Activating heart-devouring bug. Ah! Yi Xianggan's face suddenly changed while his blood vessels dilated with a sudden increased blood flow causing blue veins to pop up. His aura drastically weakened and he began wasting away. His eyes were bloodshot with the immense pain he was feeling. At this moment, Tianyu's aura became correspondingly elevated at this moment and a great chi flowed around his body. The chi was thickening moment by moment and manifested into mist making the surrounding hazy. So this is what being all-powerful feels like. I can't get enough of it. Tianyu's previous fury had been replaced by a deep calm. His simple and unfazed eyes looked towards everyone, as if he had completely transformed his life. It was a kind of lofty gaze, looking down from up above so high. Qin Zhongshan's face sank. I was right to think that you were only using Yi Xianggan as a vessel. Yes, it's just as you said Tianyu unhurriedly. Then he gritted his teeth. My original plan was to collect more luck before swallowing his Dao but it was you all. You all forced me to do this. Although Tianyu's strength increased rapidly, he would have to suffer a painful backlash with each attack he gave out. This was all because he did not consume enough luck. The plan I was carrying out for years was ruined because of you all. I'm going to kill you all. He raised his palm to face the group and although the movement was subtle, Qin Zhongshan and others found themselves shrouded in endless terror. The space they were in seemed to be separated from the rest of the world and there was a chance they could be annihilated any time. Hold on. Qin Zhongshan's expression changed drastically. A raging wave surged through his whole body and he erected a protective barrier over the rest of the group. Boom! Tianyu's palm print landed on top of the protective barrier like a mountain. The people underneath the barrier bounced around like a rubber ball before landing crushed on the ground. The ground outside the protective barrier split wide open, swallowing up all the mountain, river and trees. Qin Zhongshan and the rest of the group came up from the ground. Looking down on this area from a high altitude, a chasm spanning 30,000 miles and 3,000 deep had opened up. Blay! Qin Zhongshan and Big Elder received all the force from the blow. Their faces were as red as the blood they vomited out and their eyes were starting to lose their shine. All anyone could feel right now was shock and despair. Tianyu was strong, too strong. At this moment, Tianyu is infinitely close to the heavenly realm. If not for the fact the attack happened on the area of the gods, if it was another place like somewhere on the human world, the planet would have been completely destroyed. I'm strong, so strong. So this is how it feels like to be the master of the universe and control life and death with my own two hands. I'm invincible now. Tianyu hovered horizontally over the void. His hair was spread out all around him and his eyes shone with invincibility, knowing he could do anything to Qin Zhongshan and the group. Qin Zhongshan's face was pale. Shi, quickly take Shu Yue and Yun away from here, he said hurriedly. I'm not leaving without you, said Qin Shu Yue. She was holding Yi Xianggan's hand and she alternated her gaze between the Qin Zhongshan who was vomiting blood and Yi Xianggan who was in immeasurable pain. One was her father, the other the love of her life. They were both dying, what's the point of her staying alive? Her eyes shone with tears and she bit her lips with determination. Uncle Shia, take Qin Yun along with you. I'm not leaving too. If you're staying, I'm staying, said Qin Yun without hesitation. Uncle Shia, you should go. Like HLL I would, said Shi. He slowly got up and unleashed what little power he had from his heavily injured body. His face was full of determination. Let me clear a path for all of you before I die. How naive for you all to think you can come out of this alive, mused Tianyu with a smile on his face. His aura was still increasing and cracks were starting to appear at where he was standing, as if he was in a black hole, just like the embryonic form of a world. This was the kind of power that was strong enough to open up the world. Love and feelings, what nonsense. I would grant you all a quick death for the fact we used to be in the same sect together. Goodbye forever. He raised up his hand again as if he was giving out his judgment, and the second palm print appeared from high above them. Gasp. The space fabric around Qin Shiyue and the rest of the group started to split apart before the palm print even landed on them. Cracks started to appear, and the force alone was enough to cause blood to spew from Qin Zhongshan, Shi Yi and Bit Elder's mouths. The protective barrier was beginning to dull from the damage. The gap between their powers was too big. Qin Shiyue looked at the scene still being broadcasted in a loop around them. She narrowed her eyes and said, "Shaingan, I'm not scared of dying as long as you're by my side and we are surrounded by scenes from our love story." Yi Shaingan held on tightly to her hands and watched the broadcast with her. "I love you, Shiyue," he said softly. Everyone turned their gaze towards the impending giant palm print. They were strangely calm, as if they were a small, lone boat waiting to be capsized by a freak wave. A deathly eerie silence surrounded them and they stayed frozen in place. It was at exactly this moment, the TV set suddenly gave off a golden glow. The screen that was originally jumping around in static changed into an endless blue ocean. There was no ripple on the mirror-like surface. It was the suffering sea. The TV issue. The unexpected change shocked everyone. Suddenly, a lone boat appeared on the sea. A young girl was sitting on the boat with her hands put together as if in prayer. "Oh suffering sea," it was said, "everything could be bought with money. How about love? Can you give me my true love if I give you a coin?" She tossed the coin into the sea and a glint bounced off it. However, the coin changed its course and shot out from the TV screen. Its speed was too fast and was able to cut through time and space. It had already surpassed the laws of the universe. It aimed straight for the giant palm print still in the air with great will. There was no great collision, no loud sound, but only a soft hum when it pierced easily through the giant palm print. It did not stop until it shot through Tianyu's palm. Blood shot out from the space between his brows and cracks started to form on his face, traveling down to his whole body. There was no movement from him except for the widening of his eyes. His face was full of disbelief. "I'm splitting apart?" Chapter 551, The First Experience of Using the Double Flying Stone. Don't judge a book by its cover. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. All the visions disappeared from the sky, as did the overpowering and scary fluctuations, leaving a cooling breeze in their wake. It was nightfall again, a silent and chilly one. Tianyu was still hovering in the sky with the coin stuck in between his brows. He stayed motionless and unblinking. He could feel the cracks on his body getting wider and deeper. His body became so fragile that with a small movement, he could shatter completely and be carried off by the wind. Naturally, he did not want to die yet. How did things end up like this? Victory was within his grasp. How did it end up like this? Also, what was up with the ultimate chaos treasure? It was so weird. How could it change the channel without asking? "That was the coin I used to make a wish." Qin Shiyue looked at the coin in a daze, her eyes full of disbelief. "Is the suffering sea helping us?" "It's the expert who's helping us," corrected Qin Zhongshan. He clearly knew the suffering sea had not changed for 1,000 years. Nothing in the world could make a ripple on its surface, so there was no way the sea was helping them. But, it can choose not to entertain anyone except for the expert. The expert had not lent a helping hand from the very start except for lending them the TV which connected them to the suffering sea. The most important thing was the suffering sea was many worlds away from the area of the gods, and yet it was able to cross over the endless chaos to reverse the law of karma. Tianyu's life was bought with the coin Qin Shiyue tossed into the sea. The life of Chaos Daluo Golden Immortal, who was at the peak of his power and imbued with heavenly power, could be bought with just a coin. No one would ever believe that. Qin Zhongshan and the rest of the group stared at the motionless Tianyu with mixed feelings. They were suddenly awed by the impermanence of everything. Surprised could be found anywhere if one looked hard enough. Tianyu stared back at them. He wanted to ask them why but found himself unable to open his mouth. "Left messenger asked me to come over for a good show. He delivered on his promise," said a voice coming out from the night sky. His giggle echoed through the air. Afterwards, a black energy gathered in the air and transformed into a man in a black robe. He looked down condescendingly at the empath sect group and continued on in a mocking tone. "Using Tianyu as a pawn to capture 3 Chaos Daluo Golden Immortals was totally worth it. Misfortune never comes singly." Everyone's heart sank with dread. Qin Zhongshan looked at the man in a black robe. "Who are you?" he asked cautiously. The man in a black robe giggled unsettlingly. "Me? I am your master from now on, and you all will become my guinea pig." Qin Zhongshan felt his mouth grow numb with coldness. "The Ministry?" he asked gravely. The Ministry was infamous among the Circle of Chaos. The word evoked an image of street rats, disgusting, but there was nothing you could do about them. They were active in chaos and had a finger in all the world's trends. They could be found in every corner and plotted from behind the scenes. One had to be very careful not to fall into their traps. What made them even more disgusting was everyone had come into an unspoken agreement that they would rather die by their own hands than be captured by the Ministry. They all knew that being captured alive would be a punishment worse than death. Without saying anything further, all the people from the empath sect activated their magical aura with their thoughts at the same time, not to revolt but to end their own lives. However, at the next moment, all their faces suddenly changed at the same time, as if their magical aura had frozen them in place and only silence could be heard. "Don't even think about ending your own lives. Only I can decide if and when you stay alive," said the man in a black robe. A black fog started to rise up from the ground beneath their feet and transformed into a cage, trapping everyone inside. This caused them to fall into despair. The man in a black robe was certainly very strong, judging by his aura. Although he was not as strong as Tianyu when he was at his peak, he was very close. There was no chance they could ever defeat him in the conditions they were in right now. Not to say they would have ever been able to defeat him even when all of them were in their peak condition. If given the choice of getting killed by Tianyu or being captured by the Ministry, they would have chosen the former. The man in a black robe admired his handiwork. The chance to capture 3 Chaos Daluo Golden Immortals in one go doesn't come by that often. The most important thing is... He turned his gaze towards the TV and excitement danced around his face. He had to pinch himself to believe it was real. "What's this I see? An ultimate chaos treasure? It doesn't look like any of you'll be using it anymore, so it's mine now." He could not believe his luck at finding a rare ultimate chaos treasure. It was hard to control his emotions even with his trained mental state. Lady Luck must be by his side to be favored by the gods. "You can't have it. It belongs to an expert. Heed my advice to control your greed," said Qin Zhongshan. "I can't believe you would say something like this," said the man in a black robe mockingly. "You're in no position to tell me what to do. This belongs to me now." Thud. 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 Suddenly, the sound of footsteps could be heard from afar as if the owner of the feet had no intention of keeping himself hidden. There was an air of nonchalance to it. The man in a black robe's expression froze slightly and a sudden chill entered his heart. His divine consciousness did not detect the newcomer's presence, meaning to say the newcomer must be incredibly powerful. A coldness flashed in his eyes. He straightened his figure, raised his hand and laid out a few tactics around him, quietly waiting for the arrival of the newcomer. Under the gaze of everyone, 3 voices belonging to 3 long shadows could be seen appearing under the moonlight. Little by little, they became nearer. 2 women appeared. One as white as the moonlight, majestic and holy, emitting a faint glow. The other was as red as the flames, long hair flying, burning so bright that one had to avert one's eyes away. Between them stood a man who looked as ordinary as one could be. It could be said he was nothing but a mere mortal. The man in a black robe automatically ignored the man because he felt a threatening aura coming off the 2 women. Gulp. Qin Zhongshan and the rest of the group took a gulp at the same time. They looked at the 3 figures with shining hope in their eyes. "It's the expert!" they cried in their heart. Li Nianfan was originally trying out the double flying stone with Daji and Fire Phoenix. They were having lots of fun and even unleashed the spell stored inside the stone on a few low-level demons to test out its power. He was quite satisfied with the result when he heard a big commotion here and out of curiosity, came to check it out. Li Nianfan gripped the double flying stone tighter, still feeling very excited. He explicitly instructed Daji and Fire Phoenix to not intervene if the situation got out of hand because he wanted to use the double flying stone. Eventually, the 3 of them found out what was going on as they got nearer to the scene. The empath sect had been trapped in a black cage and was signaling for help with their eyes. They would have shouted for help if they could. Standing on top of the black cage was a man in a black robe. It did not take much to guess correctly he was the villain in this situation. The man in a black robe coldly stared at Li Nianfan, which made him panic slightly. The villain must be very powerful if he could trap the empath sect in a cage. Not to mention the black robe certainly added to his gravita. Li Nianfan would need to be careful when it came to dealing with him. Suddenly, the man in a black robe pointed his finger at the 3 newcomers. The three of you. Li Nianfan's heart jumped violently as he thought the man in a black robe was activating an attack. Acting according to the principles of taking the first strike, Li Nianfan activated the double flying stone with his thought and a ball of flame appeared, illuminating the sky. The flame transformed into a golden fire phoenix. It traveled through the night and aimed straight for the man in a black robe with a screech. The man in a black robe was momentarily shocked by the overpowering flames. What in the world is happening? Is he seriously pulling out the big guns at the first attack? He thought. What's more, I should have been more cautious towards the mere mortal instead of the two women. He quickly reacted with a cold scoff. He raised his hand and his black robe swirled around his body and transformed into a protective wall. Wait a minute. There's something off about the flames, he thought. His heartbeat became increasingly more and more violent. He sensed that an imminent disaster was about to befall on him. All the hairs on his body stood up and the coldness surging up his heart made him break out with goosebumps. I won't make it. The flames are going to devour me, he thought. He wanted to run but it was too late. The fire phoenix became bigger under his horrified and helpless gaze. There was a very, very, very scary aura coming from the fire phoenix. How could this be possible? Isn't he a mere mortal? He asked himself. Whoosh. The flames burned through his protective robe like it was made out of paper. But the fire phoenix did not stop there as it continued to fly around the man in a black robe. Until there was nothing left in his place. The man in a black robe did not even have the chance to scream before it evaporated into thin air. The air lingered with his thoughts of disbelief and fury. I have underestimated you. Chapter 552, Level up the settings for the satisfaction of having legendary powers. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Silence. Everyone looked at the spot the black-robed man used to be. No one spoke for a long time. How could a Chaos Daluo Golden Immortal, who is the best of their best, die just like this? Daji and Fire Phoenix were perplexed as well because forget about instant kill, they knew their power, without the help of the double flying stone, was much less than the black-robed man. However, Li Nianfan easily did that with the spells that were stored in the double flying stone. Was it because the power of the spells depend on the will of the caster? So the attack power dramatically increased this time? However, they quickly shift their mentality. Why are we surprised? Shouldn't we be used to our master's power by now? Thought Daji and Fire Phoenix. They have both the intellectual and emotional knowledge. All the people in the empath sect's jaws dropped in shock. The scene of the instant kill kept playing on repeat in their mind. They were unable to find the words to express their awe. When did the double flying stone gain the skill to increase the power of the spells? Only those from the heavenly realm have the means to be able to easily take out a Chaos Daluo Golden Immortal, whose power was at the peak of the world, right? As for Tianyu, who was on the verge of completely shattering, the act of dropping his jaw caused it to completely detach from his face and fell on the ground. It was a good thing his eyes did not pop out too. Every little movement could completely shatter his body. The wind was already blowing off the dusted bits off him and he was slowly becoming less and less. So that was how they were able to beat me. They had the help of the expert. The TV was probably given by the expert. It's not fair. They obviously had the upper hand. Wait a minute. The expert was probably the reason why I couldn't consume luck and was quickly losing it. Oh no! I was tricked, thought Tianyun. Before he completely disappeared, he still held some mixed feelings and regrets, but it could also be said he was completely content to be able to watch how the final scene all played out. So powerful, he said, and was gone. Li Nianfan was shocked too. I thought the black-robed man was a powerful character, but he couldn't even handle one attack from Fire Phoenix. He had originally planned it all out. If his first attack was cancelled out, he would continue to activate another spell. If the second attack was not enough, then a third spell would be activated. If that still was not enough, then he would leave it to Daji and Fire Phoenix. At that moment, he felt somewhat let down by it all, as if the game was over before it had even begun. Not a powerful character? Thought the rest of the empath sect group. They felt sorry for the black-robed man, but since the expert already deemed him so, then let it be so. You're absolutely right. A small fry, indeed, they echoed his sentiment. Fire Phoenix pressed her lips together. This has nothing to do with... He might be able to handle the attack if I was the one who cast it. I think the crux of the matter is, not many people in the world would be able to handle one attack from you. Qin Zhongshan made sure everyone was safe and sound before expressing his gratitude towards the expert. He returned back the TV with both hands. I must commend you all for the efficiency. I never expected the TV to be returned back to me so soon. Li Nian was aware of all that had happened. So the black-robed waited for everyone to be on their last dying breath before trying to steal the TV. Well, I guess it's not surprising he had to bide his time since he's so weak. Qin Zhongshan nodded, naturally echoing his sentiment. You're right. He's nothing but a lowly thief. Yeah. I could have easily taken him out if I was at the peak of my power, added Big Elder, trying to make his presence known. It was at this moment Qin Shuyue and Chen Yu learned the life lesson that it was more important to ingratiate yourself to the most powerful person in the room than to stay true to yourself. By the way, I've been meaning to ask, does the double flying stone have a limit? Asked Li Nianfan. Yi. Qin Zhongshan was about to elaborate more but had a change of mind. The normal laws of the universe did not apply to the expert, the usual limit might not apply to him. He did not want to risk incurring the wrath should there be any misunderstanding. No? He quickly said. Li Nianfan frowned involuntarily. Why the question mark in the end? He wondered. Elder Qin, I've asked Fire Phoenix and Little Daji to store as many spells inside the double flying stone as they could. My guess is there's about 100 spells inside by now and we're still unsure about the limit. Hence my question, said Li Nianfan to Qin Zhongshan. 100? And there's still no limit? Thought Qin Zhongshan. His mind buzzed with incredulity. He must have heard it wrongly. It was a general knowledge the double flying stone's storage limit was only 3 spells. The ability to store the spells for one's lover to use was against all natural laws of the universe. In most circumstances, it was more precious than treasures. After all, it was a weapon that could save one's lover's life. This also meant with each activation of the spell, the caster would suffer a backlash. How could the stone not have a limit? Obviously, this rule did not apply to Li Nianfan. Still, 100 spells was a bit too much and with no limit in sight. The double flying stone's limit had been pushed by the expert. What made it even more incredulous was that the expert was able to store both Fire Phoenix and Daji's spells. Qin Zhongshan could not wrap his head around all this new information, hence the sudden backtracking of his answer. He gave himself a pat on the back for his quick-wittedness. He did not dare to imagine what would have happened if he told the expert the truth. He never felt so close to death. Actually, Qin Zhongshan cleared his throat before continuing. I'm not sure if there's a limit. No one has ever reached the limit. That's why I hesitated before. Li Nianfan nodded. I see. It's truly a marvelous treasure. With this double flying stone, I have one more way of protecting lives. I'm going to ask Fire Phoenix and Little Daji to store more powerful spells. Li Nianfan had a good understanding of both Fire Phoenix and Little Daji's spells. With the double flying stone on hand, their attacks would become his attacks. Plus with the spiritual treasure and rebound of Deluxe Merit Saint. There was only one word to describe him now, invincible. This was the first time he had ever felt satisfied ever since his transmigration. Compared to playing the defense, it was of course more exciting to play the offense. Just like how Li Nianfan defeated the black-robed man with his own skills, only those who were in it would understand. Was this how the strong feels? As for the rest of the group, they were smart enough to keep their mouths closed. They were in the agreement the attack was not in the category of defense but cast with an intent to kill. They looked at the smiling Li Nianfan with mixed feelings. Was this what counted as fun for the powerful people? Like how they could just level up their own settings to become invincible? They could not help but envy him for his legendary powers. Was that the ministry? How unscrupulous of them, said Li Nianfan. On his arrival in Xia dynasty, he had heard about the ministry from the Empath sect and White Cloud sect and their penchant for being pervasive and unscrupulous. He did not expect to have run into them so soon. Yes, we've only received the news that the ministry likes to keep their activities hidden and would only capture the low-level humans and demons. But now they're starting to target the higher-level monks and strange demons. They're probably keeping a big secret from the rest of the world, said Qin Zhongshan. The ministry had become more and more active and many people in powerful positions had started to come up with theories as to what their ultimate motive was. What would be the final result of consuming and combining Chaos Daluo Golden Immortal and demons? What if they were to consume many at a time? If their experiments were to be successful, it would probably create a creature that would turn the world upside down. It would be prudent to take precautions against an evil organization like that, said Li Nianfan while nodding his head. Then, as if he had an epiphany, he continued on. Little Daji, Little Fox is still a demon king. Why don't we go visit her now since we're still on our honeymoon? The corner of his lips curved up at the thought of the adorable little fox being a demon king. He was worried the ministry would target little fox since she was a demon after all. Besides, it would not be weird to drop in and visit one's sister-in-law. However, his main reason for his visit was because it had been such a long time since he had stroked that clean and white fur of hers. Not to mention how much he missed those fluffy nine tails. Chapter 553 The underlying meaning behind the superficial question. Lina and Fan discussed the visit with little Daji out of courtesy. It was not like she would ever reject her master's requests. As expected, she gave her never-changing reply softly. "As you wish, master." The trio bid farewell to the empath sect and went back to Shia dynasty for a rest. In a world without smartphones, the only entertainment left for Lina and Fan before turning in for the night was reading. He liked to read Safe Travels before sleeping because it helped him get a good night's sleep and helped to keep him in a good mood. While he was reading, at the place where the battle took place, a graceful black shadow slowly emerged from the night. She was the left messenger of the late ministry. As usual, she was wearing a demon mask, but it was easy to tell she was not in a good mood by the aura she gave off. There was also a sense of confusion in the air. Immediately after she appeared, the void beside her twisted and out stepped a one-eyed old man with a wrinkled face wearing a gray-green top hat. The old man's face was green in color and looked like ghost fire underneath the night sky. It was uncomfortable to look at him. There was also a deep scar on where his left eye should be, permanently blinding him. A deep booming voice came out of the old man's mouth. "What's the matter? Didn't you say the empath sect group has been captured? Where are they now?" "Something else happened," said the left messenger coldly. She gave a pause before continuing. "The area of gods involves too many forces and there are hidden powerful people everywhere. Maybe the ministry has been targeted. My trap was foolproof, but if I had known things would turn out this way, I would have come myself. It's not a big deal. They're just some small fries and unworthy of you to handle it yourself," said the green old man nonchalantly. "Although I admit it was out of impulsiveness to create a problem from area of gods, I never expected to handle it so easily," said the left messenger with resentment. Although she only laid out the trap for the empath sect group to pass some time, it still made her furious when things did not turn out the way she wanted. There was also the matter of reaping a big reward if her plan was to be successful. The destruction of a mortal's luck, the dismembering of the empath sect, and the capture of a few Chaos Daluo golden immortal for the ministry's experiment, all these were like killing a bird with 3 stones. But alas, the birds were still alive and well. Although the same could not be said for the black-robed. At the thought of this, the left messenger became demotivated. "This is not a good sign. How is your plan going? You should not be careless," she said gravely. "Don't worry, everything is going according to plan," said the old man with a small smile, making his wrinkled face look more sinister. "The appearance of the area of gods has caused many demons to voluntarily gather together, making it to capture them in one go. The trap for the demon city is quietly being unfolded. There's another important matter. The dog who took out 3 of our high-level members is most probably from the Dog Mountain." The left messenger's face changed imperceptibly. "And you plan to take revenge?" "Of course." His surviving eye shone brightly while giggling sinisterly. The left messenger's eyebrows knitted together and her body started to turn cold. "Stop giggling like that. It gives me the heebie-jeebies." Far from where all this was happening, the empath sect members were gathered together. Although they were all badly injured, it did not stop them from holding a meeting. Their eyes shone brightly with high motivation. The experience of the past few days have certainly changed their perspective on the world. "I still can't believe we were able to meet an expert. It all feels like a dream," said Qin Zhongshan with mixed feelings. He let out a small sigh before continuing. "We all owe him our lives." "I agree. First he helped Shu Yue recover her memories, saved me next, and then saved all of our lives. The best part was when he treated us to Chaos Spiritual Fruit and Chaos Enlightenment Tea. I have no idea how I can ever repay him," said Shi Yi, getting more and more ashamed, realizing just how much he owed the expert. The rest of the group was ashamed too. The expert had done so much for them and all they had given him was a double flying stone. Not to mention he was able to fully unleash the stone's potential. Compared to when it was in the sect's hand, the stone could be deemed useless. Big Elder let out a long sigh. "We're as good as rubbish. The thought of someone like him being so kind to people like us makes me want to cry with gratitude. The days I spent with him still feel like a dream to me," said Qin Yun calmly. "All this just proves what a kind person he is. Let's do something to repay him." Qin Zhongshan quickly nodded in agreement. You've taken the words out of my mouth. It's just that. How can we repay him? At this, the group went silent. Their brows knitted in deep concentration. Powerful figures like the expert won for nothing, even the water he drank were from chaos spiritual water. Not to mention his cultivation was probably so deep as to be bottomless. What could people like the empath sect group do to repay him? The more they thought about it, the more anxious they became. They clutched their chest at the realization of just how useless they were. There must be something they could do for the expert, no matter how small it was. After a while, an idea struck Qin Shuyue and she shouted, "The ghastly Ghost King!" She became animated and her eyes shot out bright sparkles. "Father, do you remember what the expert said about the resentful spirit when we visited him? Do you remember what he asked?" she asked hurriedly. The group was momentarily stunned. They tried to think back to what the question was. "The expert asked us how did the resentful spirit came about," muttered Qin Zhongshan with his brows knitted together. Suddenly his whole body shook and his beard swayed violently as if he had discovered a new land. I remember, he said excitedly. "How did the resentful spirit come about? This is only a superficial question. We could change the question to, what is the source of the resentful spirit? And coming from the expert, there must be a reason for the question." He wanted to know whether it was possible to stop the resentful spirit at the source. Both Big Elder and Shia gasped with realization. Their mood lightened up instantly. Of course. Marvelous. What sounded like a simple question turned out to be guidance from the expert. It was actually a veiled order. Good thing we were able to figure it out. If not, the expert would surely be very disappointed. It's all thanks to Shuyue, my lovely daughter. You're as smart as your old man, said Qin Zhongshan, and then he laughed heartily. Things should be easier from now since we know what the expert ordered. I hereby announce our main mission from now on would be to keep an eye on the ghastly Ghost King. Both Shia and Big Elder were filled with the same excitement. We will defeat the ghastly Ghost King no matter what. The next day, Li Nianfan was playing Chinese chess with Daji in the courtyard when the door suddenly opened and in walked Fire Phoenix followed by an animated Yao Mengji and Qin Monyun. They were not supposed to stay for long in Xia dynasty after the crisis was contained. However, they had changed their minds since the expert decided to stay. Even if they could not listen to the expert's lecture, it was an honor to them as long as they could stay in close proximity to him. They were prepared to drop everything and attend to the expert's order anytime, any day. They would not make the mistake of leaving the place as long as the expert was still there. Although they knew the chances were slim the expert would ever ask them to do anything, it was to their delight when they were summoned to his place today. They were so giddy with excitement to the point of bursting. "Greetings Mr. Li and Lady Daji," said them both at the same time. "Good morning, Mr. Yao, Lady Mengyun," said Li Nianfan. He had fond feelings for these two old friends of his. It was not long ago that Yao Mengji went through all the tribulations and came to say her last goodbye to him. He was glad to see she had become an immortal now. Not to mention, Qin Monyun was not far behind with him about to start the process of becoming an immortal. Li Nianfan was the one who had witnessed all their growth and him growing alongside them. It was no surprise he saw them as family. "I'm sorry to ask you both to come so early in the morning," said Li Nianfan with an apologetic smile. "Oh no. It's no problem at all. We were bored out of our minds. Is there anything you've wanted us to do?" said Yao Mengji. "The three of us rarely go out so we're not familiar with area of the gods. We plan to visit Little Fox but we're not sure where she is now. Do you know?" "Of course." Yao Mengji sighed with the relief he was able to help out the expert on this. Little Fox is the crowned demon king. At the start of the area of God's development, all the isolated areas started to connect together with the heavenly palace at its center. The area Little Fox is in is called Demon City. Demon City? As in a city where all the demons are living? Asked Li Nianfan with awe. Yao Mengji nodded. Yes, Little Fox ordered all the demons to build the city to be her headquarters. At this Li Nianfan could not help but smile. She's quite the troublemaker, isn't she? He raised his eyes to look at Yao Mengji again. If you're free, would you mind showing us the way? If not, a map would do. Both Yao Mengji and Qin Monyun's hearts jumped up and down at the thought of being able to go on a journey with the expert. They felt unbelievably honored and could not contain their excitement. This was akin to them being the chosen one. Even a fool would know out of the two choices, which one was the correct one. Yes, of course, we'll be more than happy to show you the way. Truth to be told, we were planning on going to the Demon City ourselves. What a coincidence, right? Said Yao Mengji without skipping a beat. Chapter 554 Gift from God randomly dropped from the sky. Yao Mengji was very motivated. "Mr. Li, would you like us to prepare the spiritual boat?" Li Nianfan waved his hand with a smile. "There's no need to go to all that trouble." He thought back to the times when he still could not fly and had to rely on Yao Mengji and Qin Manyun to ferry him everywhere on Lixian Palace's spiritual boat. This caused him to let out a long sigh. The universe truly works in mysterious ways. Both Yao Mengji and Qin Manyun were grateful for the opportunity to act as guides for the expert again. After all, they would not be where they were now if not for that. At that time, they swore to themselves that they would be a perfect guide to the expert. Even if he would only use their service from time to time, it was still an utmost honor to them. Their ultimate dreams came true again today. "Do you need to prepare anything?" asked Li Nianfan. Qin Manyun shook her head. "No. We can leave as soon as you want." "That's great. Let's go now." He smiled and raised his hand. Suddenly, beams of golden light appeared from thin air and gathered underneath their feet until it became a golden platform big enough to levitate the group. The deluxe merit cloud shot through the sky like a rocket aiming straight for the demon city. At the same time, Li Nianfan conjured up a golden table and golden chairs on the deluxe merit cloud with his thoughts. The golden platform was still expanding until it was as spacious as a plaza. A flying plaza in the sky would surely seem opulent and majestic to anyone's eyes. Not to mention quite miraculous. "Please sit. I apologize in advance if this ride isn't comfortable enough," said Li Nianfan with a humble smile. Yao Mengji and Qin Manyun stared at the golden platform, table and chairs, so shiny that it was enough to blind one. They could not help but be taken in by Li Nianfan's humble words. Only the expert would use his deluxe merit like this. If it was anyone else, they would have hoarded or struggled for quite a while as to what they would use it on. It must feel awesome to have so much deluxe merit to be able to use it anyhow one wants. "Ah, the lifestyle of the rich and famous," wondered the two. Qin Manyun looked around the empty plaza. Suddenly her expression changed. "How about I play some songs for you, Mr. Li?" She often socialized with the people in the heavenly palace. Generally speaking, entertainment, such as the goddess dance, the battle between good and evil, etc. would be arranged for those people who were in high positions going on a trip. For this trip, they left in a hurry so were not able to prepare the necessary equipment. If it was not for that, they could have put on a musical party. Li Nianfan was happy with the idea. "Sure. I haven't heard you play for so long." "Thanks," he said with a smile. Qin Manyun walked over to a corner and sat down cross-legged. Her hair and long dress swayed in the wind, making her seem like a moving picture of a goddess with her musical instrument. She moved her slender fingers and graceful music started to come from the zither. What started out as a boring trip suddenly became livelier. Li Nianfan served up some fruits and snacks, truly enjoying the music and the passing scenery. This was the first time he was able to take the time to enjoy the world from above, and he liked what he saw. The combination of mountains and rivers covered in mist made it seem like the world was upside down. From time to time, they saw demons and monks engaging in battle, each living out their own story. However, such a big golden plaza would not go unnoticed. It stole their attention, making the demons and monks below stop in the middle of their life and death fight. No matter which party was the one winning or losing, all of them stopped. They were afraid the residue of their attacks would accidentally harm a deluxe merit saint and be sentenced to death by the area of gods. Therefore, the originally chaotic world became peaceful wherever a deluxe merit cloud could be seen. Until the deluxe merit cloud had completely passed over would the fights continue. At the same time, a master and his disciple floated past them on a yin-yang fish compass disc. Both the old man and the young man were wearing robes stamped with the yin-yang fish logo. Those are the uniform of the White Cloud sect, which makes them the peers of cultivator Young Kuai-yu. The young cultivator looked at the deluxe merit cloud who was speeding through the sky and gave out a loud cry. "Wow! Master, what kind of treasure is that? It's gold all over." "There's no need to make a fuss. That's not a treasure. That's a deluxe merit cloud," lectured the old cultivator calmly. So the news about the existence of a deluxe merit saint in the area of gods was true. "We need to make sure we don't collide with him. Disciple, let's change course and get out of their way." The young cultivator nodded his head, unsure of what was going on. He stared at the deluxe merit cloud, impressed. Suddenly, he narrowed his eyes and stared at the shadow in the sky. Something was falling down. He felt all the mana in his body surging involuntarily. He fixed his eyes on the shadow and realized it was an orange peel, catching the sun's rays and falling with the wind. "Ah! He gave out an involuntary cry and stuttered, "Master, that is." The old cultivator could not help but frown. "I've told you there's no need to make a fuss. You really need to cultivate your heart space." The young cultivator covered his mouth with his hand and pointed at the direction of the orange peel. "Master, look over there. It looks like there's some spiritual root over there." "That's impossible," said the old cultivator with a chuckle while stroking his beard. Nonetheless, he raised his eyes towards where the young cultivator pointed and his eyes nearly popped out. He gave out a cold gasp and with a quick movement grabbed the orange peel out of thin air. He looked cautiously around his surroundings and only let out a relieved sigh when he was sure he was safe. A smile broke out of his smile. The young cultivator flew over to where he was. "Master, is that?" "Yes, it's a spiritual root, or to be more exact, the skin of a chaos spiritual root." The old cultivator sucked in some air and said with shock in his voice, "This is incredible and unsettling. What kind of a person do you have to be able to throw away the skin of a chaos spiritual root without a second thought? The level of extravagance is out of this world." "Wait a minute." His face became animated. "A whole spiritual root will have more skin than this. Quick! Look for the rest of them." He opened his eyes wider and his face became solemn. As he expected, not long after, they saw another orange peel floating in the sky not far from where they were. The same movement repeated itself and he managed to grab hold of another. His hunger for more drove him to scan the sky carefully. He could not believe his luck and thought that he must have done something to please the gods. Along the journey, he picked up more orange peel. He grinned ear to ear at his good fortune. Suddenly, they heard a big commotion near them. They could see the demons jumping around and the monks flying around. The light from mana activation shot out continuously. A messy battle had broken out. "You bully!" roared a black bear demon, overflowing with demon spirit. His body was getting increasingly larger, truly a scary sight to behold. "This banana peel landed on my territory. It was given to me by God himself, so of course it belongs to me. Don't blame me for hurting you if you guys come any closer." An old man standing on his sword laughed coldly, his aura cutting. "This gift from the sky has fallen randomly. It belongs to the strong. If you say it belongs to you, why don't you give it a call and see if it replies you?" "Shut up. Let's see which of us will get the banana peel in the end." "Stop!" boomed the old cultivator from White Cloud sect. His immortal chi surrounded him, giving him a sacred feel. "It pains me to see you all fighting to the death for a mere banana peel. I'm willing to sacrifice myself to keep the peace and prevent unnecessary deaths. If you have to hate someone, hate me." Right after saying that, he raised his hand, swiped away the banana peel, and disappeared far away from the scene before anyone could react. Chapter 555. It is our righteous duty to get rid of evil forces. At the White Cloud sect. Inside the main hall. Cultivator Young Kuai-yu stood at the center of the main hall with a serious face. He looked wise and mysterious. Actually, he was only a quasi-saint. He was not an elder of the White Cloud sect. He had status, but he was not someone who could boast. However, he was as pleased as Punch that day. He told the sect master and the elders of the White Cloud sect to come see him with full confidence. He had something huge to share. "Today, I carry the news that will shock the entire White Cloud sect. Today, I'm the coolest dude in the entire White Cloud sect. That's how we do it. That's how confident I am." A breeze slowly passed by. His robes and his hair blew with the wind. He was very flamboyant at that moment. Then, a sudden movement appeared out of thin air. Several figures flashed by. They all landed in the main hall in the blink of an eye. They were all wearing the White Cloud sect standard yin-yang fish uniforms. They had white beards and white hair. They looked kind. They looked like cool cultivators. However, they killed the vibe of cool cultivators when they spoke. "Young Kuai-yu, you called on us and swore it was important. What is it exactly? I need you to know that my time's very precious. We're responsible for the well-being of the chaos. If you can't give us a satisfactory answer, prepare to be punished." "Young Kuai-yu, don't tell me that you did this out of a whim." Cultivator Young Kuai-yu touched his beard. He smiled and said, "Sect Master, Elders, I naturally have huge news. Also, don't worry. I promise that it'll be groundbreaking." The master of Cultivator Young Kuai-yu had to rush him. "Enough. You're so immature for someone your age. Stop giving us cliffhangers, hurry up and tell us." Cultivator Young Kuai-yu adjusted his emotions. He was about to tell them. Suddenly, there was a burst of maniacal laughter coming from outside. It got closer. A figure appeared in a flash. It was the old cultivator that brought along the young cultivator. He was surprised at first. Then, he was more excited than usual. He stumbled and said, "Yo, everyone's here. Good, I was just about to share some exciting news with everyone." The sect master asked curiously, "Yunua, you have good news, too?" Cultivator Yunua smirked and said, "Ha. I brought my student along for a field trip to defeat demons. Unexpectedly, we ran into two huge events." "Oh? Tell us about it." "First of all, I ran into the legendary Deluxe Merit Saint. His Deluxe Merit is huge and blinding. The rumors are true. He has Deluxe Merit flesh in the area of the gods," exclaimed Cultivator Yunua. The sect master nodded. Then, he shook his head. "This is indeed important news. But, you overreacted. The White Cloud sect is always full of cultivation experts. As cultivation experts, we can't overreact. You have to train your mentality." "Sect master, I hope that you can still say that when you find out about the second news." Cultivator Yunua took a deep breath. He slowly opened his palm. "Ha. Yeah, right. My mentality isn't something you can question." The sect master snickered with pride. He calmly looked at Cultivator Yunua's palm. He choked on his words as he widened his eyes. He looked like he could not breathe, like he might faint. The other elders also focused on his palm. Their beards simultaneously stood on ends. The sect master was the first one to revert to normal. He purposefully asked with curiosity, "Huh? Orange peel? Why did you bring this back to the sect? Perhaps something's different about this peel? Let me take a closer look." He reached out for the orange peel. Cultivator Yunua flinched away. He snickered and said, "Sect master, stop acting. This is the fruit peel of a chaos spiritual fruit. I tasted a small piece on the way here. The flavor, yummy. You can't imagine how happy I am." The others were instantly jealous. They all gulped. They were so envious of him. They were about to beg for some. Cultivator Yunua raised his hand again. He said, "Look. What's this?" Gasp, "It's a full banana peel. Such a big piece of fruit peel from a chaos spiritual fruit. Luxurious. This is so luxurious. Where did you get such a treasure like that? Perhaps from a secret border in the area of the gods?" Cultivator Yunua smiled and said, "Ha. You won't believe this. I was blessed with luck. I was walking on the road. Then, these treasures fell on my head. Everyone thought it was incredible." "For real?" The sect master grabbed Cultivator Yunua. He was genuinely touched. "Yunua, good one. You found these treasures for the sect. I'll order someone to make a flag for you to praise your contributions. Amazing, you're a hero." Cultivator Yunua's mouth twitched as he said, "Sect master, let's be realistic here. I'll only give you the orange peel. Deal?" Everyone gathered around Cultivator Yunua. They argued until they were flushed for a piece of the orange peel. Cultivator Young Kuai-yu had to feel superior. He cleared his throat and said with arrogance, "'Tis but a fruit peel from a chaos spiritual fruit. You guys haven't seen anything yet. So poor." The master of Cultivator Young Kuai-yu immediately scolded him, "Young Kuai-yu, don't say that. Jealousy has twisted you. I was about to get an orange peel from Yunua. Why did you stir the pot? Wait until I get the fruit peel." "Master, you want an orange peel? Why do you have to beg like that?" Cultivator Young Kuai-yu instantly felt generous. He raised his arm and swiped out a full orange peel. He generously gave it to his master. "Master, this is for you." This is also a fruit peel from a chaos spiritual fruit?" Everyone was stunned. The master of Cultivator Young Kuai-yu was so excited that his beard and eyebrows were quivering. His face was wrinkled from smiling. He hurriedly accepted the fruit peel and said, "My beloved student. You're truly my beloved student." Truthfully, Cultivator Young Kuai-yu was about to cry when he looked at the fruit peel he was going to give away. "Boo-hoo, I don't want to give it away. But, I have to. I have to endure my tears to be arrogant." Cultivator Young Kuai-yu raised his hand again. "Look. What's this?" Everyone nervously looked. They instantly felt their hearts race. Their scalps felt numb. Cultivator Young Kuai-yu was holding half of an unpeeled orange. This is a chaos spiritual fruit. The real deal chaos spiritual fruit. Let me smell it, let me smell it. May I lick it please?" Everyone was immediately exhilarated. However, they soon calmed down. They realized how important it was. They went serious. The sect master struggled to look away from the orange. He asked with seriousness, "Young Kuai-yu, what's going on?" "I gathered everyone here to tell you a matter of utmost importance." Cultivator Young Kuai-yu never looked that serious before. Everyone felt nervous. They held their breaths. They felt like what they were about to hear next would be something unimaginably important. "Yunhua, you said you saw the deluxe merit saint. Actually, these chaos spiritual fruits are from that deluxe merit saint. He left those fruit peels." Cultivator Young Kuai-yu did not wait for anyone to ask questions. He continued to say, "I went to the Shia kingdom this time. I, fortunately, befriended the deluxe merit saint. You guys can't even imagine it. He's so fearfully respectable." Everyone could tell that Young Kuai-yu meant it from the heart. He was not joking at all. They were all curious as to who would make Cultivator Young Kuai-yu react like that. The sect master said, "Young Kuai-yu, please, tell us your story in detail." Cultivator Young Kuai-yu nodded. He had mixed emotions in his gaze. His voice was shaky. He slowly told the story. "The deluxe merit saint sounds powerful, right? But it's only his puny little character disguise." The entire main hall was only filled with the voice of Cultivator Young Kuai-yu. Everyone else listened attentively. They were gradually shocked. They had goosebumps. In the end, they could only gasp to calm down. Gasp. The master of Cultivator Young Kuai-yu asked in disbelief. "He uses chaos spiritual water to wash his face. He treats chaos spiritual fruits like ordinary fruits. He has chaos Daluo golden immortals as his butler and his wives. What kind of godly existence is that? Are you sure you're not making it up?" "Master, that orange is the fruit he used to treat me as a guest. I didn't dare to eat much. I just ate an apple and half an orange. I brought back the other half." His master pursed his lips. "My beloved student, your placement of 'just' in that sentence is so well used. In that case, I'm afraid this man's beyond our imaginations." The sect master was utterly serious. He groaned for a moment and said, "Get ready, everyone. Gather the army. We have to prepare to get rid of the ghastly Ghost King." All the elders were taken aback. "Sect master, you..." The sect master said, "You all heard Young Kuai-yu. The expert expressed distaste for the resentful ghosts. He's trying to hint at us to do a task. If the expert has to say it out loud, the White Cloud sect will never work for the expert again." "You're right, sect master. But the White Cloud sect just started in the area of the gods. I'm afraid it'll be difficult to get rid of the ghastly Ghost King." "No buts. Just do it. This is the expert's intention. It's a huge opportunity for the White Cloud sect. Moreover, the ghastly Ghost King causes havoc anyway. It's our righteous duty to get rid of evil forces." Chapter 556 Demon City. State your name, incomer. A deluxe merit cloud slowly passed by. The world was at peace. "Oh? So you're saying the Heavenly Palace is about to battle the ghastly Ghost King?" Li Nianfan ate his instant noodles as he asked Yao Mengji. "Slurp." Yao Mengji hurriedly slurped up his noodles and swallowed. Then, he replied, "Yeah, Mr. Li. The ghosts are causing havoc everywhere. The underworld was obstructed when they wanted to arrest the ghosts. Both sides were injured when they battled. Most importantly, the ghastly Ghost King is scheming to attack the underworld. He also said that he wants to release the evil ghosts from the 18th layer of hell. The underworld's more stressed than ever." Li Nianfan drank a sip of soup. He asked curiously, "Are they confident that they'll win? How powerful is the ghastly Ghost King?" "It's difficult to win." Yao Mengji shook his head and sighed softly. "The ghastly Ghost King's an enigma. He has 3 powerful ghosts to protect him as his workers. They're all resentful ghosts that are also Chaos Daluo golden immortals. The Heavenly Palace wants to defeat them, but it'll be very difficult." Li Nianfan asked in a weird tone, "So powerful?" "According to the people who knew the history of the ghastly Ghost King, the ghost is a Chaos Daluo golden immortal. And a powerful one. He's someone who can create realms." Yao Mengji looked fearfully respectful. After all, that was someone who was like Lord Pang. Then, he continued, "However, he failed during the realm creation process. Before his ultimate destruction, he was so powerful that he survived. Maybe he got lucky. He turned to a resentful ghost. In the end, he improved until he got his powers back. Also, he turned that world into the area of the ghosts. I can't believe there's history like that. The chaos is truly full of wonders." Li Nianfan nodded. He hoped that everything could be successful. Li Nianfan felt like he could interfere with the battle if there was a huge issue. He was the deluxe merit saint after all. "The underworld is under my protection." The ghastly Ghost King probably would not dare to be merciless. Slurp, slurp. Everyone continued to eat their noodles and drink their soup. Chin Manyun had forgotten about her grace in front of Li Nianfan. She buried her head inside the bowl and slurped loudly. The soup was visibly disappearing. Soon, Chin Manyun exclaimed with satisfaction after finishing the soup. She smiled. Her lips were much redder because of the soup. Her cheeks were stained with oil. Her left cheek also had a strand of noodle on it. She had to say, so delicious. It had been a while since she ate delicacies from the expert. She could not believe that there was a new batch of magical things again. They were weirded out by the instant noodles at first. It was only noodles soaked in some seasoning and hot water. They could not imagine how it would taste good. However, the flavor was unexpectedly wonderful. It was more than delicious. The noodles, the seasoning, and the water used were incredible treasures. Therefore, they did not want to waste it. Chin Manyun would probably lick the bowl clean if she could, but she was afraid that it was too much in front of the expert. Every meal with the expert allows me to break through easily. It's as easy as tearing a piece of paper, Chin Manyun secretly thought to herself. She followed the expert around to eat and drink. Then, she became an immortal out of nowhere. She would probably still be a cultivator from the Yuanying realm if she had not met the expert. The difference was huge. Is this the happiness of relying on a big shot? Yao Mengji pointed forward. He said, Mr. Li, Demon City's right there. Li Nianfan looked over. He smiled and said, it's indeed majestic. He saw a huge city wall. It was different from a human city wall. The city wall was made from clay. Through the city wall, he could still see a lot of the buildings that were taller than the walls. The style was different from a human city. It looked unique and odd. However, it was understandable. The city walls were probably made with demon powers. Demons had an odd taste in beauty. It naturally looked different. From afar, they could see all sorts of flying beasts circling on top of the city. There were also a lot of roaring beasts on land. It was like a playground for demons. Look, Mr. Li. Yao Mengji automatically became a tour guide. Around the demon city, there are 6 tall mountains. One of the mountains is the Fox Mountain, ruled by Little Fox. The other 5 mountains are ruled by 6 demon kings. This area is known as the Demon Mountains. It looks like a successful land. Li Nianfan nodded. The 6 mountains that Yao Mengji mentioned were far away. Li Nianfan could only see the outline. They were covered by the mist. Of course, it would only take an hour to arrive if they flew fast enough. So, they were practically neighbors. Suddenly, he noticed something. He looked at one of the mountains and felt like it looked familiar. He looked closely and realized the outline of the mountain was a dog's head with 2 ears. He had to arch his eyebrow. Is that the Dog Mountain? Yao Mengji smiled and nodded. That's right. It's the Dog Mountain. One of us. Ha, what a coincidence. I wonder how Blackie's doing. Li Nianfan laughed. Then, he said, Blackie hasn't been home in a long while. I guess that the changes in the world affected him. He probably can't go home because it's too far away. He's too weak to go home. Yao Mengji felt troubled. However, he was used to it. He nodded naturally and said, You're right, Mr. Li. Blackie's too weak? The world will truly be dangerous if Blackie can't go home. Meanwhile, at Demon City, Little Green, Wild Boar Demon, and the Black Bear Demon were patrolling around the city. Those 3 were considered the OGs that followed Little Fox. They had been with Little Fox since Fallen Town. Most importantly, they were all badly beaten by Blackie and Xiao Bei before. They bonded through their common suffering. Little Fox trusted them a lot. They were not powerful cultivators, but they were considered successful. Truthfully, how could they be evil when they knew the existence of the expert? They served Little Fox carefully every day. Suddenly, a golden deluxe merit cloud slowly appeared on the faraway horizon. It instantly caught a lot of glimpses and attention. Little Green and the others were ruling the place with authority. When they heard the news, they immediately jumped. Then, they looked up and stared. They all leapt at the same time. It's the expert. The expert's here. Hurry, follow me to welcome him. Little Green had a shaky and anxious voice. Little Green leapt to the air. They saw a big eagle demon flying toward the expert. They instantly started to sweat and almost cursed out loud. They flew faster. The eagle demon stopped in front of the deluxe merit cloud. It looked arrogant. It asked, State your name, incomer. State my foot. A huge bear paw swooped down from the sky like a heavy hammer. It slapped the eagle demon away. A few feathers were left floating in the air. Then, Little Green and the others stood there with caution and respect. They wore the friendliest smiles ever. Chapter 557 Flying Duck Demon King's 13th Marriage Proposal. Greetings from Little Green, Little Boar, and Little Bear to the Deluxe Merit Saint, Lord Daji, and Lord Fire Phoenix. The three demons bowed with respect at the same time. Li Nianfan looked at them with curiosity. He asked, "Do you know me?" Little Green sneakily glimpsed at Daji. She said, "Of course. The Demon King already told us." The three demons were naturally very nervous. They sneakily glimpsed at Li Nianfan from time to time. Their hearts trembled. After all, that was the first time they officially met the expert. Previously in the four-part architecture, they gained a lot of benefits. It was either the leftover food or the fruit peels of spiritual fruits. Sometimes, they got leftover water. It was a huge blessing. One could say that they were raised by the expert. They could not reach their achievements without the expert. They were naturally emotional because they were standing in front of the expert. The wild boar demon was especially emotional. He glanced at Yao Mengji. They were both sentimental. Back then, the wild boar demon was a live shield for Yao Mengji to attract lightning. Li Nianfan laughed. "Good. Please, take me to Little Fox." "All right. Follow us, Lord Saint." Li Nianfan slowed down. "Oh yeah, I have to pour this bowl of soup away." He would drink the soup of the instant noodles sometimes, but it was only for the flavor. He would not drink up the entire soup like Yao Mengji. The three demons were instantly intrigued. They had to shiver. They hurriedly offered to help. "Lord Saint, how can we let you fuss over such a small matter? Leave it to us." Yes, we're professionals." "Wait a minute. We'll pour it away for you." The three demons passionately took the bowl of soup into the faraway woods. "Here it comes. The leftover food from the expert. It's our moment to be happy again. The peak of our lives." Li Nianfan watched as they stumbled and jogged into the woods. He had to say, the three demons are so quirky and cute. In the woods. "Gulp gulp Little Green. We promised one sip for everyone. How can you swallow twice?" "It's my turn. Quick, it's my turn." "Gulp gulp gulp." "Stop it. There's not much left. Save some for me. You guys are so unfair." The three demons led the way. They soon arrived at the main hall in the center of Demon City. It had been a while since they saw Little Fox. The little fox that liked to roll around and play in the backyard unexpectedly had the aura of royalty. She stood on her throne. Her huge, long nine tails stood straight. Her eyes were bright with regality and authority. However, when she saw Li Nianfan and the others, her aura instantly vanished. She became the little fox they knew. She leapt toward them. She leapt and smiled until her eyes were squinted. She wagged her nine tails and leapt into Daji's embrace. Little Fox felt like she found her warm home again. She playfully said, Sister, I miss you so much." Daji rubbed her fur. Then, she picked her up by the tail and scolded her, "Why are you still in fox form?" Little Fox innocently said, Hee, why do I have to transform into something else? I look quite good like this. I'm so cute and adorable." Daji was about to scold Little Fox again. Li Nianfan snatched the little fox and pet her. He also squeezed her tail. It felt much softer and smoother. No wonder people love to pet cats. I love petting the nine-tailed fox. It feels 100 times better. This feels so good. He smiled and said, "Yeah, she looks quite good in this form. Daji, stop forcing Little Fox." "Yeah." Little Fox instantly allowed him to pet her because he helped her. She happily said, "You're so nice, brother-in-law." "Thanks, brother-in-law." "Ha, I love how you call me your brother-in-law. I'll give you a lollipop." Li Nianfan laughed. He flicked his wrist and out came lollipops of various colors. It was like a critical hit for Little Fox. Little Fox was instantly interested. She accepted the lollipop and squinted from smiling. She hugged Li Nianfan with her nine tails as if she was saying, "Go ahead. Pet me." Suddenly, Cultivator Mosquito flew over with Kunpeng as an elder. They greeted them, "Greetings to Lord Saint, Goddess Daji, and Goddess Fire Phoenix." "Greetings." Li Nianfan nodded. Cultivator Mosquito had a meal in the four-part architecture before. He knew Cultivator Mosquito. He looked at Kunpeng and said, "I wonder what I should call you?" Kunpeng hurriedly replied, "Lord Saint, Just call me Little Peng. I'm that little birdie. I remember. It's you. Li Nianfan smiled. He remembered the little birdie Daji brought to the Kunpeng feast. It left an impression on him. Cultivator Mosquito had a blood-red cape on. She said softly, "Lord Saint, please, go ahead. We're here to welcome you." Kunpeng hurriedly continued, "Yeah, Lord Saint. We also prepared demon performances for you. I assure you it'll be fun." Li Nianfan smiled and nodded. "Good. I brought a lot of good wine, too. We can have fun together." Kunpeng and Cultivator Mosquito breathed rapidly when they realized Li Nianfan was about to give them wine. They were flushed from excitement. "I knew it. Following the Demon King's a good choice. She's the expert's sister-in-law, after all. Opportunities have arrived as expected." They did not dare to delay. They hurriedly went to make preparations. Li Nianfan arrived too unexpectedly, but they were already prepared. The Heavenly Palace, the Underworld, the dragons, and the others all knew that they could pause their cultivation, but the performances had to be spot on. Are we finally going to perform after all the rehearsals? 1 minute on the stage is truly 10 years of work off stage. Soon, everyone was seated. Kunpeng was with the demons with higher cultivation. The demons were all warned by Kunpeng and Cultivator Mosquito. At first, they thought it was confusing. However, they widened their eyes when they saw the wine. It was dreamy. A lot of the demons were not from the Eldritch world. They suddenly encountered such a magical event. They were so frightful that their eyes almost rolled backward. They had goosebumps. They held their wine glasses and shuddered. They had tears in their eyes. "Oh my goodness! How lucky am I? How am I working for such an incredible Demon King? My choice back then was a legendary choice. Choices are indeed more important than hard work in life. Those demons made fun of me back then. They're truly younglings in the end." Meanwhile, at one of the demon mountains surrounding the demon city, demonic energy was through the roof. Thousands of demons gathered and were noisy. A man with flat lips stood on top of a huge rock. He was bossy and dominant. He coldly looked at all the demons. The man literally had flat lips because he had a duck's beak. His hair was brown and his eyes were small. However, his aura made the demons fear him. He was one of the demon kings, Flying Duck. His eyes were full of composure. He slowly said, "Listen up. This is my 13th time proposing to Little Fox. If she still rejects me, what shall we do? Force her? Abduct her?" Chapter 558 Stunning Little Fox. The familiar look. At the demon city, the demons did not dare to breathe hard. They occasionally glimpsed at Li Nianfan with fear and respect. They were nervous. Aside from the glass of legendary wine, they could refill their glasses. More importantly, he provided chaos spiritual fruits. No one expected to gain such huge blessings because they accompanied the expert to watch a performance. They would probably be deemed insane if they told anyone about it. It was not possible, not even in their wildest dreams. However, it was happening in front of them. Our Demon King has a big shot. As long as we hold on to our Demon King, we indirectly hold on to the super big shot. This is the bootlicking theory. In other words, we're rich and successful. The demons were limitlessly happy. They wished they were talented enough to perform for the expert. Li Nianfan leisurely watched the demon performances. It was highly entertaining. He recalled watching performances from princesses, ghosts, sea race, and humans. He had never seen a performance from demons. It was new to him. There was a half-transformed yellow canary demon. She was the size of half an arm. She looked like a cute little girl. The yellow canary demon happily spread her little wings and sang in the choir. Golden snake demons danced with their flexible bodies. There were also a variety of demons that performed with their powers and tricks. It was quite entertaining. Everyone noticed how much fun the expert was having. Naturally, no one dared to disturb him. They all tried to move less and remain smiling at the side. Little Fox laid in Li Nianfan's embrace. She looked up and asked coyly, "Brother-in-law, are you satisfied with the performances?" Li Nianfan nodded. "Yeah, I'm satisfied." Little Fox instantly piped up. She asked with excitement, "Is it too much to ask for a lollipop as a reward?" "It's not too much." Li Nianfan laughed. He changed the subject and said, "But too many lollipops aren't good for you. Your teeth will ache." Little Fox started acting coquettishly. Her 9 tails caressed Li Nianfan. "It's fine. I'm not scared of that. Quick, give it to me. I want to eat a lollipop." Daji was fed up by the side. She picked Little Fox up and said, "Enough. Don't disturb him." Little Fox was for sure the acting type. She instantly teared up innocently and said, "Humph. How can you say that, sister? You're with my brother-in-law every day. You naturally get lollipops anytime you want. This is a rare chance for me. What's wrong with letting me have a lollipop?" "Fine. Eat if you want to." Li Nianfan defended Little Fox. He instantly gave her some colorful lollipops. Little Fox wagged her tails out of happiness. "Hee hee, thanks, brother-in-law." Kunpeng and Cultivator Mosquito were frightened nearby, but they were more jealous. However, they knew that they could never act like Little Fox. Sigh. The privilege of being the expert's sister-in-law. Kunpeng looked at the time. He had an idea. He immediately went over and asked politely, "Lord Saint, I wonder what you'd like to eat for the dinner feast? We don't have much, but we have a variety of poultry. Poultry of any kind. Just state it and we'll make it." He said that with confidence. After all, the Eastern Sea Dragon King earned the title of seafood supplier from the expert. The Dragon King always bragged about that. He could be the new poultry supplier. The expert would be pleased. Poultry. Li Nianfan was moved. To be honest, he was always camping outside during the honeymoon trip. It had been a while since he had a proper meal. Moreover, he was at the largest poultry market at the moment. Bear paws, tiger liver, or snake soup were all trash now because he could pick any poultry from any kind of beasts. He struggled to decide at the moment. Suddenly, there was a roar coming from outside. "Ha, Little Fox, it is I, Flying Duck. I'm here again. This time, I brought the marriage proposal gifts. I forgive you for the previous 12 rejections, but no one's allowed to reject me 13 times. The voice was powerful, echoing loudly in the air. It sounded like it came from afar. It was irresistibly dominant. It killed the fun vibe. The entire performance buzzed. Kunpeng and the others instantly cursed him out. This Flying Duck Demon King disturbed the expert. He must die. Li Nianfan arched his eyebrow. "What's going on?" Cultivator Mosquito replied, "Lord Saint, the Flying Duck Demon King's also one of the Demon Kings nearby. Aside from him, 3 other Demon Kings tried to propose to Little Fox, and they all came in rounds. It's very annoying. Little Fox is wanted by so many Demon Kings?" Li Nianfan was surprised. He had to look at Little Fox. He then realized Little Fox was more grown up now. Her fur was gleaming and flowing in the air. Her big eyes were bright and shiny. She was glowing. Even as a fox, she was stunning to look at. She was an interspecies kind of stunning. He did not know that Little Fox was powerful with her mind control ability. Little Fox would not use her talents daily, but she emitted deadly seduction without knowing it. It was very tempting. She was the well-known nine-tailed fox. It was no joke. Even in the chaos, the nine-tailed fox was a rare species. Mind control was a legendary skill. It could manipulate other people. It was terrifying. Little Fox was only a Taiyi Golden Immortal, but she became the Demon King and set up the Demon City. She was able to achieve that because of her charm, aside from the fact that Daji and Kunpeng also helped her. Cultivator Mosquito continued to say, "The 4 Demon Kings are jealous of each other. They even fought to marry my Demon King. It created a fascinating balance. No one dares to use violence. They created a competition of who can convince my Demon King to marry them first." Li Nianfan was intrigued. He suddenly asked, "Flying Duck Demon King? Is it a duck demon?" Daji saw it. She was very familiar with that look. Yup. His bright and shiny eyes are full of desire for delicious food. The Flying Duck Demon King yelled, "Little Fox, come out. I'll treat you nicely as long as you promise to be my duck wife. I'll conquer the surrounding demon mountains for you. I'll protect you in the demon realm." The voice could be heard in Demon City. "Are you kidding me?" Some demons suddenly stood up because they wanted to impress the expert. They said cruelly, "How dare he cause trouble in the Demon City and disrespect my Demon King? I'll fight him." Kunpeng did not look happy at all. It seems like the Flying Duck Demon ran out of patience. He's about to force her to marry him. Inform the 3 Demon Kings. Meanwhile, get someone to inform the Heavenly Palace. He secretly felt helpless. Little Fox was a Demon King, but she was not powerful enough. Their best fighter was Kunpeng, the quasi-saint. They had no protection from a Chaos Daluo Golden Immortal. They always relied on Little Fox's seduction attacks. However, during crucial moments, they had to get help. Daji suddenly spoke up. She said coldly, "That's not necessary. I'll go." Chapter 559 The Enviously Drooling Cultivator Mosquito. "Little fox, you are going to be my duck queen. Come out." The Flying Duck Demon King yelled in Demon City. He knew that he had competition in Demon City, but he did not care. He was fearless and reckless. His demon powers were activated. The surrounding demons did not dare to move. Suddenly, several figures slowly appeared. Daji was gorgeous and cold, she was like a princess from the heavenly palace. Her outstanding grace instantly stunned the Flying Duck Demon King. Behind Daji were Kunpeng and Cultivator Mosquito. They nervously followed her, they were feeling anxious. They knew that Daji was not as powerful as they were. Thus, they were more worried. Kunpeng had to remind her quietly, "Goddess Daji, the Flying Duck Demon King is a Chaos Daluo Golden Immortal. He is extremely powerful and arrogant. He is not easy to deal with. Please be extra careful." Daji looked calm. She nodded with confidence and said, "I got this." The Flying Duck Demon King laughed and asked, "Who are you? Did you all come out to welcome me in?" Daji glanced at the Flying Duck Demon King. She asked calmly, "You want to marry my sister?" "Little Fox is your sister?" The Flying Duck Demon King was surprised. Then, he was joyous, "Great. I have decided. I want you both." Ha ha. Kunpeng and Cultivator Mosquito instantly activated their powers. They overwhelmed the Flying Duck Demon King. They exclaimed with deep voices, "Flying Duck Demon King! Watch your mouth. This is the wife of the expert. He dares talk with recklessness. The Flying Duck Demon King must die." They gave the Flying Duck Demon King the death penalty in their hearts. Perhaps they could not defeat him at the moment, but they must report it to the Heavenly Palace later. By then, they would ensure the dead duck shut up forever no matter what. "What's wrong? Little birdie and a little black mosquito? You are both insects to me. How dare you interfere? Are you trying to die?" The Flying Duck Demon King activated his powers and overwhelmed Kunpeng and Cultivator Mosquito. He easily reversed the situation. The aura of an angry Chaos Daluo Golden Immortal was no joke. He immediately twisted space and time. His aura turned to solidified substance. Kunpeng and Cultivator Mosquito could not move. They felt like they might disintegrate. Kunpeng and Cultivator Mosquito groaned. They were more worried that Daji would be injured. Suddenly, Daji slowly stepped out. A breeze blew on her hair strands. Kunpeng and Cultivator Mosquito were instantly released. They were confused. They heard Daji speak slowly, "Those who back away with 3 steps will live. You don't have to die with your Flying Duck Demon King." The demons behind the Flying Duck Demon King all looked at each other. Then, they burst out in laughter. Even the crowd who watched thought it was unbelievable. They did not know how Daji could be so confident. "Ha ha, little girlie. I like your cold and bossy style." The Flying Duck Demon King laughed. His eyes were shining green. He said with malicious intent, "I will help myself since you choose to appear in front of me. Here I come." He laughed maniacally. He could not wait to go towards Daji. He could fly miles with a single step. He was already in front of Daji. At the same time, he raised his hand to capture Daji. The surrounding space was locked along with his movement. There was no possibility of avoiding his attack. Some did not catch up with the speed of the flying duck. They were not aware of what was happening yet. Kunpeng and Cultivator Mosquito were horrified. They tensed up and activated all their powers. They were ready to sacrifice themselves. They finally realized what was happening. Their eyes simultaneously dilated when they turned to look at Daji. Their hearts flinched from beating too hard. All because what they saw was too shocking. The Flying Duck Demon King had his hand reached out towards Daji. He started to freeze when he was about 3 inches away from Daji. He was covered in a layer of ice. The 3-inch distance was like a border. Once he crossed the line, everything would freeze. How is this possible? The Flying Duck Demon King suddenly widened his eyes. He looked at his frozen hand in disbelief. He felt a stinging cold from his arm. He could not fight it. There was a cold coming from his heart. He could not help but shudder. His scalp went numb. Retreat. That was the first thought he had. He tried to retreat without hesitation. However, freeze. Her cold words came out along with her powers. The air shook and rippled. It was as if Daji froze the world with a word. An astounding amount of demon powers exploded from Daji. Her powers looked like a never-ending neon blue river. Cold. Bone-chilling cold. It was as if she froze time and space. So powerful. The flying duck demon king was extremely terrified. He realized he was not able to escape. He watched as his body got covered in ice. Come on. Break. He did not have time to think. His eyes were bloodshot as he activated all his powers. He flexed his skin and muscles. A pair of feathered duck wings elongated behind his back. He started to grow out feathers too. Soon, he became a struggling big fat duck. However, it was all for nothing. He tried his best but it was meaningless. He went from a human form ice statue, to a duck form ice statue. The danger of death made the flying duck demon king speechless. He could not say anything. At his dying moments, he quacked. I am goners. Plop. The giant ice block fell to the ground. Everyone jolted. They looked at the transparent ice block. The flying duck demon king had his mouth wide open. Everyone was dead silent. It felt unreal like a dream. Then, they all looked at Daji with utter shock. They had goosebumps and did not dare to breathe. They felt the chilling cold coming from Daji. Their teeth chattered, and they shivered. The demons who followed the flying duck demon king were scared shitless. They all became cowards. They started to run for their lives. Too late to back away now. Daji was clearly in a bad mood. Her tone was emotionless. She raised her arm and gently swiped. An astounding cold attacked the demons. The demons were like lone boats in a giant tsunami. They were overpowered in the blink of an eye. They all turned to ice statues? Yikes! The crowd gasped. They also fell to the floor from being scared. They started to crawl away. They cried as they mumbled, I am innocent. Please don't harm me by accident, goddess. The chaotic scene was silent in the blink of an eye. The boastful flying duck demon king died in mere seconds. The result was beyond their imaginations. Carry the duck. Bring it back. Daji snapped Kunpeng and Cultivator Mosquito out of it. They returned from endless shock. Yeah, right away. Kunpeng kept nodding and bowing. He took on the task with fear and respect. He carried the flying duck demon king on his back. Kunpeng and Cultivator Mosquito looked at each other. They saw how troubled they looked. What is Goddess Daji's cultivation level before her wedding? I recall she was only a Daluo Golden Immortal. Right? She was not as powerful as we are. However, she killed the flying duck demon king who is a Chaos Daluo Golden Immortal in seconds. How did she become so powerful? It was too fast. This is too much. How can we be motivated as cultivators who worked hard in an earnest way? This is unethical. This is bullying. Cultivator Mosquito was envious. She almost drooled from thinking about it. However, she hurriedly snapped out of it. She hurriedly shook her head. How can I have nasty thoughts about the expert? This is disrespectful. Please forgive me, expert. Chapter 560 The Correct Way to Eat Roast Duck. Li Nianfan was in the palace. He was instantly surprised when he saw that Daji brought something back. Yo, what a fat duck. Is this the flying duck demon king? Daji replied, this duck is boastful and arrogant. He said he wants to marry my sister. I already defeated him. Li Nianfan nodded. He smiled and said, haha, I was just wondering what I am going to eat. In delicacies, roast duck is on the top of the list. This duck is so plump, I think it will taste delicious. He looked a bit sentimental. It was such a familiar scenario. He remembered when he brought Nanan for a trip. They ran into Immortal Zhao, a black fish demon who also forced her to marry him. Then, he became a pot of boiled fish with pickled mustard greens. The flying duck demon king forced Little Fox to marry him too. He would be a plate of roast duck. These demons always sacrifice themselves to become food ingredients. All with the same reasons too. So touching. Li Nianfan said, it's getting late. Find an empty space. I will cook a meal for you all. Daji, Fire Phoenix, I need you girls to assist me. Daji kept nodding, yes, alright. They could never be as good as Li Nianfan at cooking, but they could assist him. The little fox was instantly intrigued when she heard there would be delicious food. She could not wait. She said, brother-in-law, let's go. I will take you to my back garden. Kunpeng and Cultivator Mosquito were friends of Li Nianfan. So, they also followed along. As for the other demon kings, they could only feel envious. However, they knew that they did not deserve to accompany the expert. At the back garden, Li Nianfan told Daji to unfreeze the duck. He started to prepare the other ingredients. Roast duck was different from other roast poultry. For example, roast chicken and roast pork could be eaten straight away. However, roast duck had a lot of fatty meat. It would be too oily. Roast duck had another name, the Peking duck. The roasted duck meat would be sliced into pieces. Then, it would be eaten with wrappings, the white parts of scallions, and cucumbers. The oily taste issue would be perfectly resolved, and it would make the roast duck extremely delicious. It was one of a kind. An amazing and powerful delicacy creation. If the Peking duck was one of the elite delicacies, the seemingly insignificant side ingredients had half of the credit. Cultivator Mosquito and Kunpeng had no tasks. They asked anxiously, "Lord Saint, what can we do to help?" Li Nianfan thought about it. "Why don't you boil some water? Boil the duck to remove its feathers." He paused and said, "Oh yeah, I wonder if there are any jujube wood nearby. Other fruit tree wood works too if you can't find any. We need it for the fire." Wood from fruit trees had less smoke. They could burn for a long time too. More importantly, they would emit a fruity smell. It would not ruin the taste of the duck meat. Lousy wood would make the duck less delicious. Kunpeng offered to help. "Hey, alright, I will pluck the feathers." Cultivator Mosquito stood up. She said with excitement, "I will go look for jujube wood." They were overjoyed with the tasks. They hurriedly went off. Li Nianfan did not have an oven. However, he had immortals around him. It was effortless to build one on the spot. Everybody worked together. It was very effective. Li Nianfan steamed the wrappings he made. At the same time, he started to prepare the flying duck with no feathers. One of the necessary procedures was to stuff the anus of the duck. That was because he needed to fill the duck with braising soup later on. He stuffed the duck to avoid the loss of juices. It required technique to do that. He could easily ruin the duck meat. However, it was naturally a piece of cake for Li Nianfan. Then, he started to fill in the braising soup. The braising soup was mainly boiling water, an appropriate amount of Sichuan peppercorn water, cooking wine, and other seasoning. He filled the duck until it was about 70% full. He did that so the duck meat would not be dehydrated during the roasting process. It would make the duck juicy too. It was an important technique. Here comes the most important step. We are going to start roasting. It was important because roast duck depended on the fire and the heat. You had to be careful with the heat from the moment you put it in the oven. Moreover, a roast duck had to be roasted evenly on all sides. Different duck parts required different roasting timing. For example, the left side of the duck required 12 minutes. The right side of the duck only required 7 minutes. The fire was handled by the fire phoenix. Li Nianfan kept an eye on the duck. He turned the duck accordingly. Kunpeng and Cultivator Mosquito focused on the gradually red roast duck. They were awestruck. The flying duck demon king was a chaos Daluo golden immortal. He made them very stressed. However, he became unrecognizable. He also emitted a delicious smell. No one would know he was the flying duck demon king. He truly did not look like a duck anymore. Then, they looked at how serious Li Nianfan looked. He carefully turned the duck every minute. He was focused. I'm afraid very few things can make the expert be serious like that. Flying Duck Demon King, you are dead, but the expert took notice of you. You should be proud. The aroma suddenly changed while they were thinking to themselves. A layer of golden oil emitted from the duck's skin. The duck's skin hardened and turned crunchy. It looked crispy and shiny. It looked very appetizing. Smells good. It smells wonderful. Compared to other roasted delicacies, the aroma of the roast duck was not the most intense, but it was the most unique. It smelled appetizing, and it made them salivate. Almost done. Li Nianfan smiled. He took the duck out from the oven. He casually inspected it and brushed on the sesame oil. It increased the shininess of the skin. It also got rid of the smoke ash, and increased the flavor. The roast duck was officially complete. He noticed that Kunpeng and Cultivator Mosquito were staring at it. They looked squeamish. Li Nianfan slightly chuckled, "Relax, it's not time to eat yet." He took out his cooking knife as he spoke. He casually did a spin trick with the knife and sliced the roast duck. He did not slice the meat. He sliced the duck skin. The orange-red duck skin smelled delicious, and it was crispy. It shined brightly. Every slice was even and squared. He placed them in a neat order. Daji asked curiously, "Perhaps the duck skin can be eaten on its own?" "Ha, you're so smart, Daji. This is the essence of roast duck." Li Nianfan laughed. "Duck meat is delicious too, but the duck skin is superb. The duck skin alone can be a delicacy. This is the correct way to eat a roast duck." He paused. He smiled and said, "You can try it first if you don't believe me. Of course, you should dip the white sugar, it will taste even better." "Brother-in-law, I want to eat. I want to eat." The little fox would not be courteous with Li Nianfan. She could not wait. She immediately hopped over. She could not hold chopsticks, so she carefully took a crispy duck skin with her little paw. She swiftly dipped the sugar and ate the entire piece. Chapter 561 Simps are so crazy. Crunch. The crispy duck skin instantly shattered inside her mouth. At the same time, an explosion of intense flavors filled her mouth. So crunchy. The little fox quietly shut her eyes. She was obsessed with the flavor. Her snow-white fur was shaking from that. The crunchiness was not too hard or too soft. It was not weird either. It felt perfectly nice and satisfying. Moreover, the aroma of the duck skin itself was impactful. The little fox was stunned. Her fur, her 9 tails, and her ears stood up straight. The duck skin itself was a bit oily and salty. However, the sugar balanced it out. It was different from other delicacies. It was without a doubt super delicious. Wow, super delicious. The little fox opened her eyes. She could not wait to grab another piece of duck skin. Daji had to slap her on the head. "Watch yourself." Daji and the fire phoenix were in no rush to try it. They did not pick up the duck skin. As for Kunpeng and Cultivator Mosquito, they did not dare to pick up the duck skin. After all, the expert had not tried it yet. It would be disrespectful if they touched it first. However, they were indeed hungry when they looked at the little fox. Li Nianfan laughed. He did not care. He did the finishing touches. The knife shined as he moved the blade. In mere moments, the plump duck became an empty bone rack. The duck meat was evenly sliced into small pieces. Duck was not only delicious, they were useful throughout. The duck skin and meat could be eaten separately, and the bone rack could be used to boil soup. Done. Li Nianfan put down the cooking knife. "Let me show you the example." He picked up the wrappings at the side. He picked up some duck meat, white parts of scallions, and cucumber. He placed them in the wrappings and wrapped them into a rectangular shape. Then, he dipped it in some sweet sauce. "There. Then, you can eat it." He passed it to Daji. "Daji, here you go." Daji was instantly intrigued. "Thank you." Li Nianfan immediately wrapped another one for the fire phoenix. Sigh. This might be the struggle of having more than one wife. "Little Peng, Cultivator Mosquito, don't be courteous. Go ahead." "Yeah, all right." Kunpeng and Cultivator Mosquito had been enduring it for a long while. They instantly mimicked what Li Nianfan showed them. They did not expect so much knowledge in eating roast duck. They thought to themselves, "I learned something new." Cultivator Mosquito carefully wrapped up the duck meat. She saw layers of red and green inside. It was tempting. Participating in making the food somehow made it more appetizing. She could not wait any longer. She opened her red lips and put the wrappings into her mouth. She slightly bit on it. The flavor of the wrappings with the sweet sauce dip made her jolt. Then, the wrap was bitten open. The crunchy cucumber exploded. The aroma of the duck meat was then released into her mouth. It was mixed with the flavors of the scallions. It was a mixed flavor. It felt refreshing, complex, stimulating, and subtle. The flavor was like an appetizing symphony in the mouth. The duck meat was fat but not too oily. They could not stop, and they could not help themselves. Cultivator Mosquito shoved the rest of the wrappings into her mouth without hesitation. She chewed on it. It felt too satisfying and wonderful. She wanted to keep eating it until she died. She felt like it was the only way to cure her food obsession. Then, they ate the duck skin. It was different from the meat. However, it was also an extremely delicious food. They could not imagine that they both came from the same duck. The meat and the skin taste completely different. Also, they were both super delicious. Moreover, Kunpeng and Cultivator Mosquito were surprised to find wisdom contained in the meat. After all, the dead body of the Chaos Daluo Golden Immortal was made into a delicacy by the expert. The meat quality was not comparable to other meat. The huge amount of wisdom contained in the meat benefited them a lot. They almost became Chaos Daluo Golden Immortals on the spot. They were close. Their hearts trembled like crazy. They were used to how powerful the expert was, but they still could not calm down. After all, improving cultivation was too hard for everyone, especially those who are stronger. They required a huge amount of resources and luck. A lot of cultivators were not able to improve with thousands of years. However, it was not a problem as long as you were around the expert. Even the most basic necessities were chaos spiritual chi and chaos spiritual water. If cultivators stayed there, their powers would unconsciously improve. Not to mention the chaos spiritual fruits. It was too rare to achieve. It was a dreamlike existence in the chaos. For most powerful cultivators, they could not improve their cultivation in one go. A hint of improvement was hard to make throughout thousands of years. Cultivators were happy to stay beside the expert. They did not need to cultivate at all. They only eat to improve. It was a million times better than working hard. Not to mention, the expert would occasionally make delicacies. It was an unimaginable opportunity in their wildest dreams. If they could beat Aji or the Fire Phoenix, they would be wildly successful. Cultivator Mosquito and Kunping hurriedly shook their heads. They cast their thoughts aside and focused on eating. The opportunity was hard to come by. They had to fully appreciate it. We cannot be greedy. We already got a lot of benefits from the expert, and our powers greatly improved. Don't think too much. Smack, smack. Everyone smacked their lips as they enjoyed the moment. Nobody talked. Li Nian Fan took out the wine gourd and poured wine for everyone. It was to wash away the oily taste. Wow! Everyone sighed happily. They had never been this satisfied and fulfilled before. They had to say, the life of the expert was truly simplistic. They wanted to cry from envy. It was getting dark. Everyone walked out from the back garden. Their rooms were already prepared. Little Green, who guarded the door, came over with a colorful pendant. She told the little fox, Demon King, this is a spiritual treasure given by the Bull Demon King. He wants to ask you out for dinner. The little fox nodded. She was clearly used to it. She calmly said, accept it. Tell him I am showering so I can't go out. Daji picked her up by the tail. She interrogated her, do you always accept their gifts like that? She was angry. She flicked her little head. Li Nianfan was weirded out too. She crossed the line. She simply rejected them with excuses, but greedily accepted their gifts. She was a full-on playgirl. The little fox held her head. She said, don't be angry, sister. I have to accept the gifts. Daji did not buy it. She asked coldly, I see that you accepted it very naturally. Are you used to it? Sis, I will never lie to you. Let me explain. The little fox stuck her tongue out and smiled apologetically. Then, she said, at first, I rejected them. But once I reject them, the Demon Kings will be angry. Then, they will come here to cause havoc. They will only leave if I accept the gifts. The little fox put her paws up, ask the others if you don't believe me. Kunping nodded at the side. He said, Goddess Daji, it's true. The Demon Kings felt like they had a shot with her if she accepted the gifts. They will also compete with each other. If she rejects it, they will be angry from embarrassment. Li Nianfan scratched his nose. He genuinely thought to himself, simps are so crazy. Chapter 562 I am unimaginably powerful. At the palace of the demon city. The little fox looked innocent. Daji did not look happy at all. She knew about what happened, but she was still worried for the little fox. She said that things were handled with a balance, but it was more like walking on a tightrope. Her capabilities did not match up with her looks. Daji pursed her lips. She said, all right, inform the 3 Demon Kings to meet up at the Fox Mountain. I will talk to them. Li Nianfan reminded her, be careful. He would not stop her because it was for the little fox. Daji was the older sister, she had to interfere. If the little fox kept accepting gifts, it would end up badly for her sooner or later. He paused. Then, he said, the Fire Phoenix should go with you. Meanwhile, at Demon City, 5 figures slowly walked on the busy street. Nighttime was an active time for the demons. The Demon City was bustling, there were demons and flying beasts everywhere. It was a poultry paradise. The 5 figures were in human form. The one walking in the middle was a hunchbacked elder with a green face. The other 4 figures were clearly respectful towards their leader. They walked on the street with extraordinary outfits. They were supposed to be eye-catching. However, nobody stared at them. They did not attract any attention. It was as if they were separated from the world. They did not emit any aura. The muscular cultivator next to the green-faced elder looked at the city that was full of demons. He asked, right messenger, should we continue with the plan for tonight? He asked something obvious. It instantly annoyed the green-faced elder. He squinted and asked, continue? Do you want to continue with your life? The muscular cultivator looked awkward. He instantly said, "Sorry for being stupid. Deluxe merit flesh, deluxe merit flesh." The green-faced elder had one eye left. He mumbled, "It can't be helped. Our plans against the demon city must be postponed. Let's do another task first." He sighed softly. He said it casually, but he felt awful. There were all sorts of demons in Demon City, even the rare nine-tailed fox. For the ministry, it was the best hunting spot. However, they could not hunt daringly to avoid attention from other forces. They had a scheme on the Demon City for days. They already set the trap. They were going to capture all the demons while they least expected it that night, and take them back to the ministry. However, the deluxe merit saints suddenly showed up during the daytime. Fuck. Such a coincidence. It feels exactly like when you suddenly eat a fly. So disgusting. Once their spell was activated, the entire demon city would be affected. Of course, the deluxe merit saint would be affected too. Moreover, they would be chosen by the chaos thunderbolt. They would most probably end up being dust. That would be bad. The reward was right in front of them, but they could not do it because of the deluxe merit flesh. They reacted well, other cultivators would be enraged or go insane. At that moment, the green-faced elder finally understood what it was like for the left messenger. At the Shia kingdom, the flawless plan of the left messenger was ruined by a ripped shirt of the deluxe merit saint. He faced the same scenario at the demon city. Previously, he swore that everything was under control. He did not expect to lose control at the beginning of the plan. Why did the deluxe merit saint suddenly show up? Is he against us? What a kryptonite. The muscular cultivator said, "Right, messenger, we will do anything if you have a plan. The demon city will be ours sooner or later. Let's postpone the plan." The green-faced elder comforted himself. Then, he said, "Let's capture the dog at the dog mountain first. Follow me to set up a trap tonight. I will use the immortal weaken spell too. Tonight, we will hunt." Yes. The right messenger is hunting tonight. The dog will be ours. A realm cultivator beast is too rare. I have to check it out tomorrow. The green-faced elder waved it off. He still looked upset. He snickered coldly and said, "And this deluxe merit saint. His existence is an enigma, it's very disgusting. He puts us at a disadvantage. One day, I will take his life." He was always a ruler amongst rulers. He hated that his plans were disrupted. He was feeling malicious. The other four cultivators instantly looked at each other. They looked at the green-faced elder with horrified faces. They felt their scalps go numb. The muscular cultivator had to remind him, "Right. Right, messenger, that is the deluxe merit saint of the area of the gods." The deluxe merit saint was a seemingly lousy cultivator. However, everyone would still avoid him. It was bad to even touch him. Ha! So what? I am unimaginably powerful too. Right? The green-faced elder proudly smiled. His face was full of wrinkles. He had a very mysterious look. He did not speak about that anymore. He said, "Let's go. Follow me to the dog mountain." That night was fated to be an extraordinary night. Somewhere in the area of the gods, it was dark all year. The area was covered with darkness and creepy energy. There was an intense deadly energy and ghost energy. The woods, rivers, and the rocks were much different than other areas. Ghastly green halos could be seen everywhere. They were like ghost flames, swaying in the night. Those who have been to the underworld would realize that the design was similar to the underworld. It was without a doubt a place for the ghosts. That place was the area of the ghosts, created by the ghastly Ghost King. For the ghastly Ghost King, it was risky to create a realm. However, creating a small area was a piece of cake. Moreover, it was not like the underworld. The area of the ghosts was not built underground. It was somewhere in the area of the gods. It looked powerful. The ghastly Ghost King was planning to rule the area of the gods, and it shows. The area of the ghosts was crowded that night. Countless resentful spirits came from all around the world. They were full of resentful aura. They were no longer living beings. They existed purely out of hatred and resentment. They stubbornly remembered the resentful memories from their past lives. They were out to kill. More accurately, they were pawns created by the ghastly Ghost King. It was exactly like how the Styx created the countless blood clones. They were summoned by the ghastly Ghost King for one thing. That was to head to the underworld and take over the 18 layers of hell. That night, the big Lord Demon finally gathered his remaining army to visit the ghastly Ghost King. Chapter 563 The Dumbfounded Ghastly Ghost King. The big lord demon and the others were overjoyed when they saw the countless resentful spirits. The resentful spirits were also powerful too. They were highly motivated. It looked like the ghastly Ghost King was more powerful than he seemed. This is reliable. However, the big lord demon gradually lost his smile. His heart started to pound anxiously. Is the ghastly Ghost King planning to take over the underworld? He was a local. He naturally knew the underworld, which was precisely why he was anxious. It seemed like things would not end well for anyone against the heavenly palace in the underworld. Especially when he tried it himself. The ghastly Ghost King just showed up and wanted to attack the underworld. It was very inappropriate. He did not want to admit it, but it was a cruel fact. The ghastly Ghost King sat on the throne. He was worshipped by countless resentful spirits. His aura was limitless. There were no eyeballs in his eye sockets. Instead, there were two emerald green flames. He looked down on the big lord demon and asked, "Are you a demon cultivator? Why did you come here?" The big lord demon instantly replied, "I am the big lord demon. Greetings to the ghastly Ghost King. We are originally minions of Yantsu. Yantsu was defeated. So, I came here with the rest of the demon army to serve you. I hope that you will accept us." "I see." The ghastly Ghost King nodded and observed the big lord demon. He casually said, "Your cultivation is lousy, but you wish to serve me. That means that you are someone who is aware of situations. You have intelligence. I am about to attack the underworld, you all should tag along." The big lord demon hesitated. He forced himself to say, "Lord Ghost King, I think that a reckless attack is not a good move." The fiery eyes of the ghastly Ghost King suddenly ignited. "Oh? Why so?" "To be honest, I have been living in the Eldritch world before it became the area of the gods. I've been through a lot." The big lord demon tried to form a sentence. He said, "This world is unimaginably weird and dangerous. Also, it's extremely unfriendly. For example, Yantsu was about to succeed, but he suddenly ran into the Deluxe Merit Saint. He lost all his hard work. Back then, I also lost a lot because of the Deluxe Merit Saint." The big lord demon recalled sad memories as he said it. He was genuinely angry and pained. The ghastly Ghost King laughed, "Ha, good. I love challenges. I am more excited to hear you say that. Lord Ghost King, please reconsider. You really need a long-term plan for this. Safety first." The big lord demon tried his best to stop the ghastly Ghost King. He wanted the ghastly Ghost King to stop. He clenched his jaw and dropped the truth bomb. "Actually, I was quite unlucky. I followed several leaders with tragic endings." Ha, ha. The ghastly Ghost King was instantly entertained. He looked at the big lord demon with sympathy. "I see. You are frightened because of your tragic past. No worries, never mind. You are unlucky because you are weak. But I am your leader now, you won't be unlucky anymore." The big lord demon went paler when he said that. He had a bad feeling about this. He wanted to speak again, but the ghastly Ghost King waved it off. "Tonight, I will make you confident again. It will be a beautiful victory. Just watch." "Army, attack!" he commanded. All the resentful spirits immediately moved out towards the underworld. Crossing the underworld gates was naturally a piece of cake for the ghastly Ghost King. Ghosts were out that night. The ghosts aura were soaring. There was a creepy energy that spread. It was as if the world went colder, everyone stayed inside. The ghastly Ghost King sat on a litter. He was carried by 4 powerful ghosts. He was an elite ghost amongst ghosts. No one dared to touch the sharp aura he emitted. He was confident for good reason. First of all, his confidence came from his powers. He felt like he was one step away from being a realm cultivator. He had 3 Chaos Daluo Golden Immortals as his resentful spirits. No one dared to underestimate him. Unless he interfered with the benefits of super Bigshots, no one would dare cause trouble without a reason. Moreover, he was only going to attack the underworld. It was a local force in the Eldritch world, they probably had 0 powerful cultivators. How can I not win? Are there any reasons for losing? This battle will be a landslide. As they moved, endless ghost energy resonated with the 18 layers of hell. The evil ghosts trapped inside the 18 layers of hell started to scream and struggle. The underworld was troubled. They were busy inside out. At the underworld, they naturally sensed the changes. A gorgeous woman with a long black dress looked serious. The bottom half of her body was in snake form. Behind her was the general of the Bloody Sea, and the black and white impermanence. The Onis also did not look happy. They were tensed up like they were facing a big enemy. The lady was the how-to empress. She got a lot of privileges from the expert. It had also been a long while. She had not fully regained her powers yet, but her body was back and she could leave the underworld. Report. Anoni hurriedly rushed in. He got the message from the city god temples. He anxiously said, "It's not good. The ghastly Ghost King is trying to take over the underworld with an army of resentful spirits. He wants to rebuild the Order of the Ghosts." I knew this battle would come one day. Howda was not surprised. Her beautiful eyes were still. She took a deep breath and said, "Get ready, everyone. Empress, we can't let them enter the underworld." The general of the Bloody Sea looked serious. He said in a determined tone, "Please let me stop them in the immortal realm. I won't allow them to enter the underworld unless I die." If they fight in the underworld, the entire underworld would collapse without a doubt. The 18 layers of hell would break loose. Howda calmly said, "I was thinking the same thing too. We have no chance of winning. Those who are willing to follow me into battle, head to the underworld gates. This is not a forceful order." Then, she headed towards the underworld gates. The black and white impermanents and the others did not hesitate. They followed her closely. Then, they reappeared in a gloomy field. It was filled with mist everywhere. They quietly waited. They were ready to sacrifice themselves. Weak. Too weak. They heard a disappointed voice. A tsunami-like army of resentful spirits slowly appeared with the powerful ghastly Ghost King. The ghastly Ghost King kept shaking his head on the litter. He did not try to conceal his contempt for Howda and the others. He felt like he overdid it. The underworld was pitifully weak. They did not have a single Chaos Daluo Golden Immortal. He no longer had desires to attack them himself. The Big Lord Demon and the others were at the back of the army. They were nervous and tense. They carefully looked around for unexpected changes. They gradually looked doubtful. "Perhaps we can easily win this battle?" The Big Lord Demon hurriedly yelled, "Don't talk to them. Hurry up and kill them in one go." Thankfully, the ghastly Ghost King had lost his interest. He did as the Big Lord Demon told. He casually said, "Kill them all." "Stop." A sudden voice could be heard. Then, clouds rolled in. Cultivator Junjun, Goddess Nuwa, Yunshu, the Jade Emperor and the countless heavenly soldiers suddenly arrived. They stared at the ghastly Ghost King with caution. Everyone from the underworld was overjoyed. They were ready to fight. The Big Lord Demon and the others all looked like they expected it. They backed away without hesitation. They stood by and observed. The ghastly Ghost King did not move an inch. He calmly said, "Interesting. But the Heavenly Palace and the underworld can't win against me. Ghastly Ghost King, prepare to die." Another unexpected voice could be heard. Everyone looked to the side, including the Heavenly Palace army. They saw a bunch of cultivators with yin-yang fish uniform riding in on clouds. They looked cool and righteous. "Please allow the White Cloud sect to help with getting rid of demons." Yikes! The Big Lord Demon and the other demons gasped. They wanted to cry but no tears came out. Here it is. As expected. They backed away again without hesitation. They were ready to flee the battlefield. The fiery eyes of the ghastly Ghost King leapt. He stood up from the litter and activated his powers. His roar heightened like crazy. He laughed maniacally and said, "Ha! Very good. I like it like that. Ghastly Ghost King, prepare to die." They heard another voice. Everyone instantly had weird facial expressions. Shan showed up with Elder Shia and the Big Elder. They were only 3 cultivators but their aura was powerful. They were 3 Chaos Daluo Golden Immortals. The fiery eyes of the ghastly Ghost King stopped moving. He was clearly dumbfounded. "What the FCK? Am I surrounded?" Chapter 564 Ghastly Ghost King, my life is so hard. The ghastly Ghost King had to flinch. He looked at the army of the Heavenly Palace at the front, then looked at the cultivators of the White Cloud sect on the left. Then, he looked at the 3 empaths on the right. He suddenly went silent. He turned to look behind him. He wanted to look for the Big Lord Demon, but he could not find him. He instantly felt terrible. He had to recall what the Big Lord Demon said. The ghost fire in his eye sockets instantly flickered. He wasn't just unlucky, he was bloody unlucky. "I came here to fight the puny underworld. When did I poke the hornet's nest? Why did they unexpectedly unite together to destroy me? Is this appropriate?" And that Big Lord Demon. He said the world was extremely unfriendly and dangerous. He's the one who is unfriendly and dangerous. He purposefully ran away and abandoned me. My life is so hard. Cultivator Junjun and the others looked at the two armies that suddenly appeared to rescue them. They were confused too. They looked at each other with uncertainty. They were ready to have a death battle with the ghastly Ghost King. The battle was fated to be harder than any battles they had. After all, the ghastly Ghost King was powerful. He also had 3 Chaos Daluo Golden Immortals as his resentful spirits. They only had Cultivator Junjun, Goddess Nuwa, Yunshu, and the Jade Emperor as the 4 Chaos Daluo Golden Immortals. Their one-on-one battle would be hard. The possibility of defeat was high. However, it was different when they had backup. The leader of the White Cloud sect and the elders were Chaos Daluo Golden Immortals. One of them was as powerful as the ghastly Ghost King. Moreover, they had the 3 cultivators from the Empath sect. They were few in numbers, but they were Chaos Daluo Golden Immortals, after all. Each cultivator was crucial for the results of the battle. Not to mention there were a bunch of them. It was almost like cheating. The tables had turned. The ghastly Ghost King instantly went from the winner to the losing side. Cultivator Junjun looked like he thought of something. He naturally sensed the determination of the Empath sect and the White Cloud sect. He had to guess. He saluted and said, "I am Cultivator Junjun. Cultivators, do you know what is orange peel?" The cultivators of the Empath sect and the White Cloud sect all smiled friendly. Qin Zhongshan saluted and smiled. He said, "You guys must be the cultivators of the Heavenly Palace. I am Qin Zhongshan of the Empath sect. I do know what an orange peel is, I also know what a lollipop is." The elders of the White Cloud sect smiled and said, "I know what a banana peel is." The 3 sides immediately laughed. They were colleagues for sure. Cultivator Junjun and the Jade Emperor looked at each other. They were both respectful and touched. The expert is truly the expert. Even though he went on a honeymoon trip, he still cares for the Heavenly Palace. He simply waved and created this setup to doom the ghastly Ghost King. He is playing the ghastly Ghost King in his bomb. He can turn all the dangerous situations around with his mind while he chats and laughs. The ghastly Ghost King was the only one who did not look happy. He did not expect the cultivators to assemble at all. They were making weird signals in front of him like he was doomed to lose. The ghost fire in his eye sockets swayed from left to right. He took a deep breath and said, "Guys, this is all a misunderstanding. Farewell." Trying to leave? No way. The leader of the White Cloud sect was an old cultivator. His white hair and white beard flowed with the wind like they were going to fly away. He simply cast a spell. A blue longsword that contained endless lightning slashed through the sky. It dragged a trail of powerful lightning. The sword went straight for the ghastly Ghost King. The powerful electricity it emitted turned countless resentful spirits into dust. Then, the Heavenly Palace and the Empath sect immediately joined the battle without hesitation. Their powers formed a huge power net. It covered the ghastly Ghost King and it contained a destructive aura. Somewhere far away, the Big Lord Demon led a bunch of demons. They frightfully looked in the direction of the battlefield. They could feel the powerful aura from there. It was nerve-wracking. Thankfully, they were experienced. They knew they had to retreat when they heard the arrival of the rescuing armies. They barely survived. They saw the dragon like lightning bolt from afar. It roared and soared through the air. There was fire everywhere too. Endless spells were cast. They looked like never-ending fireworks. Explosions could be heard. It was flashy and majestic. Then, they heard a desperate roar from the ghastly Ghost King. "It's the sky that killed me, not this battle." He sounded like he did not want to give in. It was tearfully unfair. They pitied him. The Big Lord Demon and the others went silent. They felt guilty. The demons looked at their Big Lord Demon. They did not speak, but they simultaneously backed away from the Big Lord Demon. The Big Lord Demon was pissed off. He instantly asked, "What is the meaning of this? Is this my fault? Don't forget that we are a team." Somebody weakly asked, "Big Lord Demon, what should we do next?" The Big Lord Demon sighed, "We should look for a place to hide. We shall wait here and there, wait for opportunities." Big Lord Demon, what is the meaning of here and there? Stupid. It's just a saying. Is that important? The next day, at Demon City, Li Nian Fan woke up early as usual. He strolled around with Daji. He had to say the Demon City was successful. A lot of the places were similar to human cities. They could trade and sell. It was one of the hotspots for demon activities. However, very few humans dared enter the Demon City. It was like how very few demons dared enter a human city too. Kunpeng and Cultivator Mosquito automatically became tour guides. They went along with Li Nianfan to visit the places in Demon City. Meanwhile, they introduced all sorts of demons to Li Nianfan. They explained the living habits and the powers of the demons. Li Nianfan suddenly felt like he was visiting a wildlife safari. The little fox became his pillow. She lifelessly let Li Nianfan hug her. He loved it. Li Nianfan constantly saw demons in teams walking inside the city. He asked curiously, "Are there no city guards that patrols the place yet?" Kunpeng answered, "Lord Saint, you probably don't know this. There are all sorts of demons here, and they are hard to tame. It's in their nature to bully the weak when they have authority. The demon city was built to imitate a human city, so we naturally can't allow that to happen here." Li Nianfan nodded with understanding. Demons were very different from humans. There were demons like tiger demons or rabbit demons. It was very complicated and mixed up. It was much harder to manage them. Which was why a demon basically conquers a mountain to become a demon king. The little fox was the only creative demon king that tried to imitate a human city. She was a little fox with a dream. That was the best explanation about demons Li Nianfan received ever since he arrived at the immortal realm. The day silently slipped by without notice. It was not fully dark yet. Daji and the Fire Phoenix were ready to head towards the Fox Mountain. The invites were already sent out. The three demons kings were invited to Fox Mountain. You could guess what Daji and the Fire Phoenix was about to do. On the other hand, at the Dog Mountain, four figures flashed by. They stood at west, north, east, and south respectively. They hid their aura and blended with their surroundings. They were like statues. They silently waited for something. Finally, the sun went down. As usual, the quiet night covered the sky like a curtain. Chapter 565 Witchcraft, Please Unfreeze Me. Nighttime in Demon City was as lively as ever with the constant festive spirit in the air. The old green man kept himself hidden in a dark crypt, away from the festive spirit. He was sitting cross-legged on the ground with 8 long rods burning with green flames that looked alive in a circle around him. His eyes were full of darkness and the corners of his mouth were curved up in a bloodthirsty smile. He raised his hand to adjust one of the levers and the green flames became even stronger, making him seem even more sinister. A cold and raspy voice came out of his slightly parted mouth. Activating Immortal Weaken spell. He then closed his lone eye and his body began to emit a weird aura, causing the space around him to be distorted. If someone were to see him now, they would describe him as a reflection of a funhouse mirror all distorted and unreal. A sneer slowly crept upon his face. I would not be as careless as the left messenger. Things will go as planned now that I'm taking matters into my own hands. The birth of the area of the gods caused monks from different disciplines to gather together. Among one of the disciplines was witchcraft, the old green man's expertise. The strength of witchcraft's spells depended on its ability to take someone's life without even stepping out of the house. It was hard to defend oneself from it, and sometimes, the victims would not even know what hit them. Perfect for overbearing people who liked staying close to home. The origin story also told of this kind of voodoo magic and it could also be found in many fairy tales. Yes, none other than the Seven Nails book. This assassination weapon belonged to Liu and after 21 days of worship, it took out Zhao Gongming's life with only 3 nails. There was no doubt about Zhao Gongming's power and yet, he was met with such a death, proving the strangeness and overbearing strength of witchcraft. However, the Seven Nails book only ever appeared once, with the reason being it would deal damage to the spellcaster as well. Hence, making it impossible to use frequently. This was the unfortunate truth. Although the old man was skilled in witchcraft and many feared him, his green skin, lone eye, and bent body were all caused by the backlash of casting witchcraft spells. It was impossible for him to reverse the effect even with his power. However, he did not see himself as ugly. In fact, he was proud of the way he looked. It was like a badge of honor for him. It was due to his skills in witchcraft that he was able to enjoy a high standing in the world of ministry. Meanwhile, on Dog Mountain, only silence could be heard and a few dogs were on patrol. Underneath Dog Mountain, 4 figures stood in the 4 corners of south, east, north, and west. They were hard to see because they blended in well with the night. Bong. Suddenly, a strange air ripple began to spread over Dog Mountain and black air began to flow in the sky, making the night sky even more intense. Above Dog Mountain, layers of a vortex began to appear, covering the entire mountain. Right messenger has begun. We need to act quickly, too. I can't believe we're spending so much effort just to catch a dog. The 4 people pulled the levers at the same time and immediately, Ripples started to appear and combine with the vortex in the air, forming a barrier and isolating the entire dog mountain from the outside world. This was to prevent any changes from happening from the actions that were about to be taken. Gradually, as the ripples surrounded the dog mountain, every dog demon's eyes became slack until they all fell asleep without a sound. Meanwhile, at Fox Mountain, a big sturdy man with a smile on his face was humming a song as his merit cloud started its descent. He raised his hand to touch the two thick horns on his head as soon as his feet touched the ground. After rubbing for some time, he was finally satisfied. Then, he happily walked towards his destination, stopping for a while to pick up a hibiscus flower growing by the side of the road before continuing on his way. He was naturally overjoyed to receive an invitation from Little Fox. He dropped everything on hand and rushed over to where she was, his face flushed red with excitement. As the so-called willow head on the moon, people meet after dusk. For this first date with Little Fox, he even dressed up well and made sure his horns were shiny. He felt youthful again ever since Little Fox came into his life. He never expected to start a love affair when he came to the area of the gods to look for new opportunities. He was grateful to the gods for his unexpected good fortune. Bull Demon King felt the color of his world change from monotone to one full of colors. It would not be far-fetched to say that those around him could see pink bubbles coming out of him. "I'm definitely close by. I can feel it. It seems like she has already arrived." His heart started to beat faster the closer he got to the meeting spot. He took a deep breath, put the hibiscus flower between his teeth, and started walking gracefully to his final destination. "I apologize for making a beauty like you wait for so long." He did not get to finish his words as his eyes became as big as saucers. He swallowed back the words he was going to say when he saw the scene in front of him. In front of him, two people, who were each holding similar hibiscus flowers in their hands, were also staring back at him. All three of them were frozen in place with shock. One of them was very skinny and looked like a scholar. The other was as big as a mountain, and especially with those two nostrils of his, it looked like two cannons were aimed at Bull Demon King with hot air coming out of it. The owner of the nostrils belonged to a hippopotamus. Their eyes were all filled with puzzlement. Why are the other Demon Kings here? They wondered. On the way over, each of the three Demon Kings constructed every possible scenario and devised every possible strategy, even going as far as writing a romantic script to showcase their romancing skills. They did not account for the appearance of two love rivals in every possible scenario. So, it was natural for them to be in a foul mood. What are the two of you doing here? Where did you hide my little fox?" asked Bull Demon King, pointing at the two unwelcome guests. His face was about to explode when suddenly, he said in a cold voice, "The two of you must have overheard Little Fox asking to meet me here and came here to cause trouble out of jealousy. You should leave now." Hippo Demon King gave an icy laugh that was as loud as thunder. "Nonsense, she asked to meet me." The one that looked like a scholar was Panther Demon King. He smiled arrogantly and said, "You fools! Have you each seen yourself in the mirror? With your big horns and big nostrils, your ugliness is an insult to my eyes. Why would Little Fox ever be interested in the two of you? The way I see it, Little Fox has asked us three to meet her here so she could announce who she has chosen to be with, and that person, without a doubt, is me. So, the two of you can get out of here now." "You're a joke," said Bull Demon King with a confident smile. "If it wasn't for the fact that it was Little Fox's bath time when I asked her out, we would have met sooner. I think it's about time I tell you both the truth." Hippo Demon King laughed so hard, his whole body shook. "Do you know what Little Fox thinks of me?" she said. "I'm a good demon. Isn't this enough to prove I'm the one she likes the most?" "Good demon? Bath time?" said Panther Demon King, stunned. "Why does it all sound so familiar?" All of a sudden, a blast of chill air burst out of the forest, sweeping in like a storm, causing the three Demon Kings to tremble slightly with surprise. They looked up and saw two figures, one dressed in white and the other in red, walking out of the darkness from under the moonlight. The duo turned their gazes toward the three Demon Kings and stared at them with indifference. The most conspicuous thing was the illusory nine tails coming out from the white-dressed woman's back. The tails swayed in the thin air, their mighty aura gushing out like waves, and swept toward the three Demon Kings. Crack! 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 The entire mountain began to freeze over. The temperature dropped to an icy cold level and it started to snow. A nine-tailed fox? The three Demon Kings' pupils shrank rapidly with shock. Why was there another nine-tailed fox here? Dodgy's eyes were as icy as the Arctic wind. "So, it's you three who's always harassing my little sister?" she asked with a slight frown. Little sister? The three Demon Kings' eyes stayed motionless. It never crossed their minds that Little Fox would have such a strong and beautiful elder sister. Panther Demon King was the first one to snap out of their trance. He bowed down to her respectfully and said, "Greetings, sister-in-law, I'm looking to die," said Daji. Her eyes darkened considerably and sparks were coming out of her body. She clapped her hands continuously, sending wave after wave of attack at Panther Demon King. Whoosh! 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 A strong cold current rushed out, freezing everything in its path, on a collision course with Panther Demon King. His face fell and quickly raised his hand to activate his black demon fire to block the cold current. "Is this how you greet people during their first meeting with you? I'm afraid you've chosen the wrong person as your opponent," said Panther Demon King sarcastically to Daji. Then, he gave out a soft laugh, transformed into a black mist, and melted into the night. His speed was so fast that those left behind could still see the black flames dancing around them. The frozen spot where he previously stood had also melted. At the same time, layers of flames formed a vortex around Daji. From the outside, it looked like a giant fire dragon was intertwined with Daji. "Now do you know how powerful I am? I'll forgive you if you beg for mercy," said Panther Demon King arrogantly. The giant fire dragon's body began to tighten, causing the surrounding flames to move closer to Daji. Daji stood still. Instead of running away from the flames, she slowly extended her hand to grab the black flames. The ring on her ring finger gave out a halo. The moment her slender hand touched the flame, a layer of frost appeared and rapidly spread down the fire dragon's body, turning it into an ice sculpture in a blink of an eye. Did she just freeze flames? "My flames, how's this possible?" lamented Panther Demon King in disbelief. Both of them held the title of a Chaos Daluo Golden Immortal, but if Daji's ice attack was able to overpower his flame attack, it could be said they were not on the same level. Immediately, Panther Demon King's pupils zeroed out and every hair on his body was standing. He felt an imminent disaster was about to befall him. There was no choice for him but to run. He did not waste any time in making his escape, but before he could, a white beam faster than the speed of light shot through his body. It was as if fate had decided that today was his death day. Ah! He only had time to open his mouth before transforming into an ice sculpture. SSSS. Both Bull Demon King and Hippo Demon King let out a sharp breath at the sight of the ice sculpture. The fight did not last long and ended in a blink of an eye. From an onlooker's perspective, Daji did not move much. She simply stood where she was and only raised her hand twice. In contrast, Panther Demon King jumped around just to show off how powerful he was. Then, just as he was about to flee by jumping, he was turned into ice and would never jump again. This could definitely be classified as an instant kill. The three of them were all Demon Kings and it was natural for fights to break out between them. However, their battle power was usually on par with each other. In other words, this nine-tailed fox could easily turn them all into ice. But how did things end up this way? Even in the ranking of Chaos Daluo Golden Immortal, the three of them would take the top spots. So, how powerful exactly was this nine-tailed fox? Their feelings of shock did not last long before it made way for the feeling of schadenfreude. Served him right for acting disrespectfully towards Little Fox's sister, and thank you for sacrificing yourself. The two of them suddenly felt Daji's stare. They quickly greeted Daji. "Greetings to you, friend. We truly admire your sister and have no intention to harm her. It's not against the law to love somebody, right? We're all demons here, there's no need to make an enemy of each other. You've caused a lot of trouble for my sister. I'll make this simple for you by giving you two choices." She paused for a while and took out the demon summoning gourd. "Choice number 1, surrender and become my sister's servant, or choice number 2, become an ice sculpture." She had given it some thought before. Currently, Little Fox did not have anyone powerful by her side and these three Demon Kings were Chaos Daluo Golden Immortals. So, if their crimes were not enough for a death sentence, she would accept them as servants. Well. Bull Demon King and Hippo Demon King looked at each other and saw the helpless struggle the both of them were feeling. They were used to being royalty in their own domain and enjoyed the freedom their title conferred upon them. To be a servant to someone else? They would rather die. At least, that was what they wanted to tell Daji, but her aura was just too powerful, causing them to feel suffocated. They felt the air around them becoming colder and colder. Bull Demon King's eyes flashed and he said between gritted teeth, "Friend, I'll surrender on one condition. If you can fulfill the condition, I'll pledge my undying loyalty." "What's the condition?" asked Daji. I have a little brother. He was captured by the Ministry 5 days ago. I hope you can rescue him," said Bull Demon King. Daji frowned slightly. "Do you know exactly where he's being held?" "Yes." He nodded quickly. "Us two brothers can sense each other's location. But the Ministry's too powerful, that's why I'm hoping someone from the heavenly realm would be able to." His voice became softer and softer, not wanting to put too much hope for a mission this difficult. "Deal." Daji nodded and turned her gaze toward Hippo Demon King. Fear made him break out in goosebumps. "The Ministry also captured a few of my servants. I'll also surrender and pledge my undying loyalty if you can get them out." "And you?" Daji asked the Frozen Panther Demon King after unfreezing his mouth. Me too. Please, unfreeze me," he replied with chattering teeth and purple lips. Chapter 574, The Old Green Man, a lonely self-harming person. Toti, the fiercest chaos beast, with the ability to consume anything and everything in its path, viewed the thousands of worlds in the chaos as food. Even a high-level member from the heavenly realm would be wise to avoid Toti. Daji and Fire Phoenix would never be foolish enough to think they could ever capture Toti by themselves. Even though Li and Fan had given them many ultimate chaos treasures after they were married which increased their power tremendously, they understood it was still not enough to deal with Toti. At most, they would be able to come to a draw with a high-level member of the heavenly realm. That was why they were asking for Blackie's help. Blackie jumped at the chance to be part of the plan when he heard about the Ministry's plan. It was the perfect chance for exacting revenge on them after what they had done to him. "I, Blackie, must take revenge for the sake of my hairless body," he vowed to himself. Blackie was powerful enough to eliminate high-level members from the heavenly realm, meaning to say he could be put on the top of the list of powerful figures. This gave them the confidence boost when it came to capturing Toti. The group bid farewell to Li and Fan after they were done with their preparations. "Are you all going out?" "To do what?" asked Li and Fan quizzically. Fire Phoenix nodded at his first question and cheekily answered his second question. "We're going to prepare a surprise for you, Master. So we have to keep it a secret for now." "A surprise? For me?" Li and Fan looked at them excitedly. "Okay, I'll wait patiently for the surprise. Just make sure you don't do anything too dangerous and practice caution at all times." He did not think to ask much when he saw how mysterious they were being. He just kept smiling at them. Since they had already said it was a surprise, his only job was to patiently wait. He was filled with anticipation for he knew that with their level of spiritual cultivation, the surprise must be really, really good. Of course, the most important thing would be their safety. The lives they had now could be described as carefree and without worry. As long as all of them were safe, their happiness would continue. "By the way, I plan to go back home since you all are leaving and I've been in Demon City for quite a while. So next time we meet, it'll be at our 4-part architecture." Both Fire Phoenix and Daji nodded and said, "Yes, Master." Then, the duo left Demon City and flew to the meeting place which was a mountain not far from the city. Goddess Nuwa was already waiting there. Many things were happening in the Heavenly Palace, so they could not send over too many people to help. Hence, only she came. But the sect master from the Empath sect and the White Cloud sect, Qinjiangshan and Beichen, both volunteered themselves. When they heard it was to collect an ingredient for the expert, they did not think twice and offered to help however they could. In fact, they were excited to be of service to him. To them, it was a great honor. They snapped out of their reverie when they saw the arrival of Daji and Fire Phoenix and greeted them respectfully. Daji nodded at them and with a smile, she said, "Let's wait a little longer. Someone else will be joining us." Goddess Nuwa was close to Daji and Fire Phoenix so she did not hesitate to ask curiously, "And who may that be?" "Lord Dog," answered Daji. "Lord Dog?" Goddess Nuwa was very shocked but it was a happy surprise. "Lord Dog's coming too?" Qinjiangshan and Beichen were a little confused. By the looks of it, they guessed that Lord Dog was of a higher social standing than Daji and Fire Phoenix. But how was that possible? Lord Dog was the Master's first follower. He's been with the Master for 5 years. "We won't be able to handle Toti without him," said Fire Phoenix. Qinjiangshan and Beichen's hearts became cold. They adjusted their clothing out of slight nervousness. Just hearing Lord Dog's name was able to strike fear in their hearts. It would be natural for the expert's famous dog to be as powerful as him. Judging by what Fire Phoenix had said, it would not be an overstatement to say Lord Dog was on par with a high-level member of the heavenly realm. "Goddess Daji, Goddess Fire Phoenix, I can go back to the Empath sect to get Tai Shang Elder." He's also a high-level member of the Heavenly Realm. His power would be extremely beneficial to us, said Qinzhongshan, ingratiating himself to Daji and Fire Phoenix. I can get the high-level member of the Heavenly Realm from our sect to come, too, said Bei Chen, wanting to look good in front of them, too. The two sect masters were not worried that their high-level members of the Heavenly Realm would not come at all. They were confident that once they were told about the expert, they would come running in an instant. Daji shook her head. Thank you, but there's no need for that. We can't wait any longer. At this moment, a figure on all fours was coming at them at a rhythmic speed. What was supposed to be a graceful scene was destroyed by the sight of the completely bald. The scene could bring tears to one's eyes. It only took one glance to know that it was a dog who had been stripped of all his fur. Lord! Dog? Asked Goddess Nuwa in disbelief, her beautiful eyes wide with shock. Even though she had not seen him for quite some time, she never expected to be confronted with a hairless blackie. It was a good thing she had seen him hairless before, so she was able to compose herself quickly. As for Qinzhongshan and Bei Chen, they were first stunned but quickly greeted Blackie after composing themselves. Greetings to you, Lord Dog. They could not help but be impressed by Blackie's appearance. So, this was what it took to be the expert's dog. Blackie was not embarrassed at all. He nodded at them coolly and said, "Let's go. I can't wait to destroy those Ministry Beastards' plan." 5 people and a dog. Although the group was not large, it was redeemed by the fact that each of them possessed top combat power. They vacated the meeting place at the same time and entered into the chaos. Meanwhile, Li Nianfan finished packing and was about to leave Demon City with Qin Manyun and Shitukan. Little Fox looked at him with deep sadness and raised her little paws in defiance before fat tears sprang out of her eyes. "Safe travels, Brother Li," said Little Fox. Li Nianfan nodded and waved goodbye while smiling. "Thank you and goodbye." Bull Demon King and the rest of the Demon Kings bid him farewell, too. "It's our sincere wish Lord Saint would have a safe journey back home." Meanwhile, the old green man was sitting cross-legged on top of the red star in the chaos. He was surrounded by pillars of phantom green fire. The dancing of the flames made it seem like they were alive. There was also a strange aura blanketing the whole star. The whole setting made the old green man's face look even greener. A sinister voice floated out of his mouth, his words containing a force of realm that could not be resisted. Across the long river of time, across the endless sky, chaotic yin and yang, against the universe, descending from the gods and killing lives. I summon thee. As he raised his hand and pointed, a picture scroll in front of him slowly hung in the air. Then, the faint green flames on the surrounding fire pillars sprayed out, encircling the picture scroll. The picture on this scroll was one of Li Nianfan. The picture looked like it was drawn on an ordinary piece of paper, but it burned very slowly. The burned part showed a projection. Other people from the ministry gathered around, looking at the green-faced old man in awe, staring unblinkingly. "It has appeared, the right messenger's immortal we can spell. I finally get to see it with my own eyes. What power! I bet I'll die instantly if I accidentally touch the flames. This is cursed fire. The most dominating, undefendable, and unassailable. I hope I never get on the right messenger's bad side. If not, I wouldn't even know what hit me." When the picture scroll was all burned out, the projection in front of the green-faced old man had already reflected Li Nianfan's location. The golden deluxe merit cloud was slowly flying forward. Next to Li Nianfan, Qin Manyun was playing music on the zither and Shitukan was practicing her calligraphy. It all felt very heartwarming. The deluxe merit saint really knows how to enjoy his life, but it all ends now. The old green man sneered cruelly, especially when he saw the golden deluxe merit cloud under Li Nianfan's feet. His smile became even more sinister. "Deluxe merit saint? Today, I'm killing a deluxe merit saint." He casually raised his hand. "Fire come!" Immediately, faint green flames gathered on his palm. Then, he slapped the projection of Li Nianfan on the back. The two men were clearly separated by the endless distance, but the slap went directly into the projection and appeared behind Li Nianfan. The green palm of fire was silent and appeared extremely abruptly. Not even a Chaos Daluo Golden Immortal would have time to react and avoid it. What was more to say about Li Nianfan? The paw print descended on Li Nianfan without hesitation. The old green man's face broke out in a triumphant smile, feeling full of accomplishment in his heart. He had managed to take out a deluxe merit saint who everyone avoided at all cost, not even daring to come close to him. To the old green man, killing him was just as effortless as raising a pinky finger. What is the definition of all-powerful? This. The onlookers held their breaths, staring at the deluxe merit cloud that was blinding their eyes, their hearts beating rapidly. Being able to witness the death of a deluxe merit saint with their own eyes earned them enough bragging rights for a lifetime. Under the watchful gaze of the onlookers, the fire palm struck Li Nianfan heavily on the back. Gasp. The body of the old green man seemed to have been hit by an invisible blow. Like a kite with a broken line, he flew upside down, trailing blood along the way. He fell straight in front of the crowd of onlookers. The old green man was trembling, not caring about what the others were thinking. He immediately fixed his eyes on the projection. "What's the matter, Mr. Li?" asked Qinman Yun. Li Nianfan shook his head. "Nothing. For a second, I thought someone slapped me on the back." Everyone was silent, and their eyes fell on the old green man with complex expressions. The old green man opened his eyes wide, his eyes full of disbelief. "This is impossible," he shouted his deepest thoughts and looked at his hands in disbelief. Somewhere near him, someone gulped nervously and whispered, "Right, messenger, this deluxe merit saint seems to be invincible. What should we do now?" "There's no need to worry. I was careless just now." The old green man regained his composure and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. "Since he's a deluxe merit saint, he must have some kind of magic protecting him. The spell rebounded because I didn't check beforehand." He slowly walked to the projection, sat down again, and said bitterly, "Next, I'll connect our lifelines so even the most powerful defense skill in the world would be useless." At this moment, his resentment towards the deluxe merit saint was brought to its peak. He had lost count of the number of times he had suffered by his hands. He would not rest until he was killed. "Lifeline technique?" cried someone in the ministry, his voice full of terror. "What's the matter?" asked someone who was unfamiliar with the technique. "The lifeline technique is a curse that cannot be reversed." The person took a deep breath before continuing in a trembling voice, "Connecting the lifeline of the caster and the target, the pain that the caster encounters will also directly affect the target's body." Notice the right messenger's hunched back and lone surviving eye? He wasn't born like that. He lost that eye in exchange for causing an all-seeing high-level member of the heavenly realm to go blind by using the lifeline technique. Everyone gasped in horror. What overbearing power! Just hearing it made one break out in goosebumps. The immitigable fear sent pins and needles through their entire body. "What you said is only the tip of an iceberg," said the old green man with a smile. "The true overbearing part of the lifeline technique is the price. If the target is on the same level as I am, the price I pay is often much smaller than theirs. The cost of destroying a pair of divine eyes of the same level was only an eye for me." Losing an eye was a source of pride for him. He would not feel inferior just because he had lost an eye. In fact, he was gloating. As soon as this remark came out, everyone shrank their necks, triggering a wave of awe and wonder. "A deluxe merit saint is nothing but a bug to me." The old green man smiled disdainfully and sneered, "I could probably take his life for the price of breaking some skin." His eyes darkened and he raised his hand to attack again. "The boundless way of heaven, listen to my orders. The number of fate is uncertain, connected by lifelines." The phantom green flames on the surrounding pillars almost rushed into the sky, but it was not hot. Instead, a burst of cold aura spilled out, causing people to quake in their boots. The old green man flipped his wrist, and a short knife appeared in his hand. He smiled and looked at Li Nianfan before slowly stabbing himself in the chest. First, his skin tore a little and there was only a faint line of redness. He looked toward the projection, at Li Nianfan who was carrying on as if nothing was happening. He frowned slightly and increased his pressure on the knife, pushing it an inch more until a drop of blood trickled down. There was still no response from Li Nianfan. He merely continued talking and laughing with the others. The old green man decided to give it all he got and plunged the knife deep into his chest, until all that could be seen was the handle of the knife. A gush of blood spurted out. Still, Li Nianfan was still talking and laughing. For a while, the whole world was silent. The people of the ministry's eyes became wide. They turned to look at the self-harming old green man. "How can this be?" cried the old green man sharply. The knife might have looked ordinary but it had been imbued with a curse nonetheless. He was seriously injured now, so how could Li Nianfan be unharmed? Looking at Li Nianfan smiling in the projection, the old green man felt as if he had been mocked by the heavens. Absolutely impossible. Something must have gone wrong. He thought. Could the method of self-harming be wrong? Just you wait. I'm going to make you feel the true meaning of pain. The old green man was starting to go a little crazy. He twisted his face and with a gesture of his hand, the surrounding green flames engulfed him and began to burn his body. However, he was unbothered by the flames. He just kept staring at Li Nianfan's face with his eyes wide open, hoping to see a little bit of discomfort from his face. However, he was destined to be disappointed. The people around him sniffed the air and gently said, "Why don't you take a break, right messenger? Before your body is burned to a crisp?" Chapter 575, Hating Someone is Being Cruel to Yourself. Huff. The old green man spat out a mouthful of blood. It was unclear whether it was due to his injuries or his overflowing temper. His nostrils flared and were full of blood. Impossible. How could it be like this? Why did it happen? His worldview had been assaulted. His mind was blank and on the verge of crumbling. Something was wrong. That deluxe merit saint was very strange. He suddenly awakened, his whole body jolting as he felt his spiritual energy about to explode. A sudden chill surrounded his body as he felt incredibly uneasy. At that moment, he finally realized that his body was still on fire and was burning to a crisp. A sharp pain pierced into his mind as his entire face twisted. That was a curse he had cast himself. The injuries from that spell were something even he could not reverse as someone from the heavenly realm. The pain was akin to what a person would feel being burned by fire. Even if he did not die, it was already a severe injury. Men. He waved his hands weakly, his forehead full of sweat as he raspily said, "Quickly help me put this fire out." "Understood, right messenger." The others did not dare to delay it, and in an instant, various water-based spells appeared, rushing right at the old green man. Only, the flames were no ordinary flames and it was hard for them to put it out immediately. The old green man withstood the pain of being attacked by the spells as he chanted a mantra to try and control the flames. Just as everyone was working together, right at that moment, the left messenger returned in a panic. She shouted in an incredibly anxious and serious tone, "Toadi's coming, quickly set up the formation." She had her mask on and her appearance could not be seen, but her chest was heaving as she panted slightly. It was obvious that luring the beast over had taken up quite a lot of energy. It was rapidly approaching them. Everyone's expressions changed and seemed to say at the same time, "Don't come over here." The old green man was nervous as well as he shouted, "Lure that beast somewhere else. I need time, you mustn't come here." Who cared about the formation? Not only did they not have any preparations, they had already used up their strength and even sustained heavy injuries. How could they do anything? The timing was wrong. The timing was very wrong. The left messenger's expression stiffened, her gaze glinting with a hint of rage. "Do you think it was easy for me to lure the beast here? I thought that it would be time to reap the rewards, but not only did you useless bunch of people not help me, you're chasing me away? This is too much. Where can I even go? Toadie's right behind me." Even so, she could not help but increase her speed, shouting, "Weren't you making the preparations? Set up the formation now, I'm coming." Boom. Behind her, a massive figure was charging toward them. A ferocious aura surged, completely suppressing everything. Even though it did not form any strong destructive powers, the aura still smashed into everyone like a hammer, so overwhelming that some of them could not breathe. Ah! The old green man spat out another mouthful of blood. His green face was even starting to pale as his lips trembled. He was suffering immensely. The left messenger finally saw the state of everyone. Looking around, she even thought that she was in the wrong place. Her mood plummeted. All she could see was the ministry surrounding the old green man, all of them doing their best to shoot water at him. The old green man was laying on the ground, flames dancing on his body which had been completely burned. There was even a burnt smell in the air. What were they doing? What happened to the planned formation? Why were they playing with water? Why was the old green man acting like he was burning? Why did she never realize how unreliable that group was before? Roar. Smelling the burnt scent, Toadie seemed to get even more excited. With a furious roar, it revealed itself. It was a four-eyed, black-skinned, long-limbed, four-legged monster. There was a long horn on its head and it was surrounded by a cold aura that was blue and white. Its mouth was extremely big, as if it was another huge body that was growing on itself. It had no face and was dozens of meters long. Opening its mouth, an incredibly strong suction force started to suck everyone into it. It had just started to use its powers, but the area it was in had turned into a pitch-black whirlpool. Like a black hole, it was sucking in everything within its surroundings. The horrifying ability caused everyone's expressions to change dramatically. The left messenger, who was the closest, cursed as she did some hand signs, increasing her speed once again as she turned around, moving past that red star and retreating even further. The others would not be outdone. They used their own skills to retreat backward. Even the old green man looked down in silence, looking at some parts of his body that still had flames that were not yet extinguished. His gaze hardened as he raised his short sword, slashing downward and chopping them off. After that, he dragged his crippled and burned self in retreat. As for the red star, it had been affected by the suction and was flying toward Toti. In terms of size, that star was much bigger than the beast, but its devourability disregarded size. Submerged in the black vortex, there was not even as much as a ripple as the beast swallowed it. The left messenger's expression was incredibly ugly, almost losing her temper as she asked, "What did all of you do? Where's the formation we said we'd set up? Didn't we say we'd capture Toti?" Not being prepared had increased the difficulty of capturing it by a few times. The deluxe merit saint isn't simple at all. My immortal weaken spell didn't affect him at all. He definitely has an immense secret behind him. No wonder nothing's been going my way ever since I met him. It wasn't a coincidence. I've fallen into his trap. This person is too horrifying. The old green man regularly harmed himself, so he did not care too much about his burnt body. Wiping away the blood on his mouth, he said with certainty, "We might have to report this matter to the leader before we come up with our next move." The left messenger pursed her lips. "Let's handle the danger in front of us first." She looked back and saw that the black hole Toti had turned into was flying right at them at an incredibly fast speed. Furthermore, the suction force was getting stronger and stronger, causing a lot of anxiety. Toti might be strong, but we've mobilized quite a lot of forces this time. It's enough to deal with it. The old green man looked at the beast, his eyebrows furrowing as he raised his hand and pointed at the charging beast. Lifeline technique, connect. The mighty spell was cast and ripples could be seen in the chaos, turning into a gray thread that was barely visible, connecting himself with Toti. Prepare for battle. Charge together. The old green man said seriously before looking down at his burnt body. There was a ruthless look on his face. It's already burnt anyway, might as well chop it off. He clenched his teeth. Then, he raised his short sword before slashing downward, slicing a piece of his own flesh off. Roar. The beast was affected and let out a pained roar. The black hole disappeared as its body re-emerged, trembling slightly. A wound mysteriously appeared on its body, dripping fresh blood. Die. Its baleful eyes turned red as it shot toward them like a cannonball. Its mountainous body broke through the chaos, leaving a deep spatial crack behind. That charge seemed to be able to destroy everything in front of it. Below the mask, the left messenger's expression solidified as she waved a white disc at the beast. The disc suddenly expanded tens of times and charged straight at the beast. Boom! The disc slammed into the beast's body, causing an intense tremor. However, it still managed to stop the beast temporarily. The others from the ministry had started to join the battle as well and were rapidly charging toward Toti. They cast a spell and several chains started to rise into the air. The chains rang as they rose, emitting an incredible pressure. Like sharp blades, they came from all angles and pierced into the beast's body. The beast trembled, opening its mouth as it began to suck again. One of the chains was sucked in, pulling along the person from the ministry right into the stomach of the beast, disappearing from the world. All of their eyes widened. Immediately, they retrieved their chains. The beast roared, once again summoning an intense suction force, turning into a black hole to swallow the infinite chaos. The first thing that was sucked in was that disc that had suppressed it. The disc quickly dimmed, and despite the intense resistance, it was swallowed into the beast's stomach not long after. Treasures were just food to Toti. The left messenger's expression changed as she pointed right at the black hole. A massive finger descended from the sky and pressed onto the black hole, causing its suction to stop for a moment. She took the chance to summon the disc back. Its devouring abilities were incredible. The horrifying suction rose again, forcing everyone to resist it with all their might. At such an important time, all of you still need to rely on me. The old green man laughed. The sword in his hand glinted as he did not hesitate to raise it as he slashed at himself again. I'll chop, and I'll chop. In a flash, he sliced off 3 pieces of his flesh. Not only did he fail to feel any pain, he even stared at the beast excitedly with a perverted expression. Roar. Todi once again revealed itself in pain, its body struggling as blood spilled all over it. It roared fiercely and unleashed its full power as it surged to the sky, causing even the space to solidify as its figure rushed forward. In a flash, another ministry member had been swallowed in. This time, other than the two messengers, the ministry had also sent another heavenly realm cultivator as well as 5 Chaos Daluo golden immortals. Now, they had lost 2 of them. Hey, it still dares to eat? The old green man's face was even crueler. He used the sword to stab his leg forcefully and slowly carved a long wound. He clenched his teeth as he smiled in a perverted manner. He really enjoyed that moment of his technique. Even though he needed to harm himself as the price, it still gave him the pleasure of controlling someone's life. At that moment, everyone else's lives were in his hands. Looking at everyone's helpless expressions was the true joy of his immortal weaken spell. The pained look on Todi caused the old green man to laugh even more gleefully. Ha ha ha, I bet it hurts. The others from the ministry looked at the old green man and had admiration in their hearts. They never expected that the old green man would still be willing to cut off the burned flesh on his body without any hesitation. And he seemed to be enjoying himself. Ruthless, way too ruthless. He was extremely cruel, even to himself. Todi's wounds were severe, but they also served to make the beast even more aggressive. Layers of power began to surround itself as it condensed 5 rays of light. There seemed to be mountains and rivers around him. Thousands of worlds appeared. It had swallowed the sources of worlds and its power had already exceeded almost everyone in the heavenly realm. Just a brush against it was enough to eliminate any Chaos Golden Daluo immortal. The ministry carefully maintained their distance from the beast. The chains were like countless pythons trying to restrict the beast's movements, but the results were minuscule. Originally, if they had set up the formation earlier and lured the beast into it, then the formation formed by 5 Chaos Golden Daluo immortals would have had a noticeable effect. Now, they did not have the protection of a formation, so the 5 of them were no different from cannon fodder. Another 2 quickly perished. Even the left messenger and the other heavenly realm cultivator were not having a good time. Todi could swallow everything under the heavens. Its skin was thick and it was incredibly powerful. Not to mention, it had a speed that shocked everyone. It had no weaknesses. Using treasures on it would only end up with them getting swallowed. As for attacking its body, it was hard to do any harm. So, even if the ministry had planned on capturing it, that was only after meticulous planning and preparation. It was a pity that their originally immaculate plan had encountered such a huge change. Now, only the old green man could hurt the beast by cutting out his own flesh. The mighty energies collided and light encompassed everything. A violent roar could be heard in the chaos as endless amounts of mana surged forward. Even the stars that were tens of thousands of kilometers away were destroyed, turning into ashes. The horrifying aftermath even made the chaos appear distorted. So, the 5 Chaos Golden Daluo immortals all perished. Even that heavenly realm cultivator had lost half his body. If he was not immortal, he would have died as well. Left messenger, how long are you planning on hiding your power? The old green man said, his voice revealing his exhaustion. His lips were already pale as he shouted, I'm already running out of flesh to cut. I know. The left messenger answered plainly before raising her hands as a long blade that was glowing in red light appeared. They called it a blade, but it was actually light, red light. The redness that contained an incredible destructiveness hummed with sounds of electricity, its horrifying power enough to cause anyone to shiver. The left messenger pointed at Todi, and the red light suddenly grew many times over, piercing right into the beast within the chaos. Looking into the distance, within the endless chaos, the huge beast was pierced through by a long blood-red light. Its surroundings were annihilated, making for an impressive sight. Wow! The other heavenly realm cultivator took the opportunity to shoot out his heavy chain, encircling the beast and trapping it. The long and hard battle ended there. The beast's remaining struggles were no longer strong enough to worry about. Ah, everything's fine now. I knew everything remained in my grasp. The old green man smiled. He was already incredibly weak and the wounds on his body were shocking and impossible to describe. If he did not have the incredibly strong life force of a heavenly path cultivator, he would already have died 800 times over. The moment the left messenger, who had only just started to relax, heard those words, she could not help but feel a sense of uneasiness. Everything's going fine? Then why did you have to raise a flag? Following that, her heart started to race as she looked away, making out a few figures that were rapidly approaching. Chapter 576, My Master Never Miscalculates. Impossible, impossible. The left messenger's heart sank to its depths. A heavenly path cultivator found herself unable to stop praying in her heart. Yet, as a philosopher once said, the more you wish that something won't happen, the more likely it is that it will happen. The world was often just that cruel. After that, he came. The first thing they saw was a dog that did not have any hair on its body. Its pinkish skin was exposed, but its face was incredibly stern. The strange appearance coupled with the stern look was quite amusing. Yet, the left messenger could not bring herself to laugh because she could feel an incredibly strong power coming from that dog's body. Someone's actually coming here at such a time? The old green man and the other heavenly realm cultivator had naturally also sensed their guests and carefully looked at who was approaching. However, after looking at it clearly, they still let out a sigh of relief. Only the bald dog at the helm would be hard to deal with, the others were not even in the heavenly realm. Even with their heavy injuries, they were not worried. Blackie took a step forward, walking along the chaos as the dog's eyes glinted, locking onto the old green man before saying in a cold tone, "I remember your aura. The one who caused all that trouble that night was you." The old green man frowned, not afraid at all as he smiled. "Ah, so it's you. A dog's nose really is quite sharp." Dodgy and the others did not speak and merely appraised the situation in front of them quietly. When they saw the lockdown toady that was floating in chaos, their expressions turned heavy. It was better to be there at the right time than to be early. They never expected that their timing would be so precise. They had come to capture Toady when they stumbled upon the ministry. If they were a step slower, Toady would have been taken away. If they had come earlier, they might have met some trouble. Now, Toady was already captured and the people of the ministry looked like they had sustained heavy losses. It was definitely the best time to arrive. That timing felt incredibly dreamlike and refreshing. Looking at their expressions, the left messenger seemed to see through their thoughts. Her eyes moved under her mask as she asked, "Do you really think you're our match even in this situation?" Dodgy's expression was calm as she said plainly, "We came here precisely because of Toady. However, since we met you so coincidentally, we might as well get rid of you right now." She was just a Chaos Golden Daluo immortal, and yet she was saying those words in front of 3 cultivators from the heavenly realm with such an obvious tone. Anyone would laugh hearing her words. The 3 cultivators from the ministry did laugh. The heavenly realm cultivator said, "With just you guys? If you want to gloat, you first need to have the skills. Who's the one giving all of you so much confidence? It's fine, you're the ones who destroyed the ministry branch at Demon City? You found out Toadie's location and chased us here." The old green man spoke, his eyes deep in thought as if he had seen through everything. "I admit that I was careless before, because I forgot an important figure, which is that so-called deluxe merit saint. If I'm not mistaken, the deluxe merit saint should just be a layer of protection." At those words, Dodgy and the others' pupils contracted, revealing expressions of disbelief. Even though it was just a flash, it was still detected by the old green man. He narrowed his eyes and was even more pleased as he continued, "All of our plans have always been foiled right at the last moment. Once is a coincidence, but after so many times, we're just being targeted. The deluxe merit saint. He's really good at hiding. Even this time, we were almost fooled. I used my immortal weaken spell to the limit to deal with that deluxe merit saint, but not only did I fail to injure him at all, I was the one who ended up with heavy injuries. I even neglected the formation that was meant to catch Toady, resulting in heavy losses this time. And at this moment, you lot came right on time. Come to think of it, it should be a ploy by the deluxe merit saint, right?" His words were all speculation, but it was said in an unbelievably certain tone. His analysis was very reasonable and logical. Dodgy and the others had a slight change in their expression, not able to believe such details were involved. However, in their hearts, they had a moment of realization. So, they and the others were always pawns on the expert's chessboard. Thinking about it, it was quite true. Upon hearing the old green man's analysis, there was a sliver of fear in their hearts. It was to say, if the old green man's immortal weaken spell had not been countered by the expert, then the ministry's losses would not have been so large. That would mean that when they arrived, they would not have been able to stand up to the ministry, which would have been extremely dangerous. The expert really did have no flaws in his plans. Even though he did not make a move personally, he was still able to fix everything with just one move, protecting everyone. Strong, unmatched. Qin Zhongshan and the others' respect for the expert grew even greater. He said coldly, "I see you do have some intelligence. The expert isn't someone you can even fathom." "Ha ha ha, it's a pity, This time he made a mistake. The old green man laughed coldly, measuring the 5 of them up as he said in a cold tone, "You might outnumber us, and we might be injured, but you only have a dog from the heavenly realm. Do you really think you can snatch Toti away from our hands? However, I'm a little curious, why do you want to capture Toti?" Flames started to dance around Fire Phoenix as she said coldly, "I see no harm in telling you. Toti is something my master wants to eat, and he's waiting for us to cook it for him when we get back." "Food?" The old green man was stunned and his expression turned even uglier. "Do you think I'm easy to fool? I guess we'll have to capture you and interrogate you." Blackie could not stand it anymore and slapped his paw right at the old green man. "Why are we wasting our time with words? Just kill them with a slap." The old green man snorted. He faced the heavenly realm cultivator and said, "I'll handle the dog with the left messenger, the rest will fall on you." "That's easy." That man stared at Daji and the others, revealing a cruel smile on his face. He did not hesitate to attack, raising his hand as a massive silhouette of a palm appeared in the chaos, capturing Daji and the others. The palm closed, and like a 5-fingered mountain, it trapped the 5 of them. He was a heavenly realm cultivator. Even if it was just the image of a palm, it was already a small world that he had created. In that palm, he was the master, and Chaos Gold and Daluo immortals were just like ants that could be killed at any time. Inside the palm, Daji and the others felt immense pressure. It was like a normal person being rejected by heaven and earth. Even the space itself wanted to squeeze them to death. The power of the heavens was majestic, and heavenly punishment had descended onto the world, annihilating everything. Their expressions were heavy as they chanted protective spells to protect themselves from the pressure. It was as if they were a little boat in an unending, raging sea. The winds and the storm were incredibly hard to hold back. On the other side, Blackie fought against the left and right messengers alone. Blackie did not bother to hold back at all. His claws danced around, scratching the left messenger everywhere around her body as flesh and blood flew. He was also stabbed throughout. The battle was violent and simple. The clashes never stopped. The old green man did not use his immortal weaken spell. He was in a bad state and did not even dare to face Blackie head-on, so he could only disrupt them from afar. However, each of his attacks was still terrifying. He was shocked by Blackie's power, and was even more shocked at Blackie's transformation. He could not understand how Blackie's combat ability rose by so much just by shedding his fur. Could shedding his hair cause him to get stronger? Or did that dog have some heavenly skill related to shedding its fur? The only spectator was Toti. Its energy was already spent and it had given up on its struggle. It was busy questioning its own life. "I'm Toti, a fierce beast in the chaos. I'm a majestic existence. Yet, one of them wants to capture me to experiment on me, while the other wants to eat me? They are even fighting over the right to own me. When did I get so easily bullied? Who are these people? They're too despicable." The old green man was targeted by Blackie and his condition got worse and worse. He could not help but urge the Heavenly Path cultivator, "Quit wasting time, get rid of them quickly." "Very well." The man's answer was simple as he coldly said, "It's done." He sent out another palm that launched at everyone. Qinzhong Shan, Goddess Nuwa, and Bei Chen all paled as they felt a fear that came from their souls. It was like they were mere fireflies facing the moon. The heavenly realm was equal to the heavens, and they were just ants living under heaven. Even though it was just a realm apart, it was already an insurmountable distance. Even being able to hold on thus far was pushing themselves to their limits. "You're wrong, my master never miscalculates." Daji's expression was calm as she slowly raised her hand. "You're right, it should end now." In her hand, that ring started to emit a white glow as a mysterious orb fell, causing Daji's power to surge massively, shooting up right to the skies and completely piercing through that heavenly realm cultivator's seals. Another palm shot out. Clank. A massive frozen palm shot out, heading right toward that person. In that frozen palm was incredibly powerful energy, even scarier than the attack of that heavenly realm cultivator. Even the surrounding chaos space seemed to have frozen. That's an ultimate chaos treasure? And it contains such immense power? That man's expression changed as he let out a cry of disbelief. Yet, before his shock even ended, Fire Phoenix raised her hand as well. On her body, a golden glow could be seen as an aura surged out of her as well, turning into a golden flaming dragon, charging right at that person. Another ultimate chaos treasure? The man's face twisted in fear as he shivered. His skin felt like it was about to explode as he did not hesitate to retreat. Yet, An attack of that level that contained the power of the chaos was not something easily avoided. Fire and ice, two elements that should completely reject each other, were working together, completely annihilating everything as they covered that heavenly realm cultivator's body. In a flash, that man disappeared in a state of confusion and horror, not even leaving any trace behind. Qin Zhongshan and the others gasped, swallowing as he said, "What? What a powerful treasure!" Goddess Nuwa, who knew what happened, took a deep breath, exclaiming, "The expert's ultimate chaos treasures are really horrifying. They're so strong it defies imagination." As for the left and right messengers, their eyeballs almost popped out after witnessing everything. Their hearts turned cold as they lost their voices in fear. The old green man paled as he shouted, "Quickly get me out of here." Right after he said that, he noticed that the left messenger had already moved with a speed that she never moved with before, disappearing deep into the chaos without any mercy, not even bothering to look back. He was stunned, turning his head around helplessly as he noticed Blackie's face right in front of him, glaring at him with a cruel look. He shivered. "I'm done." He was indeed done. Blackie was not someone who enjoyed torture, he simply shattered the old green man's life force. Then, a strong heavenly realm cultivator disappeared from the world. In the unending chaos, not many people knew that such a massive battle had just ended. Daji said, "Let's go, let's bring this fresh ingredient back to Master." "That's right, Goddess Daji's right. Let us carry this toti, I'm the most suited for rough labor like this." Qin Thongzhen and Bei Chen did not hesitate to cry out, trying to prove themselves. Whether it was Blackie or Daji and Fire Phoenix, their strengths have completely defied all of Qin Zhongshan and Bei Chen's prior knowledge. So, they were naturally even more respectful. Furthermore, they were mere spectators this time and did not help at all, so it seemed like carrying the goods was the only thing they could do. On the other end, the left messenger did not stop moving, sprinting rapidly all the way and using every skill she had to cross the endless distance before she hid in a cluster of dense stars. Only then did she even dare to let out another breath. "It's too scary, too dangerous. Thankfully, I made preparations and managed to escape quickly." The left messenger thought thankfully. In truth, when the old green man started to talk about how abnormal that expert was, she had already started to plan her retreat in her mind. They had encountered too many misfortunes lately and did not manage to achieve anything. Everything seemed to happen in an impossible fashion. The old green man did not account for that and even thought that he was already assured of his victory. She was different. She felt that the matter would not be so simple, especially after the old green man had raised that flag. Her teammate was the exact opposite of a compass. And she was proven right. When Daji said the words, "My master never miscalculates," she had already started to retreat. That deluxe merit saint is not someone simple at all. With an existence of this level, I'll need to report it to the leader, she mumbled before her figure flickered, disappearing from the chaos. Chapter 577, Paradise, the End of Tao. At the four-part architecture courtyard. Everything was peaceful as usual. Li Nianfan's honeymoon had already gone on for half a month. However, with Xiao Bei around as a butler, everything was going very well. As for the chickens in the yard and the cows and peacocks at the back, they were all performing very well. At that moment, whether it was eggs or milk, the production was quite substantial. In fact, they had too much, and Xiao Bei had turned them into braised eggs, cakes, and even fruit yogurts to preserve them. They had quite a bit of snacks and many were stored in the fridge. It caused Li Nianfan to feel a sense of familial warmth and comfort. It really is the most comfortable being back home. Traveling is for us to see different sceneries and expand one's horizons, but honestly, it's not that enjoyable. During the whole journey, so many things happened. It was actually quite tiring. Lying down on his rocking chair, Li Nianfan had some freshly squeezed juice with some freshly baked cake. It was like he was on holiday. He was incredibly content. Other than that, he could hear the sound of a zither, raising his mood and making him happier. It sounded harmonious with the flowing water and somehow raised the overall atmosphere of the residence. That was life. The one who was playing the zither was naturally Qin Manyun. Even though she felt very lucky to be by the expert's side, which made her very happy, there was also an unending form of pressure. Hence, she did not dare to relax at all. If she did not perform well, or if she did not work hard enough, and ended up being abandoned by the expert, then her lucky streak would turn into eternal regret. So, she did the best she could and tried her best to prove herself. In front of her was a piece of bamboo with musical scores engraved on it. It did not look very interesting or vibrant, but in Qin Manyun's eyes, each note on the bamboo had a faint light flowing through them and a powerful aura was circulating within. Those notes seemed to have been formed by Tao itself. It contained life itself, and would dance around her, greatly increasing her comprehension of musical cultivation. On the other side, Shi Tukan was sitting in front of a stone table in the middle of the room, writing with a very serious expression on her face. After returning to the four-part architecture with Li Nianfan, even though Qin Manyun had been there before, she was still shocked at the changes in front of her. Even she had almost fainted from the shock, let alone Shi Tukan. When Li Nianfan went into the storeroom and found a music sheet and a calligraphy sheet for them to practice by themselves, excitement, shock, and disbelief had swallowed them whole, almost causing their heads to explode. Whether it was the musical sheet or the calligraphy, they both contained Tao. It was as if they were inheriting from wisdom itself. It was much greater than just training themselves or practicing spells. Currently, at that moment, Shi Tukan was still stuck on the first page of the book and was slowly copying the strokes in great detail. In her eyes, even a single stroke flowed with wisdom. Copying it was like being instructed by wisdom itself, and it had greatly increased her speed of cultivation. It was like she was cheating with her cultivation and her way of cultivation had increased by leaps and bounds. Furthermore, she knew that it was just the start. Even simple strokes had caused her to feel the deep wisdom within. There were still complete words after that. And based on what the experts said, there were also poems later on. If she really managed to completely analyze that book, then her realm. As for the ministry, her heart was incredibly calm when she was immersed in the way of calligraphy. She felt no pressure at all. Li Nianfan would occasionally glance at Qin Manyun who was playing the zither as well as Shi Tukan who was working hard copying calligraphy. He could not help but let out a slight smile. It was as if he had seen a figure of himself in the past. At that moment, Xiaobei walked out of the backyard, saying, "Master, the new fruits in the backyard have ripened." "Oh?" Li Nianfan got up from the chair, his eyes glinted as he felt a sliver of excitement and anticipation. "Let's go, I'll go check it out." When he got to the backyard, he saw a garden full of fruits. When his gaze fell on those reddish-brown, round, and juicy fruits, his mouth curved up into a smile as he walked over. The tree's leaves were incredibly dense. Its body was tall and its trunk was wide. The surface of the tree was rough and slightly cracked. The patterns on the trunk were fine and it was reddish-brown. Among the dense leaves, the reddish-brown fruits bunched together, littered around the tree like stars. It looked incredibly vibrant. "So, they've really ripened." Li Nianfan licked his lips, unable to hold back anymore as he summoned the deluxe merit cloud, flying straight to a fruit and plucking one down. The outside of the fruit was quite coarse and on them were complicated patterns. They were definitely lychees, one of Li Nianfan's favorite fruits. Compared to the lychees before, Li Nianfan could tell that the current ones were much bigger. They were really large, at least 2 times bigger. They looked incredibly appealing and stirred his appetite. Slowly peeling open the red outer shell in his hands, he made sure to be patient to not ruin the meat. Slowly, translucent, snow-white flesh appeared. It had a very alluring glow as it oozed with juice. Seeing that, Li Nianfan was even more careful, not even daring to use any force in case he damaged the jade-like meat. Slowly stripping away the outer shell from the top, the rich, white flesh was completely revealed. It looked incredibly pure, like pure white jade. It also had an elasticity to it, making it hard for one to let go of it. If his fingers were not careful, it would ruin that layer above the flesh, and the pure, natural fruit juice would ooze out of it. It was like nature's most beautiful craft, emitting an alluring aura. The lychee was definitely the king of fruits. There were many poems written about it which proved its popularity. Li Nianfan impatiently opened his mouth, placing that snow-white flesh inside. The first thing he felt was coolness, and after a gentle bite, a mouthful of flesh went into his mouth alongside the juice. With that bite, the juice within burst out like a river. As it started to ooze out, Li Nianfan did not hesitate to stick out his tongue, lapping out the juices that flowed out, shutting his eyes and enjoying the sweetness in earnest. He sucked at it, not willing to waste even a single drop. It had a fragrance that was unique to the lychee, and the coolness of its juices momentarily took over his mouth, causing Li Nianfan to enjoy it greatly. That soft flesh danced around his mouth, causing explosions within. Even the bite he took was filled with elasticity, sending bursts of juice out. At some point, a whole lychee had entered his stomach, leaving only a seed the size of a fingernail behind. It had a lot of flesh and only a very small seed. It was definitely a lychee of excellent quality. Li Nianfan licked his lips, enjoying the aftertaste. He forced himself to refrain from continuing with the second one as he started to rapidly pluck them. That was the magic of lychees, it made it hard for one to resist eating a second or third after the first until one's stomach could not handle any more. However, eating lychees immediately after plucking them was not the best way. The best way was to soak the lychees in water, causing them to cool down. Only then were they at the peak of their flavor. After plucking quite a few lychees, Li Nianfan's gaze fell on the cherries and longans not far away, revealing a happy expression as he started to pluck them. At that point, he was just like a fruit farmer who had just made a bountiful harvest. He was filled with a sense of accomplishment. As he plucked them, Li Nianfan could not help but remark, "Blackie has proven his worth after I raised him to be so big." These new fruits had all been brought home by Blackie. He did not know where they were from, but Li Nianfan was incredibly satisfied. Just as Li Nianfan was plucking the fruits, a cloud rapidly descended from the sky. It was Daji and the others. Behind Chen Vongzhen and Bei Chen was Todi. Their faces were incredibly anxious. After all, this time they were visiting the expert's residence. When the fallen immortal mountain entered their sights, a strange pressure descended on their bodies, making them afraid to stare at the mountain directly. Looking at the fallen immortal mountain, the mountains were surrounded by clouds. It seemed to flow with culture. The structure of the mountains looked ordinary at a glance, but if one felt it in detail, it was filled with the essence of heaven and earth and it was full of wonders. No wonder the experts stayed there. The place could only be described as deep and unfathomable. They descended at the foot of the mountain and started to walk up. Along the way, the trees were large and tall and the vegetation was lush. On the fields, spiritual power overflowed. Looking at the entire place, it could be regarded as one of the best paradises in the world. This was one of the central locations of when the Eldritch world turned into the area of the gods, so the density of the spiritual energy did not need to be mentioned. It was enough to elicit visions. Of course, Qin Zhongshan and Bei Chen did not have the mood to admire it. Their hearts were just filled with apprehension and their footsteps were heavy. It was like they were on a pilgrimage, with the top of the mountain being their destination. Amid their nervousness, a building came into their view. Daji said lightly, "We're here." They were simple words, but Qin Zhongshan and Bei Chen's hearts started to pound and they could not help but take deep breaths to compose themselves. As Daji and Fire Phoenix opened the door, Blackie was the first to run inside, and the others followed. They did not see Li Nianfan, only Qin Manyun and Shi Tukan. The two of them stopped what they were doing and looked at the guests. Xiao Bei's gaze fell on Blackie as he said, "Blackie, since you're hairless now, I think you should have a new name. Also, welcome home, your dog food will have many new flavors in the future." Qin Manyun and Shi Tukan quickly greeted Daji and Fire Phoenix, "Greetings to Goddess Daji and Goddess Fire Phoenix." Daji and Fire Phoenix gently nodded, asking curiously, "Where's Master?" Shi Tukan said respectfully, "The saint is currently in the backyard, plucking fruits." The moment Qin Zhongshan and Bei Chen entered the courtyard, their entire bodies shuddered and they could not move, turning into statues. They had thought that they had made enough mental preparations. After all, they had seen how impressive the expert was before. Yet, when they came into the expert's residence, their brains exploded just the same. It was no longer a matter of being prepared, it had completely exceeded their expectations. Normally, the brains would only be able to fathom the 10th level, yet, they only realized after getting here that the expert lived in the 100th level. It had completely shattered their worldview. They had already held back immensely by not screaming. Chaos Spiritual Chi, this was a world filled with Chaos Spiritual Chi. Furthermore, that flowing water was made of Chaos Spiritual Water, and everything in the yard, including the firewood in the corner, definitely exuded the aura of Chaos Spiritual Roots. The random objects in the house, from the tables and chairs to the fridge and the fake mountain, without exception, were all at least Chaos Spiritual Treasures. Chaos Spiritual Treasures were enough to make someone unrivaled in the same realm. They were even capable of allowing one to exceed their realms. For instance, Daji and Fire Phoenix were just Chaos Gold and Daluo Immortals, but they had used a Chaos Ultimate Treasure to kill a Heavenly Realm Cultivator. That was enough to show the importance of treasures. Qin Thinshan's lips trembled as he could not resist mumbling softly, "Is this paradise?" It was like a child's dream, wanting a roof made of candy, a river made of juice, a house made of chocolate, snacks everywhere to eat. Every cultivator, and even every deity, had a dream of owning a courtyard like that as well. At that moment, Bei Chen and Qin Thongzhen were like children who had seen their dreams. They felt like crying. They even felt that being able to witness such a scene in their life already left them with no more regrets. Bei Chen was in a daze, mumbling to himself, "Is this the end of cultivation?" After a long time, they recovered and looked over to Qin Manyun and Shi Tukan. Their gazes stopped at Shi Tukan for a moment, mainly because of her unique appearance. Half human and half tiger, it was very eye-catching. Shi Tukan said politely, "I'm Shi Tukan of the legendary beast sect. Greetings to you two seniors." Legendary beast sect? So, you're Shi Tukan? Qin Zhongshan and Bei Chen spoke at the same time, their tones full of curiosity. A while ago, the legendary beast sect's princess, Shi Tukan, had been captured by the ministry. The sect had searched everywhere, and there was quite a big commotion. After so long, they never expected to meet her here. Shi Tukan said, "I was lucky enough to have been saved by the expert, which was how I escaped danger." "I see." Qin Zhongshan and Bei Chen nodded at the same time, and their gazes unwittingly fell on the brush in her hand. Their gazes straightened immediately as their breathing became erratic. A wave of hot air surged to his brain, causing Bei Chen's tongue to get tied up as he stuttered, your brush." Shi Tukan said, "I'm learning calligraphy from the expert. This was given to me by him." Learning calligraphy from the expert? The two of them inhaled a breath of cold air. Their envy filled their eyes as their bodies trembled. They then noticed the calligraphy in front of Shi Tukan and their brains exploded even more. Even their hair stood on ends. Darn it! They were so envious. Chapter 578, The Key to Closing the Gap in Skill. Even Bei Chen's mustache flew up as he said hoarsely, "Wisdom veins, these are definitely wisdom veins." He stared at the calligraphy strokes, wanting to plant his face right on them. His eyes were almost popping out of their sockets. Qin Zhongshan was not in a better state. The man's body was trembling intensely, his expression unsteady as various emotions were surging up as he panted rapidly. That thing was way too valuable. Even the most valuable treasures were worthless in front of that calligraphy. If it was somehow stranded outside, without a doubt, there would be tremendous amounts of bloodshed immediately. Even deities of the heavenly realm would try and fight for it. Tremendous amounts of bloodshed was probably understating it, it might even plunge the entire chaos into a panic. Looking at the strokes on the paper, Bei Chen's heart ached, his eyes reddened, tears gathered, and his mouth frowned. It was as if he was about to cry. He then looked at the brush Shi Tukan had in hand and he let out a long sigh. Ah, what a waste of treasures. By the side, Goddess Nuwa looked at Shi Tukan with an envious expression. That girl was immensely blessed to be able to cultivate next to the expert. It was obvious how terrifying she would be in the future. Bei Chen was fixated and could feel the beauty and power held within each stroke of the brush. It caused him to sink into it, wanting to throw his mind and body at it so he could give it everything he had. For wisdom, even death was a price worth paying. He could not help but raise his hand to touch the strokes on the paper. Yet, before he could even touch it, a horrifying energy exploded forward from the paper. The group only felt time stop as they shuddered. After that, with the sound of a scoff, a horrifying attack shot out from that singular stroke, going straight for Bei Chen's throat. The immense force exploded like a cannonball and sent Bei Chen flying. Boom! Bei Chen slammed right into the walls of the courtyard, forming a massive imprint before he slowly slipped off the wall. The robes on his body were all ruined. The place fell into silence. Cold sweat dripped from Bei Chen's forehead. On his neck, where the wound was, fresh red blood was oozing out, causing him to choke. Death had never been so close to him. If the calligraphy had not shown mercy, then he would have been killed by the power of Tao that it emitted. Oh! He felt his chi and blood reeling, and the taste of blood filled his throat as blood threatened to pour out of his body. The next moment, Daji's cold voice could be heard as she shouted, "Swallow it back." Bei Chen did not dare to disobey. Without another thought, he forced his mouth shut and forced his throat to move. With a gulp, he swallowed his blood down. He did not dare to show any signs of unhappiness, smiling as he said, "I'm so sorry, I almost dirtied the expert's place." Fire Phoenix shook her head, saying, "Without Master's permission, no one can touch anything here." I lost control of myself for a moment. I was impolite, thank you for not killing me. He faced the calligraphy and bowed deeply, bowing down 3 times. The others finally snapped back to reality as they all looked at those words, their emotions flowing. Shitucken was so shocked she covered her mouth with her paws, her eyes wide in disbelief. She knew that the calligraphy was especially valuable, but she never expected the strokes to have such terrifying powers. If the expert had not allowed it, she would have already died many times over. It was way too scary. Qin Zhongshan took a deep breath as he exclaimed in shock, "A treasure like that, one that has already formed its own Tao, isn't something a regular person can touch." Putting aside Chaos Ultimate spiritual treasures, even Ultimate Heavenly spiritual treasures would already have formed their own spirits. Normal people would not be able to control them and would be repelled. The calligraphy had naturally done that. Just being able to see one was already an immense blessing, and being acknowledged by one was a blessing of several lifetimes. If one made any mistakes and angered the treasure, they would be killed. Beichen nodded deeply. "I overestimated myself." Because of that, it caused them to envy Shitucken even more. Without the approval of the expert, how could she have the qualifications to hold such an amazing brush and write on such an amazing canvas? The difference between them was way too huge. It made them want to cry. Sure enough, just like a philosopher had once said, behind every powerful person was an unbelievable amount of luck. That was the true key to increasing one's skill. Shitucken carefully looked at the calligraphy, meekly saying, "Senior." Beichen immediately let out a kind smile, saying, "Senior? That's too much. I'm your Grandpa Bei. If you have any difficulties in the future, come find me. And Grandpa Chen as well." Qin Zhongshan did not hesitate to say, "The Empath sect is good friends with the legendary Beast sect. A princess of the legendary Beast sect is naturally a princess of the Empath sect." Shitucken's lips twitched at the two old men's words. She said softly, "Grandpa Bei, Grandpa Qin." "Yes, good girl." Qin Zhongshan and Beichen smiled, feeling even happier than being called that by their own grandchildren. "Tucken, I knew you were something special the moment I saw you. Your future will be limitless. You have a heavenly demeanor, a heavenly demeanor." Goddess Nuwa, who had been silently observing, rolled her eyes, feeling speechless. Shameless old coots. If I'm not mistaken, the two of you were lamenting this being a waste? Now you're trying to gain her favor? I can tell that this little girl's potential is great. It's time to curry some favor. Ah! At that moment, the sound of a door opening could be heard, causing everyone to quiver, especially Beichen and Qin Zhongshan who were playing around. They immediately sat up in distress, not daring to breathe. "He's here, the expert's here." Li Nianfan's hands were holding a wooden barrel. Even his pockets were bulging as he carried a bunch of fruits, leisurely walking in. When he saw the visitors, his eyes brightened as he said, "Oh, I was wondering why the zither stopped playing and the courtyard sounded so noisy. So, Daji's back and she brought guests. Lady Nuwa, it's been a long time." Goddess Nuwa was surprised and she immediately replied, "Greetings to Lord Saint." Qin Zhongshan hurriedly said as well, "Greetings to Lord Saint." Beichen adjusted his clothes, before he nervously and respectfully said, "I'm the sect leader of the White Cloud sect, Beichen. Greetings to Lord Saint." Unlike the others, it was the first time he was visiting the expert. Not only did he not know of the expert's strength, he had also been taught a lesson earlier. Setting aside the respect in his heart, if not for his restraint, he would have even knelt and kowtowed. Li Nianfan nodded, replying, "So, you're Cultivator Bei. Hello." He slowly walked to the pond in the courtyard and poured the lychees inside. The pond had a refrigerating effect and it was the best place to wash the lychees. Feeling the coolness of the water and looking at the lychees that were resting inside, Li Nianfan felt he was about to drool. After that, he put down the longans and cherries. Those could be eaten at any time. Qin Zhongshan and Beichen looked at the lychees in the water and the fruits in the other two barrels. Their minds stopped working. They were so pitiful that even an orange had been enough for them to feel elated. Only now did they know that Chaos Spirit fruits could be mass-produced, and there were even so many types. It was even being washed in Chaos Spiritual water. That scene was something they would not even dare to dream about. Looking around them again, they suddenly felt like beggars visiting an extremely rich person's home. "Sit down, please," Li Nianfan said as he walked over, enthusiastically saying, "You all came at the right time. Some new fruits have just ripened. You can all try it out." Beichen and the others immediately said sincerely, "Thank you, Lord Saint." Li Nianfan casually noticed that large toady that had already been trapped, and said curiously, "Daji, is this the surprise you prepared for me?" "That's right. Daji smiled and said, "This is Toti." "Toti?" Li Nianfan was slightly taken aback. Then, he felt a sense of elation. Its flavors were incredibly unique and he was definitely pleased. That was a massive beast that was said to be able to devour anything, and now it was about to be eaten by him? That was great. He hurriedly walked over and appraised it in detail. He could not help but say, "It probably wasn't easy capturing this, right?" Daji said, "It's fine. Nuwa, Cultivator Bei, and Cultivator Qin put in quite the effort." At those words, Bei Chen and the others felt a wave of embarrassment. In all honesty, Bei Chen and Qin Zhongshan merely carried it. As for Nuwa, she had merely cheered from the side. Li Nianfan saluted them and said, "Thank you, everyone." Toti's appearance was quite unique. It had a long horn on its head and had 4 black eyes. Its mouth took up half its body. It had 4 legs, and just from appearances alone, it looked incredibly ferocious. What puzzled Li Nianfan was how he was going to eat that. First of all, the mouth had to be cut away, but then half its body would be gone. The horn on its head looks a bit like a deer's. We can use it like a deer's antlers. It might be very nutritious. As for the meat on its body, there are 2 methods of eating it that are the most common and won't go wrong. The first is to make them into dumplings. Most of the meat is suitable for that. Then, we can grill it. Almost every meat can be grilled and the taste should be quite good. Li Nianfan could not be bothered to experiment on other methods, so he said, "The legs will be grilled, the rest of the body will be chopped up and made into cabbage and toti dumplings." Speaking of which, it had been a long time since he last ate dumplings. He salivated just thinking about it. Li Nianfan faced Xiao Bei and said, "Xiao Bei, go handle Toti. Chop a leg up first and grill it. I'll serve the guests." "Yes, my honored master." Xiao Bei nodded and dragged Toti away to prepare it. Li Nianfan then had Daji bring out fruits and some cakes, and got everyone to eat and chat. At the same time, in the chaos, a massive and majestic spiritual boat was moving steadily, moving toward the area of the gods. On the deck, a young man sat down, cross-legged. In front of him was a green guqin. He did not play it. Instead, he was gently stroking it. Behind him, an old man with a white mustache and white hair was standing uneasily, pursing his lips in nervousness. The old man looked toward one direction in the chaos. His eyes constantly flickered as emotions danced through his heart. Last time, when he saw the location of the area of the gods on the star map, he had felt a sense of familiarity. Upon closer inspection, he almost shouted. Was that not his old home? How could my old home be the area of the gods? It's definitely a mistake. Going the wrong way was one thing, but it had locked onto his old home. How could he be so unlucky? He looked at the young man and was incredibly anxious. If he brought the Emperor into the Eldritch world and it turned out to be an underdeveloped world instead of the area of the gods, the Emperor might just destroy the place in anger. In the end, the old man resolved himself and clenched his teeth as he said, "Emperor, I think that the location on the star map isn't where the area of the gods is. I hope that you can reconfirm it." Only when following the Emperor did he feel such a sense of dread. That spiritual boat was floating in the chaos. As it searched for chances in the chaos, the Emperor would definitely enter any little world that they met. In his eyes, he did not care if the worlds were strong or weak. He only wanted to encounter various chaos to prove the strength of his own. He was basically looking for opponents within the chaos. Every time he encountered an opponent that interested him, he would suppress his realm and face the opponent at the same level, wanting to increase his understanding that day. However, anyone could see that he merely wanted to trample on various chaos to establish his own. Even though he seemed to control his own realm, he still never lost. It was like a university student challenging a primary school student, claiming to only compete with primary school questions. The victor was already predetermined. Furthermore, not only would the university student win, but he also wanted to learn various ways to solve the questions from different primary school students, perfecting himself. In truth, discussing chaos was far crueler than solving questions. The old man naturally did not want his world to be destroyed, nor did he want to see his world being trampled on. Staring as his hometown got closer, he resisted the dread in his heart as he asked his question. "You came over to tell me that?" The young man's expression did not change and seemed to be asking calmly. However, the next moment, his finger gently flicked a string. Twang! The sound was very soft, but the next moment, the old man seemed to have been struck by lightning. His body was sent flying, crashing on the spiritual boat as his whole body spasmed. That sound seemed to reverberate in his ears, piercing right into his soul. His primordial spirit reached the verge of collapse. "You should just obediently cultivate your pills. Do you really think you have the right to speak in front of me?" Chapter 579, The Winds and Clouds of the Hometown. The old man struggled on the ground, his face full of pain. After a moment, he stood up with great difficulty, looking at the young man in horror. The young man looked at the old man coldly, his eyes so piercing it seemed like it could stab right through someone, saying, "What is it? Do you know this place?" "Yes. I know of it." The old man mulled over it for a long time, and finally thickened his skin. "I wandered around the chaos in my earlier years, and I've been to that place before. I found that it was a very backwards world, and was nothing impressive, nor did it have any rare treasures, so I remembered the place. That's why I was very confused when I saw the location of the area of the gods, and I came forward to let you know." He knew that he could not hide anything from the emperor, and attempting to do so would only cause the opposite effect, so he told a half-truth, emphasizing the fact that there was nothing to see in that world, hoping to reduce the curiosity of the emperor so the emperor would ignore the place. His heart was filled with desperation as he prayed for the emperor to not go there. After all, for a figure of that level to descend on the eldritch world would be incredibly horrifying for his hometown. It did not matter if he could succeed, he still needed to do what he could. The emperor looked at the old man, and had a meaningful look in his eyes. "There's nothing to do after all. It doesn't matter if it's an area of the gods or some broken-down little world, there's no harm in taking a look." The old man's heart shivered, and he felt an intense hopelessness. The only thing he could do now was hope that the emperor would have no interest in the place when he arrived. If it really was not possible, he would then plead for the emperor to show mercy, and to spare that world. The spiritual boat continued forward in the unending chaos, not feeling the passage of time. In a flash, 3 days had passed. The area of the gods that was indicated on the map was already very close. The old man stood on the deck, pursing his lips as his heart pounded, his feelings were extremely complicated. Looking at the distant world, he suddenly felt a wave of familiarity. That feeling was warm and gentle. Uneasiness, excitement, fear, apprehension, anxiety and various other feelings constantly emerged, causing his eyes to be filled with tears. If he did not forcefully restrain himself for fear of being seen, he would already be sobbing. The winds and clouds of his hometown. "I'm back, I've actually come back. I used to be a proud man, and now I've returned an empty vessel. I'm sorry I came back in this manner. The humiliation can be forgotten, but I brought an unwanted guest." It was getting closer. A ray of light started to enter their eyes, causing the old man to close his eyes. It was not because it was too bright, but because he was apprehensive. He felt more and more timid as he got closer to his hometown, and did not dare to say anything. Countless times, he had wanted to see what had happened to his hometown. He had wanted to return countless times as well. However, they had only been thoughts. And now it was right in front of him, but he no longer dared to look at it. It's probably changed a lot, after all. We've all left. It was too broken down. The Absolute Era should have ended, and the road of cultivation should have ended. There shouldn't be any more spiritual power, and everything from before should have turned into legends. The old man closed his eyes, lamenting everything for a moment. Then, his eyes fluttered as he opened his eyes. What entered his sight was an incredibly large world. The unending rays of light shot at him like flowing water. The stars filled up the sky, and spiritual energy surged everywhere. All the life in that world formed an unimaginable picture. Every breath, everything that could be seen, all showcased the special nature of the world. The man's expression shifted from sorry to shock and then to awe. When did this place become like this? Did I even forget the address of my own hometown? Was it possible? Did the eldritch world turn around? Did they rapidly develop? The old man looked at everything dumbly, his eyes turned red as he felt everything was foreign yet familiar. It really is the realm of the gods, there is chi everywhere, the force of the realm is high, everything is lush. I can't see through the endless possibilities. The emperor looked at the world like a lord, his eyes had a glint of interest as he said imperiously, "I hope it doesn't disappoint me." After that, he looked at the shifty-eyed old man, saying, "Didn't you say this was a broken-down world?" The old man hurriedly said, "I must have misremembered." The emperor suddenly said, "You did not misremember, this place used to be a broken-down world, and was called the Eldritch World. He looked at the old man, smiling. Could it be your old world? The old man's heart jumped, even breathing was hard as he was both excited and happy. It really was the Eldritch World. The place had turned into the area of the gods. Then what about his old friends? What had happened to them? However, the emperor did not continue speaking, and started to descend to the ground from the skies. Even above the skies, the stars littered the night sky, and there was a vibrant moon hanging there. Suddenly, a melodious zither could slowly be heard from the moon. The song flowed with the wind, like waves taking shape, elegant and long. The old man's expression suddenly changed as he rapidly paled. Interesting, this song is interesting. The emperor turned around, looking at the moon without any hesitation. At that moment. On the moon. Guangan Palace, change residence. That place was a place of song and dance. In the palace, a woman was playing the zither, her beautiful figures looked like they were dancing, elegantly plucking the zither. By the side, there were many dancers dancing in accompaniment, their figures were graceful and their beauty was unrivaled. Change and 7 fairies were among them, but they were there mostly for supervision. They were a very important part of the heavenly palace. No, they were the most important. Even though they did nothing much in combat, they could directly serve the expert. Every time the expert felt like watching a performance, the importance of this place could not be understated. Furthermore, they could never fail any of their performances, otherwise no one would be able to bear the responsibility of ruining the expert's mood. Strictly speaking, the existence of the performers was incredibly important. The performers also knew of their station and importance, and all of them threw everything they had into their training, also they could put up a good show in front of the expert. Change had a smile on her face. The rhythm finally looks decent, if we're able to perform for the expert in the future, he'll definitely be satisfied. Zay remarked, that's right, I haven't seen him in so long. I wonder when we'll be able to perform for him. I miss the expert's food so much. If we perform well and he's happy with it, we'll definitely get something nice to eat. I really envy Chinmanyun, she's able to play the zither by the expert, that's such a tremendous honor. Playing the zither just to make someone else happy? You people have no right to play it. Suddenly, a furious roar could be heard, exploding like thunder. After that was the twang of a zither. The sound was not loud, but it shook the whole place, materializing a dense energy that rippled throughout. At the same time, all the zithers in the Moon Palace that were being played all snapped, and all the women, no matter if they were playing the zither or dancing, all felt the surge of blood, spitting out blood as their bodies shuddered. Their expressions suddenly changed as they looked around uneasily. Boom! A massive spiritual boat suddenly appeared, and like a dark cloud, had covered the whole Guangan Palace. On the deck of the boat, numerous figures looked down on the women. The young man at the helm had an electrifying gaze, it was majestic, holy and emotionless. An immensely strong aura flowed out, applying so much pressure that they could not breathe. He swept his gaze around, and saw a few of the music sheets in the palace. He reached his hand out, and the sheets flew right into his hand as he started to read it. The sheets were naturally ambush and high mountains and flowing water. They were the music sheets that Li Nianfan had given Chinmanyun, and were the most valuable sheets in the whole palace. This music. Just from a rough look, the emperor's pupils rapidly constricted, his unchanging face immediately changed as he could not hide his shock. His hands trembled. Good, good, good. His eyes brightened as he exploded, the smile on his face was very exaggerated. I can't believe that I found 2 extraordinary musical sheets the moment I arrived at the area of the gods, it really is a place chosen by the heavens. The aura around him started to constantly change, he would suddenly emit killing intent, and then the will to fight, and it would ebb and flow, going up and down. It was the insight behind the 2 songs, he had actually managed to absorb it into his own Tao, causing the realm to change and the forces to resonate. It had to be said, his talent was incredibly shocking, which was why he could be so tyrannical. He coldly looked at everyone in Guangan Palace, and smiled. These ants are amusing. They have such a masterpiece, but they don't know how to use it. They're only thinking about pleasing someone else, they deserve to die. He casually raised his hand, touching the zither. With just a gentle flick, his music would be enough to turn the moon to ash. The old man's expression changed, and he immediately stepped up, bowing as he said, "Emperor, please show them mercy." "You are begging for mercy for them?" The old man no longer dared to hide it, and said, "I won't hide it from you, I originally came from the Eldritch world. They are all from the same home as me. Please, show them some mercy in consideration of the pills I have refined for you." The emperor had already expected that, and was not surprised at all. He said, "I didn't kill you, so shouldn't the pills you made for me be in thanks to that? Also, what do you think you are? You actually dare to offer me words of advice?" The moment he said that, the subordinate next to him raised his hand, and a long whip appeared, containing the light of lightning. With a slap, it landed on the old man's body, causing him to roll on the ground. A long black wound appeared on his body, directly hitting his primordial spirit. In the palace, when Change and the other girls saw the old man, they shuddered, thinking they had been mistaken. Taishang Elder, it was definitely Taishang Elder. One of the three kings had returned. Yet, it was not the time to be happy. Looking at the state of the elder, they could not help but be angered, and prayed that the heavenly palace would quickly send help. However, looking at that young man's power, they were worried that his skills were unfathomable, and even the heavenly palace might not be able to help. The emperor looked at them, and proudly proclaimed, "It's possible for you to not die, you only need to tell me where you obtained these two songs." So that was his goal. No one said anything. Every one of them spoke in their hearts, "This is not something you have the right to touch," but they all held back. The emperor issued an order, "Elder, since they're your old friends, I'll allow you to give them some advice. A wise man submits to the circumstances." The Taishang elder's expression stiffened as he lowered his head, clutching his fists before relaxing them. He was incredibly hesitant. As one of the three kings of the Eldritch world, he had been incredibly proud, and was one of the saints of this world. Yet, at that moment, he was advising them to surrender after having just returned. It was a tremendous humiliation. The emperor looked at the elder in amusement. "You're not willing?" Hong said in determination, "There's no need to waste your energy, we won't say a word." The music sheets were the experts. If they said that, it was obvious that the young man would cause trouble for the expert. If it ended up disturbing the expert, it would be a tremendous sin. At that moment, a few auras were rapidly approaching, and a few figures suddenly appeared, crossing tremendous distances. Cultivator Junjun, Nuwa, Yunshu, the Jade Emperor, Beichen and Xinjiangshan were there, their expressions incredibly serious. They had foretold that a large calamity would befall the Moon Palace, and had immediately rushed over. Coincidentally, after eating with the expert, Xinjiangshan and Beichen had made the decision to form a relationship with the Heavenly Palace, so they had been at the Heavenly Palace the past few days. Encountering something like that, they had naturally tagged along. When they saw the young man, their minds pounded as their hearts sank to the depths. The immense pressure caused them to feel a chill. As for Taishang Elder, when he saw Cultivator Junjun, Nuwa and the Jade Emperor, his emotions exploded and his eyes reddened. As for the others, when they saw Taishang Elder, they were filled with emotion. They had split up back then to explore the chaos, and hundreds of thousands of years had passed. They never expected to meet again in that way. Cultivator Junjun saluted the Emperor. "Fellow Cultivator, we have no grudges against each other, we should sit down and chat." "Chat? There's no need." The Emperor shook his head. "Since all of you were the original masters of the Eldritch world, and I've been planning on taking over the area of the gods, why don't you just swear your loyalty to me?" Cultivator Junjun said, "The Heavenly Palace is just a small corner of the area of the gods, there's nothing special about it." "So, you're not willing to swear your loyalty?" The Emperor's expression did not change, and he said, "Don't say I'm not giving you a chance, let's bet on something." Chapter 580, For Discussing Tao, There's Someone Else from the Heavenly Palace. A bet? Everyone's hearts sank. They all knew that a so-called emperor would not let them off so easily. Cultivator Junjun said carefully, "Might I know what kind of bet you would like to propose?" "I am a cultivator, and I've always prioritized discussing Tao, I want to compete with you in Tao." The emperor smiled as he looked at everyone, his eyes thoughtful, and he continued, "You don't have to worry, since it's a discussion of Tao, I won't use my power to suppress you, nor will I bully you with my cultivation. Only, I wonder if any of you are confident enough in your Tao? Would you dare to take up this bet?" Discussing Tao relied on understanding the opponent's weakness or even creating a weakness in his heart, causing the opponent to lose their spirit and crumble. By the side, Taishang Elder suddenly shouted out a warning, "He is the string master, and is the best at discussing Tao, don't bet against him." Whips. The man by the emperor's side raised his hand again, and the whip was as fast as wind, practically invisible. It hit Taishang Elder's back, causing him to collapse on the ground, another wound appearing on his body as his skin split open. After that, the whips elongated and tied the elder up, lifting him up in the air as it constricted him tightly. "Stop!" the Jade Emperor shouted out, looking at Taishang elder with reddening eyes. Before, they controlled the Eldritch together. They would scheme against each other occasionally, but they were still tied together from the same origin. So, when they saw the elder being bullied, they could not help but feel a sense of sorrow and anger. Qin Zhongshan and Bei Chen, who had followed along, both exclaimed when they heard their opponent's name, "The String Master?" The Jade Emperor said with a heavy expression, "Who is he?" "He's a very powerful deity who wanders the chaos." Qin Zhongshan felt a very intense pressure, and he said softly, "I heard that he revels in Tao, and can play masterpieces with just one hand. He's learned from thousands of worlds, and is able to seize the hearts of others, causing them to lose faith in their Tao. So, he enjoys looking for strong opponents in chaos, and by discussing Tao, the heavenly realm deities that had fallen to him number more than my fingers can count. He was someone who loved to fight, and was quite famous in the chaos. The fact that someone like that was still well and alive was enough to prove his strength. Even within the heavenly realm, he would be considered strong." Hearing that news, the crowd's hearts sank. Cultivator Junjun said in a low voice, "What are we betting on?" The Emperor said, "If I win, the heavenly palace will work for me, becoming my slaves." Nuwa said, "Then what if we win?" "You can't win." The Emperor shook his head, arrogant to the limits. Cultivator Junjun said, "Without anything at stake, this bet won't take effect." The Emperor looked at Taishang elder. "If you win, I will return this guy to you." The elder's face was pale, and his eyes were full with rage. He wanted to say something, but being tied up by the whip made that difficult. Using him in exchange for the whole heavenly palace was an uneven bet, it was too unfair. Nuwa immediately said, "That's not fair." "Fair?" The Emperor smiled and mocked, "Are you still asleep? You're actually talking to me about being fair? This is the world of the strong. My bet with you is offering you a chance. Not only do you not appreciate it, you're trying to talk to me about fairness? Hilarious, you have no choice at all." The crowd could not help but clench their fists tightly, anger showed on their faces, but they felt a deep sense of powerlessness. The Emperor was right, they had no choice. That was the plight of the weak. Cultivator Junjun exchanged a look with Nuwa, saying coldly, "We'll bet." Don't. The elder looked at them with reddened eyes, he wanted to cry. After spending so much time by the Emperor's side, he knew how powerful the Emperor was. The moment he played a song, it was enough to sink heaven and earth, disrupting all the laws without anyone being able to fight back. The most horrifying instance was when he had witnessed the Emperor zither wipe away the Tao of a small world, and even took away their path to heaven. How could Cultivator Junjun and the rest of them stand up to that? In order to save him, he stared as they stepped right into the trap. That feeling caused him to despair, at the same time, feeling everyone's concern, he was incredibly touched. "As long as any of you can stand up to a single song from me, you'll win." The Emperor smiled, touching the zither in front of him as he quietly looked at the crowd. "So, who's first?" "I'm coming." Nuwa took a deep breath and stepped forward with a serious look on her face. After that, she sat down cross-legged and made her preparations. She raised her hand, and the lotus lantern slowly flew out, floating on top of her head. The rays of light shot out from the lantern, enveloping Nuwa and settling her heart. After that, Nuwa closed her eyes, and insights began to flow out of her body, twisting the space around her, causing a colorful light to surround Nuwa, covering her whole body. Discussing Tao was something that came from deep within the heart, so she had some confidence. After all, interacting with the expert and picking things up, she was much more familiar with Tao than regular cultivators. Furthermore, listening to the expert play the zither, playing chess with the expert, or even eating the expert's food, were all things that improved one's understanding of Tao. It was quite the cheat, and was enough for them to look down on other cultivators. Interesting. The Emperor raised his eyebrow, and stopped speaking as he gently flicked on a string of his zither. Twang! The music materialized, and turned into a breeze that blew right at Nuwa, touching the light around her and disappearing. Everyone widened their eyes and looked on nervously. Discussing Tao might not be as flashy as fighting, but the dangers involved were actually greater than fighting. It was possible for their insights to shatter, and they would then lose their way. Many might even begin to question their own lives, and not be able to recover, turning into a cripple. Twang! 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 The emperor's hands rapidly played the zither, and the music started to increase frantically. In the blink of an eye, the breeze had turned into a storm, heading right at Nuwa. And finally, it turned into a tornado, surrounding Nuwa. The crowd could see the devastating winds generated by the tornado. Through the wind, they could see the lights in the middle still glowing. It's ambush. Even though it was just the start, they were naturally familiar with it. When they recognized the tune that was being played, their faces reddened in rage. Han glared at the emperor, saying unhappily, "Despicable." That was a song that the expert had gifted them, and contained very high-level insights. To someone who cultivated music, it was an incredible blessing. And now, not only was the song stolen away, it was being used against them. It made them feel like flies, and they were disgusted. Twang! Even the ears of the crowd seemed to be filled with the sounds of horses and the cries of an army. Their hearts started to speed up, like drums that were being played. The tornado around Nuwa started to get more and more intense, as if countless soldiers were assaulting it. Weapons and horses, chi that swallowed up rivers, it was all crashing down on Nuwa, shouting right at her. At that moment, Nuwa seemed like a weak girl, lost in a battlefield alone, weak, pitiful and helpless. And what she was facing were countless soldiers, surging at her like a wave, almost swallowing her whole. She could not help but take a step back. That one step caused her down to falter, and she suddenly spat out blood. Her spirits were severely impacted. The emperor said, "Not bad, you managed to hold on for so long." Those casual words caused feelings of contempt within everyone. Beichen sighed and said, "It's too difficult to beat the string master." Qin Zhongshan nodded. In the chaos, his movements are erratic and uncertain, but the moment he has his sights on you, anyone would end up with a headache. The people of the Heavenly Palace did not understand, but they had heard of the string master before. Even their sect ancestors would not want to face the string leader, let alone themselves. The string master said, "Who's next?" "I'll do it." Cultivator Junjun walked forward, his robes fluttered and his expression was serious. With a wave of his hand, a drum appeared. He planned on using the drum to drown out the zither. The string master said nothing about it, and immediately began to play his zither. Bam bam bam. Cultivator Junjun did not bother with words, and immediately started beating the drum feverishly. His sound came without any rhythm. Unlike Nuwa, Cultivator Junjun was planning on using offense as defense. That moment, he used the sound of the drums to transmit his Tao, opposing the string master and attempting to disrupt the string master's rhythm. The two different sounds intertwined in the air, colliding with each other, causing the air to ripple like a violent lake. Cultivator Junjun lowered his gaze, his expression unchanging. In his mind, the scene of Li Nianfan giving him the disc and witnessing the endless Tao appeared. He submerged within the Tao, and used the drums to unleash it, trying to affect the string master's Tao. Yet, the string master's music did not change. It was even and deep, like a tall mountain, and like flowing rivers. He maintained his rhythm throughout, and was incredibly clear, completely suppressing the sound of the drums, turning into the only sound. "This is our song, high mountains and flowing water." Change smiled bitterly, that person was shameless. He actually used the songs the expert gave them to show off. Shameless. Ah! Cultivator Junjun's body suddenly shook, and he spat out blood from his mouth. His expression was pale, and his body swayed. Entertaining. The string master was not stingy with his praise, and said curiously, "I never expected your understanding of Tao to be so deep, it's changed my view of you." He then thought of the two songs he obtained. The songs were good, the men were decent, it really was the area of the gods. It was definitely something worth obtaining. He swept his gaze around, and calmly looked at the crowd, asking, "Who else is there?" The crowd was silent. They were frustrated to their limits. Qin Zhongshan and Beichen wanted to lend a hand, but after the earlier bouts, they knew they would not be able to compare as well. Qin Zhongshan said, "I could go back and get my elder to appear." Beichen said, "I could invite our ancestors as well." Their ancestors were all heavenly realm deities, they might actually stand a chance against the string master. If only. Jade Emperor said, but did not finish. However, everyone could guess what he wanted to say. If the expert was around, then discussing Tao with that dumb string master would be nothing, the expert would casually suppress him. Even though cultivator Junjun and Nuwa had lost, they had still interacted with the expert before. They had felt the doubt that the expert occasionally showed, and they could naturally feel the difference. If the expert's Tao was an endless sea, then the string master's Tao was just a little ditch that was on the verge of drying up. Only, how could they allow the expert to make a move? That was just their inner thoughts. They were the ones who were useless, they could not ask the expert to help but clean up. However, Jade Emperor's words reminded Yao Mengji of something. His expression moved, and he suddenly had a thought. Even though it was a little crazy, he somehow felt that it was possible. The string master stood up, looking down on everyone. Is there no one else? If that's so, then you've lost. The elder was still tied up in the air, his eyes had a look of immense sadness, and he felt so awful that his entire body was shivering. He naturally knew that there was no one else in the heavenly palace. Even Hong Jindozu lost, who else would be able to fight? He felt a sense of hopelessness. Qin Zhongshan looked at the string master. I am the sect leader of the empath sect. Give me a few days, I can invite our Taishang elder. Empath sect? The string master shook his head. I will go see the empath sect someday. However, this is between me and the heavenly palace, I won't waste time with you. We still have someone. At that moment, Yao Mengji shouted out, attracting everyone's gaze. The string master frowned. Oh? Nuwa had the same thought as well. Cultivator Dao, are you referring to Mon Yun? That's right. Yao Mengji nodded. I think we can try. The others suddenly had a sliver of hope when they remembered Qin Mon Yun. After all, Qin Mon Yun had been training under the expert, and her skills were definitely rapidly increasing under the expert's tutelage, and she definitely had a deep understanding of the Dao and the Zither. However, thinking about Qin Mon Yun's skill, they felt that it might not be possible. Even though discussing Dao did not reflect skill, there was still a connection. If the difference in skill was too great, there was no hope when it came to discussing Dao. However, at that moment, they did not seem to have any other choices, all they could do was hope that it worked. No matter what, she was still a prodigy by the expert's side. With that in mind, Cultivator Junjun took the lead, and he said, that's right, we still have someone who can discuss Dao with you. Chapter 581, String Master, I feel insulted. The string master looked at them coldly, not revealing any information. To him, the people in front of him were mere ants, and he did not need to worry about anything. He felt like it did not matter at all. If an interesting opponent could appear, he did not mind. However, he did not wish to waste time. One day, I'll give you 1 day. The string master said plainly, this is the last chance you will get. If I find out you're playing with me, none of you will be able to live. He pointed at Yao Mengji, ordered, you, hurry up and find that person. Just wait and see. Yao Mengji clenched his teeth, and after greeting the Jade Emperor and the others, he fled to the fallen immortal mountain. He did not dare to delay it, so he ran as fast as he could. After 4 hours, he saw the fallen immortal mountain. Landing at the foot of the mountain, he quickly climbed up. After a little while, a familiar 4-part courtyard appeared. He took a deep breath, reeling in his anxiety so as to not be ill-mannered in front of the expert and affect the expert's move. Then, he slowly walked up and politely knocked on the door 3 times. Yao Mengji wishes to see the Lord Saint. Very quickly, with an exclamation, the door opened. The one who opened the door was Qin Mon Yun. She smiled at her master, happily saying, Master, why are you here? Yao Mengji asked in a caring manner, how has your studies under Lord Saint been? Qin Mon Yun could feel Yao Mengji's anxiety, and thoughtfully said, even though I've only learned a little bit from Mr. Li, I feel like I've benefited a lot, and reached a height that our sect never could before. Ah! Yao Mengji furrowed her eyebrows with some worry. Using their old sect as a comparison was way too low of a bar, their current opponent was the string master from Chaos, could she win? He put his worries aside, manners could not be ignored as he said politely, Yao Mengji greets Lord Saint, Fairy Daji, and Fairy Fire Phoenix. He had just noticed that the usually quiet courtyard was quite bustling, Li Nianfen and the others were wrapping up dumplings. It looked like the dough had just been made. Their hands were covered in the snow-white powder that had even gotten to their faces. They looked very happy and at home. Next to the dough was a large barrel, and in the barrel was the minced meat meant to fill the dumpling. Waves of spiritual energy were wafting out, making Yao Mengji feel like the meat was glowing extremely brightly. He could guess that it was made not only with toady meat, but various other spiritual roots. One word, luxury. However, it had given him some confidence. Even a toady had encountered that fate. The string master could not be that much stronger than a toady, so how could he be so unconfident about the expert? "Oh, it's Cultivator Mengji, welcome." Li Nianfan put down the dumpling in his hand, washing his hands with water before he motioned for Yao Mengji to sit down. He asked curiously, "What is it? Did you come here to see Manyun?" "I won't hide anything, I actually came because I need Manyun to face an opponent." Yao Mengji went straight to the point. "I want her to face off with someone on the zither." "A zither face-off?" Li Nianfan knew that Yao Mengji was good at playing the instrument as well. If Yao Mengji was here, it meant that he had already lost. "He probably believes that Qin Manyun has learned the art of the zither from me, and wants her to seize the initiative." Yao Mengji mulled over it, and did not dare to conceal anything in the end. "We had been practicing with change before this, but the opponent stole the 2 musical sheets that you gave us. He even laughed at us for not knowing our place, ruining a good song. He felt regret for not protecting the expert's song." "So that's the case." Li Nianfan nodded. Next to them, Qin Manyun felt a wave of pressure. The fact that her master had come here meant that it was no small matter. Yao Mengji said carefully, I don't know what Manyun's progress is like?" "Ha ha ha, with me guiding her, do you think her improvements would be small?" Li Nianfan laughed, looking at Yao Mengji with interest, and feeling the nervousness he was trying to hide. After that, he said, "However, just to be safe, I will give Lady Manyun some emergency instructions." "Emergency instructions?" Qin Manyun and Yao Mengji were incredibly happy, and suddenly felt like the situation was more stable. "That's right, when will this match be?" "Lord Saint, it will be this time tomorrow." "We can barely make it, we need to hurry up." Li Nianfan went over and sat at the guqin in the yard, facing Qin Manyun. "You should stop making dumplings. Go wash your hands. I'll accompany you through a song, you'll be able to absorb a lot more." Since Qin Manyun was learning for him, and she was about to compete, then it was best that she won for the sake of his reputation. "Yes, I'll be right there." Qin Manyun was surprised, and washed her hand as quickly as possible before respectfully sitting in front of her zither with caution and anticipation. That feeling was like an incredibly ordinary musician suddenly having a chance to play with a supermaster of music. It was way too exciting. Li Nianfan said, "Are you ready?" Qin Manyun sat up straight and shouted, "Yes, I'm ready." "Then let's start. You should try your best to follow my rhythm, the song will be Gawang Leng San." After Li Nianfan said that, he put his hands on the instrument, and Qin Manyun followed. Without a word, the two of them started the song with very good chemistry. The song started to fill the yard, causing everyone to hold their breaths as they listened, completely immersing themselves in the music. The sound of the music flew around like a spirit, dancing in the air. It was the spirit of wisdom, the Tao was dancing. In the sea of Tao, anyone would be submerged inside, no matter who it was, they would feel how minuscule they were. Other than shock, there was nothing else they could do. Yao Mengji knew that if the string master came at that moment, the man would probably not even have the courage to play his instrument. How could a little child have the courage to fight an adult? As for Qin Manyun, Yao Mengji's eyes contained envy and gratitude. It was clear that the expert was carrying her rhythm, otherwise, she would not have been able to handle the flow of so much Tao. A song of that level was not something she could be able to handle. It was all thanks to the support of the expert. It was obvious that, under the guidance of the expert, she had fully entered wisdom, and would definitely obtain terrifying rewards. It was uncertain if they were mistaken or not, but they suddenly felt like the space around Qin Manyun started to flicker unstably, like the ripples in the water. The rippling water came from Li Nianfan's fingertips, enveloping Qin Manyun, turning into an invisible cloak. Tao. Cloak? Yao Mengji was dumbfounded, he never expected such a strange sight to exist. At that moment, Qin Manyun's tune might be far below Li Nianfan's, but it was still rich with spiritual insights. If he had some reservations about Qin Manyun's chances of winning before, he no longer had any sliver of worry at all. He suddenly really wished to see what that arrogant string master would look like when he lost. At some point, the song stopped. Li Nianfan and Qin Manyun stopped at the same time. Li Nianfan was very calm, but Qin Manyun's mouth was open, her eyes had a look of shock. She reminisced in disbelief. "Just now, I actually played that level of a song?" She knew very well that it was because Li Nianfan had been guiding her, but she was still emotional and touched. Li Nianfan looked at Qin Manyun, asked, "When you were playing just now, what were you thinking about?" "Thinking about?" Qin Manyun straightened her body, working hard to think about it before saying, "I don't think I was thinking at all, my entire mind was thrown into the song." "That's what you need, remember that feeling." Li Nianfan nodded before saying, "You must know that music is related to your heart. Only by throwing your heart into the music will you truly resonate with it. Don't allow changes in the outside world to influence your emotions, only then will you be able to play the best music." Qin Manyun nodded thoughtfully. "Mr. Li, I understand." Li Nianfan smiled, saying, "Good, I'll practice a few more times with you, I hope you'll win beautifully." Qin Manyun stood up, and said incredibly seriously, "I definitely won't disappoint you." That night, Qin Manyun did not sleep, nor did she play, she merely held her zither, and seemed to stare into space. Li Nianfan did not disturb her. The next day, Qin Manyun brought her Guqin, her eyes calm like water and her exeter being was tranquil, emitting an unfathomable aura. She prepared to leave with Yao Mengji. "That's right, please wait." Li Nianfan called out to them, and brought a bag over. What the bag contained were dumplings. He smiled and said, "We have too much toti meat, and we made a lot of dumplings. It would be a waste to leave them here, please bring it back to the Heavenly Palace and share it with our fellow cultivators." Yao Mengji did not even think about it before rejecting it. "Lord Saint, I wouldn't dare." He knew how valuable those dumplings were, even just one was an invaluable treasure, let alone an entire bag. It was something that would cause countless people to go crazy if placed outside. He had come over for help, and had already caused too many inconveniences, so how could he accept such a valuable thing? "It's just some snacks, what's there to dare?" Li Nianfan smiled. "Furthermore, Nuwa played a large part in capturing the toti, so don't reject it." Yao Mengji was forced to thicken his skin and say earnestly, Thank you Lord Saint." After leaving the place, Yao Mengji and Qin Manyun quickly headed toward the Moon Palace. On the Moon Palace. After Yao Mengji left, the string master sat cross-legged in front of the zither, not even moving, closing his eyes like he was taking a nap. In truth, ambush and tall mountains and flowing water were constantly playing in his mind. The more he looked at them, the more he could feel how special those two songs were. Those songs he once prided himself with seemed incredibly childish in the face of those two songs. Amazing, it was really amazing. He felt that he had advanced a step in the Tao of the zither. The man next to him was already getting impatient. He looked at the crowd and smiled coldly, "The one-day period has already passed, it seems your help has fled." The string master suddenly opened his eyes, saying calmly, "Leave, they're here." Not long after, Yao Mengji and Qin Manyun came into view, they closed in rapidly. The man looked at Yao Mengji and then Qin Manyun. He was suddenly taken aback, and thought that there was a problem in his perception. Early stage Daluo Golden Immortal? That was the help they were waiting for? A whole group of Chaos Daluo Golden Immortals caused such a scene just to wait for some rookie that had just turned into a Daluo Golden Immortal? Were they trying to stage a comedy skit? Taishang Elder, who was still tied up, closed his eyes painfully when he saw Qin Manyun, not being able to bear looking on. He had known that there was not much hope, but still held on to a sliver of hope that there would be a miracle. Yet, it seemed that he was overthinking it. The Heavenly Palace had already given up on fighting back. They probably did it as their final show of obstinance, wanting to anger the string master. The string master noticed the zither in her hands, and suddenly laughed. It was a laugh filled with anger, and his killing intent completely filled the surrounding space. Even moving required a lot of strength. "That is the reinforcement you were waiting for? A Daluo Golden Immortal, and she wants to face off with me on the zither?" The string master's tone was harsh, and seemed to come right from hell. It was as if he would raise his hand the next moment and exterminate all the Ents present. The reinforcements they had claimed to have, making him wait a whole day, was just a Daluo Chaos Immortal. They were clearly just playing with him. And that Daluo Golden Immortal came with a zither in hand, wanting to compete with him. That was a complete insult. Not bad, the string master never expected that there would be someone who would dare pull such a thing with him. Everyone felt the pressure from the string master, and suddenly felt the blood in their bodies go wild. Even the power in their bodies had stopped. They suddenly felt like the string master only needed one trigger, and a great horror would descend upon them. "What is it? Do you not dare to face a mere Daluo Golden Immortal like me?" At that moment, A voice withstood the pressure and said with great difficulty. It was not loud, but everyone heard it. The string master looked at Chin Man Yun. Good, very good. I have to say, you've successfully angered me. Since I said I would give you another chance, I won't go back on my word. However, after this, you won't even be able to be my slaves anymore, because I've decided to make you wish you were dead. Chin Man Yun said nothing, and slowly set up her zither, sitting cross-legged on a cloud as she placed her hands on the zither. Yao Mengji slowly left Chin Man Yun's side. The people of the heavenly palace held their breaths, widening their eyes as they waited for the next moment. Qin Zhongshan and Bei Chen looked at each other, helpless. They knew the expert was extraordinary, but they had never seen the expert play music before, yet it did not stop them from hoping for a miracle. They felt like they had gone crazy, actually holding out hope for a Chaos Golden Immortal facing a Heavenly Realm deity. Chapter 582, So Even the String Master Can Lose. Outer Space, the Moon Palace. Qin Man Yun and the String Master faced each other, sitting in the air with a Fukin in front of them. The feeling that they were facing off frustrated the String Master. He felt insulted. He was actually facing a Daluo Golden Immortal. If the word spread, he would be laughed at by every living being in the chaos. So, he prepared to end this Dao discussion quickly. The String Master placed his hands on the zither, and sharply held one of the strings. I hope you won't immediately become a cripple when I let go of this string. Qin Man Yun ignored him, and only seemed to care about her own zither. The String Master narrowed his eyes, and with a cold snort, he let his finger go. Wing. The immense killing intent was like a rampaging wild horse. A shocking power flew straight toward Qin Man Yun. It was only one sound, but it was clear and deafening, and was more imperious than a drum. It seemed to form the face of a fierce ghost in the air, and headed straight at Qin Man Yun. At that moment, Qin Man Yun started to play. A calming music could be heard. It swept through like a gentle breeze, and actually managed to soothe the hearts of the people in the heavenly palace. The song was not aggressive at all, and seemed to live on its own, illustrating its own story. That ghostly face rushed over, and when it touched Qin Man Yun's song, it was like dust meeting an intense wind, and was blown away immediately. The song flowed like water, and was incredibly clear, slowly flowing, and it covered the whole space. Amazing! Everyone exclaimed as they looked at Qin Man Yun. They never expected that Qin Man Yun could actually disrupt the String Master's attack, and it was with such a calm method, which made it feel miraculous. She actually blocked it. Taishang Elder could not help but be stunned, hanging in the air. He had an expression of disbelief as he looked at the calm Qin Man Yun in confusion, and was suddenly filled with a sliver of hope. After so many years, I never expected my eldritch world to give birth to such a talented person. I wonder who taught such a talented pupil. If he had noticed her back then, he would definitely have wanted to teach her. The String Master furrowed his eyebrow as he finally started to get serious. Twang twang twang. Two different songs reverberated throughout space, intersecting and opposing each other, playing in everyone's ears. However, it did not cause anyone to feel like it was messing. It was two different realms, and they would not be ruined by a different song. An intense storm started to form around them as the sounds of music carried their Tao and clashed against each other, causing the forces of nature to descend into chaos. Between them formed an empty void. In there, the other forces had all been repelled, and all that remained was their Tao, fighting for dominance. Closely after that, the void slowly started to expand, turning into a sphere that enveloped the whole Moon Palace. There, the two different songs played, causing everyone to hold their breaths as they felt an intense pressure. In that situation, they did not dare to send their Tao out at all, because they knew very well that their Taos would be completely obliterated by the music if they were not resolved enough, crippling their insights. With the current situation, Qin Man Yun's performance had already exceeded Nu Wen Junjun's. Her song did not seem to show any weaknesses, and she had calmly walked her own path from start to end, firm as a mountain without being stirred. Is this the expert's doing? Qin Dongshan and Bei Chen pursed their lips, feeling a deep sense of shock. Even the zither prodigy by his side was so powerful, it was unbelievable. At the same time, they thought of Shitukan from the legendary beast sect. They felt that she was probably even more powerful than they imagined. It seems like you do have some skill. The String Master's expression was a bit stiff as he smiled coldly, speeding up the rhythm of his playing, and the sound of his music turned into a cold killing intense from the original low and frantic playing. In this space, the originally formless Tao suddenly turned red. The red was sharp as a knife, and it turned into countless ghostly faces. They were hundreds of thousands of dead soldiers that died in bloodshed, and the killing intent that filled the skies imperiously charged forward, causing everyone to shudder. He was playing ambush. The song was just like its name, and the music had already entered an intense point. A killing aura that belonged on the battlefield surged out, seemingly threatening to swallow everyone whole. The music was incredibly frantic, and just the sound alone caused them to have difficulty breathing. Their heartbeats were all disrupted by the song. The immense Tao started to condense in the air, and even the onlookers started to be affected, their hearts freezing. He really is the string master, his control of music is way too strong. If it were me, under this situation, my Tao would have crumbled. He hasn't been able to take down Fairy Moon, so he seems to have gotten impatient. Is he preparing to use his Tao to suppress her? Most importantly, he's using our song. The onlookers could not help but discuss among themselves before throwing their gazes toward Qin Moon, deeply concerned. Under such an intense song, it would be easy for Qin Moon to lose her tempo. The moment that happened, her insights would be disturbed, and she would be done for. The man next to the string master smiled. She's just a little candle, and she dares to fight against the master's moonlight? He had no doubt that Qin Moon would perish under his master's music the next moment. However, under the focus of everyone, Qin Moon was still as she was earlier, calmly playing her zither. Her white dress moved without the wind, and she was just like a fairy, sitting atop the sky of the Moon Palace, not feeling anything from the outside world, completely immersing herself in the song. Before she played, she repeated Li Nianfan's teachings a second time. You need to throw your heart into playing. Music is the key to conveying emotion, so you need to clearly think about what you want to convey. Only then can you maintain your heart. You play your own song, let him be as strong as he wants. A breeze can't topple a mountain, let him do whatever he wants, and you illuminate everything. The horrifying army bellowed, surrounding Qin Moon, as if they would kill her off the next moment. Yet, around Qin Moon, the music was like ripples on water, flowing smoothless, turning into a shield around her. No matter how hard the army tried, they could not enter. In fact, as the crowd looked at Qin Moon, their uneasy hearts started to calm down. The man next to the string master widened his eyes, as if he had seen something unbelievable. How is this possible? He could not help but look at the string master, and when he saw the string master's reddening eyes, his heart started to pound as his mind went blank. He knew very well, only when his master was incredibly serious did his master's eyes glow red. That meant that his master was incredibly serious at that moment, enough for his heart to burn in anger. His master really wanted to suppress his foe, yet, it was not happening. That was too unbelievable. The opponent was just a golden Daluo immortal. Unconsciously, a chill could be felt in the man's heart, his worldview had been shattered. As for the Taishang elder that was tied up by him, the man had his mouth open, and was already dumbfounded. A miraculous girl, what a miraculous girl! The Jade Emperor's group was amazing, they actually managed to find a girl like that. Impossible, how is this possible? The string master no longer had the cold arrogance he did before, and with his red eyes, his voice sounded incredibly mad when he said, "How are you standing up to my Tao? Why are you only defending? Attack, attack if you have the ability to. The zither is a tool for killing." Normally, he would naturally not lose his composure so easily, but he could not accept the current situation. The opponent was just a little girl, and she was only a golden Daluo immortal, not even an ant in his eyes. She should have been an invisible character. She actually managed to hold him off? His Tao was inferior to hers? Then why did he train for countless years? Compared to her, was he not just a cripple? He had wandered the chaos, and seen and experienced an incredible amount of things. Being dealt such a huge impact was not something his arrogance could accept. Twang twang twang. At that moment, Qin Moon's song started to change. If her song earlier was calm, tranquil and peaceful, then now, under that peace seemed to be a dark cloud, and thunder could be heard. It was as if the mountain was about to be hit by a storm. Following that, the song started to get sharper. It was different from a whole army, the song was very humble, but still very sharp, as if it could pierce through everything. Yao Mengji's heart jumped, and he clenched his fist anxiously. Qin Moon is about to start attacking? All of them felt the change in the song. Affected by the song, a tense atmosphere started to spread as they all shuddered. Guangling San. The song illustrated how Jing Ke killed the king of Qin. It had perfectly illustrated the quiet and silence before assassinating Qin, as well as the tense atmosphere during the assassination. Qin Manyun's had already gone through the ambush, and the next part was pulling out the sword. Attacking, you actually date a counterattack? Who do you think you are? The string master's hands had already turned into afterimages as they danced on the guqin. His hands could barely be seen, and he was not just playing one song, but the various songs that he knew. It was incredibly domineering. Twang. However, Qin Manyun seemed to ignore the domineering sight. Jinke would kill King Qin. With the sharp sound of the zither, it was like the sharpest sword that could pierce through anything. Bam! The string master's army was still there, yet, the song had suddenly stopped. Everything disappeared, and time seemed to stop. The string master sat there, unmoving. A sliver of blood started to drip out of the corner of his mouth. It was not only him who was in disbelief, no one else dared to believe what had happened. Even though they had been hoping for a miracle to actually happen was unbelievable. The man next to the string master retreated a few steps in disbelief, unable to clear the shock in his heart. They lost? The string master wandered the chaos, discussing Tao with everyone. He had defeated an unknown number of geniuses, and after following him for so long, the man had almost forgotten that the string master could actually lose. And he lost to a little girl with extremely average cultivation. If that news spread out, the whole chaos would be in disarray. Qin Manyun looked at the string master, saying confidently but humbly, "The zither isn't a tool for killing, it's a tool to convey emotion." That was the first thing Li Nianfan taught her. It was not just her before that. Every zither cultivator probably thought that the zither was an instrument to transmit Tao, it was used to fight, and was a weapon for the strong. Yet, Li Nianfan told her, playing the zither was entertainment, it could affect people, and was a medium to touch the feelings of others. In just a simple sentence, it felt like cold water had been poured on her, causing her to start in realization. At that moment, she awakened. She started walking the true path of the zither. Qin Manyun's words caused the string master to tremble, his nostrils flared as he mumbled, "I can't believe it, I can't believe it. I actually can see as much as a little girl." He could not help but think about countless years ago, about his memories that were already vague. Then, he started to learn the zither, and he loved the sounds he could play, and others praised his music. However, ever since he used his music to defeat an opponent, ever since his music killed the first person, his goals changed. He pursued strengthening his music, he viewed the zither as his weapon, but he neglected its most basic function, and even viewed it as a joke. "Fellow cultivator, can you release our friend now?" Cultivator Junjun's voice interrupted the string master's thoughts. He looked up, his eyes glinting as he looked at Qin Manyun. "What song did you play?" "Guangling-san." "It's a miraculous song!" the string master exclaimed, and his eyes seemed to have a fiery temperament as he said full of emotion, "How did you obtain 3 godly songs like that with just your level of cultivation? And you, a mere golden Daluo immortal, even if you're a genius, you shouldn't have such a profound understanding of the zither. Tell me, what sort of chance encounter did you all obtain?" The crowd's expression sank. "You should just accept your loss, are you trying to go back on your words?" "Ha ha ha, accept my loss? That would be the case if our skills were even. You weaklings are really naive." The string master laughed coldly as he looked at Qin Manyun, the killing intent in his eyes seemingly solidifying as a horrifying aura exploded out. "I learned a lot from this match. However, you dared to beat me? You'll have to pay for it by dying." After that, he raised his hand slowly, just like raising a leg to kill and casually plucked the zither. Twang! This time, it was not discussing Tao, it was an attack from a heavenly realm deity. No one there would be able to defend against that, even if they all worked together, let alone Qin Manyun. Even the space itself was destroyed as the aura of death swept across everyone, causing even their blood to stop flowing. "Stop! Shameless!" the people of the heavenly palace shouted out. They were unwilling, angered and hopeless. They unleashed all of their power, using everything they had to try and stop that attack. The Taishang elder stared as it happened, and started to struggle with all his might. His eyes were red and his lips trembled as tears fell. It was too difficult, with the string master's personality, there was no way they could stop that attack. Yet, at that point, an overflowing aura started to erupt. That energy was immensely holy, and flowed out like a river. It felt limitless, yet was not overbearing. It was like a gentle breeze had passed, and easily swept away the String Master's attack. Everyone was stunned, and when they looked over, they saw that the air around Qin Manyun seemed to be twisted as Dao circled her, as if it was a cloak. The flow of that Dao originated from Qin Manyun's fingertips, causing her to raise her hand, and plucking a string of her zither as well. Chapter 583, How do I repay you, expert? Just one note of the zither. It was like a stream of light, turning into ripples on a lake, manifesting into waves as they crashed right at the String Master. The note did not look fast, but everyone could feel that it encompassed everything. Like a boat in the sea, there was no way to avoid the rise and fall of the waves. This is. When that energy appeared on Qin Manyun's body, the String Master was dumbfounded. At that moment, his lifetime's worth of cultivation felt like it had met its natural predator, and started to seclude itself without hesitation. Goosebumps could be felt all over his body and he could not stop himself from shaking. What kind of zither music is this? It managed to resonate so much with the Tao. He was in disbelief, and his eyes bulged, filled with horror, confusion, panic and other feelings. He did not know what to do. He merely stared at everything that was happening. He wanted to fight back, but a sense of helplessness filled his heart. He was too insignificant. He had been conceited for his whole life, and lived without a care for countless years. He had never been attacked like that in his whole life. He never expected that there would be a day where he felt so insignificant. The speed of the Tao was not quick, but it did not seem worried that the String Master would escape. It seemed to be giving him enough to think, allowing him to quietly feel the hopelessness that came before death. It felt like an emperor had sentenced someone to death, and the sentence was on its way to being executed. The result had already been set. Impossible, how could you have such an extraordinary power on you? The String Master let out his final cry, and his hands shook due to the horror. With all his might, he started to play the zither. He had gone crazy. Waves of music began to shoot out, unworried about the consequences as he merely wanted to unleash the strongest attacks he could. Normally, that action would cause the world to shake, and even the area of the gods would see significant waves. Large parts of space would be wiped away, and all the living beings would be eliminated. At that moment, he was playing the zither like a crazed man without any cultivation, and everything he did was being suppressed, unable to even cause the slightest ripple. There's a wisdom realm deity behind you? He. The String Master seemed to have thought of something terrifying, and his voice trembled. However, before he could finish speaking, under everyone's gazes, the Tao patterns flowed across his body like a river. The String Master stopped moving. His body and his zither, under the gazes of everyone, disappeared without a trace alongside the flow of the Tao, as if they had not existed in the first place. If they had not seen everything from start to end, everyone would have thought that the String Master was just a dream. It had been too easy, too dreamlike. The great String Master easily disappeared just like wiping away chalk from a blackboard. That shocking scene had caused everyone to widen their eyes, forgetting to even breathe as they turned into statues, their minds constantly replaying the earlier scene. As for the man that had been next to the String Master, after the shock, he had turned mute. He widened his mouth, trembling as he pointed at the spot where the String Master had disappeared. Ah! What happened to the master I follow? My strong, undefeatable, amazing master disappeared just like that? Is this an illusion? I've definitely been caught in an illusion. Nu and the others jerked, and immediately raised their hands at the same time, sending their spells right at the String Master's subordinate, saving Taishang Elder. The man was still considered an expert about Chaos Daluo Golden Immortals, but with Nu and the others working together, he naturally could not hold them back. Furthermore, his heart had already fallen, and he was already on the brink of collapse, so there was no resistance. Taishang Elder had his eyes on Qin Manyun the whole time, even as he was being saved. His expression was dazed, thinking that he was dreaming. If he had not been dreaming, then how could a Daluo Golden Immortal unleash such a terrifying attack? The changes in his hometown were a bit too excessive. Elder! The Jade Emperor shouted at the Elder, causing him to snap back to reality. He looked at the Jade Emperor, his expression was at a loss as his lips trembled. Countless questions popped up on his mind at the same time, and he did not know where to start. The old friends met each other again, and tears fell. There were no words shared between them, only countless tears. Thousands of words were condensed into one sentence by cultivator Junjun. It's good that you're back, it's good that you're back. The Elder looked at the Jade Emperor, and finally asked the question he cared the most about. Jade Emperor, your cultivation seems to have exceeded mine? It doesn't just seem that way. The Jade Emperor smiled softly, waving his hand as he said, it's a long story, but I had a few chance encounters and made a breakthrough. There's nothing to gloat about. The elder said nothing, and suddenly felt a sense of sorrow. He had wandered the chaos, going through life and death. Relying on his pill refinement, he had become a subordinate, living among the cracks. Yet, now that he was back, he realized that the people who had stayed back were all better off than he was. He had been a saint in the eldritch world. After the passage of time, in front of his old friends, he suddenly felt like a little brother. Why did I leave the eldritch world back then? Congratulations. The elder did not want his old friends to see his weakness, so he forced out a smile before respectfully looking at Qin Manyun, saying softly, then. This is? He had been shocked by Qin Manyun's talent earlier, and had wanted to have her as a disciple. And now, he started to admire his past self for having such a crazy idea. That woman could not be offended. Cultivator Junjun deliberately said in a mysterious manner, her origins are not so simple, it's no longer something you can imagine. Let's go, we'll introduce you, you have to remember to be respectful. Taishang Elder had no suspicions, and hurriedly said, I naturally know my place. He had not had a good time in the chaos, and had long since learned how to act when facing his superiors. Only those who wanted to die would be ostentatious. Did the string master who had never lost not just die off like that? And his death had been way too strange, so strange that no one would believe it. In the vast chaos, there were hidden geniuses everywhere, one could not allow their ego to get too big. At that moment, Qin Manyun was also stunned herself, her mind constantly repeating one sentence, I just killed a heavenly realm deity with one pluck of my string just now? I'm way too cool. Junjun did not dare put on any airs in front of Qin Manyun, and respectfully said, Fairy Manyun, this is an old saint of the eldritch world, Taishang Elder. Taishang Elder? I'm happy to meet you, I've heard Mr. Li mentioning you before. Qin Manyun immediately bowed to the Taishang Elder respectfully. When she listened to Li Nianfat talk about the eldritch, she was quite familiar with the few saints. Thank you, I wouldn't dare. Taishang Elder immediately waved his hands, praising her, you're the true hero of the eldritch. The battle earlier really impressed me. I managed to see an impossible miracle in my hopelessness. That final moment was impossible to describe, I don't think it can be replicated even within the whole chaos. Thank you for saving my life, please accept a bow from me. As he said that, the elder gave an incredibly respectful bow. You praise me too much, that last attack was just the wisdom that Mr. Li left in me when he was teaching me. Qin Manyun said apologetically. Cultivator Junjun and the others had a moment of realization, so it was the expert's plan. Qin Manyun was full of sincerity as she nodded. That's right, before I came, Mr. Li had taught me for a whole day, and played the zither himself while resonating with me. I had thought that he was just guiding me, but he actually transferred a lot of wisdom onto me, to protect me. That's not just protecting you. Nua shook her head, saying with certainty, I think that the expert already expected the string master to do what he did, and had purposely left something on your body. He had clearly saved us again. The Jade Emperor agreed, Nua is right. Taishang Elder listened by the side, and suddenly felt like he was out of the loop, and on a separate wavelength as everyone else. He could not help but ask, could I please ask, who is this expert that Manyun is talking about? Qin Manyun said, it's Mr. Li. I'm lucky enough to be a student next to him. A student? Taishang Elder's mind went blank, unwilling to believe his ears as he stood on the ground stunned. A girl that managed to hold back the string master with just one song, was actually willing to be a student? Furthermore, it was not hard to discern from their earlier conversation that Qin Manyun did what she did earlier all from a day of tutelage from the expert. The most important thing was, that finally horrifying attack was from that expert. What sort of godly existence was that? Thinking about it was enough to fill him with horror. His face started to twist in shock, and he did not know what kind of expression he needed to adopt with all the conflict in his mind. He looked at the calm Jade Emperor, asking, are all of you not shocked? The Jade Emperor said, you're already used to it. You don't really understand how impressive the expert is. Taishang Elder said, stunned, I really don't, it's already outside of my realm of comprehension. That's right, I have good news for all of you. Yao Mengji suddenly said, a mysterious smile suddenly showing itself on his face. Oh? What's the news? It invited the interest of everyone. Yunshu smiled and said, "Is it related to the expert?" "Ha ha ha, smart. I came from the expert's place with Manyun, so the news is naturally related to the expert." Yao Mengji toyed with his beard, and finally said after putting on a show, "Before I left, the expert gave me something, and said it was a gift for us." When he said that, the Jade Emperor and the others all saw their eyes light up like light bulbs, their anticipations rising. Gifts from the expert were never ordinary. Looking at the show Yao Mengji was putting on, it would definitely not be anything simple. Qin Manyun said with some amusement, "All right, you shouldn't play with them anymore, hurry up and tell them." Yao Mengji's smile grew bigger as he took out a bag, saying loudly, "Please look. Tada." In a flash, all of their gazes were attracted, then their pupils constricted. Nuwa took in a cold breath, stammering excitedly, This is dumplings, they're dumplings." Qin Zhongshan and Bei Chen said at the same time, their faces filled with happiness. Cultivator Junjun shook as well, gulping and refusing to take his eyes off the dumpling. Could it be those dumplings? Last time, Nuwa had accompanied Blackie in fighting the toady. They had not followed because they needed to protect the heavenly palace. Listening to Nuwa describe the taste of the grilled toady filled them with envy. Naturally, Nuwa had mentioned that the expert was going to turn the toady into dumplings. Then those dumplings were probably made of toady meat. Suddenly being greeted by such a dreamlike surprise, how could they not be emotional? Dumplings. The Jade Emperor's eyes widened, saying meaningfully, "If I'm not mistaken, in the mortal realm, dumplings are a sign of reunion." As he said that, everyone's hearts jumped suddenly, feeling the deeper meaning within. The expert already knew that the elder would come back, so he gave us the dumplings in celebration of our reunion? Everything really is within his control. Ah, what did we ever do to deserve being taken care of by an expert like this? Everyone's excited state suddenly stopped as tears started to fall from their eyes. They were way too touched. "How do I repay you, expert?" Taishang elder looked around, and could not help but purse his lips. I'm sorry, but aren't you exaggerating things? It's just some dumplings, you don't have to." After so long of not meeting them, he never expected that. Not only did their skills increase by a lot, even their acting skills had improved. They had all become fans of the expert, and sang him praises for no reason. "Stop speaking!" Cultivator Junjun suddenly shouted, his expression serious, "Elder, you're too presumptuous. You've wandered the chaos for so many years, there are some things that can't be understood, so you should hold your mouth. Don't casually give your criticisms." Taishang elder jumped in fright, and did not dare to speak back. "Elder, you'll understand in a moment." Jade Emperor clapped Taishang elder's shoulder, still eyeing the dumplings as he said, quickly, "Let's not betray the expert's kindness. While it's still fresh, let's eat." Those words were naturally agreed by everyone, and they all flew back to the heavenly palace. They set up a fire, boiled the water, and put in the dumplings. After that, they all had their chopsticks in hand, surrounding the pot as they stared inside, waiting for the dumplings to start floating. A group of old cultivators have quickly tossed aside their images, and were like children excitedly staring at their favorite foods. With the amount of saliva they were producing, the gulping sounds started to form a rhythm. Chapter 584, Cultivator Junjun stretching his wings. After a period of time, the pot started to bubble. Suddenly, everyone stopped their conversations as their eyes were fixated on those dumplings. The muscles on their bodies contracted as the atmosphere changed, their expressions were incredibly eager. The tense atmosphere was even heavier than battle. Taishang elder might not understand it, but he was not stupid. He had naturally sat around the pot alongside everyone else, and prepared to try out what was so different about the dumplings. Unlike other foods, dumplings would not have that much fragrance, but the uniform shapes glisten, and they could vaguely see the filling behind the skin, which was full and alluring. The time slowly passed. Suddenly, one of the dumplings in the pot moved. After that, it slowly floated to the surface with the bubbles. Ha! Almost instantly, the dumplings suddenly flew to the surface, and all of them moved at the same time. Spells started to fly, enveloping the area, turning into the power of Tao, also they could catch that dumpling. In the end, a pair of chopsticks flew out from the midst of the spells, holding onto the dumpling before it sped back, fleeing the battlefield. Cultivator Junjun looked as the dumpling was brought in front of him. With a smile, he did not say another word as he stuffed the dumpling into his mouth immediately. At his realm, He naturally would not be afraid of food being hot, he was only afraid that his food would be snatched away. When the whole dumpling entered his mouth, all he could feel was a soft, smooth skin, traveling between his tongue and the roof of his mouth. He felt an explosion of flavor before he even started eating. He did not delay it, and his teeth slightly sunk in. Immediately, it was like he had bitten through the weakest defense in the world. The outer layer of the dumpling was bitten open, and the unending amounts of flavor sealed within started to ooze out, the juices flowed and bursted. The flavorful taste filled his mouth, going into his nostrils and straight into his mind. With a boom, his entire mind went blank. It was amazing, it was too amazing. However, that was just the start. As his teeth sank in further, touching the filling, and biting it apart, the fragrance of the minced toady meat, alongside the flavor of the cabbage, topped off with seasonings that Lina and Fan had specially made for an incredible show. Absolute fragrance, absolute flavor. It was good, way too good. Cultivator Junjun had been conquered. He could no longer control himself, and quickly chewed it twice before swallowing it with a gulp. It was a little uncouth, but in that situation, no one would be able to control themselves. Feeling the dumpling go into his stomach through his throat, a warm and happy feeling burst out, and his spirit felt so satisfied that it was trembling. There was no way to describe that feeling with words. So, in the end he just let out a long sigh, ah. The others did not manage to get the first dumpling, and could all merely look at Cultivator Junjun with bated breath. From the moment the dumpling had entered his mouth, they had been observing Junjun's facial expressions. Those changes on his face could only be described with one word: seductive. Especially that last, ecstatic, ah, it had caused goosebumps on everyone. For a cultivating old man to let out a cry of ecstasy like that, with such a deep and meaningful expression, it was a wretched kind of emotion. However, everyone there knew what was happening, and did not feel like anything was strange, and only anticipated the dumplings even more. Only Taishang Elder seemingly felt like he had only just gotten to know Cultivator Junjun. Hongjin, you. Is it really that nice? The Hongjin from before was not like that. Remember. Don't call me that anymore, I've changed my name to Cultivator Junjun. Cultivator Junjun told him viciously before saying with a serious tone, you're still too young, and don't understand. Don't say I didn't warn you, fight for more dumplings. At that moment, the water boiled even more intensely in the pot, and the dumplings started to move, floating up. No one needed to say anything, and everything started to fling their spells around, using various methods to get the dumplings in the pot. Boom! The water in the pot burst out, and the pot exploded as dumplings started to attract everyone's attention. They were all top-tier deities, but now their eyes were red. Normally, we call each other brothers, and now we're willing to fight me for a dumpling? Don't both. I'm willing to sacrifice all of our bonds just for a few more dumplings. That's too much, you better leave some for me, don't force me to get violent. Only when they were eating with the expert could they control their impulses, and would even be extremely polite. Without the pressure from the expert, they were basically wild animals fighting for food, and did not recognize anyone else. However, there were many dumplings in the bag, and no one was merciless, so everyone had gotten some. Each of them had their hands on their bowls, looking at the dumplings within as their eyes lit up like light bulbs. They had drool on the corners of their mouths, and all of them did not speak as impatiently put a dumpling into their mouths. The next moment. Ah! Oh! Oh my! Sounds started to be heard, and all of their expressions were not much different from Cultivator Junjun's earlier, making for a spectacular scene. If any of their disciples had seen it, their eyeballs would definitely have blown up. The image the cultivators had maintained would all be shattered. As for Nu and Yunshu, as goddesses, they naturally needed to be careful of their images. So, they ran to a corner to taste the dumplings. After the reminder to Taishang Elder from Cultivator Junjun, he took it to heart, and had also used his skills to get 5 dumplings. Listening to the various moans coming from his old friends, he could not help but shudder, and curiously put a dumpling into his mouth. After that. Ah! He widened his eyes, and his whole body trembled. At that moment, he deeply understood the meaning of the word sublime. Fly, he was about to fly. His hair floated up, pointing towards the skies. He closed his eyes, and felt like he was floating. 2 streaks of tears fell from his eyes, flowing across his face. He cried after eating it. The others were already mentally prepared, and had eaten the expert's food before, only Taishang Elder was on his first try. It was impossible to withstand. His heart exploded. Tens of thousands of thoughts floated into his head. Living a waste, he had been living a waste of a life before. Being able to eat something that delicious left him without regrets in his life. Even if he died, he would be content. Boo-hoo, how could I be so happy? He did not care about anything else, and only had one thing he wanted to do on his mind: eat dumplings. Gulp, gulp, gulp. The dumplings entered his mouth one by one. It felt too great. Just as he was submerged in all the flavor, a strange energy bursted out, and his entire body jerked as if it was struck by lightning. This is... His breath turned erratic, and his mind felt a sense of clarity it had never felt before. All the hairs on his body stood, and within his body, an explosion of power was awakening. In the land, an unlimited power was starting to build. Veins of wisdom appeared, and spiritual power started to surge out and enter his body. When he left the Eldritch, it had been with the status of the Eldritch Saint. Being in the chaos for so long, it was already an immense blessing that he was still alive. And he had still yet to truly achieve the realm of a Chaos Daluo Golden Immortal. That bottleneck had been way too hard to break through, and he had felt helpless and hopeless. Which was why he had felt so despondent when he heard that the Jade Emperor had exceeded him and entered the Chaos Realm. Yet, he would never have expected that the bottleneck would have been just like a thin layer, and would be broken so easily without any effort. Chaos Golden Daluo Immortal? After eating some dumplings, he entered the Chaos stage? He stood on the spot, and felt like he was dreaming. That was right, the dumplings. What kind of godly dumplings were they? Not only were they extremely delicious, they were obviously priceless. There were even traces of wisdom within, and could help with cultivation. It was an incredible blessing. His eyes had a deep look of shock as his heart pounded. Respect, excitement and other emotions showed themselves, reddening his old face. Taishang Elder composed himself, and looked at everyone who was enjoying their dumplings. He gulped and walked to Cultivator Junjun. He said, "Cultivator Junjun, I've entered the Chaos stage." Junjun looked at him casually and unsurprised, calmly saying, "Oh, congratulations. It's chaos. Aren't you supposed to be surprised?" Taishang Elder felt his mood drop. It was such a large accomplishment, he should at least have been paid a little respect. Cultivator Junjun waved it off, saying, "Isn't it normal after eating the expert's dumplings? There's nothing to get worked up about." Taishang Elder licked his lips, staring at Cultivator Junjun's bowl. "These dumplings." Cultivator Junjun immediately turned serious. "Mine. I know they're yours." Taishang Elder's eyes glinted as he weakly said, "Only, you said it earlier as well. The expert's dumplings were given to celebrate the reunion and my return, shouldn't I at least get a few more?" He did not know the dumplings had been so valuable, and so he controlled his actions, only snatching 5. Cultivator Junjun had gotten at least 10, which he envied greatly. Just one more was fine. "Ah." Cultivator Junjun smiled. "Elder, you really are still too young. This is obviously something impossible." "But..." Cultivator Junjun turned around, and Taishang Elder's eyes suddenly brightened, but Junjun continued, "I don't mind sharing some knowledge with you, look." After that, Cultivator Junjun picked up another dumpling, and slowly bit into it with extreme enjoyment. He then showed Taishang Elder the bitten part. Taishang Elder gulped. "Look at this filling inside, do you know what it is?" Cultivator Junjun answered it himself, "This meat, it's toady meat." "Toady?" Taishang Elder's heart jumped in great shock. "Then look at this cabbage, they're chaos spiritual roots." Cultivator Junjun exclaimed, and under Taishang Elder's gaze, he put the other half of the dumpling into his mouth, enjoying it immensely. After Taishang Elder had it introduced to him, his heart ached even more. Unfortunately, not only did Cultivator Junjun have no intentions of sharing it with him, he even deliberately exaggerated his enjoyment. DMN it. Why did I never notice he was so despicable before? Was his noble demeanor back then all fake? And now he's finally starting to stretch his wings? Those who finished mutely looked at those who still had some left. They could not sit still, and only when everyone finished did the torture end. The ones who enjoyed it all the most were naturally Yao Mengji, Gu Xiaoru, and Qin Manyun. The dumplings had been brought by Yao Mengji, so he had naturally hidden a portion, and the 3 of them had sneakily started their own fire by the side, not needing to fight over it with everyone else. No one voiced any complaints, and they were only filled with envy. Gu Xiaoru wiped her mouth, and could not help but say, "Manyun, why won't you eat even one dumpling?" I don't need it. Monyun shook her head as she smiled. I'm always by Mr. Li's side, and I've eaten quite a bit. Furthermore, Mr. Li had said that the taotai is too big, and the dumplings could not be finished, so I'll still have more than enough when I go back. More than enough? Those words rendered everyone speechless, causing immense envy. The impact was immense, and caused them to want to cry. More than enough to eat, what a luxurious lifestyle, they all wanted it too. Jade Emperor took the crown on his head, looking at and letting out a long sigh. If he could just help the expert watch the expert store, it would be a grander position than being the Jade Emperor. Taishang Elder finally knew how crazy the expert they were talking about was. He could not help but add in his shock. This expert is too unbelievable, I wouldn't even dare imagine it. You still don't know too much. Nuwa took a deep breath, and casually gave a few examples of the expert's achievements, causing Taishang Elder's feelings to deepen. Cultivator Junjun concluded, the Eldritch world received a great favor from the expert. Otherwise, both us and this world would have disappeared. Beichen and Xinjiangshan were also shocked. So the area of the gods had been created on the day of the expert's wedding, it's unbelievable. Taishang Elder had a thoughtful look as he fell silent for a moment before saying, then the expert is definitely at the wisdom realm. Cultivator Junjun raised his eyebrows and said, you seem to know something? Ah, what do you think I've been doing in the chaos for so many years? Taishang Elder had a pleased smile, and could finally win back some of his honor as he said proudly, I know some details about wisdom realm deities. In truth, the String Master had looked for people to discuss the Tao with throughout the chaos, and had been to many places. The Elder might not have much of a position, but he still increased his knowledge by quite a bit. However, he naturally had to bolster his own image with his stories. Chapter 585, The Forbidden Area, The Eldritchs. Everyone instantly listened attentively. Cultivator Junjun hurriedly said, tell us more. Taishang Elder finally felt relevant again. He did not delay. He said with a serious face, in the chaos, there are endless living beings and species. For example, humans. We are weak, but we have limitless potential. We'll be groundbreaking once we improve. But actually, humans aren't the species to rule the chaos. Humans are on top. Human bodies are the closest to wisdom. Therefore, the potential is limitless. A lot of living beings have human forms. Xinjiangshan did not look surprised. He continued, but no one thinks humans can rule the chaos. Limitless potential was not equivalent to invincible. The chaos was far too mysterious and scary. Who dared to rule the chaos? Taishang Elder shook his head. He said, what I want to say is, another species will rule the chaos. What? Rule the chaos? Seriously? What species could it be? The demons? Everyone was shocked. They were in disbelief. If someone can rule the chaos, they must be famous. Taishang Elder exclaimed, the species name is the Eldritch. He paused. Then, he said, this species is like the beasts in the chaos. They were born from the chaos. They are naturally powerful and have more potential than humans. They have been fated to rule the chaos since birth. The Jade Emperor was dumbfounded. How have we not heard of it? Of course, you haven't heard of it. This is a hidden piece of history that has been lost over time. Taishang Elder sighed with sentimentality. He looked deep and mysterious. Cultivator Junjun immediately rushed him, stop acting cool, hurry up and continue. Taishang Elder glanced at Cultivator Junjun. He said, if you walk in a straight line in the chaos, you will end up in the Chaos Ocean. In other words, the chaos is surrounded by the Chaos Ocean. The Chaos Ocean has another unpopular name. It's called the Forbidden Area. The Forbidden Area? Everyone jolted slightly. Things instantly became tense. They could tell Taishang Elder was telling the truth. Moreover, it was indeed extraordinary. I also got this news from a very ancient world. Taishang Elder said, there aren't a lot of people who know the truth. Plus, the old worlds were wiped out over the countless years. New worlds were born. They got lesser until barely anyone mentions it anymore. Goddess Nuwa pondered. She asked, the Chaos Ocean is called the Forbidden Area. Is it because the Eldritchs live in the Chaos Ocean? Right on, Goddess Nuwa. Taishang Elder nodded and continued, according to history records, the Eldritchs will battle the humans. Moreover, the Eldritchs once walked out from the Chaos Ocean to battle in the chaos. Humans couldn't win and they were mercilessly killed. The battle's known as the Godly Punishment. Yikes! Everyone gasped. They shivered from the bottom of their hearts. Cultivator Junjun hurriedly asked, "Do you think it's related to the expert?" Taishang Elder nodded. The most recent godly punishment occurred 3 million years ago. Back then, humans had 9 realm cultivators in the entire chaos. He had to pause. He looked fearful and respectful. His voice was slightly trembling from excitement. The others did not rush him. They all held their breaths. They felt as if they went back 3,000 years ago. They could imagine the majestic history. Realm cultivators were too unreal for them. There were no records of those realm cultivators. No one could imagine how powerful they were. 9 realm cultivators. Taishang Elder exclaimed with dazed eyes. The 9 human elites were incredible. They fought in the Battle of the Godly Punishment. That battle expanded the Chaos Ocean by 3 inches. It was the only time that humans were able to fight back. They chased the Eldritchs into the Chaos Ocean. The Jade Emperor hurriedly asked, "Then what?" "Who knows?" Taishang Elder shook his head. None of the 9 elites returned. Everyone felt their hearts sink. They instantly stopped talking. "So, do you think the expert's one of the 9 elites?" Qin Manyun covered her mouth with her hand. Taishang Elder nodded and said, "I think it's possible. After all, who can be so powerful apart from the 9 elites? Also, the 9 elites are incredibly talented. I don't believe that they all died." Cultivator Junjun had an idea. He made a guess and said, "In that case, I'm afraid the expert pretends to be an ordinary man for a greater purpose." Bei Chen spoke up, "The expert created the area of the gods and gave us endless blessings. Is it because he's training us to fight the Eldritchs?" Everyone processed what they heard. They were filled with hate and fear toward the Eldritchs. They had much more respect for the expert. Meanwhile, somewhere in the chaos, on a huge star, Left Messenger landed on the star. Then, she walked fast. She was inside an antique temple in the blink of an eye. The temple was creepy. There was no one around, but the Left Messenger was frightened. She held her breath and kept her head low. She did not dare to look around. She walked to a stone door and greeted, "I request to see the minister. I have something to report." The stone door did not react. However, an irresistible force moved from within. Left Messenger could not resist it. She was instantly sucked into the stone door. She dizzily entered another realm. The place was empty like a gloomy basement. The air around the place was twisted. It felt a bit unreal. The air was filled with wisdom, but it was very messy and complicated. They entangled and opposed each other. She was very uncomfortable. Cultivating in that place would lead to self-destruction. A muscular middle-aged man sat in the middle. He had jet black armor on and was extremely serious. She did not dare to look at him. Left Messenger carefully bowed and said, "Minister." The minister looked at her. He said in an expressionless tone, "Did you fail the task I assigned? I'm sorry for my incompetence. Please, forgive me, Minister." Left Messenger slightly trembled. She hurriedly knelt to the floor. Then, she said, "But, I failed because of a sudden factor. I can't control it." The minister calmly said, "Tell me in detail." Left Messenger immediately started to tell him what happened from the Shia kingdom. The entire main hall went horrifyingly silent. A single drop of cold sweat dripped from Left Messenger's forehead. Seconds passed like years for her. She was extremely nervous. A while later, the minister said, "Must be an old friend." He did not say that in a questioning tone. Left Messenger did not dare to speak. The minister continued with a reminiscing tone, 3 million years ago, my capabilities were like yours. Back then, the godly punishment arrived. The powerful cultivators battled the Eldritchs. I don't know what the godly punishment battle was like, but I know that the battle from 3 million years ago was the most exciting battle of all time. He muttered to himself, because each of the 9 elites were extremely amazing. They shone through the chaos and caused the Eldritchs to flee. That battle shook the chaos. It destroyed countless worlds. The blood of the Eldritchs rained down like water. I followed the 9 elites into battle, and we went into the Chaos Ocean. Left Messenger was silent at the side. She wanted to ask what happened, but she forced herself to stay quiet. She did not dare to speak. The minister fell into reminiscence. His eyes were glossy. He continued to say, "But, the forbidden area is forbidden. While we made the Eldritchs pay, we were also attacked. The Eldritchs were too powerful and they had a secret weapon. Luckily, I didn't die after the battle. It was miraculous, but I was dying. Fortunately, there were 4 elites nearby. They were severely injured. They could not move and they were basically dead. I crawled to them, and devoured them. Boom. Left Messenger was mind-blown and frightened. Her mind went blank. It was too shocking. She felt like she heard something she should not have heard. She felt as if she was going to die soon. The minister calmly said, "Don't be scared. It's not a big deal." However, Left Messenger was more frightened after hearing that. I knew it. Back then, the elites were talented and amazing. They couldn't have all died. They could revive through time. The minister snickered, "It's a shame that I'm stuck in a special condition. Otherwise, I would love to visit my old friend." Left Messenger shivered and asked, "Me, Minister, what should we do next?" The minister replied, "Avoid conflict at all cost. Also, I'll send someone new to accompany you since Right Messenger's dead. Find 3 items for me." Meanwhile, at the legendary beast sect, a good-looking young man stood on the hill as the wind blew. Next to him was a jet-black tiger with black wings. Its fur was as black as ink and its 2 fangs grew to its chin. The tiger had shiny orange eyes, making it look extra fierce. The young man petted the black tiger and frowned. He asked coldly, "So, those old folks won't comply?" A squared-faced middle-aged man nodded nearby. He looked pissed off. "Those old folks said that changing the sect master's important, so they rejected our offer." Ugh. The young man scoffed. "They're so stubborn. That Shitukin isn't dead, but she's half demon now. Are they still counting on her?" The middle-aged man said, Don't rush. They're only delaying time. Shitukin's clearly out of the way. You're surely the next sect master." Shitu snickered coldly, "Dad, they're scared that we'll become too powerful. They don't dare to make me the sect master. But in the future, I'll make them kneel and beg me to become their sect master." The middle-aged man looked menacing, too. He said, "The ministry claims to be competent. We told them the whereabouts of Shitukin on purpose but they let her escape. So ridiculous." Shitu asked, "Dad, I heard that Shitukin was depressed and disappointed. She went to study. Is this true?" "Indeed so." "Then we don't have to worry anymore." Shitu laughed. Then, he licked his lips. He said, "However, Shitukin has the blood of the Skywing White Tiger in her body. Her blood is beneficial for my Black Tiger. I have to find a way to lure her out." At the 4-part architecture. Huff puff. Blackie was sweating hard on the treadmill. He huffed with his tongue out but he looked very serious. He walked around like an athletic model. There was a lot of other gym equipment nearby. On the other hand, Li Nianfan lifted the lid from the pot. He looked at the steam that came out of it. He smiled and said, "The dumplings are cooked. Dodgy, Fire Phoenix, hurry up and come over with your bowls." "Oh yeah, Blackie, too. Stop for a while and fetch your dog bowl. Eating's more important." He rushed Blackie to come over. I wonder what's wrong with this silly dog. Ever since Blackie came back, he insisted on training his body and told me to bring out my gym equipment. He's been working out non-stop. Li Nianfan felt speechless at how sweaty Blackie was. He guessed that Blackie still cared about what happened last time. His fur's gone and he was almost abducted. He would be a pot of dog meat if I hadn't rescued him. No, wait, he'd be a turd by now. Blackie was traumatized and wants to become stronger. However, this trauma might have led to brain damage. Go cultivate if you want to become stronger. Why are you working out with gym equipment? Back then, Blackie hated working out. Li Nianfan used to force him to exercise. What's the use of working out? Li Nianfan felt like he should not traumatize Blackie any further, so he let him be. Blackie immediately stopped when he heard Li Nianfan. He leapt off the treadmill and ran over with his dog bowl. "Master, give me more dumplings. I'm working out. I need the protein." Blackie used to be unmotivated in cultivation. He only wanted to be a simple dog with no worries. He had goals to become stronger. He wanted to fight back. In other words, Blackie needed to fight the ministry. He was not to be messed with. "Fine." Li Nianfan laughed. He filled up the dog bowl. "Here you go. Xiao Bei will fill it up for you if you need more." Chapter 586, The Wonderful Part of Working Out, Shituya's Scheme. The fresh-out-of-pot dumplings were steaming hot. The comforting scent filled the 4-part architecture. It was lovely. Before everyone started to eat, Qin Manyun came back. It was merrier. Everyone gathered around the table and ate dumplings happily. Li Nianfan asked curiously, Lady Manyun, what's the result of the zither competition? Qin Manyun instantly replied, I won by a hair. It's all thanks to your teachings, Mr. Li. Yo, nice. It's because you worked hard and you're talented. Li Nianfan laughed. He was not surprised at all. He was already confident in his zither skills. Plus, he gave Qin Manyun a classic music sheet. She probably could not lose. Qin Manyun looked at Li Nianfan with deep respect and admiration. She heard about the secrets of the chaos from Taishang Elder. Her respect for Li Nianfan was through the roof. Initially, everyone thought that Li Nianfan was a powerful being that loved to play around. They thought he wanted entertainment in life, so everyone just went along with his acting. However, they had a huge turn in theory. It appears that the expert's one of the elites. He carries a huge responsibility. He represents the humans and protects the countless living beings in the chaos. He's a hero that fought the Eldritchs. He must have a deeper reason for being an approachable ordinary man. He's probably making plans for the future. This is a much more sound theory than playing around. He's a legend. And I'm lucky enough to be chosen as a zither student. In the future, they will see me, Qin Manyun, on the path of fighting the Eldritchs. She was excited and emotional. Her face was slightly flushed. Li Nianfan noticed the changes in her facial expressions. He thought to himself, I only asked casually, but she seems flustered. It seems like it was a tough battle. They ate and drank until they were full. Xiaobei handled washing the dishes. Li Nianfan comfortably laid on the chair like a lazy person. As for Qin Manyun and Shi Tucken, they focused on the gym equipment. They were curious. Blackie looked at them and asked, do you want to try it? It's very useful. All right. Qin Manyun nodded. She carefully stepped on the treadmill. Blackie stood up and started to pick a mode for her. Then, the treadmill started to move. Qin Manyun frantically walked. She was not aware at first. She thought it was only an exercising toy for Blackie. After all, the treadmill did not look fast to her. Moreover, it was only jogging. How skillful could it be? However, she widened her eyes when she made the first step. Her body went tense as she moved. She felt endless pressure over her body. Each step felt exhausting. She was shocked and wanted to stop. However, the treadmill did not allow her to stop. She jogged with full force. Qin Manyun had a great body. She was curvy. As she jogged, her long legs moved with her waist and hips. It was very enjoyable to watch. Li Nianfan saw that. He immediately suggested, maintain a steady breathing, control your pace. Jogging is great for your health. Don't stop and keep going. Qin Manyun was instantly determined to jog. Then, she felt the blood in her body start to flow. She felt hot. The heat in her blood spread all over her body. Strength. Powerful strength. Qin Manyun felt like she had endless strength. Meanwhile, the powers in her body started to grow. Boom. Her cultivation improved in a matter of seconds like an erupted volcano. Initially, she was a pre-Daluo Golden Immortal. She breathed in and became a mid-Daluo Golden Immortal. Then, she breathed out and became a post-Daluo Golden Immortal. She was about to become a quasi-saint. This is... Qin Manyun was shocked. She almost fell over. This treadmill helps me absorb better. The delicious food of the expert in the air and the four-part architecture were all blessings and opportunities. However, it was too much to process. The cultivators could not absorb it all. They had a limit. After all, it was too much. They could not absorb it properly no matter who it was. They stored a lot of it in their bodies to cultivate in the future. It was impossible to process and absorb it in a short amount of time. However, the power in her body was absorbed as she jogged. Scary, terrifying. This is better than chaos spiritual plants. The expert knew that I have too much power stored inside me that I can't absorb, so he allowed me to jog on the treadmill. My powers and cultivation have suddenly improved. He really takes care of everything. He treats me too well. Huh? What's this? Shitucken was unaware of how Qin Manyun felt at that moment. She curiously looked at a yoga mat and inspected it. A mat? That's a yoga mat. Yoga's quite interesting. Let me teach you a few poses. Li Nianfan was interested. He immediately walked over. Come on. First, lay down. Tighten your stomach, chest up. Bend your knees, legs slightly apart, and lift your waist. Tighten your hips. That's right. Lift up more. Li Nianfan dragged her body and corrected her pose. He had to say that the body of a cultivator was truly flexible. They were naturals at yoga. With his help, she quickly completed a wonderful yoga pose. Buzz. Shi Tukan felt a heat in her abdomen. A sudden wave of heat shocked through her body like electricity. Her body slightly trembled. The spiritual fruits she ate and the chaotic powers she gained from devouring the Skywing White Tiger were instantly calmed. It quickly merged well with her body. She became a quasi-saint. Shi Tukan was utterly shocked. She breathed fast. This pose incorporates wisdom. Li Nianfan turned around and saw Blackie doing pull-ups at the horizontal bar. He instantly laughed. "Nice, Blackie. You look great doing pull-ups. You'll be a muscular dog soon." Time flew by. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. It was nighttime. Two figures met in the night. One of them was Left Messenger, the other cultivator was a middle-aged man with a thin face and a goatee. Left Messenger said, "East Shadow Guard, the minister has assigned us a task." The minister had the biggest authority in the ministry. Followed by the Left Messenger, Right Messenger, and the 4 Shadow Guards. They were the 6 guards of the ministry. The 6 guards were powerful realm cultivators and they were incredible elites. They had realm cultivators who worked for them. Those were the superior members of the ministry. Assignment for us? The 6 guards were equals. Therefore, they would compete with each other. As powerful cultivators, they were naturally arrogant. The East Shadow Guard sneered, "You can't even finish a small task. Many superior ministry members are dead. Even the Right Messenger's dead, too. I'm very worried about collaborating with you." Left Messenger scoffed. She said, "This is an order from the minister. You can choose to reject it because I don't want to collaborate with you either." The East Shadow Guard asked, "Fine. What's the minister's assignment?" "The minister needs 3 items." The Left Messenger passed a piece of paper to the East Shadow Guard. The East Shadow Guard glanced at it. He was instantly surprised. He exclaimed, "The repose herb, pond of spirits, and the bloodthirst spiritual wood. Lord Minister wants these 3 items now? Is it because there's progress in the experiment?" Left Messenger said, "Is this what we should worry about? Hurry up and follow the minister's orders." East Shadow Guard said, "Tell someone to gather information on these 3 items. I have more important matters at hand." Left Messenger had to frown. "What is it?" "Something important." The East Shadow Guard had a creepy gaze. "Once I succeed, the rewards will be huge. The minister will be pleased." Suddenly, Left Messenger and the East Shadow Guard sensed something. They looked in the same direction. The East Shadow Guard smiled and said, "Yikes. I just mentioned it and here he comes." A young man sat on a black tiger under the night sky. He was Shi Tuyu from the legendary beast sect. He looked at the East Shadow Guard. He bowed and greeted, "Greetings from Shi Tuyu to the East Shadow Guard." Left Messenger was surprised. She said, "I can't believe you're working with someone from the legendary beast sect." The legendary beast sect cultivated alongside beasts and demons. The cultivators were close with their demons, they had a unique relationship. On the other hand, the ministry loved to capture demons for breakthroughs in their experiments. Therefore, the legendary beast sect and the ministry hated each other. They would fight on sight. He isn't an ordinary disciple of the legendary beast sect. Soon, he'll be the sect master of the legendary beast sect. The East Shadow Guard made Left Messenger jolt. She was shocked. If that's the case, the young sect master of the legendary beast sect will be an ally of the ministry. In the future, the ministry can capture demons and beasts like it's our own back garden. Right? This is extraordinary. She asked, "Why is he working with you?" "It's simple." The East Shadow Guard smiled. He was pleased with himself. He has a grudge against the legendary beast sect, and I can help him. It's mutually beneficial. Surprised. Right? This is my skill. The East Shadow Guard was pleased with himself. Left Messenger failed miserably and saw his success. She must be feeling sorry for herself. Shi Tuyu said, "I want to rule the legendary beast sect. Once it's done, I'll leave the current sect master and the others to the ministry. You can deal with them as you please." The East Shadow Guard trusted Shi Tuyu. He said, "The sect master's daughter of the legendary beast sect, Shi Tukan, was betrayed by him. He sold her out so we could capture her." Left Messenger took a deep breath. She said with seriousness, "The legendary beast sect has powerful cultivators. They have cultivators and demons that are realm cultivators. More importantly, they're stronger when they work together. What are you planning to do next? The East Shadow Guard did not answer her question. He looked at Shituyu instead. Shituyu smiled and said, "Seniors, this isn't a complicated matter. Shituken is out of the way. The legendary beast sect needs a young sect master. First, I'll become the sect master. Secondly, I'll get rid of the current sect master. We'll basically succeed at that point." Shituken was better than Shituyu in every way. She was meant to be the new sect master. Shituyu could not do anything about it no matter how much he hated it. However, Shituken was now out of the way. All Shituyu needed to do was become the new sect master. He would rule the legendary beast sect soon. He had the powerful outside forces of the ministry, plus the legendary beast sect had its internal problems. Any powerful force would crumble within a short amount of time. The East Shadow Guard snickered villainously. He asked, "How can we help you?" Shituyu said, "I want to become the young sect master. It's not hard, but I hope you can fulfill 2 tasks. They'll be forced to make me the young sect master whether they like it or not." He paused and sneakily glanced at the East Shadow Guard. He said, "However, the 2 tasks are slightly difficult." The East Shadow Guard saw through him. "No need to test us, just spit it out." Shituyu said, "First, I want my cultivation and my black tiger's cultivation to be better. Especially the black tiger. If our blood improves, our talents and powers will be impeccable. The others won't say no to making me the sect master." East Shadow Guard retained his facial expression as he asked, "The second task?" "The second task is..." Shituyu clenched his jaw. The legendary beast sect was set up in the area of the gods. There's a Taishang elder who guards the place. I need Black Tiger to be approved by Taishang elder's familiar beast. It was a hard task. Taishang elder was without a doubt a powerful realm cultivator. His familiar beast was naturally powerful, too. They could not control the approval of Black Tiger. Moreover, Shituyu most probably brought it up because the beast did not approve of Black Tiger. Changing the mind of a familiar beast was harder than killing the beast. The East Shadow Guard did not speak. Everyone went silent. Shituyu was purely risking it, too. He bet the ministry had a way to help him become the young sect master. "Ha! Since this is mutually beneficial, we'll help you." Finally, the East Shadow Guard spoke. He flicked his wrist and out came 2 boxes. He tossed it to Shituyu. "These are the results of the ministry's experiments. This box can be used to improve your cultivation. This other box has something called the sync pill. Find a way to get the familiar beast to eat this pill mixed with Black Tiger's blood. The familiar beast will like the Black Tiger in 3 days." The East Shadow Guard had a slight glint in his eye. He tossed Shituyu another pill box. "To be safe, you and Black Tiger should eat this pill." Chapter 587, Blackie's Leather Shorts, I won't allow it. Time was insignificant when one lived in the mountains. The days in the 4-part architecture quietly went by. 5 days had passed in the blink of an eye. 1, 2, 3, 4. All right, left leg in, right foot out. Relax, relax. Imagine yourself being immersed in water. You're floating with the waves. Daji, Fire Phoenix, Chinmanyun, and Shituken laid flat on the yoga mats. They were stretching their bodies in a row. They were slim and flexible with all sorts of poses. Xiaobei was the yoga coach who was speaking the instructions. Perhaps yoga was liked by women. Ever since the last time, the 4 girls were obsessed with yoga. They unlocked new poses every day and reaped the benefits. Li Nianfen was happy to see that at first. It was a sudden entertainment in his boring life. It was enjoyable to watch. However, he soon felt troubled by it. Who can handle a sight like this? Moreover, he had to maintain his image. He did not want to embarrass himself. It was a test on his acting skills. A real painful and enjoyable experience. He had to distract himself by doing something else. "Blackie, come here." He put down the needles and waved at Blackie. Blackie straightened his ears and quickly ran over on all 4s. He had puppy eyes as he barked and said, "Master, are my shorts done?" Blackie knew Li Nianfen was making shorts for him. He had been waiting with anticipation. Li Nianfen tugged on the shorts to test its flexibility. It felt quite nice. He smiled and said, "Try it and see if it fits." The shorts were made from the skin of Toti. Li Nianfen was considerate of Blackie being bald. It was awful to look at. Blackie would embarrass himself, so he wanted to make a pair of shorts for him. The material was custom made, too. Tody was a fierce beast after all. Its skin seemed very decent. It was stretchable and hard to damage. Moreover, it was very breezy. It was the top material for clothes. Blackie was not aware that Li Nianfan made the black shorts to distract himself from the girls. He thought his master loved him. He was utterly excited. He said excitedly, "Master, you're so nice to me." Then, Blackie put on the shorts without hesitation. The size was very fitting. The black shorts made Blackie's buttocks look shiny. It was very sexy. Li Nianfan asked, "How does it feel?" "It feels great. It's awesome. This is a wonderful pair of shorts." Blackie kept nodding and smiling. He felt like it was worth exchanging his dog fur for a pair of shorts. After all, it was hand-sewn by his master. It was one of a kind. Blackie started to hop around with his new clothes. He felt like he was floating. Blackie lifted his butt to the sky and swayed around. It was very flashy. "The master made me leather shorts. The master made me leather shorts." Blackie could not wait to announce it to the world. He showed it off to the firefinches. Then, he ran to the backyard to show it off to the peacock and the milk cows. The leather shorts were a sign of affection from his master. He would wear it every day. Li Nianfan suddenly regretted it when he saw how smug and flamboyant Blackie was. "Why do I feel like the leather shorts are making my dog embarrass himself more?" Knock knock. Suddenly, they heard a knock at the door. The four ladies stopped their yoga cultivation and answered the door. Someone unexpected came to visit. A small figure bolted in and leapt onto Daji. She cutely said, "Hee, sister. Do you miss me?" It was Little Fox. Kunpeng also came along. Kunpeng bowed and said with respect, "Greetings to the Lord Saint." Li Nianfan smiled and said, "No need to be courteous. Please, have a seat." It had been a month since he came back from Demon City. He did not expect them to visit so soon. Little Fox peeked out from Daji's embrace. She twitched her little nose and looked around with her bright eyes. She immediately leapt away from Daji and leapt onto Li Nianfan. She started to act coquettishly. She cutely said, "Brother-in-law, I miss you so much." Li Nianfan saw through her. He laughed and asked, "Do you miss me or do you miss my food?" I miss both." Little Fox had bright shiny eyes. She straightened her tail. "Brother-in-law, I know you guys made delicious food. What smells so good? Look over there." Li Nianfan pointed at the dumplings on the nearby table. He said, "You guys came at a coincidental time. We still have the last few dumplings with Toadie's meat." Toadie was huge. The dumplings were delicious, but Li Nianfan had been eating a lot of dumplings recently. He could not handle it. He wanted to toss it away, but Toadie meat was rare to come by. It was nice that the little foodie had arrived. "Wow. Thanks, brother-in-law." Little Fox immediately abandoned Li Nianfan and leapt to the table. She sniffed the dumplings with her nose. Li Nianfan reminded her, "The dumplings are raw. Don't eat them yet." Little Fox nodded, "I know. I'm going to take away the dumplings." Kunpeng looked at Little Fox at the side with envy. "It's so nice being the expert's sister-in-law. Sigh. Why can't I have an excellent sister, too? But it's nice that I'm with Little Fox. I'm considerably lucky. I don't have a sister, but I have a nice demon king. It's nice enough." Blackie heard the commotion and ran out from the backyard. He lifted his butt as if it had wings on it. He excitedly said, "Little Fox, hurry up and look at me." Little Fox blinked. She innocently asked, "Blackie, why are you standing like that? Did you injure your butt?" Blackie lifted his butt and said, "No, look again. What's different on my butt?" Yikes! Little Fox widened her eyes and gasped. She was shocked. She asked, "Your butt has fur again?" "No, wait, that's not fur, that's black skin. Are you a mutant now?" "This is a pair of leather shorts. The master's handmade leather shorts." Blackie gave up. He tugged on the leather shorts with his paw. "Do you see it? It's stretchy, too." Li Nianfan felt completely embarrassed. He wanted to toss Blackie out. He hurriedly changed the topic and asked, "Little Fox, why are you here?" Kunpeng glanced at Shitucken and said, "Lord Saint, we came here because we got an invitation. This is related to Lady Shitucken." Shitucken was confused. "Related to me?" Kunpeng continued to say, "This is about the legendary beast sect. They invited us to attend their young sect master ceremony and hope that we'll share this news with Lady Shi." "Young sect master ceremony? The legendary beast sect wants to hold a young sect master ceremony? Shia went white in the face. She could not accept it. She had given up on being the young sect master, but the new ceremony was too soon. The legendary beast sect would not do that. She could not accept it. She also felt like it was illogical. She bit her lips. Do you know who the new young sect master is? Kunpeng replied, it's Shituyu. It's him? Shia frowned. She furrowed her brows. Why him? Little Fox asked curiously, Sister Shi, is something wrong with that person? He's the son of my second uncle, so he's my cousin. They never got along with my father, and they always wanted to become the sect master of the legendary beast sect. Shia softly sighed. She said with anger, I suspect that I was captured by the ministry because of them. She was previously the young sect master of the legendary beast sect. Moreover, she was talented. Her familiar beast was the Skywing White Tiger. Naturally, she was protected by the sect. She should be safe. However, things went south. She was easily captured by the ministry. Li Nianfan asked, what are you going to do? He was not surprised at all. He was used to people fighting for status. The martial arts dramas in his past realm were much more dramatic. Shia looked at Li Nianfan. Mr. Li, I want to go back. Is that all right? Li Nianfan decisively replied, of course. Something huge happened in your sect. You should go back to have a look. Moreover, if Shituyu is scheming against you, you should expose him. It's not a good thing if he becomes the young sect master. Shia exclaimed with gratefulness, thanks, Mr. Li. Kunpeng instantly said, I can accompany Lady Shi. Blackie glared at Kunpeng and said, bring me, too. I have to go. Li Nianfan had to ask, silly dog, why do you need to go? Blackie twerked smugly and said, I can't not go out with my new leather shorts. Who will check out my new outfit if I don't go out? Li Nianfan was embarrassed. He waved Blackie off and said, fine, hurry up and leave. He started to miss the old Blackie that could not talk. Blackie was normal back then. Ever since Blackie started to talk, the dog gradually became more flamboyant. The area of the gods was wide with various landmarks. There was a forest in the southeast region. The hills were steep and the trees were tall. There were a lot of fierce beasts and rare demons. It was known as the Demon Forest. The legendary beast sect was built on top of a high mountain in the Demon Forest. The cultivators were neighbors with the beasts and demons. It was beneficial for them to train their disciples and they could tame potential demons as well. Countless figures flashed by the legendary beast sect. It was crowded and bustling. As a successful sect, the legendary beast sect had a famous reputation. A lot of cultivation sects naturally attended the ceremony. It was the day they announced their new young sect master. There were a lot of small sects who came to visit. A young man stood on an obvious mountain rock, wearing embroidered long-sleeve clothes. He smiled at the incoming guests happily. He's the young sect master of the legendary beast sect, Shituyu. He's indeed handsome and talented. He looks like the chosen one. He volunteered to go through the tests of the legendary beast sect. He deservedly became the young sect master with his capabilities. Amazing. Look at the black tiger next to him. So cool. Is that the black gold flying tiger? To be honest, that tiger can overpower my entire sect. He's young but he has achievements. I wish my son was like Shituyu. A lot of cultivators did not deserve to chat with him. They could only discuss beneath the stage. Shituyu's father welcomed the guests nearby as he smiled. He was proud and passionate. As for the sect master of the legendary beast sect, Shitumingri, he sat on his designated seat and watched. He watched the happy crowd and sighed. His daughter was captured. She was not dead yet but he was hugely impacted. Her rightful place as the young sect master was taken away by Shituyu. The constant events made Shitumingri feel like he was at rock bottom. The legendary beast sect was a famous sect with its own traditions. He could not stop Shituyu as the sect master as Shituyu passed the test on his own. He had no choice but to accept it. Two old men stood next to him. They did not look happy either. They were Elder Joe and Elder Shu, the ones who went to look for Shituyu at Demon City. Shituyu and his father are so secretive. I can't believe Shituyu became a quasi-saint overnight. His familiar beast has improved blood, too. He was able to pass the test of becoming the young sect master. That's nothing. I can't believe that the black tiger got the approval of the Taishang Elder's familiar beast. That's weird. Damn, He wouldn't be the young sect master if Qin was here. Suddenly, they heard an excited voice. The sect master of the empath sect, Qin Zhongshan, has arrived. The sect master of the White Cloud sect, Bei Chen, has arrived. The crowd instantly went silent. Then, they cheered. They stared at the two incoming figures in awe. They were stunned. The sect masters of the empath sect and the White Cloud sect are here? Incredible. How amazing is Shi Tuyu? I can't believe he invited them to attend. The two sects aren't weaker than the legendary beast sect. I see that they're impressed by Shi Tuyu's potential, so they came here to befriend him. Wow. Is this the typical day of a prodigy? Shi Tuyu and his father were also awestruck. Then, they were overjoyed. Usually, the young sect master ceremony would be attended by smaller cultivation sects. Some successful sects would send some disciples as a friendly gesture. Almost no sect masters would attend ceremonies like that. However, the sect masters of the empath sect and the White Cloud sect had arrived. More importantly, they were not close to the legendary beast sect. Shi Tuyu felt more proud than ever. He was trembling from excitement. This must be how things work for the lucky one. Shi Tumingri and the others had an opposite reaction. Their faces sank and they felt more awful than ever. They did not expect the sect masters of the empath sect and the White Cloud sect to attend Shi Tuyu's ceremony. Shi Tuyu was so secretive. Shi Tuyu hurriedly straightened up. He went over to welcome them. He said, "I'm the new young sect master of the legendary beast sect, Shi Tuyu. Greetings. Thank you so much for attending the ceremony. Don't be mistaken. We didn't come here to congratulate you." Qin Zhongshan interrupted him by lifting his hand. He said impolitely, "Did Shi Tukan agree to let you become the new young sect master? I won't allow it if you took her rightful place." Bei Chen nodded and said, "That's right. I won't allow it either." Chapter 588, Young Sect Master Handover, Bet. It was instantly awkward. Shi Tuyu was dumbfounded. He stood there like an idiot. "Why are you guys here if you aren't going to congratulate me? Just to say something like that? What the heck? You guys are here to crash my ceremony? For that Shi Tukan?" His father walked over at a crucial moment. He said with a neutral tone, "Guys, you're our guests. We will naturally be polite to you, but this is a ceremony for the young sect master. The private business of our sect is not up to outsiders to interfere." "Yeah. The empath sect and the White Cloud sect are so nosy. This is inappropriate. I can't believe Shi Tukan has such good allies. The empath sect and the White Cloud sect are willing to do this for her. Yeah. If she was alright, her future would have been bright." Everyone loved to watch and comment. They gossiped and discussed. Qin Zhongshan did not change his facial expression. "Don't worry, we aren't going to interfere. We're only here to talk smack. We want to let you know that we support Shi Tukan." Bei Chen smiled and said, "We came here to visit the sect master. Are we not allowed to visit the sect master during the young sect master ceremony?" Then, they went to Shi Tumingri. They saluted and said, "Cultivator Shi, greetings." They truly came here to befriend the sect master. Shi Tukan was a steady servant of the expert. It was an unimaginable privilege. For example, any drop of ink was more precious than the treasures of an entire sect. That was the way it was. They admired Shi Tukan a lot, especially when they witnessed the performance of Qin Manyun, the zither student of the expert. They also wanted to please Shi Tukan. Shi Tukan's rightful place as the young sect master was taken away from her. They naturally had to come over and crash the ceremony. They also had to befriend her father. Shi Tumingri was pleasantly surprised. He instantly saluted back and said, "Cultivators, I've heard so much about you. Do you know my daughter?" "Ha, we do, and we also had meals together." Qin Zhongshan continued to say, "Your daughter's truly the chosen one. Her talents, powers, and capabilities surpass her age. Even I can't underestimate her. She has a bright future. You have such a wonderful daughter, we're so envious." "That's right," Bei Chen nodded and said with envy. "What more can a man ask for if I have a daughter like that? I see a successful future for the legendary beast sect." They were words of compliment, but Shi Tumingri felt awful and bitter. He would think Qin Zhongshan and Bei Chen were there to mock him if it was not for the sincerity in their eyes. His daughter was talented, but the compliments were too much. Furthermore, Shi Tukan was worse than crippled. Their compliments were easily mistaken as mockery. However, he felt happy that Shi Tukan befriended the sect masters. Shi Tumingri concealed his emotions. He smiled awkwardly and said, "You guys probably don't know yet, but something happened to my daughter. Otherwise, she would have been the young sect master." Qin Zhongshan and Bei Chen looked at each other. They almost wanted to laugh. It seems like sect master Shi doesn't know the huge opportunity his daughter encountered. He'll be mind-blown if he knows. They did not tell him straight away. They wanted to prank him. His reaction would be priceless. Shi Tuyu constantly eavesdropped at the side. He overheard their conversation and instantly had an idea. He snickered internally. He walked over and said, "Seniors, my cousin Shi Tucken is indeed talented, but she was captured by the ministry. She survived but was forced to fight her familiar beast to death. In the end, she became a monster. It's such a shame." He sighed and acted like it was tragic. "Who are you? Who are you to interfere with our conversation? Move. You can't compare to Shi Tucken." Qin Zhongshan and Bei Chen waved him off like he was a fly. Shi Tuyu did not look happy at all. He was enraged. He screamed internally. "You blind old men! Shi Tucken's useless now. How can she compete with me? Just you wait, I'll be too successful for you one day. Don't underestimate the youth." Then, he silently turned around to welcome his guests. Soon, several figures appeared and caused a commotion. "Shi Tucken's back. Yikes, the rumors are true. She became a monster. Sigh. That's one less prodigy for the world. Is that a dog next to her? What's going on? The dog's bald with leather shorts? That dog's here to make us laugh." Shi Tucken had already gained a lot of attention. However, Blackie surpassed her. Blackie had a weird appearance and was acting smug with his leather shorts on. A nine-tailed fox stood on Blackie and curiously looked around. "My stupid cousin. I can't believe you dared to show up. You have the blood of the Skywing White Tiger. My black tiger will devour you." Shi Tuyu snickered internally. He smiled like a friendly person and welcomed her. "Cousin, long time no see. I miss you so much. I'm so glad you're back." Blackie suddenly said, "Hey, kid. Watch your kitty. Why is it so arrogant?" The black tiger had a stare down with Blackie. The black tiger obviously looked down on Blackie. Bald dog with leather shorts. Ha! Of course, Blackie could not stand the black tiger. He instantly barked. Shi Tuyu looked at Blackie. He asked with an unbelievable tone, "You dare speak to me like that? This dog's delusional. How dare he talk smack in front of my black tiger? Doesn't he feel my black tiger's power?" Blackie was entertained. "Why not? Who do you think you are when you have such bad breath? How dare you? You crazy dog. How dare you speak to the young sect master like that?" One of the bootlickers seized the chance to please Shi Tuyu. He stared at Blackie and said coldly, "Hurry up and kneel. Apologize to the young sect master and beg for mercy." Blackie calmly said, "Idiot. Young sect master, this dog's reckless. I can't stand it anymore. Please, allow me to teach him a lesson." The bootlicker looked at Blackie with malicious intent and activated his powers. The aura of a quasi-saint washed over Blackie. Then, he stepped out and attacked Blackie with his fist. The power of law appeared and shone like a rainbow. Shi Tuyu calmly watched everything. He had to intimidate Shi Tucken no matter what. Shi Tuyu thought about how Qin Zhongshan and Bei Chen treated him and he got angrier. He would insult Shi Tucken for her taste in friends after killing the dog. Then, he saw the dog lift his paw to counter the fist attack. That was when he witnessed a moth being drawn to a flame. However, the dog was the flame. Bam! The fist of the cultivator shattered. The dog's paw did not stop. Blackie slapped his face and he flew away like an arrow. He crashed into a wall and became a pile of minced flesh. Yikes, terrifying, terrifying. What just happened? It's over before I can even react? So terrifyingly powerful. Don't judge a dog by its cover. Nobody expected the dog to instantly kill a quasi-saint. Shi Tuyu was frightened and shocked, too. Then, he shouted, "How dare you cause havoc in the legendary beast sect? Hurry up and kill that dog." "Stop!" someone shouted. Shi Tumingri hurriedly walked over. He sternly said, "This is my daughter's guest. Who dares to attack?" Qin Zhongshan and Bei Chen also walked over. "This dog's our friend, too. That cultivator attacked him first. I can assure you it's his own fault." They glanced at Shi Tuyu in awe. "You were the first person who dares to speak to Lord Dog like that. Ignorance is bliss." Shi Tuyu had an indecisive facial expression. He considered the fact that it was the young sect master ceremony. He could not make things awkward. So, he complied. Calm down. It's only a crazy dog. Don't worry about it. There are a lot of chances to kill the dog later. Shi Tumingri passionately greeted Little Fox and the others. He was very friendly toward the friends of his daughter. Shi Tuyu and his father could not wait any longer. They hinted at the elder. The elder immediately understood. He announced, "Everyone, thank you for attending the young sect master ceremony of the legendary beast sect. Since everyone's here, let's not delay any further. I hereby announce that the young sect master ceremony has officially begun. Next up, let us witness the new young sect master of the legendary beast sect, Shi Tuyu." Shi Tuyu enjoyed being stared at by the crowd. He slowly walked toward the stage. The MC almost looked like he wanted to mock someone. He said, "Also, please welcome our ex-young sect master, Shi Tukin, up on stage. She'll pass the sect master token to the new young sect master." Everyone instantly looked at Shi Tukin with mockery, pity, and entertainment. Shi Tukin was fine with it. She studied the cultivation of calligraphy from Li Nianfan. She was calm and steady. She did not care about her body either. She generously walked on stage. There was a token quietly laying up there on display. It was only a symbol of status made with nice materials. Other than that, it was useless. However, the meaning behind the token was important. Forcing Shi Tukin to hand over the token to Shi Tuyu was torturous. Shi Tumingri felt pain watching it off stage. The MC yelled, "Please, complete the handover." Shi Tukin picked up the token and caressed it. Shi Tuyu grinned. He breathed fast and rushed her, "Hurry up, cousin. Time's precious for everyone." Shi Tukin looked at Shi Tuyu. She suddenly said, "There's a tradition for the young sect master to hand over the token. The new young sect master must defeat the ex-young sect master." "What?" Shi Tuyu thought he misheard it. What does she mean by that? Does she think Shi Tuyu can't defeat her? How's that possible? She must be joking. She lost her familiar beast and was severely injured. I heard that she became a study servant after her trauma. How can she fight? Is it because she isn't willing to hand over the young sect master token? Everyone felt like Shi Tukin was being unreasonable. Shi Tumingri slightly frowned and stood up. Shi Tuyu laughed. He mocked her and said, "You want to fight me?" Shi Tukin said, "I don't want you to be the young sect master at the moment." Naturally, she was not willing to give up being the young sect master. Being the study servant of the expert was better than being the young sect master. However, she thought of her father and was suspicious of Shi Tuyu, so she did not want him to become the young sect master. That was why she rejected him. "You don't want to?" Shi Tuyu snickered. "I worked so hard to get here. It is not up to you. Let's battle since you can't accept your fate." Shi Tukin calmly nodded. "Fine." She said yes. I can't believe she said yes. Are they going to battle? What a mad world. Everyone widened their eyes. They felt like Shi Tukin was digging her own grave. Shi Tumingri hurriedly scolded her, "Chin, don't be nonsensical." He also felt like his daughter was delusional. He wanted to pull Shi Tukin off stage. However, Qin Zhongshan and Bei Chen stopped him. "Don't worry. Lady Shi's got this. Watch closely. She'll surprise you." The two of them acted mysteriously. "You said it. Everyone heard it, too. Don't blame me for bullying you." Shi Tuyu laughed and gestured with a wave. The black tiger leapt to his side and stared at Shi Tukin like a predator observing its prey. "Wait." Blackie suddenly had an idea. He said, "This battle's so not fun. Do you dare make a bet with me?" Shi Tuyu asked, "What do you want to bet?" Blackie said something shocking. "I heard that tiger peeniche is great for health. If you lose, give me that kitty's tiger peeniche." The black tiger growled and hissed. He roared, "Master, let's accept the bet. If we win, I want to eat his meat and drink his blood." "Of course, I accept it." Shi Tuyu underestimated Blackie. He scoffed and said, "What a stupid dog. How dare you make a bet like that? Are you tired of being alive?" Chapter 589, Calligraphy Cultivation, Smart Blackie. On the stage, Shi Tukin and Shi Tuyu stood on opposite sides. They started to get serious. Nobody expected the young sect master ceremony to end up like that. It was too unexpected. Shi Tukin lost her familiar beast. Her cultivation was corrupted, so there was no way her powers were what they used to be. How can she try to fight Shi Tuyu? She should have handed over the token of the young sect master. That would have been the wisest choice. Probably because she isn't willing to. A lot of people made guesses. Shi Tumingri was full of worry. He looked at Bei Chen and Qin Zhongshan and asked, "What are you guys hiding exactly?" Qin Zhongshan waved it off. He said with a jealous tone, "Man, relax. I have to say, I'm so envious of you." Bei Chen also nodded. He sighed with jealousy and said, "Your daughter's unimaginably powerful, especially with her luck. I'm so jealous I could cry. If I have a daughter like that, I would laugh in my sleep." Shi Tumingri's not aware of it. When he knows, he'll probably laugh like crazy. Sigh, so jealous. Shi Tuyu looked confident. He arrogantly looked at Shi Tucken with extreme excitement. He was always overshadowed by Shi Tucken. He had a grudge against her for the longest time. He finally got the chance to defeat and humiliate Shi Tucken in public. What was better than that? He grinned because he could not contain his joy. He said, "Cousin, I know that you feel awful, but what's done is done. You have to let go, or else you'll end up with more injuries." Shi Tucken said, "Tell me about it when you win." "All right. Let's begin then." Shi Tuyu could not wait. He activated his powers and his tsunami-like aura washed over Shi Tucken. Meanwhile, the black tiger next to him roared and spread his black wings. The black tiger turned to black lightning and bolted toward Shi Tucken. So fast. How's this possible? The black gold flying tiger's famous for his speed, but he shouldn't be that fast. Did you guys hear that explosion just now? It's obvious that his blood improved again. Moves like thunder and quick like lightning, this must be the black gold storm tiger. Amazing. No wonder he became the young sect master. If the Skywing White Tiger's still with Shi Tucken, she might have a chance to win. But now... They knew the battle would probably end soon. The ministry studied cultivators and demons with great results. The pills that they gave him contained the essence of a storm lion. The blood of the black tiger was improved along with his powers. Shi Tuyu secretly grinned. Injuries and casualties are unavoidable in a battle. So what if the black gold storm tiger bit off a piece of Shi Tucken's flesh? He stared at her tiger paw. The blood of the Skywing White Tiger would be incredibly useful for my black tiger. Suddenly, the tiger paw he was staring at moved. She took out something. At that moment, a sudden terror crept up. Shi Tuyu tensed up as if she took out a killer treasure. The black gold storm tiger also stopped the attack. He recoiled and flinched to the side in an alarmed state. Is that a brush? Shi Tuyu was weirded out. He was confused. Is that terrifying feeling a delusion? Why did Shi Tucken take out a brush? I heard that she was traumatized. She went to become a study servant, but taking out a brush now isn't fitting for this occasion. Everyone furrowed their brows in confusion. However, some of them with great senses stared at the brush. Wait a minute, her brush is extraordinary. I don't care what brush you take out. You can't distract me. Shi Tuyu regained his confidence. He thought that Shi Tucken was trying to distract him. He sneered and tried to attack Shi Tucken again. The black gold storm tiger did not attack her straight away. He flapped his wings, creating black lightning. The black lightning bolted toward Shi Tucken. The black lightning was like shards of glasses. They attacked Shi Tucken with extreme speed. Meanwhile, Shi Tuyu launched a fist attack towards Shi Tucken. The two attacks were horrifying. No one around their age would be able to handle it. The battle instantly became tense and nerve-wracking. Everyone watched as Shi Tucken calmly picked up her brush and slowly drew a circle mid-air. The air was like a piece of paper. She could write on it. Menjun Liang and the others would recognize what she drew if they were there. It was the number 0 in Arabic numbers. Buzz. The circle she drew caused the air to buzz and move. A weird aura was emitted with overwhelming powers. It formed a spiral. The fist attack and black lightning were sucked into the spiral. Then, they disappeared into thin air. Everything was back to 0. She blocked the attacks? Shi Tuyu was dumbfounded. Shi Tumingri was dumbfounded. The crowd was also dumbfounded. They could not believe their eyes. How's this possible? Shi Tuyu stared with wide eyes. He stared dead at Shi Tucken. He could not accept it. She casually made a brushstroke and made his attacks vanish. It was hard to accept. Shi Tucken went to study calligraphy. However, they could not believe it was that kind of calligraphy. Seriously? Is that all you've got? Shi Tuyu went serious. He was shocked, But that did not mean he would admit defeat. Everyone saw how Shitukin went down. Even if she recovered, she was not his match. Attack! He yelled as their surroundings echoed with a menacing aura. The air went stiff with a blood-red hue. Shituyu attacked at the same time as the Black Gold Storm Tiger. The Black Tiger was surrounded by black lightning. He sizzled like a black lightning orb and attacked Shitukin. Shituyu activated all his powers. He was surrounded by the power of light. He walked toward her like a comet. He slashed down mercilessly. Boom! The attack did not hit her yet, but explosions could already be heard on stage. It was obvious that Shituyu did not hold back on that attack. Chin. Shitumingri, Elder Zhao, and Elder Shu looked worried. Their hearts were in their throats. Suddenly, Shitukin picked up her brush again. She wrote in the air. It was a point and stroke. She made 2 strokes and wrote a word. Knife. In an instant, a menacing aura soared into the sky and slashed through the clouds. Red menacing aura rolled in. A huge knife appeared and menacingly overpowered Shituyu. Then, the knife trembled and slashed down. Boom! The powerful knife made a nice curved angle as it slashed through half of the stage, including Shituyu and the Black Gold Storm Tiger. The knife knocked the 2 figures away like it was cutting the strings of kites. They bled from their deep wounds. Spurt. They spat out fresh blood. Their arrogance was nowhere to be seen again. Damn, Shituyu lost again? So powerful. What happened? Did Shitukin win by making 2 brushstrokes? Calligraphy cultivation. That's calligraphy cultivation. Her brushstrokes actualize into endless powers. She can even create a world with calligraphy. I can't believe Shitukin's able to cultivate to this level. This is terrifying. They said Shitukin went to study calligraphy. It's true, but it's not what we expected. We didn't notice. Even Shitumingri was stunned. He looked at his daughter and thought he was hallucinating. Shituyu and his familiar beast had improved, and he was almost as good as the previous Shitukin. However, Shitukin had lost her familiar beast and her cultivation. He could not believe that she still won. Not to mention, how easily she won. When did Chin become so powerful? This is unreal. Calligraphy? Elder Zhao and Elder Shu looked at each other with shock and horror. They recalled the day they heard Shitukin wanted to learn calligraphy. They were mocked by a boar demon. The boar demon said they did not understand calligraphy. It seemed like they truly did not understand calligraphy at all. It must be a legendary item. Shitukin's brush is a legendary item. Legendary brush. It's a legendary brush. A lot of knowledgeable cultivators sensed the aura of the brush. They exclaimed in awe. How's this possible? Impossible. Shituyu could not accept it. Nothing's impossible. Blackie was suddenly in front of him. He stared straight at Shituyu, causing him to jolt. Shituyu alarmingly asked, "What do you want?" "You lost. I want to claim my reward from our bet." Blackie calmly lifted his dog paw and snatched something behind him. Spurt. Ouch. The Black Gold Storm Tiger that was laying on the ground instantly trembled. He stood up while shaking. No. Black Tiger had bloodshot eyes as it screamed, "My pride. No, it's mine now. I'm such a softie, so I'll let you look at it one final time." Blackie waved the thing in front of the Black Gold Storm Tiger. Then, he put it in his pocket and left flamboyantly. They said that thing was good for a married man. I'll bring this back to the master. He'll be pleased. Hee hee, I'm so smart. The Black Tiger whined and cried behind him. Shituyu was filled with hatred. He shivered from anger. Shitumingri was shocked and surprised. He asked, "I can't believe Chin learned calligraphy cultivation. Perhaps she swallowed a legendary pill?" Qin Zhongshan shook his head. He said, "Narrow, you are too narrow-minded. Make a bolder guess." Shitumingri asked, "Did she understand it on her own? No wonder she wants to learn calligraphy." Beichen said with contempt, "Do you like imagination or something? Come on, make a bolder guess." Shitumingri gasped and asked, "Perhaps she got lucky and learned from an eldritch method?" "Ha! More." Qin Zhongshan mysteriously grinned. "Being weak limits your imagination." Beichen slowly said, "Shitukin learned calligraphy cultivation from a godly expert." "Godly expert?" Shitumingri could not believe it. Shitukin coincidentally walked over. He immediately asked, "Chin, did you learn calligraphy from an expert?" Elder Zhao and Elder Shu listened at the side with shock. Shitucken shook her head. Then, she said, I'm only his study servant. I don't deserve to be the expert's student yet, but I followed some of the expert's instructions to cultivate. Boom. Shi Tumingri and the others were mind-blown. They did not expect Shitucken to say something so pretentious. They felt like their minds short-circuited. Study? Study servant? Elder Shu looked at Shitucken with disbelief. Shi Tumingri asked, Chin, how long have you been around the expert? Since I was saved. The expert didn't want to see me suffer from my inner demon, so he advised me to calm down with calligraphy. Shitucken looked grateful. She continued to say, it's been roughly a month. A month? And you're so awesome? Elder Shu pursed his lips. Chin, are you a quasi-saint now? Shitucken nodded. Elder Shu was dumbfounded. I remember you were only a Daluo Golden Immortal when you were captured by the Ministry. You were at a terrifying level in calligraphy cultivation after merely a short month, and your powers skyrocketed, too. This is too much. Tell me honestly. Did you cheat or something? I want to freaking choke you. Qin Zhongshan had to say, enough. We told you it's a godly expert, stop trying to think with your common knowledge. This is ridiculous. Elder Zhao excitedly asked, Qin, can I look at your brush? Of course. Shitucken passed him the brush without hesitation. Everyone gathered to look, including Qin Zhongshan and Bei Chen. Ultimate treasure. This brush is indeed an ultimate treasure. It's surrounded by chaos spiritual chi. It must be a chaos spiritual treasure. Wow, I've never seen such a high-class treasure. Did you borrow this brush from the expert, too? Everyone felt dry in the throat as they looked at the brush. Shitucken groaned. She said, no, the expert gave it to me. He has too many brushes. He had all sorts of brushes of different shapes and sizes. He felt like this was an extra brush he had and that it was ordinary, so he simply gave it to me to learn calligraphy. Everyone went silent. Then, they simultaneously gasped. Yikes! Chapter 590, The Grand Entrance of the Ministry, Who Will Laugh in the End? This is an ordinary brush? How powerful are the other brushes of the expert? Are they encrusted with diamonds? Moreover, how many brushes does he have? Why did he simply give away something so precious? Unbelievable, incredible, terrifying. Chin, you. Shi Tumingri felt lightheaded. He asked with a trembling voice, is it true? How terrifying is this expert? His throat went dry. He struggled to gulp. Qin Zhongshan and Bei Chen were right. That was beyond his imagination. Way beyond his imagination. Of course, it's true. How do I describe the expert? Shitucken groaned for a moment. Then, she said, I can't describe it. But his place is better than any secret border. Cultivators would fight for the most basic item in there. There are unimaginable treasures. Qin Zhongshan helped her conclude. He said, it's full of blessings and opportunities everywhere you look. A saintly ground filled with endless wisdom. Filled with endless wisdom? The four words made Shi Tumingri, Elder Zhao, and Elder Shu numb in the scalps. They all had goosebumps. That was such a wild comment. Which cultivator would use endless to describe something? Endless wisdom. Seriously? Is that the most incredible existence in the entire chaos? Shi Tumingri could not speak for a long while. He took deep breaths to calm down. He felt like it was nonsensical fiction. However, he knew that the cultivators would not lie about that. Moreover, Shitucken was real-life proof. She was crippled and became a monster. However, she turned to a powerful cultivator in a short month because she stayed around the expert. She was also unimaginably powerful. That was beyond the understanding of an ordinary cultivator. Not to mention, she also got a Chaos Spiritual Treasure brush. The legendary beast sect did not have any Chaos Spiritual Treasures. We got lucky. Thank the heavens. Finally, he cheered. He was shaking from excitement. His eyes were slightly red from his tears of joy. He told Shitucken, it's nice that you're a steady servant. Chin, you must serve the expert, don't you disobey him. This is the biggest turning point of your life. Chin, so this is what you meant when you said you wanted to study calligraphy. Elder Shu was utterly embarrassed. Then, he carefully asked, back then in Demon City, was the expert there? Shitucken nodded and said, yeah. The expert's close to Demon City. Little Fox is the expert's sister-in-law. Everyone immediately jolted. They looked at the nine-tailed fox with respect. Elder Shu and Elder Zhao went white in the face. They were so frightened that they almost cried. They apologized and confessed, "To be honest, we didn't want Qin to learn calligraphy back in Demon City. We also troubled Demon City. We're truly embarrassed. Sorry." They thought about how they talked smack and swore at the boar demon. They felt uncomfortable and anxious. They felt like they were going to die soon. No wonder the boar demon was so confident. He looked like he was proud about being a door guard. Guarding for the expert is such an honor. He's much better than us elders. Looking back at it, I was the fool all along. We really didn't know. Otherwise, we would have knelt. There's no guilt for the ignorant. My brother-in-law won't mind it. Little Fox waved her little paw like a true demon king. She said with generosity, "I don't blame you." Elder Zhao and Elder Shu felt the weight lifted off their hearts. "Thank you, Lord Demon King. You're so generous, Lord Demon King." Suddenly, a figure appeared. The cultivator came from afar and appeared in an instant. A golden-green-faced lion with a third eye on its forehead stood next to the cultivator. He did not announce their appearance. He was already standing there before everyone noticed, so they were unsure whether they just arrived or they had been there for a long while. "That's the Taishang elder of the legendary beast sect, Cultivator Tianong. What's going on? Taishang elder's also here? He's a powerful cultivator. The absolute best. Is that the golden third eye lion next to him? So cool." Shi Tuyu was wailing while hugging the black tiger. He instantly straightened up when he saw Taishang elder. He hurriedly crawled over and exclaimed, "Please, help me, Taishang elder. That crazy dog ruined my familiar beast. That dog's trying to instigate the legendary beast sect. Please, avenge me, Taishang elder." Shi Tuyu was filled with hatred. He was trembling from anger like he was about to kill someone. He knew how it felt to fall from heaven and straight to hell. He thought he was at the peak of his life. He was waiting to give a speech about it. Suddenly, things happened one after another. His familiar beast was also injured. He was physically and mentally hurt. It was truly tragic. His father, Shi Tohaoyu, also ran over. He exclaimed with pain, "Please, help my son, Taishang elder." Blackie looked at them and furrowed his brows. He said in a low voice, "I'll allow you a chance to reform your sentence because of the tiger peonish." "Shi Tohaoyu, Shi Tuyu, how dare you!" Shi Tumingri immediately scolded them. He hurriedly ran over and yelled, "Everyone saw Shi Tuyu making a bet with Lord Dog. He lost, so he has to bear the consequences. Are you trying to humiliate the legendary beast sect?" He had to step in. The dog was the dog of the expert. The legendary beast sect would be goners if they dared attack Blackie. Shi Tuyu and his father were not aware of anything. That was why they dared to talk smack. If they knew what they were facing, they would probably pee themselves from fear. "I saw what happened. You need to have the mentality of a cultivator. You must bear your losses since you dared to make the bet." Cultivator Tianong looked cool with his flying white beard. An aura of zen circled him as he spoke. He was calm toward the Shi Tuyu case. Then, he smiled at Shi Tukan. He said, "Qin did great. She was severely injured but she still thrived with calligraphy cultivation. Her talents are on another level, so she's still our young sect master. Nice, very nice." The difference in his attitude humiliated Shi Tuyu and his father. Cultivator Tianong clearly favored Shi Tukan. It was a shame that Shi Tukan was abducted, and his familiar beast oddly approved the black tiger. That was why he accepted Shi Tuyu as the young sect master. However, things had changed. He was glad to accept it. Shi Tuyu and his father hated it, but they could not do anything. They buried their heads and tried to stay rational. Deep down, they were screaming in anger. Somewhere nearby, a figure kept an eye on the scene. He had to frown. He was the East Shadow Guard of the Ministry. "I helped Shi Tuyu and his father so much. I can't believe they let me down in the end. What a bunch of useless trash." The East Shadow Guard shook his head and said with a creepy tone, "Thankfully, I have something up my sleeve. It's up to me now." He had a glint in his eye as he cast a spell. A magical aura was emitted. Cultivator Tianong gave a speech. He was a powerful cultivator, so he naturally became the center of the spotlight. He had to give a speech before he left in a cool way. He was about to soar through the horizon. Suddenly, the golden-green-faced lion next to him jolted and struggled. There was another demon figure in its eyes. It controlled the mind and the body of the lion. It happened in an instant. Finally, the golden green face lion roared with a malicious aura, and a laser beam shot out of its third eye. The golden light shot toward Cultivator Tianong. The light was destructive enough to demolish everything in its way. That was the most powerful skill of the golden green face lion. Cultivator Tianong was naturally unprepared for the attack. It was too late when he sensed the attack. He frantically created a defense, but it was too late. His body was pierced through. Spurt. There was a gory hole in his chest. Blood streamed and he flew back. The attack was terrifying. Cultivator Tianong was half dead. The power of destruction did not allow Cultivator Tianong to heal fast. He was severely injured. It was too unexpected. No one could predict that. The powerful cultivator, surrounded by insights, who was about to give a speech, fell to the floor as he turned. He was dying. No one could accept it. Then, they were filled with horror. Yikes! Cultivator Tianong's injured. Why did the golden green face lion attack Cultivator Tianong? Isn't that his familiar beast? It attacked its master? What happened? Is it crazy? The attack backfired on the familiar beast because they were bonded. I think the golden green face lion's severely injured, too. Look, the golden green face lion has bloodshot eyes. It's clearly crazy. Back away, it's insane. Roar. The golden green face lion roared and trembled. Menacing aura exploded from it as it activated its demonic powers with ruthlessness. Thankfully, Cultivator Tianong suppressed its aura with his mind. Otherwise, most of the cultivators would die from being overpowered. What's going on? Blood leaked out from his mouth. Cultivator Tianong struggled to stand up. The big hole was still on his chest. He looked at the lion with disbelief and caution. Hee. The East Shadow Guard wanted to show his horrifying uniqueness, so he snickered creepily. Then, he made a grand entrance. He appeared in front of everyone like a ghost. The aura was instantly overwhelming and cold. You did this? Cultivator Tianong asked with a pale face. He asked in a terrified tone, how did you do it? How? East Shadow Guard cruelly grinned. All thanks to your beloved disciple. It ate my wrongling demon pill. How did it taste? The wrongling demon pill was also invented by the ministry. It messed up the minds of demons. Demons or beasts that ate the pill would go crazy, and they could be temporarily controlled. However, the process of making the pill was inhumane. That pill made the legendary golden green face lion insane because it contained the primordial spirit of a realm cultivator demon. The result was incredible. It easily injured 2 realm cultivators. How amazing! Cultivator Tianong was weak from the injuries. The injuries backfired on the golden green face lion, too. Moreover, the lion was still deranged. It might attack others. Cultivator Tianong felt his heart sink. He slowly glanced at everyone and finally laid eyes on Shi Tuyu. Not a lot of disciples had the chance to feed the golden green face lion. He connected the pieces as he thought about how the lion approved Shi Tuyu's black tiger. Ha! That's right. It's me. Shi Tuyu laughed evilly as he admitted it. Then, he slowly stood up. He bowed to the East Shadow Guard with respect and said, "Greetings to Lord East Shadow Guard." The East Shadow Guard scoffed and said, "Humph. You useless trash. You wasted my resources. You told me that everything would be fine. All our efforts would go to waste if it wasn't for my backup plan." Shi Tuyu was not angry at all. He apologized and said, "You're right. You're so smart, Lord East Shadow Guard. I can't believe that pill has another effect. Thanks for broadening my worldview." Cultivator Tianong said angrily, "Shi Tuyu. You're an important disciple of the legendary beast sect. How can you work with the ministry? We noticed you're full of schemes, but we didn't expect you to be so evil." Shi Tuyu and his father did a lot of sneaky things for their ambitions. They were shady and unlikable. It was why most elders preferred Shi Tukin. They ignored their behavior most of the time. They did not expect things to end up like this. Evil? Me? You forced me to. Shi Tuyu had a cold expression. He said with a low voice, "Why do you favor Shi Tukin? Why did you help her find the Skywing White Tiger to become her familiar beast? I hate it, I must replace Shi Tukin." I don't mind revealing the truth at this point. Shi Tukin was captured by the ministry because I told them her location. I didn't expect her to survive. So what if I worked with the ministry? You look down on me, but I'm the one who laughs at the very end. Whoever dares to be in my way, I'll kill you. Chapter 591, Sit on a realm cultivator to death. Shituken and the others changed their facial expressions again. They suspected Shituyu to be evil, but they could not fully believe it until he confessed himself. Shitumingri scolded, "Scum." Elder Shu also sighed and said, "I noticed something was off with what happened to Qin. I can't believe you were behind it." Elder Zhao shook his head and said, "I was too soft on you. I should have killed you." His father, Shitohaoyu, knew that it was done. His son had confessed. So, he did not try to pretend anymore. He grinned coldly and said, "Your fishes and we're the knives. Didn't expect this day to come, right? You'll all die here today." A battle including a realm cultivator was naturally important. Moreover, the legendary beast sect had 2 realm cultivators. The 2 of them worked together, so they were more powerful. It was why the ministry would not battle them head-on. They had a spy on the inside. The legendary beast sect lost its most important defense. It was clear who would win the battle. The East Shadow Guard looked around like he was choosing his rewards. He smiled and said, "This is my biggest gain of all time." There were a lot of demons and beasts. A lot of cultivators were powerful, too. It instantly refilled the ministry's resources. The minister would be pleased. "Are you from the ministry?" A sudden voice snapped the East Shadow Guard out of it. He furrowed his brows and looked over. He saw a bald dog with leather shorts on. The dog walked over flamboyantly and calmly looked at him. What a coincidence. I hate the ministry the most. A dog? The East Shadow Guard had a cold expression. He clearly took notice of Blackie. He would remember Blackie for his behavior. This is a weird dog. Shituyu was filled with hatred. He instantly said, "Lord East Shadow Guard, I hate this dog. Please, help me. We must make him pay." "Don't worry, I won't have mercy on this dog." The East Shadow Guard grinned. The ministry loves weird demons or beasts. Moreover, I was inspired by what happened just now. Your black tiger lost his thing, so I'll replace it with the bald dog's thing. It's a new experiment. Perhaps we'll make progress with that experiment. The black tiger and Blackie will be experimented on. Shituyu flinched. He clenched his jaw and said, "I'm willing to let you experiment on my familiar beast, Lord East Shadow Guard." Good. The East Shadow Guard gave him a complimentary look. Suddenly, a curvy figure came from afar. She glanced and instantly appeared next to the East Shadow Guard. She had a red dress and a ghost mask on her head. Invisible pressure emitted from her. Everyone looked over and felt an overwhelming daze. The East Shadow Guard instantly smiled when she arrived. He said, "Left Messenger, you came just in time." The Left Messenger asked, "Is it done?" "Of course. There were a few mishaps in the process, but I'm always reliable and competent. We got more than we expected this time." The East Shadow Guard was utterly proud. Previously, Right Messenger died for no reason. That loser made him look more competent than ever. The Left Messenger would probably admire him. "Look. All of this is mine." He waited for the Left Messenger to be stunned. As expected, she was stunned. This is... The Left Messenger had wide eyes. She saw the familiar bald dog as she glanced at the place. She immediately gasped. "It's that dog. It definitely is that dog. The dog wears leather shorts now, but there can't be another bald dog like that. Why is the dog here? Did the East Shadow Guard fight him?" She looked into his calm eyes. The Left Messenger's limbs went cold. She had a bad feeling about that. The feeling was a déjà vu. She felt like she would be goners again. Everyone went dead in the face when they saw the Left Messenger. They were extremely horrified. The East Shadow Guard could take on everyone on the spot, but now, another one showed up. They knew they were hopeless because the East Shadow Guard and the Left Messenger were practically invincible. "Nice one, Left Messenger. You noticed the dog right away." The East Shadow Guard looked at Blackie and instantly complimented the Left Messenger. He smiled and said, "This dog seems to be extraordinary. A bit on the weird side, but not a weak cultivator. Its mentality's weird, too. It's not the basic type. Consider him as one of our gains." "One of our gains? Why would you mess with this dog?" "You psycho." "I can't mess with him, I have to run. I have to save myself." The Left Messenger instantly made up her mind. "Oh yeah, looks like it's going to rain. I have to go home and fold my clothes. Farewell, goodbye." She vanished into the horizon before she finished her sentence. She left faster than when she arrived. She almost left a trail of smoke behind her. What clothes? Why did she run so fast? The East Shadow Guard was a bit baffled. However, he suddenly felt touched. I got it. The left messenger must have felt like she didn't do anything, so she didn't want to steal my credit. She made an excuse to leave. Ha, so mature and considerate. He looked at Blackie again with a menacing glint in his eye. He said in a low voice, "Little doggy, have some sense and cooperate with me. Take off your leather shorts. I can minimize your pain." Blackie walked over to the East Shadow Guard and said, "You're a dead man. Feel the wrath of my new leather shorts. Idiot dog, die." The East Shadow Guard grinned and reached out to attack Blackie. A powerful palm figure that contained endless power went toward Blackie. Blackie lifted his butt at the palm figure. Then, the leather shorts shined brightly with a black hue. The magical shine rose to the sky and blew the palm figure away like it was dust in the wind. The East Shadow Guard was taken aback. Huh? I underestimated the leather shorts. Then, Blackie leapt to the sky and attacked the East Shadow Guard. Blackie suddenly turned around mid-air and aimed his butt at the East Shadow Guard. He lifted his butt and fell from the sky like a comet. It was an outstanding sight. How dare you? Die. The East Shadow Guard was so enraged. He looked at the dog butt and felt the biggest insult in his entire life. His menacing aura was almost boiling. How dare you point your butt at me? I'll bust your butt open. He angrily yelled. Then, an endless power of law came over him. His powers were activated and it seemed to be endless. A terrifying aura was emitted from him. It made most of the cultivators fall to the ground because they were overpowered by the aura. They were pressed against the ground. However, the aura did not affect the butt at all. It continued to fall. Roar. He roared and formed a gigantic human figure behind him with endless power of law. The figure raised both hands, attempting to defend against Blackie. The butt was sparkling as it crashed into the hands. Fume. The human figure was instantly penetrated. The East Shadow Guard looked horrified. It was clear that he could not dodge the attack. Blackie sat on the East Shadow Guard with his butt. Poof. The East Shadow Guard vanished on the spot. He was gone. Blackie slowly stood up and patted his butt. Everyone finally snapped out of it. He died? Incredible. The Realm Cultivator died because the dog sat on him. What a scary pair of leather shorts. It blocks the attack of a Realm Cultivator and it kills powerful beings. This is such a mystery. I made fun of that dog and his leather shorts earlier. I'm so dumb. That dog's an ultimate big shot. The plot twist messed with their brains. They were mind blown. The left messenger was far gone, but she kept her attention on the place. The left messenger jolted. She could sense that the East Shadow Guard was no longer alive. Her new ally was goners before he could even shine. Too scary. Thankfully, I ran fast. The left messenger suddenly felt a tingle from her spine. She shivered and fastened her pace. Blackie looked in the direction where the left messenger left. He pondered. What a familiar scent. She runs fast every time. So decisive on betraying her teammate, how interesting. Should I capture her and toy with her? Roar. Suddenly, the golden green face lion interrupted his thoughts with a roar. It finally snapped. It had bloodshot eyes and spiky fur. It was utterly ferocious. It feared Blackie, so it tried to attack Blackie. Blackie slightly frowned and raised one of his dog paws. He strangled the lion by the throat and tossed it into the sky. Then, he flicked his other dog paw. Slap. 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 He slapped the lion hard on its head, 3 slaps on the spot. The golden green face lion was dizzy from the slaps. Its mane was messy. It growled meekly. Slap. 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 Blackie slapped it 3 times again without hesitation. The golden green face lion immediately cowered with fear. It growled meekly in a soft voice. Meow. You're back. Blackie let the lion go and casually tossed it to the ground. He smilingly told Cultivator Tianong, "It's easy to deal with deranged beasts. Just slap them like I did and they'll stop being crazy." Cultivator Tianong opened his mouth. In the end, he gulped. He weakly said, Thanks, Lord Dog." The others were also baffled. They were speechless. Easy to slap a realm cultivator beast? Don't you think anyone can do it? Everyone had to accept an undeniable truth. Blackie was perverse on the outside, but his powers were even more perverse. He was perverse from the inside out. Shi Tumingri flew over as he cheered, "Nice one, Lord Dog. Thanks for saving our lives, Lord Dog." He was extremely stunned. He had a new profound understanding of how powerful the expert was. The rumors were not as convincing as witnessing it with his own eyes in the end. The dog of the expert was so powerful. How powerful would the expert be? It was unimaginable. Blackie casually said, "No need to thank me. My master made the leather shorts for me. I only wanted to try it out. Also, I hate the ministry." Shi Tumingri and the others were taken aback again. The expert made the awesome leather shorts? How did he do that? No wonder he can simply give away a chaos spiritual treasure brush. He probably creates chaos spiritual treasure. Scary, terrifying. Shi Tumingri felt his heart thump. He immediately straightened up and said, "Lord Dog, the legendary beast sect is indebted to your master. Not only for this, but he also saved my daughter, Shi Tukin. We're too grateful and we're unable to repay him. I'll make Chin the sect master right away. She's your master's steady servant after all. The legendary beast sect will be one of the expert's small pawns. Feel free to order us anytime." Qin Zhongshan and Bei Chen screamed internally. They were too careless. Shi Tumingri was straight up the king of bootlickers. He bootlicked to the extreme. They would not allow it. They hurriedly said, "Lord Dog, I'm willing to be the expert's pawn too. Let me do it. To be honest, becoming the expert's pawn is my ultimate dream. Please, fulfill my dream." Blackie did not care. However, he remembered what Qin Manyun said about the Eldritchs. He found like his master needed pawns, too. So, he said, "Whatever. Just remember to work hard for my master." Qin Zhongshan and the others were overjoyed. They kept nodding with excitement. For sure. For sure. Then, everyone looked at Shi Tuyu and his father. They looked dead in the face. They clearly had a mental breakdown. Their good ending had a sudden plot twist. Their failure was hard to watch. It was too unexpected and unavoidable. The two cool and awesome realm cultivators were about to wipe them all out. Then, without warning, one of them betrayed her teammate. The other realm cultivator was killed by a pair of leather shorts within a second. Two helpers were left to say OSHT. Chapter 592, The Generous Legendary Beast Sect, The Secret Border. Shi Tuyu and the others had their heads down. They looked pale. They knew it was over for them. Cultivator Dianong coldly looked at Shi Tuyu and his father. He said, "Shi Tuyu, how dare you?" Shi Tuyu begged, "We were tricked by the ministry and chose the wrong path. Please, spare our lives since we're from the same sect." Shi Tumingri shook his head. He said in a low voice, "Shi Tuyu, don't be so immature at this point. Your mistake is unforgivable." Shi Tuyu had an idea. He quickly said, "We were in touch with the ministry, so we heard something. We can tell you their plans. Please, spare us." Blackie calmly looked at Shi Tuyu and asked, "Oh? What is it? Speak." Shi Tuyu wanted to use the information as his bargaining chip, but when he made eye contact with Blackie, he instantly caved. He cowardly said, "The ministry's looking for 3 items. The repose herb, the pond of spirits, and the bloodthirst spiritual wood." Oh. Blackie remembered it. He was always a straightforward dog. He would fight the ones he hated. The ministry was his enemy. In other words, he would fight them. Have they asked for my permission before they do things? Then, Shi Tuyu and the others were taken away. According to the rules of the legendary beast sect, they would die. The young sect master ceremony was officially over. Everyone was still shocked. They did not dare to speak. They greeted Shi Tukin with respect and left. Lord Dog gave them too much pressure. Before they left, Shi Tumingri nagged Shi Tukin on the things she needed to be cautious of. "Chin, you're incredibly lucky. However, you must remember to perform well around the expert. Do you understand? You have to put your mind into it. Serving the expert's the most important thing." Shi Tukin said, "Dad, relax. I was saved by the expert. Of course, I'll respect him." Shi Tumingri nodded and smiled. He said, "All right then." Elder Shu and Elder Zhao also looked proud of her. They said, "Chin, be a good steady servant. The legendary beast sect relies on you from now on." They watched Shi Tukin grow up. When Shi Tukin fell into some trouble, they were utterly upset. However, things had changed. She got an enormous blessing. Of course, they were happy for her. "I'll work hard." Shi Tucken nodded hard. She paused and thought of something. She felt troubled. She rushed out of the four-part architecture, so she did not bring anything back for her father and the elders. Water from the four-part architecture would be an extremely nice gift. She had to look at Little Fox. She whispered, "Sister Fox, can you give some dumplings to my father? Thank you so much." She knew that the expert gave the leftover dumplings to Little Fox. Kunpeng, who was at the side, did not want to. He hesitantly said, These are dumplings made by the expert. Each of them is an exquisite treasure. I haven't even eaten it yet. It's such a waste to give them away." "No problem." Little Fox generously waved her little paw. She could visit her sister anytime, so she was not worried about it. She ordered, "Kunpeng, we're all friends here. We have to help each other. Stop being stingy. Share half the dumplings with them." "All right." Kunpeng was quivering. He did not dare to disobey. So, he tremblingly took out the dumplings and shared them. He slowly gave them the dumplings, one by one. It was clear that he was unwilling. He was dead in the face, like he was about to cry. He watched as the dumplings decreased in numbers. In the end, he could not endure it anymore. Kunpeng started to sob. Little Fox was the sister-in-law of the expert. Shi Tucken was the study servant of the expert. He could not mess with them. Therefore, he was forced to obey. Cultivator. Shi Tumingri felt sorry for Kunpeng because of how upset he looked. He said, "It's fine if you don't want to. We have a lot already." That was music to Kunpeng's ears. He brightened up and quickly took the leftover dumplings. He laughed and said, "Oh, come on. I'll take it if you insist, Cultivator. You're so nice." Qin Zhongshan and Bei Chen pointed at Shi Tumingri. They looked at him like he was a giant idiot. They loudly scolded him, "Cultivator Shi, you're crazy. Do you know what you're talking about?" Shi Tumingri felt confused. He furrowed his brows and said, "I do. What's wrong?" Kunpeng did not dare to stay any longer. He was afraid he would change his mind. He rushed Little Fox, "Lord Demon King, we have to hurry back to Demon City. Let's go and say our farewells." Little Fox nodded. He immediately left with Little Fox. Kunpeng even went into bird form and left with the fastest speed ever. Qin Zhongshan said, "I counted. We lost 8 dumplings. 8 whole dumplings." Bei Chen nodded. "This is an astronomical loss." At that moment, they labeled Shi Tumingri as the biggest idiot of all time. He was a classic example of a rich idiot. Cultivator Tianong and the others were indifferent. They thought Qin Zhongshan and Bei Chen were too stingy. He proudly said, "It's just dumplings. The legendary beast sex famous for being generous. That's not necessary." Qin Zhongshan and Bei Chen had an idea. They asked, "How about we eat them together?" "Sure. Come on, let's eat them together." A moment later. "Holy SHT, what kind of godly dumpling is this? Oh no, I'm going to fly away." "It's a blessing. This dumpling's a huge blessing." "Shi Tumingri, you idiot loser, what have you done? We lost 8 whole dumplings because of you." "Boo-hoo, my dumplings, my dumplings. No wonder Qin requested them for us. I had 8 dumplings in front of me but I didn't seize them. I want to die." "Qin Zhongshan, Bei Chen, enough. Stop eating the dumplings of the legendary beast sect. Are you trying to start a war with us? Stop eating, stop." Shi Tumingri was crying in waves. He cursed himself out. "I'm an idiot, I'm a pig." Blackie went back to the four-part architecture with Shi Tucken. They realized they had visitors in the yard. It was the food god and Xiao Changfeng. They both had fruit juices in their hands. They carefully sipped with enjoyment. They looked like they were filled with happiness. "I knew it. Visiting the expert has its perks." They came to deliver something new to Li Nianfan. The expert liked rare things. Everybody knew that. There were a lot of new things as time passed, especially after the Eldritch world upgraded to the area of the gods. Everyone from the Heavenly Palace kept an eye out for new discoveries. They discovered a spiritual plant that looked like a bright green flower. After the inspection of the food god, he concluded that it might be an ingredient. So, they came to give it to the expert. Unexpectedly, the expert liked it. Li Nianfan held the spiritual plant in his hand. Then, he smiled. He said, "This is a type of vegetable called broccoli. It's quite nutritious. Very nice." Xiao Chengfeng smiled and said, "We found it by luck. As long as you like it, Lord Saint." Li Nianfan said, "Ha, The changes of the world also expanded my yard. I feel like my backyard's empty. I need new vegetables to fill up the space. Thank you so much, this came just in time. Xiao Changfeng and the food god were energetic. The expert gave an obvious hint. It seems like I have to work harder. The food god hurriedly said, "Don't worry, Lord Saint. We'll keep an eye out for new discoveries." Li Nianfan nodded and said, "Thanks then." Blackie saw that. He immediately went over and said, "Master, we brought back something for you, too." "Oh? Take it out then. Let's have a look." Li Nianfan was excited. Blackie hesitated. He mysteriously said, "Excuse us." Li Nianfan followed Blackie to the room. Blackie took out a box. "Master, look." Li Nianfan looked at the thing in the box. He slapped Blackie without any hesitation. "Where did you learn this from? Do I look like I need something like that?" Li Nianfan felt insulted. He rubbed Blackie hard on the head. Then, he said, "Fine. It's your gift, after all. Tell Xiao Bei to deep fry it later. Don't let Daji and the others find out. Also, don't do it again next time." Blackie nodded. "I got it. I understand." Li Nianfan went back to the yard. He looked at Food God and said, "Food God, didn't you want to learn how to cook? I'm quite bored. Let's discuss food together. I can also introduce you to some vegetables so you can identify them in the future. I'm looking forward to new delicacies." Li Nianfan did that to thank the food god. Moreover, a lot of ingredients looked odd. Most people would not recognize them. It would be a waste to miss out. For example, the cocoa beans. Cultivators naturally had no clue how to use them. However, they were the main ingredient to create chocolate. Also, coffee beans could be ground to create coffee. He could try out all sorts of delicacies from his past realm. It would be fun. The chubby food god jolted. He smiled and said, "All right. I'm honored." He did not dare to ask Li Nianfan to teach him because he was afraid that Li Nianfan would be annoyed. He did not expect to be chosen by Li Nianfan because he sent him some broccoli. He felt too happy. Meanwhile, on the same star, the left messenger stepped onto it and stood in front of the minister. The minister was surprised. He asked, "Back so soon? Did you find the items?" The left messenger forced herself to say, "No. Also, the East Shadow Guard's goners." Silence. She felt pressured again. "The East Shadow Guard's gone too?" The minister had a different tone in his voice. He was in disbelief. He looked at the left messenger. For someone on his level, he was indifferent to deaths. However, he was forced to care. He even counted in his mind. How many people from the ministry died in this short time? Around 10 realm cultivators. These powerful cultivators are rare resources. The last time the left messenger came back, it was the right messenger who died. I sent her out for a new mission. It's only been days. Now, she's back to tell me that the East Shadow Guard's dead. Is the left messenger a messenger of teammate deaths? The ministry could not handle the deaths of 10 realm cultivators. They were seriously lacking in staff members. Who can handle it if this goes on? I'll be a lone ranger very soon. The minister asked, "How did the East Shadow Guard die?" "It's also because of that dog. Actually, I told him to look for the 3 items first and not cause unnecessary trouble. But he thought he had everything sorted. Then." The left messenger told the minister everything. However, she omitted the part where she ran. The minister frowned. "It seems like my old friend isn't as friendly towards me. He keeps attacking me." Suddenly, he sensed something. "I sense the aura of a new realm." The minister sounded excited. It was as if he could look past everything in the endless chaos. A bright red star was being engulfed by red flames as it slashed through the universe. It fell like a meteor. The meteor was surrounded by realm aura. It was unstoppable. Its target was the area of the gods. It looks like a secret border that was transformed by an old friend of mine before he died. The minister had a hoarse voice. Back then, the chaos created the 9 elites. 4 of them died in front of him. He devoured them. The other 5 elites were nowhere to be found. The secret border appeared. It meant that all of them were practically dead. They left the secret border for future generations. The left messenger felt her heart thump. Her blood was overflowing with excitement. That was a secret border created by an elite. It was too precious. The area of the gods is full of luck. It seems like the secret border was attracted to the area of the gods. It's about to land there. The minister analyzed and smiled. He said, "Everything I need is in that secret border. Look for the West Shadow Guard. Remember, don't cause unnecessary trouble. Just look for what I need." Chapter 593, The Arrival of the Secret Border, Intelligent Blackie. In the four-part architecture, Li Nianfan was teaching the food god how to cook. The basic quality of food is in the presentation, smell, and taste. These three things are decided by the hands of chefs. Li Nianfan pointed at all sorts of sauces and seasoning in front of him. He continued to say, "There are a lot of ways you can transform food. The most common method is through seasoning and knife skills." The food god nodded, but he barely understood. He asked curiously, "Lord Saint, may I ask to what level you can transform food?" "To what level?" Li Nianfan laughed. "To whatever you want." He had to be confident since he was teaching the food god. Thus, he was also a bit mysterious and pretentious. He casually picked up the cooking knife and slashed through the pumpkin. The blades shined and danced like a butterfly. The food god did not blink as he stared. He carefully learned food cultivation under the knife. He felt the wisdom surround him like shadows. He kept hearing loud noises. In a matter of seconds, the pumpkin skin was sliced away. Also, the pumpkin transformed into the shape of a bear paw. It was not big, approximately the size of a baby bear paw. "This is the presentation of delicacies. I used my knife skills to create the appearance of a bear paw." Li Nianfan looked at the food god. He smiled and asked, "Do you think I can make the pumpkin taste exactly like a bear paw?" "This." The food god paused. His rationality told him that it was impossible. However, the expert probably asked that because he could. Moreover, the expert could do anything. "I know you won't believe it. But, it's possible." Li Nianfan laughed. "Watch closely." Then, Li Nianfan ignited the fire and showed the food god how to cook. He started to cook. A special aura appeared around him. His moves were smooth and flowed with ease. It was mesmerizing to watch. The food god bafflingly watched as he was surrounded by wisdom. He was learning and understanding. At that moment, he cheered internally. A world. He's clearly creating a world. Each delicacy was a whole new world. The world was handled by the chefs. He could do whatever he wanted. He was the master of delicious food. The food god stood still. He was mind-blown. Suddenly, a nice smell slowly entered his senses. The nice smell was almost touchable. He was awestruck. He almost felt like flying. The smell of wisdom. This is the smell of wisdom. The food god felt like his senses were activated. His skin could not wait to take in the smell. He absorbed every drop of wisdom in the air. His cultivation skyrocketed. He was having an incredible breakthrough. Mid-Taiyi Golden Immortal, Post-Taiyi Golden Immortal, Pre-Daluo Golden Immortal, Mid-Daluo Golden Immortal. He was not an immortal who took part in battles. So, his cultivation was always slow. However, he became a super powerful cultivator just by observing and breathing. It was unimaginable. A lot of immortals would be shocked to death. Done. Li Nianfan snapped the food god out of it. He looked closely. He saw a black bear paw on the plate. It was covered with a thick sauce, and it smelled appetizing. From the presentation and smell, the food god concluded that it was a bear paw. However, he knew that it was a pumpkin. Li Nianfan smiled and said, "Try it." "Yeah. Thanks, Lord Saint." The food god carefully picked it up with his chopsticks. Then, he ate it. At that moment, the aroma of meat appeared. It teased his taste palate. He also felt the texture of meat. Most importantly, he could taste the aura of a beast. He would never believe that it was made from a pumpkin, but he saw it himself. Magical. This is an unnatural transformation. Is this the power of food cultivation? Li Nianfan noticed that the food god looked shocked. He felt slightly proud. He asked, "How is it?" "It's awesome," exclaimed the food god. "I wouldn't be able to think of something like this. It's actually not hard. Let me teach you, step by step. Start from the knife skills and food carving." On that day, a flame slashed through the sky with endless power. It fell right in the area of the gods. The meteor was extremely fast. It was like a momentary flash. It crashed onto the ground. The earth shook as the realm rumbled. Thunder could be heard. The terrifying phenomenon formed a storm and spread out in all directions. The ground was instantly demolished. Everything around it was turned to dust. The nearest Chaos Daluo Golden Immortal even died from the crash. The faraway cultivators were also affected by the earthquake. They were heavily injured. Endless demons and beasts shivered and knelt in worship. Rumble. The world echoed and started to create a terrifying storm cloud. At that moment, every powerful cultivator in the area of the gods sensed it. They were anxious, but they were more excited. Oh my God, what's that aura? So scary. I feel like I should kneel and worship. This is more astounding than the power of heaven. Perhaps a powerful cultivator landed? It must be a secret border. It's absolutely a super powerful secret border. Unimaginable opportunities await. At the legendary beast sect. Cultivator Tianong was healing at that moment. He suddenly opened his eyes. He teleported to the sect in a flash. Shi Tumingri and the others gathered at the sect. They all looked toward the direction of the secret border. They noticed Cultivator Tianong, so they bowed and said, "Greetings to Taishang Elder." Cultivator Tianong cut to the chase. He said, "That is the aura of wisdom. That secret border must be what's left of an elite before they died." Yikes! Everyone gasped in shock. The word elite was too shocking. Elites were extremely powerful cultivators that could turn the chaos upside down. Their power was unimaginable. They only existed in myths and legends. However, the secret border of an elite appeared. What opportunities await us? Perhaps we have a slither of hope in becoming an elite, too. Everyone had to feel excited. They were flushed from excitement. It's a shame that I'm still healing. This can't be delayed and I can't go there. Cultivator Tianong was disappointed. He sighed. Then, he said, "Shi Tumingri, bring someone along with you. Check the place out. The secret border must be complicated. I'll be there as soon as I heal." Shi Tumingri instantly said, "Don't worry, Taishang Elder. I'll go right away." At the White Cloud sect. A healthy elder with robes and white hair looked in the direction of the secret border. He predicted by calculating with his fingers and instantly looked excited. This secret border is left by one of the 9 elites that fought the Eldritchs back then. The elder was so excited to explore the secret border. Then, he suddenly exclaimed, "This means trouble. This means trouble." He looked at Bei Chen and said, "If what you said is true, I'm afraid that person's an elite, too. He may be one of the 9 elites, right?" The area of the gods appeared, and now the secret border has also appeared. I'm afraid that the history of the chaos would recur. Bei Chen said sternly, "Elder Yun, what I said is true. I'm not a powerful cultivator, but I wouldn't dare to lie. The expert must be more powerful than an elite." Elder Yun nodded. Then, he said, "Let's put that aside for the moment. We have to head toward the secret border right now. Come with me, let's depart immediately." At the Heavenly Palace. Cultivator Junjun and the others gathered at the Ling Sao Palace. They looked serious. However, compared to the other forces, they were very calm. It was all because they had seen too much. Goddess Nuwa said, "The treasure from the chaos had landed. The secret border appeared. The blessings and opportunities must be extraordinary." Right. Cultivator Junjun nodded. Then, he said, "But, no matter how big the opportunity is, it must be nothing much compared to the expert." Everyone nodded at the same time. They were constantly blessed by the expert. They felt baptized by opportunities every time, so they were used to it. They had trained a calm mentality. The Jade Emperor said with excitement, "There must be a lot of treasure in a secret border like this. If we find something and give it to the expert will be pleased. It'll be great." In a situation like that, their first thought was of finding treasures for the expert as a gift. The Empress had to say, "It'll be great if we can find new vegetables or fruits." How the expert treated the food god was not a secret. The expert taught him food cultivation just because he gave the expert broccoli. His life was like a cheat code and his powers improved every day. His status was also not the same. He was a big-shot chef. Even the Jade Emperor had to beg for a meal from him. Juling Shen could not wait. He volunteered and said, "Emperor, please, allow me to go to the secret border. I'm experienced in finding vegetables and fruits." "You?" Yang Jing sneered. He stepped forward and said, "I'll be honest. My third eye was created to look for vegetables and fruits. Please, allow me to go." The 7 princesses also said, "Emperor, we can sense plants. We can find vegetables and fruits." Enough. The Jade Emperor said with seriousness, "This secret border's extraordinary. You're all not powerful cultivators, so it'll be useless if you go. I'll go myself." Cultivator Junjun instantly agreed and said, "That's right. Stop arguing. The Jade Emperor and I will go." At the four-part architecture, Li Nianfan was teaching the food god how to cook at that moment. He sensed something and looked at the faraway horizon. He had to ask, "What's going on? What's with the commotion? There's even a storm cloud in the sky." Daji replied, "I think a secret border appeared." Secret border? Li Nianfan arched his eyebrow. He was familiar with that term. It was like a side quest for main characters in video games to gain treasures. However, he was only curious. He did not want to fight for treasures and cause trouble for himself. He casually said, "Judging by the commotion, the secret border must be huge. The treasure in it must be extraordinary." The food god went along with it and said, "You're right, Lord Saint." He considered the entire event to be a small mishap. The food god continued to follow Li Nianfan's cooking instructions. He worked hard on practicing how to cook. He said his farewells and left as the sky went dark. However, Blackie turned into a black shadow and snuck out soon after he left. The food god was confused. He asked with respect, "Lord Dog, why did you follow me?" "You silly little fool." Blackie rolled his eyes. He said, "Are you seriously going to leave like that? You're more stupid than I am." The food god was not angry at all. He asked with confusion, "What do you mean by that, Lord Dog?" "My master said the treasure in the secret border must be extraordinary. Do you seriously think it's over with? You were right, Lord Saint?" Blackie shook his head. "That'd be ridiculous." The food god jolted. The hint from Blackie enlightened him instantly. Imagine if one's boss said this is nice, and one merely replied with "You were right, bosses." That would be awkward. Would one get that promotion or not? He felt afraid. He said, "Thanks for the reminder, Lord Dog. The expert's giving me a hint to look for treasures in the secret border. I almost missed it. I almost disappointed the expert." Blackie nodded and said, "Good, you finally understand. My master didn't teach you how to cook for nothing." The food god genuinely said, "You're right to scold me, Lord Dog. I'll complete the expert's task with all my might. Let's go. I'll go to the secret border with you. Let's go get some nice things for my master." Then, Blackie picked up the food god and walked toward the secret border. The area of the gods was huge. It was split into 5 areas: East, South, West, North, and Center area. The fallen immortal mountain belonged to the center area. The secret border landed in the east. It landed on a mountain, but the mountain was demolished into a field with a huge meteor hole. The hole was bottomless and pitch black, but strong power of law surrounded the place. It was like a volcano that was about to erupt. Weird phenomena glimmered and shined. That hole was without a doubt the entrance of the secret border. Chapter 594, Blessings and Opportunities Await Us. Multiple figures flashed by from afar. They landed at the entrance of the secret border and took in the misty insights. They all looked excited. The cultivators nearby were the first ones to arrive. Such a powerful aura. It must be an extraordinary secret border. I can feel my powers moving just from inhaling the spiritual chi. It came from the chaos, so it must be a secret border created by a realm cultivator. Ha! Thank God the secret border landed in front of us. What are we waiting for? Follow me and let's go. Someone could not wait anymore. They roared and activated their powers to form a defense shield. Then, they sprinted toward the secret border's entrance. The others followed and sprinted toward the entrance with their immortal items. Suddenly, a holographic light shined just when they were about to enter. The hole beamed with a blinding light and instantly drowned them out like a fountain. The light faded along with those cultivators. None of their ashes were left. Even their immortal items had vanished. Everyone went cold because of that instantaneous horror show. They instantly stopped being excited. They had to back away. Some of the cultivators immediately sneered, "Idiots. Do you seriously think the secret border would be so easy to enter? What a scary trap. It also contains a hint of wisdom. Not even realm cultivators can enter. Right? It's too hard, it's too difficult. The source of this secret border's unimaginable." Gradually, more cultivators gathered. A lot of forces thought they were powerful enough to enter the secret border. They all tried to no avail. They died from the backfire without exception. They could not get past the entrance. Bei Chen from the White Cloud sect showed up late with Elder Yun. They looked at the secret border with seriousness. Elder Yun was astounded. He said, "This is a worldly trap naturally born from wisdom. An elite was more powerful than a realm cultivator. Their powers were immeasurable. They could change the lives of countless beings with their minds and change the course of civilization with a single act. Realm cultivators could not do that. An elite was traceless. They hid well and had no type of cultivation either. They had a bit of everything in their cultivation. They were anonymous and an enigma. There were no methods in becoming an elite. They could only figure it out by themselves. The secret border was created from an elite, but it had its own mind. It had its own evolution. No one could understand it. Bigshot asked, "No one broke the worldly trap yet, right?" Elder Yun shook his head and said, "No, but never say never. Someone will enter the secret border sooner or later, but time is required to understand the hidden clues. It's like a test. You can't easily decipher a puzzle created by an elite." Suddenly, Bigshot sensed a familiar aura. He looked over and instantly smiled. He said, "Elder Yun, that's our cultivator friends from the empath sect and the legendary beast sect." Elder Yun nodded and asked, "Oh? Let's go." He was very curious and respectful toward the expert Bigshot described. He wanted to know more about him. He had to befriend the cultivators. It was not because he did not trust Bigshot, but what Bigshot said was too unbelievable. He felt like he was exaggerating. Qin Zhongshan and Shi Tumingri chatted with cultivator Junjun. They noticed that Bigshot and Elder Yun were walking toward them. They instantly greeted each other with friendliness. They brainstormed and discussed strategies to enter the secret border. Suddenly, a powerful aura befell the place. Several figures appeared. They were from the ministry. The left messenger and the West Shadow Guard were the leaders. The West Shadow Guard was a fat and buff middle-aged man. He had tiny eyes and a friendly smile. He looked unique for a cultivator. After all, not a lot of cultivators were fat. The ministry squad looked weaker than usual. There were only 2 realm cultivators, the West Shadow Guard and the left messenger. The others were Chaos Daluo Golden Immortals. It seemed like their members died in groups. They were indeed weakened. After all, realm cultivators were too limited. There was only 1 realm cultivator in the empath sect. Back then, I had at least 2 realm cultivators as helpers for my missions, but now... The West Shadow Guard sighed. He cursed, "That loser right messenger. We can't afford to lose so many cultivators because of him. Thank God he's dead." Qin Zhongshan and the others recognized the left messenger. They did not look happy at all. "It's her. She's from the ministry. The ministry has their eyes on the secret border, too. This is bad." The left messenger also noticed Qin Zhongshan and the others. She instantly felt her heart sink. She quickly looked around. She did not see any signs of the bald dog. She sighed in relief and calmed down. Then, she talked to the West Shadow Guard with telepathy. The West Shadow Guard quietly glanced at Shi Tumingri. He had a menacing glint in his eye. The East Shadow Guard tried to destroy the legendary beast sect. They should destroy them too because they ran into them. It was the right of powerful cultivators to be bossy. The West Shadow Guard said, "The secret border's extraordinary. Listen to me. How about we work together to enter the secret border? There will be a lot of treasures inside, we'll just take what we need. We don't mind working with you if it means breaking the trap." "Fine. Let's enter the secret border first. Let's not waste time then. What do we need to do?" Everyone could tell the West Shadow Guard was extraordinary. They felt hopeful. "No need to rush. Allow me to kill somebody first." The West Shadow Guard smilingly looked at Shi Tumingri. Then, he cast a palm attack toward him without a second thought. His target was not just Shi Tumingri. The cultivators of the Heavenly Palace were also included. He wanted to kill them at the same time. Boom! At that moment, the wind and the clouds changed. The powers were strong. It released a terrifying phenomenon toward Shi Tumingri. The surrounding space twisted and the power washed over them like a wave. It was an attack from a powerful realm cultivator. Most people could not even think about dodging it. Elder Yun stepped forward and whipped out his horsetail whisk. He said with a hoarse voice, "Turn of 1,000 strands." The strands of the horsetail whisk elongated with the wind and formed a shield. It blocked the attack of the West Shadow Guard. "I'll kill you, too." The West Shadow Guard sneered and raised his hand again. Endless power formed a huge hand out of thin air. It covered Elder Yun and the others like they were flies. Elder Yun looked serious. He cast a spell and expanded the strands again. The strands went out like tentacles, almost as if they were going to hold up the sky. The left messenger did not want to waste time. She also attacked. She pointed at the horsetail whisk. Boom. Elder Yun was outmatched. He instantly lost. His horsetail whisk snapped along with the countless strands. He was flung back. Then, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Cultivator Junjun and the others were also affected. They groaned with pale faces. They looked at the West Shadow Guard with desperation and helplessness. They could not escape the hands of the Ministry. The West Shadow Guard had the same facial expression. He was still smiling even when erasing countless lives. He did not give them time to breathe. He attacked again. The endless power was strong. It turned to a black tornado that was about to engulf everyone like a beast. The tornado was sharper than any blade. It almost tore the space up into a space storm. Elder Yun looked serious. His robe was moving without the wind. The yin-yang fish shined and moved. It slowly came out from the robe and formed a huge shield. Everyone was protected by the yin-yang fish. The West Shadow Guard squinted and chuckled. He raised his hand and attacked again. The tornado was stronger and roaring with shadows. Fume. A portion of the tornado pierced through the yin-yang fish's defense, causing cuts to appear on Elder Yun. Cultivator Junjun and the others clenched their jaws and activated all their powers. However, it was like a firefly versus the moon. The difference was too wide. The left messenger was about to attack, too. Suddenly, she jolted after catching a glimpse of something. She was too terrified to attack. She hurriedly looked at the West Shadow Guard and said, "Run. We can't waste time. That bald dog's here." The West Shadow Guard glanced over and frowned. The minister ordered them to avoid unnecessary conflict, so he should carry out the task. He attacked Elder Yun with a huge palm attack. The palm figure fell and crashed on them like a mountain. Then, he flicked his wrist and took out a neon blue lightning sword. He slashed through the trap and created a cut. He said, "Those who want to enter the secret border, follow me." Then, he went into the secret border with the cultivators from the ministry. The other cultivators excitedly followed them. Cultivator Junjun and the others were left to endure the attack. Spurt. Elder Yun spat out another mouthful of blood. His robes were completely ruined. The tornado's wind slashed his body while the palm figure was about to crush everyone. An attack like that was hard to defend, but he did not need to take the hit like that. However, he needed to protect Bei Chen and the others. So, he forced himself to take the hit. Even if he sacrificed himself to protect them, Bei Chen and the others were still damaged. They also took the hit. If the situation continued, they would vanish within half an hour. Elder Yun would be fine, but they would be demolished. The Jade Emperor started to feel dizzy. He was about to pass out from the enormous pressure from the bomb. He was at a breaking point. Am I about to die? That cultivator from the ministry's too powerful. He must be an extraordinary realm cultivator. Will somebody save me? Suddenly, he hazily saw a figure of a dog walking toward him. Lord Dog. The Jade Emperor was slightly startled. Then, he was overjoyed. He almost cried. Let go. Everyone was surprised by the calm voice. Elder Yun looked over and saw Blackie walking in the tornado. He was not affected at all. That dog was very unique. He heard Bei Chen mention him before. He groaned for a moment before he let go. Boom. The palm figure crashed straight down from the sky. Blackie pointed his butt at the sky. The leather shorts started to glow and turned the palm into a breeze. It vanished completely. Awesome. Leather shorts. Elder Yun had wide eyes. Cultivator Junjun was used to it. He thanked Blackie, "Thanks for saving our lives, Lord Dog." Blackie nodded. "Let's go to the secret border." Elder Yun shook his head. He said with worry, "I'm afraid the secret border isn't that easy to enter. The ministry used a lightning sword to slash through the worldly trap. It's not hard at all. Just follow me." Blackie glanced at Elder Yun and walked towards the secret border. At the edge of the secret border, Blackie turned around and pointed his butt at the trap. Beep. Leather shorts pass. Elder Yun was dumbfounded. The secret border opened up. Amazing. The leather shorts must be a legendary item. The master of the dog must be what Bei Chen described. He must be the highest being in the chaos. They entered the secret border. Traps were set everywhere. There were signs of destruction all over. However, Blackie led the way by using his butt. They soon arrived at the first treasure of the secret border with no issues. Meanwhile, the West Shadow Guard and the others were fighting for their lives. He brought a lot of cultivators because of the traps. The more cultivators the better. Boom. A terrifying laser wiped out 10 cultivators in one go. Move on. Don't be cowards, danger brings opportunities. The first treasure vault must be nearby. Word harder, everyone. Let's activate our powers together. The traps are getting weaker now. Let's go. Blessings and opportunities await us. I can almost taste the spiritual treasure and it's wonderful. Let's go.